don't believe in tears. From somewhere in the forest, a group of people galloped on horseback rushing towards her. Thick smoke billowed murky and foul. In an instant the leader had reined in his horse and ordered them to stop. After speaking he dismounted his horse. When he saw Su Lan in front of him, "We found her." Seeing this she asked bewildered, "Who are you?" The man stepped forward, saluted and replied, "We are the Security Action Squad. Special Unit Blue Star. Entrusted by Han Sen. We are here to protect you. He instructed you to leave the shelter world immediately, and to contact him." Hearing this Su Lan's hood fell back. She looked up, gave a bitter smile and thought to herself, "After so many years of hard work, in the end, we still couldn't escape that whirlpool, could we?" Scene switch. Alliance Base Dormitory. He was anxiously waiting for news. Why is there still no news? Where on earth did Mom go? No sooner had he spoken, the phone rang. The caller ID said Mom. Han Sen immediately smiled, ran over and picked up the phone. "Mom, your son here has offended some people outside. They can't get to me, but I'm afraid they might go after you. So please don't enter the shelters for now." Hearing this, Su Lan immediately asked Shao Sun, "Who did you offend? Are you all right from the screen?" He immediately flexed his arm, showing off his muscles, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I can handle it. Your son is super strong now." Hearing this she said with a heavy heart, "Mom is useless. I can't protect you. Oh, by the way, Shao Sun, you're taking good care of your grandpa's keepsake, aren't you?" Han Sen immediately lifted the necklace from his neck and replied, "Mom, don't worry. I'm keeping it very safe. I always wear the necklace." After speaking he sat down obediently and called out, "Mom, you've worked so hard raising me. From now on it's my turn to protect you. Wait for my news. Once I reach the Blue Star shelter, then you can come find me." Hearing this, Su Lan replied, "All right." Shao Sen has grown up. Scene switch. Black Desert. Han Sen was half dead, sprawled on Qin Xian's back. He was drenched in sweat, tiredly calling out, "Water, water. I really wish I didn't need to eat or drink to have an easier time in this godforsaken place. I can't be the first one to die of thirst. Among the fated, can I? That'd be special, wouldn't it?" Suddenly Enin yawned just as it woke up. The long yawn caught Han Sen's attention. He instantly sobered up, sat up abruptly and held its head. The shelter's right ahead. Just as Han Sen saw, before them was a large city built of earth and stone. Seeing this he immediately, excitedly shouted, "Ha ha ha ha! With a shelter I can teleport to the Alliance. Take a hot shower and get a good night's sleep." However, in an instant Han Sen clasped his hands together somewhat hesitantly and said, "This isn't a deserted shelter, is it? Heaven forbid. I hope the teleportation array here is still operational." In Yellowstone ancient city, an ancient place, now looked like a resort for sunbathing. A girl with a scorching figure was lying prone, naked, sunbathing. Han Sen's eyes widened as he looked closely. "Oh my God. Am I seeing things?" He still seemed unable to believe his own eyes. Suspicion and shock clearly written on his face. "Have I been in the Black Desert for too long and started hallucinating? How could there possibly be in the vast desert such a thing as a naked girl sunbathing at the city gate? This is completely unreasonable." Han Sen rubbed his eyes, trying to convince himself. An illusion, this must be an illusion. But in the end, he still couldn't resist and quickly ran towards it. "No way. I have to go check it out. This illusion is too real. Anyway, I'll know once I go take a look." When he was not far from the girl, Han Sen hid behind a small rock and peeked, but when he got a clear look, it was indeed a young girl, completely naked. He pointed at her, thinking to himself, "Oh my God, it seems real, not a phantom." When she felt someone watching her, she rolled over and said, "Mengwezi, stop messing around, I'm sunbathing." Han Sen immediately cried out in his heart, oh no." She woke up. When she realized something was wrong, her eyes immediately widened. He was immediately pelted with objects by an enraged Wu Mei. She yelled, "Pervert!" She jumped up ready to kick at Han Sen. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Countless kicks flew at him, all blocked. Han Sen grabbed Wu Mei's leg and reminded her, "Even if you want to kill me, at least put some clothes on first." Stunned by his words, her cheeks flushed. When she landed, a set of white clothes had appeared on Wu Mei. She hugged her body, still not forgetting to turn back and curse, "Bastard, go to hell." Han Sen tried to explain, "Miss, you have to believe me. I am a soldier. A moral soldier." But Wu Mei ignored his words and turned to kick him again. Han Sen frowned and said, "You can't entirely blame me for this. In broad daylight, you're naked in front of so many people." She wouldn't listen to the explanation, becoming even more enraged. "What broad daylight? Besides you pervert. There's no one else here." Han Sen grabbed Wu Mei's thigh and pounced, "Hey, If you keep this up I won't be so polite. Then with one hand holding her thigh, he grabbed her wrist with the other and pushed her down. She cursed loudly, "Bastard, let go of me." Han Sen said softly, "I'll tie you up first. Once you calm down, I'll let you go." After tying up Wu Mei, he leaned back relaxed and drank some water. Then she turned her head and yelled, "Bastard, don't drink my water." Han Sen walked over and offered the canned water to Wu Mei. "Are you the only one in this city?" She unhappily turned her face away, still cursing incessantly. "You shameless scoundrel." Seeing that Wu Mei still harbored no goodwill, Han Sen simply hoisted her onto his shoulder and left. Bound as she was, she could only shout, "Let me go! Let me go!" Han Sen thought as he walked. It seems no one lives here. The Dongxian aura didn't detect any life signs. Upon reaching the formation he couldn't help but be secretly pleased. Here we are for this kind of small structure. Other than the spirit god temple, the only thing left is the teleportation array in the square. Wu Mei looked there wondering in confusion. Teleportation array? Han Sen spoke and asked. The teleportation array here is no longer usable. He cast his gaze towards a place not far from here. That was the spirit god temple. Oh, with that Han Sen carried Wu Mei towards it again. She kept desperately trying to stop him. "Stop, stop. There are terrifying spirits inside, you can't go in." He didn't show the slightest concern about her warning. Such a small structure. What terrifying spirits could there be? What's more, the teleportation array in the square isn't working. If there really were terrifying spirits inside, how did you get out? Wu Mei gritted her teeth and replied, "I've never been out." Han Sen put her down and asked, a playful glint in his eyes, "Don't tell me all your water and supplies you brought in before you came." Wu Mei answered angrily, "That's right. You perverted bastard, give me back my water." The two were standing in front of the Dongshan actual site. He investigated for a moment, thinking, there's no life aura inside. It's completely impossible for any spirits to exist. Han Sen carried Wu Mei, pushed open the door and walked in. Her shouts still rang incessantly. "You let go of me. If you want to die, go do it yourself, don't drag me with you." He didn't care in the slightest, as if he was already used to it. But when he walked in he became a little wary. So cold. It felt ominous. Han Sen quickly put Wu Mei down and took out his weapon. "Danger, something's coming." Then an iron chain flew towards where he stood. The iron chain was pitch black, as thick as a bowl, and immediately wrapped around Han Sen's weapon. He looked towards the source of the chain. It was a guy tied to a giant pillar. This was precisely the spirit of this temple. But why was it locked to a pillar? Royal business. The spirit's long hair hung loose, almost completely covering its face. Only its two eyes glowed. Its entire body was pierced by chains. Han Sen's gaze sharpened. He thought to himself watching it, I didn't expect there really was a spirit here. But the Dongxian aura couldn't detect the flow of its life force. He immediately picked up Wu Mei and ran, using one hand to envelop himself with power. Then quickly ran away. She screamed in fear, "It's over, it's over. We're definitely going to die this time. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. I don't want to die." Han Sen was moving at an extremely fast pace now, constantly dodging and turning to avoid the spirit's chain attacks. Wu Mei's screams still echoed in the darkness. We're dead, it'll be my turn next." The spirit's eyes lit up maniacally and ferociously. Those chains shot out like lightning, all of them enveloped in immense power. It laughed triumphantly. Han Sen tried hard to evade the attacks. He thought to himself, this spirit is so powerful. Could it be a super god? The spirit reeled in its chains and kept attacking him. His Dongxian Sutra movements were pushed to their limit, but he still couldn't escape the stone temple. Wu Mei screamed desperately, but Han Sen was still deep in thought. Damn it, I can't beat a super god spirit that's locked up. After running a long distance from the spirit, he glanced back. The creature was still frantically swinging its chains. Although he couldn't detect its life force flow, he could memorize the way it used its chains. Once I master its patterns, I can plan my escape. Han Sen quickly carried her away from there and returned to Huangshi ancient city. Wu Mei was so scared that tears streamed down her face. "You damn pervert, put me down." He gently put her down, smiling wryly, and untied her ropes. "Sorry, I forgot about you." Wu Mei gritted her teeth and glared at him. "You did that on purpose." Once untied, she forcefully pushed Han Sen away. "Go to hell." Wu Mei stood a distance away from him, but Han Sen felt something approaching. Something's coming close." He walked closer. Wu Mei was sitting on the steps. He asked her, "Besides that spirit here, are there any other terrifying creatures?" She whispered in response, "Yes, there are." And suddenly in the distance, a fox-like creature leaped over. seemingly intending to attack both of them. Han Sen quickly summoned his weapon when. Just then he heard her call out Guozi. Wu Mei hugged the giant beast. He asked in surprise, "This is Guozi?" She didn't mind at all. Happily stroking its face. "Guozi, you're finally back." Han Sen just stood there examining Guozi. The life force emanating from this alien beast. No matter how he looked at it, it was a super god creature. Taking another look, Wu Mei had already climbed onto Guozi's back. She pointed at Han Sen and commanded Guozi. "This bad pervert bullied me. Quick, help me teach him a good lesson." It immediately extended its claws and pounced fiercely, ready to attack him. Han Sen was unperturbed. He simply stood with his arms crossed, then summoned Inin. It jumped up and released a bolt of electricity, making Wu Mei and Guozi's fur stand on end from the shock. Her divine beast fell to the ground with a painful thud. He used his abilities to assess the giant animal. This is a second-generation super god beast. The way its internal energy flows can't be wrong. Although it's huge, it might actually have been born later than Inin. Wu Mei propped herself up and scrambled to her feet, gritting her teeth and cursing the owner. "Like master, like pet, you're both rotten." After saying that, she thought to herself, "This pervert managed to escape the spirit temple while carrying me. And his little white fox actually beat Guozi so badly." Han Sen stood behind Wu Mei like a flash of lightning, making her vigilant. "What do you want? I'm warning you, I'm strong, don't mess with me." Han Sen looked at her seriously, his tone icy. "I have a few questions for you. If your answers satisfy me, then well, forget about your furry friend attacking me. What if they don't? I'll strip you naked and throw you into the spirit god temple." Hearing this, Wu Mei immediately changed her attitude. Big brother in a place as vast as the second shelter. To meet in this small desert shelter, it must be fate. Fighting and killing is pointless. Right. Han Sen sprawled casually on the bench drinking water. Wu Mei meanwhile sat on another chair and said, "I never expected to be teleported to this godforsaken place. As soon as I arrived, I encountered a creature and a spirit fighting, which gave me a chance to escape the spirit god temple. And then I got trapped in this desert sanctuary." Although her words were milder than before, she still couldn't help but secretly curse, "This bastard, stop drinking. Leave some for me." Wu Mei turned to look at Guozi, who was playing with Inin not far away. This line is a continuation of the previous line, so it is empty here. "Luckily, I met Guozi, allowing me to survive here, mainly relying on the prey Guozi brought back." Han Sen sat up and continued drinking water. "So Guozi must be the descendant of that creature, right?" Han Sen tilted his head, wanting to grab more water. "Zhou, a senator. There are many people in the Zhou family. You're already a perfect Shenjuren at such a young age. And you've ascended to the second shelter. It seems you have some status in the Zhou family too." Wu Mei watched Han Sen's hand already touching the water bottle, and she couldn't help but ponder. The last bottle, that was the last bottle. I haven't dared to drink it for half a year. Finally she snatched the can of water and quickly drank it all, much to Han Sen's surprise. After drinking, she even crushed the can and threw it on the ground. Wu Mei put her hands on her hips and lifted her chin. "Kill me, carve me up, do as you please, I'm not serving you anymore. If I'm going to die, I'll die with dignity." The moment Han Sen moved, she vigilantly jumped several meters away. "What are you doing?" Han Sen lowered one side of his glasses, revealing a faint smile. "What do I need to report to you where I'm going?" Wu Mei watched Han Sen turn and walk away, and could only obediently force a smile. No need. Big brother, just do whatever you want." At the city gate of Huangshi ancient city, Guozi was standing behind the wall keeping watch. Inin was lying down sleeping and meowing. Wu Mei looked at the little beast with disgust. Pets and their owners truly are alike. They just make me angry, all of them are bad guys. She mumbled unhappily, resting her chin on her hand. "Should I escape? But the desert is vast, where could I possibly escape to? But if I don't escape?" Wu Mei. Imagine Han Sen making perverted moves on her little beauty. She would then desperately refuse as usual. "Don't come closer," but Wu Mei immediately shook her head, dismissing these thoughts. "I'm still so young and beautiful. That scoundrel will surely ruin me." When she saw that Han Sen had been gone for a long time and hadn't returned, she couldn't help but ask herself, "He's been in there all afternoon. Nothing bad could have happened, right?" Wu Mei walked along the street Han Sen had just taken. She wandered back and forth looking for Han Sen. "Where are you? Are you still there?" There was no response. Wu Mei became strangely worried. Where did he go? Did he already leave? Suddenly a rock was thrown directly at her head, making her cry out in pain. When she turned around, she saw Han Sen returning with 2 large bags of food. "Ha! You haven't left yet. Wait, where did you get all this stuff?" Han Sen calmly glanced at the bags. I bought them, of course, where else would they come from? Wu Mei rushed over without hesitation. No, no, no. I mean, where did you buy these things? Han Sen looked at her as if she had a screw loose. Are you an idiot from a vending machine, of course? Wu Mei put her hands on Han Sen's shoulders and said loudly, Are you able to get out? How did you get out? Weren't there terrifying spirits guarding that place? But he recalled the time he casually left. He even whistled. He could only answer simply. I just walked out like this. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately bowed 90 degrees. Big brother, if this little sister has done anything wrong in the past and made Big brother unhappy, please Big brother forgive me for my youth and ignorance. Seeing this, Han Sen's lips curved into a slight smile. Alright, seeing as your attitude is sincere, I'll forgive you. Wu Mei's face immediately lit up and she said, That's great. Big brother, quickly take me out of here. I will surely repay you handsomely. He rubbed his chin, looking at her with a hint of suspicion. I only said I'd forgive you. But I didn't say I'd take you out. She was so angry she couldn't help but point at Han Sen's face. What exactly do you want? He replied unceremoniously, Nothing. I just don't want to take you out. After speaking, he leisurely drank a can of water. But the next second, Wu Mei directly snatched the food bag from his hand, causing him to choke and spit out the water unexpectedly. You just drank my water. Consider it compensation for me. She walked next to Guoji, her tone teasing him. If you don't take me out, I'll bite you to death and eat you all up. Han Sen gave a faint smile. Do you think getting rid of spirits is as easy as going shopping? But when he looked again, Wu Mei had already eaten half a bag of food. He glanced at her, then pondered. If I take her out, the Zhou family will know I was with her. Should I take her out of the desert? Looking at Wu Mei, after eating and drinking her fill, she comfortably lay on Guoji. Han Sen continued to think. If I don't take her out, the Zhou family will definitely resent it. If I take her, and she encounters any misfortune in the Black Desert, the Zhou family will also blame me. What a hassle. At night at the gates of Yellowstone Ancient City, Wu Mei was already fast asleep. He stood aside, arms crossed, watching her, thinking. It's not easy to be a good person. Better to keep this from the Zhou family. That way there's still a chance to get her out of here. The next morning the sun had already risen. Wu Mei lazily woke up on the long bench, stretching and yawning. The next second her eyes widened, realizing something was wrong. Wu Mei stood up and looked around. She looked around for a long time. Even Guoji let out a confused kitten-like meow. Han Sen was nowhere to be seen. She sat on the chair in despair. Tears streamed down. He left? Did he really leave? Finally she couldn't suppress her emotions. Sobbing, she cried out. I've been stuck in this cursed place for half a year. Whether good or bad, I finally met someone after so long. Even fighting every day would be fine. In another place, Han Sen was riding on the back of the divine beast entering Black Mountain. He held Inin in his arms, recalling in his mind Wu Mei's warning. There's a very strange two-tailed scorpion on the mountain. Even Guoji is afraid of it. That must be a super god creature. After thinking, Han Sen immediately gestured, commanding the divine beast. Life aura, let's head towards it. On a mountain, violent explosions rang out, followed by scattered debris. A gigantic two-tailed scorpion was relentlessly using its tails to pound the ground. When he saw the faint light emanating from the creature, he immediately exclaimed, I see it. Looking at the giant two-tailed scorpion's strange shape, he couldn't help but feel surprised. There's no life aura circulating. This is a first-generation super god creature. What a pity. Which means there's no life gene essence to use. On Black Mountain, that giant scorpion was ceaselessly using its two tails to strike the mountain. Han Sen stood far away, holding Inin in his arms, thinking. After digging for a long time, this pit must be 2 or 3 meters deep now. What exactly does this guy want to do? Is it too thirsty and trying to dig a well for water? In just a moment it had dug very deep. Only its tail was left flicking in and out. He no longer hesitated, jumping down, his figure disappearing from sight. It seems there's still a secret down there. As he landed beside the pit entrance, Han Sen used his super god armor to protect himself. He whispered to Inin beside him. Let's go down and see. After putting on his armor, Han Sen went down without hesitation to scout. Inside the stone cave, he hid in a spot, looking around. He heard some unknown sounds. What is that sound? Han Sen muttered to himself as he walked. He saw the scorpion using its two tails to cut off a strange tree trunk. Then it lowered its head. Something was clearly wriggling inside. It brought it to its mouth and began to feast. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. What's inside? Insects? Are these insects also alien creatures? Han Sen observed in secret. Super god creatures usually don't need to eat. This purple-tailed scorpion eating these things. Does it indicate that it has entered its gestation period? As the scorpion got closer to his hiding spot, he grew worried it's coming. Han Sen immediately used the god blood wing disc, and a pair of fiery red wings instantly appeared. Behind him, let's get out first. The next second he flew out of the deep pit. Han Sen flew high in the sky. Watching the scorpion emerge, his mind filled with calculations. If it has indeed entered its gestation period, killing it now would be too much of a waste. He watched its figure gradually move away. Wait until it's done giving birth before acting. Then we can obtain the essence of a second-generation super god life. Han Sen bent down and placed Enin on the ground. I'll go down and check again, you guard here. Don't let that thing come back and trap me inside. Back in the stone cave, he calmly walked around, examining what the scorpion had eaten. Han Sen picked up a piece of a branch and tried to break it, his hands trembling slightly. So hard it took a while before he could crush it. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this kind of hard bamboo, I had to use all my strength to crush it. Yet that purple-tailed scorpion could easily snap it. When Han Sen heard a faint sound nearby, he looked in that direction and saw a worm crawling out of another bamboo stalk. What is this sound? Isn't this the big white worm from inside the bamboo? He immediately drew his weapon with caution, pointing it directly at it. The alien creatures here might not be simple either. An arrow shot directly at the white worm, causing liquid to splatter from its body, splashing everywhere, and it stopped moving. Han Sen approached the mutated creature. How can a mutated creature spit out cold air? Isn't it only super god creatures that can use special energy? It's too strange, I must kill a few more to see. He summoned his weapon, the Crimson Flame, blasting Dragon Strike fiercely, slashing through the air. A successful hunt notification appeared on the system screen. Successfully hunted mutated creature Xianming Silkworm. Obtained mutated beast soul Xianming Silkworm. Eating its flesh grants 10 mutated gene points. Han Sen asked again a one-time projectile beast soul. He watched the silkworm scorching itself, hovering in his hand. The next second he abruptly threw it out. Han Sen threw it against a wall not far away, and instantly that spot was completely frozen. He exclaimed joyfully, just a mutated grade beast soul can actually unleash ice element energy. This thing is really interesting. If I could have a god blood grade Xianming Silkworm beast soul, it might be of great use. Han Sen quickly bent down and put the silkworms one by one into a bag. It's best to leave some food for the purple-tailed scorpion, so it can quickly give birth to second-generation super god creatures, then come back to deal with it. It won't be too late. Suddenly he discovered something. Han Sen used his ability to check. Something was approaching. A huge silkworm was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Could it be a god blood grade Xianming can? He cautiously drew his weapon. Get ready, this aura is too powerful. Han Sen used his power and his god blood burst forth. But then he found that all over the cave, those creatures were simultaneously swarming towards him. Han Sen stammered in surprise, no, impossible. How could there be so many god blood creatures bursting forth? Han Sen vigilantly looked around. Dozens of god blood creatures. Not even 1 in 10 would burst forth. With such a large number of ice silkworms here, could there be thousands of god blood creatures? He raised his weapon, shooting straight at the creatures. Rather than guessing wildly, it's better to kill one to confirm. Then everything will be clear. The arrow hit one of them, causing that silkworm to spray out a cloud of green smoke. The system screen displayed. Hunt successful. Hunted mutated creature. Xianyin can no beast soul obtained eating it can randomly grant 10 mutated gene points. Han Sen still couldn't believe it mutated. How could it be a mutated Xianyin can? A mutated grade Xianyin can? How could it possibly have such a powerful life aura? He continuously raised his Qi Yin Baolong, thrusting and slashing into the air. The flames shot from his weapon made the silkworms char and fall. No, this isn't right. Han Sen became even more frantic. Those Xianyin can, when inside the bamboo, could spit out cold air. Even god blood creatures would find that difficult. Now these Xianyin can are like ice crystals, yet they possess such powerful life auras. The system appeared again. Hunt successful. Hunted mutated creature. Xianyin can. Obtained a mutated Xianyin can beast soul eating it can randomly grant 10 mutated gene points. He made a judgment. Something must have affected them. Han Sen looked at a charred silkworm in his hand. Although the name and species were the same, its size was much larger. He forcefully threw it to the ground. The frozen area was much larger, and the power was stronger. It's also a mutated Xian'in beast soul. How could there be such a difference? The stone cave remained deep. Han Sen took a glance and quickly decided to go inside and see what exactly is affecting these Xian'in. On Black Mountain, Enin still obediently stayed by the edge of the pit. His voice came from below. Tell Enin to come down. It's time for our adventure. Hearing this, it happily and quickly turned its head. Without hesitation, it jumped directly into the pit. Inside the stone cave, Enin was already sitting securely on Han Sen's armor. He walked further inside. Many silkworms were densely crawling on the ground in tree trunks. Han Sen turned his head and said to the little fox Enin, "Do you feel like it's getting colder and colder?" The little beast could only make a faint purring sound, as if confirming his words. Han Sen looked up at the towering bamboo. The bamboo here was also different from outside. Could it be that the things inside these bamboo were also getting bigger? After a few more steps, he suddenly stopped in front of Han Sen. Was an unusually massive tree trunk. He looked at it carefully. If there were Xian'in inside, who knows how big they would be? He tried using the Dongshan Chichan to observe it. Green light emanated, shooting towards the tree trunk. But surprisingly, it was completely useless. The Dongshan Chichan was actually unable to penetrate these bamboo stalks. Han Sen continued to delve deeper inside. It seems the secret is close at hand. After walking for a while, the surroundings seemed to be enveloped by a thin layer of cold air. Even with the armor he was wearing, he couldn't help but shiver. It's too cold. Suddenly a strange glowing tree appeared before his eyes. The flower was in full bloom, emitting a glow and a wondrous aura. Han Sen frowned slightly, looking at the narcissus. He was delighted after finding it. This seemed to be the place where the secret was hidden. In such a mysterious place, would there be a super god creature guarding it? But before he had even taken a few steps, Han Sen couldn't help but complain, "It's too cold, too cold." Only after getting closer did he see a figure sitting there. Upon discovering someone, Han Sen dared not be negligent. Han Sen immediately assumed a defensive posture. The person just sat there completely unmoving. It made him wonder, is this a human? There's actually someone in a place like this. Han Sen walked forward and greeted enthusiastically, "Friend, what's your name?" "Friend, I mean no harm. I just stumbled in here by accident. Can we talk?" He found that although this person still had an aura around them, there was no response whatsoever. Not a living person. But there's clearly a life aura. Han Sen straightened up, rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought. This battle suit is at least a popular style from 100 years ago. Could this person be from 100 years ago? He noticed the man's bag. Han Sen leaned in closer, intending to take something out what's in the bag. But for some reason, Enin suddenly bristled and let out an angry roar. Inside the ice pond cave, Han Sen also noticed Enin was showing ferocity and alertness. When it looked at the pool from beneath the water's surface, something caused water to shoot straight up. They rushed towards him like tentacles, but he quickly retreated. There really is something wrong with this place. Han Sen turned weapon in hand and started running. As the water columns attacked, he used Crimson Flame Burst and Dragon Thrust to fiercely block the attack. Han Sen fiercely blocked those bizarre 10 tackless with his weapon, but in the end he couldn't block them completely, resulting in one of them hitting his armor. "It's too cold, the cold chi has already entered my body." Enin bristled, shooting electricity in all directions. Amidst the pervasive smoke, the water columns continued to attack Han Sen. He shouted loudly, "Stop moving around." However, his spirit beast seemed to have lost control at this moment, continuously releasing huge currents of electricity. When a water column struck, he blocked it with his weapon, but was hit by 2 more water columns from below. Han Sen let out a roar as if to unleash himself. He still insisted on defending against all attacks and getting past them. Han Sen looked back and shouted, "Enin, come quickly." When his spirit beast jumped up, he quickly grabbed it and continued to run. Han Sen rushed out of the pervasive smoke and that dark power. He bent down to pick something up, then quickly turned around. "Let's go." Han Sen quickly picked up Enin and his weapon and ran off. After running a distance, he bent over exhausted. Fortunately, there was a soul beast of the demon grid beast here. Han Sen looked at the lake with narcissus flowers in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. What exactly were those terrifying water columns? Han Sen looked at the item he had taken from the person's bag and said firmly, "I hope this item can prove the man's identity." He opened the bag and it was full of cards. They were all very ancient crystal cards. It seemed they belonged to someone from 100 years ago. Han Sen quickly noticed something special. Blood Life Top Secret. He picked up the item and examined it carefully. It seems this organization has existed for a long time. Could it really be related to the Blood Life sect? Han Sen pulled out a card. It was an ID card exactly like the one his grandfather left behind. But then he pulled out another one. He was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Special Investigation Bureau. 7th Action Group. Investigator Huaishan Hansen looked back. He still saw the man sitting there quietly, motionless. Qin Xian once said that the Qin family had an elder in the Special Investigation Bureau's 7th Action Group. Could it be him? He clutched his weapon tightly and charged towards the man. He still had a strong life aura. This couldn't be fake. In other words, he wasn't dead yet. As Hansen got closer, those water columns erupted again, as if warning him. This was also the only chance. He swung twice, blocking all the tentacles' attacks, and approached the man. Hansen glanced down. Only he can tell me. What exactly happened to the 7th Action Group? Whenever a water column attacked, he would use his weapon to counter it. Hansen tried to concentrate on fighting them, but because there were too many, his waist was wrapped by them before he knew it. Hansen immediately called out to Inin. It quickly unleashed powerful currents at the water columns. His hands were tightly wrapped by the things. Unable to move, he couldn't continue fighting. He immediately ordered the summoning of the angel. A golden light flashed. The sword-wielding angel appeared. She cut off the water columns. Hansen regained his energy, gripping his weapon. He said to the angel, "Well done, kill it quickly." The angel flew over without hesitation. Several flashes of swordlight repelled the water columns. In the ice pond cave, the angel fiercely cut off the tentacles, chopping them into segments. Every sword strike was precise, but those tentacles had astonishing regenerative abilities. From the injured areas, they quickly regenerated new ones. Hansen watched them in surprise. Are those tentacles unseverable? Looking back at the pool, the creature had now fully emerged. It looked like a giant jellyfish. No, its regeneration speed is too fast. He raised his weapon. Only the fire attribute of Qian Baolong can restrain this jellyfish. Over here. The angel was still working hard to cut off every tentacle of the monster. Hansen spoke. It's a pity the Holy War Angel is only a pet. She cannot use Qian Baolong's burst attacks. He ran to one side of the jellyfish, preparing to attack it. I can only find an opportunity to do it myself. But no matter how many were cut off, the number of tentacles grew more and more, surrounding the angel. Hansen gritted his teeth. It can't be cut off at all. Does it truly have no weakness? Just as she was about to be surrounded, the angel raised her sword. Her whole body glowed golden, scattering some of the creature's tentacles. In a flash she swooped down, chopping the giant jellyfish in half. Hansen excitedly clenched his fist and praised. Well done, angel. However, the creature's regeneration showed no signs of stopping. It began to reassemble itself in an instant, returning to its complete original form. He widened his eyes in surprise. It's still not dead. Is it truly immortal? One by one, green tentacles plunged towards where Hansen stood, forcing him to quickly dodge. Hansen's gaze swept over. The clump of narcissus flowers still bloomed vibrantly, even though the battle was still raging. He frowned slightly. How strange. In this cramped space the battle is so chaotic. Why is the narcissus completely unaffected, watching every movement of that colossal creature? At this moment, Han Sen then realized that this jellyfish was protecting the narcissus. Know if these water threads are controlled by the jellyfish. Then when the jellyfish gets hurt, those water threads would definitely stop and fall into disarray. He eventually came to a very certain conclusion. It's this narcissus that's controlling the water threads. Han Sen, holding the scarlet flame Tyrannosaurus, charged forward. Right or wrong, he had to try. Otherwise, if the battle continued like this, he wouldn't be able to kill that jellyfish. Meanwhile, the angel was still attacking the tentacles with full force of the jellyfish. He leaped to a high point, pointing his weapon at the narcissus. As Han Sen made his move, a blazing fire ignited. Take this. His flames were like a death warrant issued to that cluster of beautiful narcissus flowers. They blocked Han Sen with ice. But he wouldn't give in easily. It won't be that easy to freeze me. Han Sen roared. Open up. The blade tip immediately pierced through the solid ice, causing them to shatter. The flames burned rapidly, burning down the first narcissus flower. The largest cluster of narcissus emitted a chilling aura, making him frown and exclaim in surprise. So cold. The narcissus was frozen into a sculpture. From the center of the flower, A winged girl gradually appeared like a fey spirit. His eyes filled with determination gazed at it. This must be its true form. Han Sen raised his weapon again, pointing directly at the spirit. He roared, as if concentrating all his power into this single strike. But when the blade tip was just a short distance from it, it extended its hand and gently blocked the strike. Not only that, Han Sen's weapon was also deflected, bouncing back. His hands were covered in blood. That's terrifying. I couldn't even withstand a single move. Then the little fey spirit left the Narcissus and flew up. Han Sen was slightly surprised. His judgment turned out to be correct. Indeed, this is truly the main body of the super god creature. A super god creature born from a plant. He switched to another weapon and shot arrows at the spirit. In the icy pool of the stone cave, 3 arrows were shot one after another. But none of them hit. The little spirit was circling and dancing in the air. Han Sen's eyes were fixed on it and he cursed, damn it. So fast. When the spirit retaliated, the angel quickly blocked in front of him and counterattacked. She flew to another spot, retreating to gather strength. In an instant, she seemed to be strolling in the air, fighting the spirit. Han Sen was surprised, exclaiming, it's actually evenly matched with the angel. Suddenly a streak of light flashed by like lightning, making him feel suspicious. Following the sound, he saw it was Een. Een was running towards the cluster of narcissus. Han Sen loudly called out Een's name. The little fox simply and gently picked up a narcissus petal in its mouth. He watched his mouth agape in shock, not understanding what Een's action meant. But when it jumped up, Han Sen just had to let it go. Never mind, he walked over to Huaizhen, preparing to take him away. He had to find a way to move him to the bamboo forest. Don't let the angel and the others harm him. Han Sen saw that the ice on the man's face was gradually melting and he couldn't help but be surprised. The ice is melting. Is it because the narcissus was destroyed? He quickly picked up the man and ran off, until he put him down. Han Sen reached out to poke his cheek, checking to find that it had regained its elasticity and was no longer cold, frozen according to medical requirements. He wondered if he could still survive. Huaizhen's eyelids trembled slightly. His life aura was gradually growing stronger. His eyes are moving. He intently observed his every move, thinking if this person really was Huaizhen, then his awakening might unravel the initial mystery. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Han Sen. He placed a hand on the old man's shoulder and asked, are you awake? Can you hear what I'm saying? Huaizhen didn't seem to understand what had happened yet, remaining silent. But he quickly reacted. He grabbed Han Sen's arm with both hands and said loudly, though his voice was broken, be careful, Jingji. With that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood onto Han Sen's face. Han Sen still hadn't processed it. What did you say? He hurriedly supported Huaizhen, trying to speak loudly. What's wrong with you? Don't die. Please don't die. But he fell backward, dying on the spot. Han Sen watched him in silence, saying nothing more. Finally he laid Huaizhen on the ground and examined his body. Breath, heartbeat, life aura completely gone. Han Sen reached for his pocket. His hand pointed to a pocket on his combat suit. Is he trying to tell me something? He pulled out an old item. There really was something. It was a piece of hide. Han Sen unfolded it. On it was written Shuemi Mingshan Jing. He was a little surprised. Shuemi Mingshan Jing. Isn't this the scripture that recorded the doctrines and myths of the Blood Life cult? After the Blood Life cult was branded a heresy, the Shuemi Mingshan Jing also became a forbidden book and was subsequently destroyed. Han Sen looked at Huaizhen lying on the ground. Why did he want me to see this? Be careful, Jingji. And why should I be careful of Jingji? After a brief thought, he discovered this was not a religious scripture at all, but clearly a cultivation method for chi techniques. Han Sen happily and carefully folded the hide. This chi technique was very mysterious. Even compared to the Bingji Yugugong, it was in no way inferior. At the edge of the ice pool, the battle was still raging fiercely. He raised his weapon and shot an arrow there, but the fairy still dodged like lightning to no avail. She moved swiftly, able to easily evade crossbow bolts. Han Sen used the power of the Dongxin Jing. Only this power had a chance to restrain the fairy. Perhaps a direct strike before it could stop him might injure it. Wherever the little fairy flew, the light could follow. He couldn't help but smile. This fairy had a circulating life aura. Killing it would allow him to absorb life gene essence, but it looked so cute. He really couldn't bear to. A little while later, a layer of ice had formed around his armor. He said, smiling happily, this ice power is too pure. He had already simulated its aura flow and as long as he predicted its movement trajectory, he could launch a surprise attack. Two spears lunged at the fairy simultaneously. It could only freeze one to block, while the other hit it before it could react, sending it crashing into a rock. Not far from there it worked. The little fairy gritted its teeth fiercely. Han Sen provoked it further. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll use my Chien Bolong. 2. In the stone cave and by the ice lake. Han Sen was still battling the monster at this moment. The praying mantis was taut like a bowstring with no signs of stopping. This is bad. Seeing the unstable situation he carried, the little fox running and thinking, the Longxiang Ji just now, even with all my strength couldn't injure it. Now I'm even less its match. However, misfortune often comes with blessings. He wasn't fighting alone. Fortunately, he still had the angel. She was the one who stepped out to block the attack and protect Han Sen, so he'd have time to escape. However, as soon as Han Sen turned around, he still saw that scorpion hot on his heels. It clung to him like a leech. By this point he had already reached the bamboo forest cave. But that guy was stuck to him like superglue. What terrible luck. However, on second thought, he felt the scorpion wasn't so bad. Instead of running away, compared to that little imp, this two-tailed scorpion might be much easier to deal with. However, just as he was about to make his move, he seemed to have slipped inadvertently, or something, but even so it wouldn't stop. Han Sen. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Let's see who's faster now. He began to concentrate all his strength onto his tiptoes, ready to burst forth, preparing to sprint forward like a god. At this moment Han Sen was practically like a star, constantly teleporting from one place to another. The scorpion's eyes were practically going blind watching him. After a very mysterious wild dance, he was as happy as if had won the lottery, finally getting rid of it. Shook it off. After that, Han Sen didn't hesitate and left immediately. Let those two talk it out amongst themselves. Let this two-tailed scorpion deal with that little imp. Maybe I'll buy him some time. However, old man didn't expect this, did you? This scorpion must have a special fondness for Han Sen, so it kept pestering him. Damn it. Han Sen was utterly fed up with this trouble, so he ran for his life. These two are truly bizarre. They won't leave me alone. Now when he arrived at a new location, the Beishan Mountains, wow. The scorpion was still following Han Sen, still chasing him. Little angel. At this moment AMC, even though she was in dire straits, she still landed on the ground. Like a ghostly shadow, the scorpion used its sharp pincers to sting Han Sen's lower body, making him scream in pain, like he'd been stung by a bee. Ah, my butt. After being kissed fiercely by it and feeling excruciating pain, he boldly thought the scorpion's tail was really hard. Even his super spurt armor was pierced. Regardless of Han Sen outside enduring countless trials and tribulations, Lily was still leisurely lying under an umbrella in the ancient city of Huangshi. In the ancient city of Huangshi, Han Sen wasn't there and she was very annoyed. She kept cursing. Bastard pervert. Scumbag, I curse you to be eaten by a xenobeast. But if he gets eaten by a xenobeast, then who will talk to me? Suddenly a faint figure in the distance caught Lily's attention. Someone's approaching, is that guy back? In the blink of an eye Han Sen rushed straight towards her, grabbed her, and ran off with her. At this moment Lily hadn't even had time to figure out what was happening before Han Sen dragged her away. She hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, so she kept cursing Han Sen. Bastard pervert scumbag. Let go of me. The next second Han Sen said something that made Lily speechless. Instantly she looked behind her. Do you really want me to let go? No, oh, for crying out loud. That dark purple scorpion had actually chased them all the way here. It was then that she gradually understood why Han Sen had been acting so strangely. Lily's expression changed faster than flipping a pancake and she urged, Big brother Han Sen, run faster. Otherwise we're both doomed. He had the legs of a marathon runner. So they quickly ducked into the city. As Han Sen ran, he looked back to observe the situation. Had Xiaolingling stopped? Only one two-tailed scorpion, much easier to deal with. However, before they could do anything, the lion had already pounced out and blocked the scorpion. Seeing that furry, four-legged creature appear, Lily quickly recognized it too. What happened to Xiaoguizi? Seeing that it was weak but liked to provoke others, so she immediately pleaded earnestly, save it quickly. Xiaoguizi was no match for that scorpion. Before it would run away as soon as it saw a scorpion. However, Xiao Yinin, at this moment it charged forward with a strong fighting spirit. Xiao Yinin. Then it put on a magnificent rescue. It unleashed lightning beautifully, electrifying the scorpion. Seizing this opportunity, the lion also pounced and bit the scorpion. Amazing! You bastards, I'll make both of you die. Unexpectedly, though they seemed incompatible, they cooperated flawlessly. The two of them teamed up to defeat it. Awesome, Xiao Yinin. The lion was determined not to let Lily be disappointed, and was fighting the scorpion with extreme intensity. Seeing that the time was right, Han Sen gave an order. Little angel, charge! Her sword, too fast, too dangerous, directly pierced into the scorpion's body, helping it directly reincarnate. Hunt successful. Hunted super god creature, twin-tailed scorpion. Beast soul not acquired. Life gene essence obtainable. Randomly acquired less than 10 points. Super gene points. In Huangshi ancient city. At this moment the scorpion had completely vanished. Gone to another world. However, at this moment there was another item that caught Han Sen's attention, which was that he found next to Xiao Yinin an extremely rare item. So he quickly shouted, "Little angel, snatch it!" What great luck, because she timely prevented this treasure from falling into Xiao Yinin's belly when it saw delicious food right before its eyes yet missed it. So it was very displeased, its face scrunched up in anger like a monkey eating a chili pepper. He gently walked over to Xiao Yinin and stroked it, explaining to it, "You already swallowed the narcissus flower just now. This one is mine." The lion, after fighting the scorpion to the point of almost losing its life, made Lily's heart ache. "Xiao Guozi, hang in there, I'll save you." Even if his heart was as hard as stone, Han Sen couldn't help but ask with concern, "How is it?" She was in tears at this moment, looking pitiful. "Xiao Guozi has been poisoned. The scorpion, please go back to the alliance and buy some antidote for me. I'll do anything you ask. Please." Seizing this opportunity, he also pondered in his heart, "Anything I ask, really." Lily confirmed without hesitation. Afterward, Han Sen took out paper and pen, scribbling something. It looked very mysterious. "Then sign this." She held the contract in her hand, feeling somewhat stiff. A deed of servitude. Although Lily needed Han Sen's help, but after reading this document she only wanted to strangle him. It stated that Xiao Guozi was to be controlled to obey Han Sen's commands. "You want to buy me too, even Xiao Guozi? Do you want to bully Xiao Guozi?" Seeing this, Lily said that yet he remained firm. "I have only one condition, whether you sign it or not is up to you." However, looking at the lion, her beloved on the verge of danger, she had no other choice. "I'll sign." After the agreement was reached, Han Sen gave Lily a bottle of medicine. "Here an antidote, take it and use it." Lily didn't dare to delay for even a second, so she immediately fed the medicine to the lion. It was then that he thought to himself, "This young lad's temperament. If he took her on the road, it would be hard to avoid trouble. Only this way could he make her obedient." Time flew by, and in a blink 2 days had passed. At this moment the lion was as strong as an ox, able to leap and bound with energy, playing with Lily. Meanwhile, Han Sen on the other side was still deeply engrossed. Purple light sphere. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted an incomplete god-class creature. There can't be a fake soul. Eating the meat might not even give 5 points. God-class gene. Reading this, he was a little surprised. Incomplete. But even if it's incomplete, it's fine. Better than coming up empty-handed. Getting a god-class gene is good after all. Better than nothing. He had just put it in his mouth before he could swallow. Lee seemed to smell something and poked her head in. Asked, "What are you secretly eating?" Han Sen immediately activated his cold CEO mode. "Little fruit seems to have recovered quite a bit. I think it's time to take you all out of here, but outside, there's still a danger lurking for them." For this reason he decided he must completely resolve this matter. He must find a way to eliminate that little imp, or get rid of her, at the Alliance base. At this moment Han Sen was dialing to seek Qin Xian's help. Alliance base dorm. After seeing her answer, he immediately cut to the chase. "Captain Qin, do you remember? You once said you had an elder who worked in the investigation department." "Special department, that's Qin Huaizhen, right?" "It's Qin Huaizhen." "Who told you?" "Hearing her personally confirm it, he then told her what had happened. "On my way to the Blue Star shelter, I met an old man. He said he was Qin Huaizhen's friend." Han Sen recalled everything he remembered and said, "He said Qin Huaizhen entered the Black Desert and never came out again. He might have died there." After hearing this, Qin Xian felt that this matter was utter nonsense. Shameless. That person definitely lied to you. Uncle was one of the first people to enter the shelter world. He passed away not long after. How could he have died in the shelter? And he's the guardian of the second shelter. After hearing this, Han Sen couldn't help but doubt. Good heavens! Humans had only recently discovered the shelters then. And didn't even know they were tiered. Even if they knew, there's no way they could have advanced to the second shelter in such a short time. At this moment he realized he had been played. He could only give a bitter smile. He felt a bit awkward and uneasy for a moment. I was tricked, I apologize. Where are you now? At this point things were getting more and more tangled. If that person wasn't Qin Huaizhen, then who exactly was he? And still perform Wei San's duties. At this moment he was freshly washed, fragrant all over and gleaming. He also pushed open the door and walked out. Han Sen held his phone. Inherit bloodline power. Impart some abilities for one's descendants to cultivate. This is even more powerful than gene editing. Current gene editing. Does it make your children win at the starting line? The more he read, the more he felt everything stated above was full of questions. To cultivate the bloodline like scripture, one needs the holy artifact of the bloodline cult. What is the holy artifact? Passed down through generations by the cult master. Outsiders are not permitted to see it. Even within the cult, only a few high-ranking individuals have the chance to see that holy artifact. Han Sen was in a very confused state at this moment. How can I find that holy artifact? In the room, the captain was chatting with Han Sen. At this moment, for some reason, she was brought here, making Han Sen wonder. Captain, how do you have the time to grace my humble dorm with your presence? She replied to Han Sen with a hint of embarrassment. My grandfather wants to meet you in the dorm corridor. Han Sen was somewhat surprised to hear Yenran say this. Why does her grandfather want to see you? Seeing how dense you are. She conveyed the message. After speaking, she left feeling a bit wronged without another word. Leaving. Han Sen was still bewildered, not understanding what happened, calling out Yenran. He quickly chased after her and asked what's wrong, Yenran. On the way he ran into Annie. She stood with her arms crossed, having witnessed everything. She reproached him. You really don't deserve Yenran. Why would she ever pursue a jerk like you? A grown man. Actually letting another family's daughter follow you. With an unclear relationship. You haven't even proposed yet. How do you expect her to explain this to her family? Annie felt annoyed and said bluntly. Are you still waiting for her to make the first move? It was only then that Han Sen suddenly realized. Realizing Yenran's grandfather wanted to see him to discuss the proposal. Yes, I always thought it was still early. And planned to do it after fulfilling my duties. But I didn't expect Yenran to be under such pressure at home. He quickly ran off, waving at her. Thank you for the reminder, I will never forget your great kindness. After this incident, it was already a few days later in the dorm Han Sen's room. It was unknown what he was planning. On the other side, Ran was reading in her room when she suddenly heard movement outside, which caught her attention. Han Sen, dressed like a professional server, pushed a dining cart and said to the person inside, Darling, it's me. Hearing his voice, she immediately ran to open the door. She covered her mouth in surprise. Han Sen, why are you here? This is. He lifted the cover on the table, revealing desserts of various shapes. Strangely shaped ones. He introduced. Darling, these are cakes I baked myself. Have a taste. Yenran saw the cakes and couldn't help but exclaim, wow. They're so cute. She picked up a red rabbit-shaped cake, holding it with both hands, absolutely loving it. I never knew you could make these. Yenran without hesitation excitedly took a bite, her face radiating happiness. Han Sen picked up the largest heart-shaped cake in the middle, his eyes full of love, and said to her, I can do many other things too. You'll find out later. He deliberately brought the cake closer to Yenran, inviting, Darling, have another bite. But she wasn't paying attention to that. Han Sen reached out and picked up another piece, exclaiming, this little turtle is so cute. Ran glanced at him while eating, shooing him away. What are you doing standing here? Didn't you say you were going to cook? Go make dinner. Han Sen seemed a bit uneasy, as if things hadn't gone as planned. So he reluctantly smiled and agreed. All right. I'm going now. Then he had no choice but to leave the room. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, through the crack in the door, like a pervert peeking at the girl, muttering to himself, urging, heart-shaped cake. Eat the heart-shaped cake. Yenran was completely unaware of Han Sen's intentions, continuing to sit at the table eating and reading. But she only ate the small animal-shaped ones. The heart-shaped cake was left for last. Outside, he seemed to be teased by her, frantically scratching his head. This is unreasonable. Those online guides are so unreliable. Han Sen's muttering caught Yenran's attention. Her gaze darted to the slightly ajar door. She immediately stood up, abruptly pulled open the door and demanded, What are you doing here? This sudden movement made him fall backward, tumbling inside. Han Sen anxiously picked up the heart-shaped cake again, inviting Yan Ran have another one however. She pushed his hand away refusing. No, I can't eat any more. It was unclear if he had tampered with the cake somehow. In any case, he kept insisting she try it, eat it just a little more. Yan Ran had no choice but to humor her boyfriend, agreeing alright. Just a little more then. But her eating here was in a different way. Yan Ran put her arm on Han Sen's shoulder. In a close intertwined manner. She hugged him, closed her eyes and gave him a kiss. This sudden move caught Han Sen off guard. He couldn't help but let out an ah. What happened next I'm sure everyone understands. So please allow me to skip it. A little later he disheveled, rushed straight out of bed and ran towards the heart-shaped cake. Yan Ran was pouting. He dawdled for a full 10 minutes but Yan Ran still refused to eat. So Han Sen directly picked up the cake with his hand and dug into it searching. Where's the ring? Where is the ring? So that's it. The reason he insisted on this particular cake was because he had hidden the ring inside it. If that's the case, wouldn't it have been simpler to just make a simpler cake from the start? Han Sen immediately knelt down and offered the ring to Yan Ran, which surprised her greatly. She covered her mouth with both hands. He gave a gentle smile, looking at her. He proposed, Yan Ran, will you marry me? Without waiting for her answer, he placed the ring directly on her finger. Yan Ran, the entire background also emitted a dazzling glow, blindly declared, I want to grow old with you. What happened after that no one knows. Only a few sounds were heard in the room. Yan Ran stomped out looking annoyed. But she was still wearing the ring on her hand. She yelled at Han Sen, go to hell. All things considered, I guess that still counts as a successful proposal, right? Scene switches to another location. They arrived at a place called Jijiaxing. After the proposal, next up was meeting her parents and family. They arrived at a place that looked quite peaceful. Lush vegetation, verdant mountains and forests. Perfect for retired elderly people to spend their golden years planting vegetables and raising flowers. Near a cliff a house was built. Yan Ran began to introduce. This is where my grandpa lives. It's his exclusive planet. Even members of the Ji family don't dare come here, visiting an elder's home. So of course they still needed to dress a bit more formally. Han Sen walked with her, observing their surroundings. He sighed inwardly. Unbelievably wealthy, but if not for such wealth, Ji Ruojian probably couldn't have been elected as the Yuan. As soon as they reached the entrance, someone came out to greet them. A steward raised a hand and said, Miss Yan Ran, the master wishes to see Mr. Han alone. She turned around and tidied him up a bit, making sure everything was in order, and instructed Han Sen. You must show grandpa some respect, okay? He replied, don't worry. Han Sen followed the steward inside. Walking on a long, flat and bright bridge, the house was surrounded by water, filled with a strong traditional atmosphere. He looked at the surrounding scenery and commented, Master Ji is indeed a refined person. Unlike my vulgar self. If I were to live here, I wouldn't be happy. Modern cities and high technology suit me better. Walking up to the house, the steward bowed respectfully. Master, Mr. Han has arrived. He also spoke politely. Han Sen greets you. Inside was an old man with white hair and beard. Ji Yanwu sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, and said, sit down. In the Ji family's pavilion, Han Sen sat opposite Yan Ran's grandfather. The two sat facing each other. He sat observing the man before him, thinking, this Master Ji is the first demigod powerhouse in the family. The Ji family owes its current standing all to him. Ji Yanwu was the first to speak. He just asked him a simple, direct question. Are you ready to marry Yan Ran? Although the old man's face was aged, bearing the marks of time, his eyes were still sharp, carrying the aura of someone who had endured life's hardships. Han Sen still needed to remain outwardly calm. Without changing his expression, he replied affirmatively. Yes, Grandpa, I must marry Yan Ran. I came here this time hoping you would agree. But in his heart he secretly mused, what a powerful presence. Yanwu received his answer and seemed quite satisfied. Stroking his beard, he said, all right, pick a date and invite your mother over to discuss the engagement with Ruojian. This was probably the quickest and most straightforward meeting Theparent's process. No small talk about background, nor any questions like, how can you make my granddaughter happy? Just because we are rich. She was called merely for a formality. And once he finished speaking, he saw them out and closed the door. This left Han Sen standing outside in a daze, asking himself, is it over? Is it over? It went too smoothly, didn't it? Inside, Yanren's grandfather and two parents suddenly appeared from somewhere. Yanren's father stepped forward to ask for an opinion. Father, what do you think of this young man? He remained motionless in his seat and replied, His character is firm and his talent can be nurtured. However, Yanrun's mother was still somewhat dissatisfied, saying his background was a bit poor. But Yenwu said a humble background. It doesn't matter, just have him join my G family. In the G family's main hall, many people had gathered inside. Aunts, uncles and cousins all came to meet them. From different branches of the family. The two sets of parents from both sides sat together to discuss. After chatting for a while, Yanrun's mother picked up her teacup and said to Han Sen's mother, "Madam Han makes a lot of sense. Let's decide on that then. There's one more thing. After Han Sen and Yanran are married, I hope they can live here with the G family. What do you think, however, as a mother? Who would want to be far from her child?" So she refused. "I'm sorry, Madam G, I only have one son. I hope he can stay by my side so I can be cared for in my old age." She still maintained a kind expression and offered her opinion. Besides, he still has the surname Han. Men should be independent and provide for their families. Don't you agree, Madam G? Some relatives from outside hastily interrupted, saying, "Madam Han, what era are we in that you still say such things? If our G family helps him establish his career, won't you also benefit from it? In the future, Han Sen will be the premier's son-in-law. If he misbehaves, won't the G family lose a lot of face?" Although the words were harsh, Sulan had already experienced countless, even harsher remarks from relatives. For her son's happiness, she still had to respond firmly. "I don't ask for much. I just hope he can stay by my side, inherit the family business and continue the Han family's lineage, that's enough." Just as she was speaking, a figure slowly descended the stairs and spoke up. "That's a woman's narrow view. Men should have great ambitions. You're destroying his future." Sulan still stuck to her decision and retorted, "What future can the G family give him?" The person who arrived was none other than Yanrun's grandfather. Yenwu clasped his hands behind his back and grandly announced, "The alliance will conquer the world." Han Sen's mother frowned and, of course, did not agree with his opinion and retorted, "If that's what the future holds, then it's better to stay home and raise children." Although Yanrun's grandfather's hair and beard were completely white, his movements were still quick and nimble. He immediately walked over to Yanran, causing Yanran to call out worriedly, "Grandpa." Yenwu was very displeased with her attitude and scoffed, "These spouses really don't know what's good for them. I'm kindly thinking of your son's future, yet you actually want him to stay home and raise children. What do you take men for?" A minute ago, he was still looking down on everyone from above. But as soon as he saw that person, Yanrun's grandfather panicked and stammered, You are Miss Lan." So Yenwu no longer cared about maintaining his noble image. And under the gaze of numerous younger family members, he completely knelt to the ground and cried out in extreme grief, "Do you still remember Ji Lao-san?" It seemed even Lan Su recognized the person before her. He stood up and asked who he was. Even the family's descendants, seeing his sudden movement, were all very surprised. Ji Yenwu immediately reintroduced himself. "I am Ji Yenwu. Old 3rd G 34 years ago. I met Miss once at the Shuetian Isa Pavilion. If not for the Haitang Saint heart mark on Miss' chest, Old 3rd G would have almost been disrespectful to young Miss. I hope young Miss will forgive me." Yen Yan's grandfather knelt on one knee, bowing repeatedly and extremely agitated. Lan Su quickly helped him up. He recognized the person in front of him. So it was third Uncle G. "If you hadn't said anything, I almost wouldn't have recognized you. I can't believe so many years have passed in a flash. Your hair has turned white and I become a middle-aged woman." Ji Yenwu then asked about his old friend Haitang. "Is he doing well?" Han Sen's mother seemed like just a frail woman, and nothing more. Yet she once had an extraordinary identity. Han Sen also didn't understand what was happening. He shrugged at Yin Yan, indicating that he didn't know either. He thought to himself, "Mom, if your family background is so powerful, why has my life been so difficult?" After the tearful reunion and lamenting were over, the family finally settled down and reseated themselves. They chatted while eating snacks and drinking tea. Yin Yan's father spoke. "Father, I wonder who this Senior Haitang is." Ji Yenwu explained. "Perhaps you don't know Senior Haitang, but if I mention, the one who single-handedly ventured into the 4 divine households, occupied the demigod region, a demigod who protected humanity, then you surely know him." At this point a valiant figure appeared in their minds. They all exclaimed in unison, "Slaughter God Daluo." He continued, "That is my grandfather. I never imagined my G family would have such good fortune to become in-laws with young Miss. Senior Haitang has given my G family a new lease on life. Anyone who dares to disrespect young Miss will be punished according to family law, with no mercy. Upon hearing this, the younger generations quickly changed their attitudes, doing a complete 360-degree turn, chirping and fawning over Han Sen's mother. He stood outside watching his mother, his heart filled with emotion. Is mother truly a descendant of slaughter god Daluo? After the meeting between the two families concluded, Han Sen and his mother received a thorough reception. They were sent home by flying vehicle. Han Sen complained, "Mom, you've kept me in the dark so cruelly." Lan Su replied boldly, "When did I ever hide anything from you? If you didn't ask, I naturally wouldn't have said anything." He seemed to have a doubt and asked, "If your maiden family is so powerful, why were we still bullied by second uncle and aunt to such a miserable extent?" Her expression creased slightly as she explained, "There are two reasons for that. First, your father and I eloped back then, and I was disowned by my family. Second, as for why they bullied us, it's because we owe them something." Han Sen caught the key point and retorted, "Owe them? What do you mean?" However, even Lan Su looked a little lost. "I'm not sure either. Your father was the one who told me that." She stopped talking about it. Han Sen turned to another topic. "Mom, your martial arts must be amazing, right? Why didn't you teach me?" She retorted, "Are you sure I haven't taught you? Are your decision-making abilities, action techniques, and judgment skills all innate?" After Han Sen's mother's powerful family background was revealed. Meanwhile, at the Luo family side, which is her maiden family, two people sat at a table conversing. Young Miss Luo left many years ago. I never expected her to also leave the family. A young master. Who is so outstanding. Should we just send the Feitian Sutra over like this? Will that kid even practice it? The man opposite took a sip of tea. He will definitely practice it. In his veins flows the blood of the Luo family. As long as he has the Luo family's genes, he will surely practice it. The woman operated the computer for a few moments, then sighed. "Miss Luo, how much effort has been put in just to get out of this whirlpool? Why bother them further?" At the Alliance base storms, Han Sen received a message from the Luo family. He excitedly shouted. He hugged the screen, where the words Feitian Jing appeared, feeling very surprised. Such a powerful super cultivation art. Could it have been sent to the wrong person? Han Sen quickly replied to the sender, "Hello. I think you've sent the wrong message. Other party, know it's meant for you. Hello, do you know who I am?" The other party replied. Han Sen, it seems they didn't send it to the wrong person. But he still had to ask again, "Who are you? Why would you send this super cultivation art to me?" Other party. "You deserve this. If there's anything you don't understand during cultivation, you can message me and ask." Han Sen fell into deep thought at this moment. No matter how he looked at it, this was a super cultivation art. Extremely powerful and very detailed in its explanation. It couldn't be fake. If he could successfully master this super cultivation art, perhaps it could help little angel defeat the little elf. This super cultivation art came in a really strange way. And the sender is being so mysterious. I can't easily cultivate this kind of cultivation art with unknown origins. Or maybe I should go to the sanctuary community and see if there are any suitable cultivation arts. This great thunder fist is very suitable for me. After choosing a suitable cultivation art, Han Sen came to the ancient city wasteland to cultivate with the battle angel. Yao Mei sat by watching with a look of disdain. What a scoundrel! He looked at the training ground radiating killing intent. His sharp gaze focused on his opponent. They fought intensely. Han Sen charged forward, his fist carrying immense power, flashing like lightning as he let out a roar. Yao Mei stood outside sighing. He's already so strong, why push himself so hard? The power from his fist descended like a bolt of lightning, blasting an area even though Yao Mei was sitting quite far away. She was still knocked to the ground by the aftershock. Feeling dizzy. Was that thunder or an earthquake? As the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed his figure still in the posture of throwing a punch. Han Sen looked at his fist excitedly, saying, "Thunder roar fist. I finally mastered it. If one punch can disrupt the little elf's aura, then it can create an opportunity for little angel." Yao Mei walked up to him, raising her hand like an elder, and instructed, "What kind of messy fist technique are you practicing? It doesn't look very impressive. Just a bit loud. It's only good for scaring people. How about I, this young lady, teach you a few real moves?" He ignored her words, waving her off. "No thanks. I probably don't have time to learn your real moves." After getting some distance from Yao Mei, Han Sen arrived at the dark desert again, patrolling with the battle angel. Suddenly the little elf charged out, attacking both of them with ice abilities. Both reacted quickly and in time. The battle angel immediately blocked the attack, while he ran to instruct little angel. Hold it off and make sure to lure it deeper into the desert. When I use my beast soul, Yao Mei absolutely cannot see it. After running for a while, Han Sen also found a suitable spot. This is it. His body immediately transformed. Beast Devil Grid Devil Rebel King armor. Han Sen immediately rushed to support, running back to where the battle was taking place. Seeing him approach, the little elf immediately seized the opportunity, casually using a few moves against the battle angel, then seized the moment and flew towards Han Sen. Coincidentally, this was exactly what he wanted. Perfect. The chance to unleash the great thunder roar fist has arrived. Han Sen, clad in full armor, leaped into the central area like a god of thunder. Using a skill he had just learned 3 minutes ago, he applied it directly in battle. He unleashed his thunderous strike directly at the opponent's entire body. Even though he was equipped with weapons and looked even more robust than his enemy, he cried ah with just a slight touch. He was struck by an ice layer. He was impaled straight into the ground and cried out in pain. However, the little goblin took a hit from Han Sen, and as expected was significantly affected. Its whole body trembled as if it had been electrocuted. Seeing this, Han Sen seized the opportunity and called out, "Little angel, now!" The sacred battle angel, following Han Sen's command, struck with her sword, hitting the little goblin hard on the back. It screamed loudly in pain. Not only that, she continued to raise her greatsword, entering a charging stance, aiming at the spot where the little goblin had fallen. Slash by command. She swung a greatsword which was 2 or 3 times larger than the goblin's body at it. However, it still had the strength to stand up, surprising Han Sen, who exclaimed, "What had blocked it?" Feeling the situation was unfavorable, Han Sen quickly retreated to the back, thinking, "My body is currently in a weakened state. I absolutely cannot let it catch me." On the battlefield, the little goblin not only didn't weaken, but still had enough energy to freeze the sacred battle angel's greatsword, making her temporarily unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, it charged straight towards Han Sen. Just as he feared, it happened. Han Sen could only curse, "Damn it! Why are you specifically targeting me?" The situation was critical. There was no other way but to fight back. He quickly channeled his internal energy throughout his body and spat out a ball of fire from his mouth. He also complained, "Little angel injured you. Why are you coming after me with such fury?" Soon as he had just turned around, the little goblin was already closing in at an extremely fast speed. Only one thought flashed through his mind: too late to dodge. In the black desert, the little goblin was unleashing its power, charging straight at Han Sen and delivering an earth-shattering punch. Even though he had raised his staff to block, the punch went directly through the staff and struck the center of his body. Everything in its path was frozen. Even with his demonic Ant King armor, Han Sen could not withstand this attack. His body was frozen by the blow and he felt pain. He coughed a few times, thinking, "This is truly terrifying. Even my armor was shattered." Han Sen quickly bounced back several meters, maintaining his distance from the goblin, then shouted, "Little angel!" The sacred battle angel appeared immediately, flying over to knock away the ice shards shot by the little goblin. She swung her sword at the goblin, making it fall directly to the ground. Han Sen, watching from outside, immediately praised, "Well done." The little goblin was exhausted from fatigue and the aftershock of the previous blow. It sat up covered in mud, gritting its teeth and wiping away the grime. Suddenly the angel vigilantly noticed the little goblin flying up at an extremely fast speed, soaring into the sky past her. Han Sen didn't see clearly. Despite his injuries, he still chased after it, yelling, "Little angel, what happened? Did you kill it?" Watching the goblin's fleeing figure, he burned with anger, unwillingly saying it got away. Han Sen was furious, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His expression became impatient. He growled softly, "Kill it, don't let it escape." Then he and the angel chased while shouting, "I'm definitely going to kill it today." A moment later, in the underground bamboo forest, the little goblin was moving at an extremely fast speed, charging forward. Han Sen and the angel also gave chase. Afterwards, standing in front of a cave, he looked down, scouting the lake, finding it somewhat strange. "Don't let it go back. We must catch up quickly." At this moment, the little goblin had already entered the cave, flying straight towards the lake surface. It immediately plunged rapidly into the deep dark lake water. Without hesitation, he seemed to already be very familiar with the procedures here. After the little angel and Han Sen entered, they saw a large hole in the center of the lake. He then said it went into the water. "Little angel, go check it out quickly." The little angel didn't hesitate either, but obediently dove straight into the deep lake while he stood above observing. After going underwater, the little angel caught up with the Goblin wildly swinging its sword and slashing at it, but it didn't hit. Noticing this, Han Sen also felt strange from above, thinking, "What's going on? The little angel's sword can't hit it." The goblin had also quickly burrowed into that underwater pearl. Seeing it curled up inside the pearl, Han Sen muttered to himself, "What is this, a pearl?" The little angel, without a moment's pause, slashed directly at the pearl. But no matter how it slashed, it remained completely unharmed. Seeing this, Han Sen shouted down, "Stop the little angel, don't slash anymore, bring it up." The goblin was now covered in wounds, trembling in fear, hiding inside the pearl. After the little angel brought the pearl up and gave it to Han Sen, he took it, even though he didn't dive into the lake water. When he touched the pearl, he felt the cold temperature and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so cold." Looking at the colorful pearl shell containing the little goblin, who was trembling in pain and covering its body, he whispered, "This might be a treasure bred by the little goblin." He placed it on the ground and then said, "Little angel, come here. Let's think of a way to open it." Han Sen and the little angel furiously took turns attacking the pearl directly with their weapons. But after attacking for a long time, the hard shell was still completely unharmed, leaving only a few insignificant tiny scratches. Han Sen was already exhausted, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. He said, "This shell is really hard. We've tried all sorts of methods, but we still can't open it. How on earth are we supposed to open it?" But seeing the goblin lying in the shell looking very tired, completely lifeless, and with a pale, miserable face, made him curious. It looked weaker and weaker. Han Sen picked it up and observed it carefully, thinking, "We can't open the shell. It should be happy about that. So why is it getting more and more scared instead?" Watching the goblin seemingly slowly dying inside the shell, weak and powerless all over, with its wounds growing larger and deeper. He then said, "Is there something inside?" He suddenly understood, exclaiming joyfully, "Ha ha ha, I get it." The little goblin wanted to use this treasure for refuge, but who knew the liquid inside, in the shell, was actually harming its wounds. Then he looked at it with an expression of mockery and provocation, tapping on the pearl's outer shell as he spoke, its wounds being corroded little by little, and finally dying with only bones left. "That wouldn't feel good. If I were you, I'd fight to the end. Dying in battle is better than being tortured to death." In there, his eyes filled with a competitive spirit, he glanced at it, "Covering your face, not looking at me. Not in a hurry, let's see how long you can last." Then he threw it to the little angel standing behind him. "Little angel, take it away." Not only that, he also carefully instructed, "Watch it closely. The moment it comes out, destroy it immediately." Afterwards, Han Sen looked up at the sky, a gentle smile on his face, and said, "It's time to get that lady out of this wretched place." Under the scorching sun in the black desert, Han Sen and Zhou Yume were riding two divine beasts, slowly moving forward. Yume now raised her hand, blocking the sun to see clearly ahead, and said to Han Sen, "Do you know the way?" Han Sen walked ahead, not looking back, merely answering briefly, "No." This made Zhou Yume a little angry, but couldn't say anything in response. Suddenly both of them and the divine beast noticed something, and looked up at the sky. Above them was a black flamed phoenix circling rapidly. As it flew past Han Sen, he immediately felt an enormous heat wave, so hot that he had to raise a hand to shield himself. "What kind of air is this? It's too hot." Wu Mei pointed ahead, in the direction the bird had flown, and said to Han Sen, "Isn't that the direction we're heading?" Feeling uneasy, she suggested, "Why don't we go in a different direction? What if we run into that phoenix again? That wouldn't be good." Han Sen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "We must cross the black desert, so we have to go in that direction. That big bird wasn't interested in us. It was probably just passing by." When night fell, they stopped in the middle of the desert and pitched a tent for the night. That night, while Han Sen was pitching the tent, Wu Mei looked displeased and asked angrily, "Why did you only pitch one tent? Where am I supposed to sleep?" He didn't answer immediately after pitching the tent. He just crawled inside the tent, saying, "Either we sleep together or you sleep outside." Hearing this, Wu Mei was furious, but could only helplessly scold him, "You have no manners at all." Eventually that night inside the tent, the two of them still ended up sleeping together. Wu Mei, still awake, glanced at Han Sen and said, "In morning you don't get any funny ideas." He lay reading a book, seemingly unconcerned, and replied in a perfunctory yet suggestive tone, "Don't worry, I liked a little maternal love when I was a child." Hearing this, she shot up, and though she didn't quite understand, she yelled at him, "What do you mean by that?" Han Sen immediately replied, but with a hint of nonchalance, praising her for being young and beautiful but just a little small. Wu Mei's face was filled with anger. She glared at him, gritting her teeth, and said, "It seems you do have good taste. But no matter how young and beautiful I am, at this point," she suddenly roared angrily, "damn it, you're the one who's small." Although Han Sen was tired of tolerating a chattering, noisy girl behind him, he continued to read his book silently. However, he suddenly sat up, took off his outer garment, revealing his strong six-pack abs. Gulp gulp, drool streamed down. Seeing this, Wu Mei immediately blushed and cried out, "Are you going to?" What he confidently showed off his physique, then turned to her and said, "Actually, it's not that big. But it's probably still bigger than yours." Although Wu Mei usually had a fiery temper, she now wore a drooling expression. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at his hot physique. Seeing her like this, Han Sen pressed her head to the ground and said, "Wipe your drool and go to sleep properly. Don't bother me." Does anyone else think Han Sen is too much of a tease? Everyone showing off but not letting anyone touch. How evil. If it were me, I'd have pounced and devoured him already. Looking at the ring on his hand, she muttered unhappily, "Why are all the delicious fruits already taken by others?" "Ahaha, because you weren't fast enough." Hearing those whispers, Han Sen immediately turned and asked, "What did you say?" Caught off guard by his question, she felt extremely flustered and at a loss. "Nothing." Suddenly he reached over and covered Wu Mei's mouth, which surprised her somewhat. Blushing, she thought to herself, "What is he trying to do? What should I do? He's already engaged, I should refuse. But in any case, I'm no match for him. Resistance would be useless. I'm just a weak woman. How could I possibly resist his strength?" After a while, seeing no further movement from him, she cautiously opened her eyes. No movement. She saw Han Sen lifting the tent flap, observing something and motioning for her to be quiet. Although she was surprised and wanted to ask, but after seeing his gesture, she remained silent for a moment. Meanwhile, outside the tent, all around them were sand, the cold night wind of the desert, and snow. Han Sen watched cautiously. He thought this wasn't an alien creature but a plant. But he hadn't seen any such plants during the day. Yu Mei, unaware, peeked out and saw the scene. Her eyes lit up. She excitedly blurted out, letting out a shout. Han Sen quickly pulled her into the tent, covering her mouth. Under Yu Mei's angry and confused gaze, he looked at the two trembling beasts beside him. They were terrified, scared of what? He said. Two god-grade creatures are actually this scared. What kind of terrifying monster is outside? Not far from here, there was a glowing beast in this remote desert. It was a huge white rhinoceros, and in this cold desert, it brought with it a powerful sense of oppression. The atmosphere outside, in the black desert already desolate, became even more terrifying because of the appearance of a huge white rhinoceros. Every step it took on the ground caused a significant tremor. It slowly walked past the tent. Its footsteps and the light from its head gradually vanished into the dark night sky. Zhou Yumei sat in the tent, patting her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Several times just now I thought we might be trampled to death by that huge white rhinoceros. Han Sen ignored her words, lost in thought. First the black flame phoenix during the day, and now this white rhinoceros. Both are heading in the same direction. I'm afraid something truly terrifying is about to happen. The next morning, Zhou Yumei sat in the desolate black desert, constantly slapping her face and neck. Han Sen, puzzled, asked, "Why are you hitting your face for no reason?" She was a little impatient, waved her hand in front of her, and simply replied, "Mosquitoes." He closed his eyes, reached out, and with a slap hit his target dead on. Under her astonished gaze, the notification screen suddenly lit up. Hunt successful, hunted a mutated creature. Bloodthirsty trash mosquito failed to obtain a mutated soul pet. Eating its meat can randomly grant mutated genes. 10 points deducted. Han Sen was surprised after hearing this. Looking at his hand, I can't believe such a small mosquito is also a mutated creature. The number of mosquitoes was increasing rapidly. Zhou Yumei, no matter how much she swatted, couldn't avoid being bitten. She kept exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch." In just a blink of an eye, the annoying swarms of mosquitoes were all wiped out by him alone. Han Sen clapped his hands. No matter how many there are, I'll swat them all dead. I must protect Miss Zhou's safety. However, her body suddenly trembled. She couldn't stand steadily and plopped down on the ground, pointing in one direction. Mosquitoes! I only saw a swarm of mosquitoes. So many that they formed a dark black mass, rushing towards them. Han Sen immediately grabbed Zhou Yumei's hand. "Run! What are you still gaping at? Run!" She yelled. "Didn't you say you'd protect me?" He shouted back without looking. "I did say that, but there are too many." The two of them, along with Xiao Yining and Xiao Guozi, were thus in the endless desert. chased by a terrifying swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Xiao Yinin suddenly cried out, emitting a flash of electric light. It seemed it had also been bitten. The mosquitoes also began to catch up, burrowing into Xiao Guozi's thick fur. Han Sen was drenched in sweat and started to feel uneasy. These bloodthirsty trash mosquitoes can actually suck the blood of super god-grade creatures. Isn't Xiao Yinin in danger too? He stretched out his hand, summoning the little angel. Little angel, clear the way, let's break through. Even though little angel was already clearing a path ahead, eliminating the mosquito swarm, but their numbers are increasing daily. Han Sen couldn't help but curse. Damn it, more and more. Seeing Zhou Yume scratch and complain about how itchy it was, he stopped her loudly. Stop scratching, baby. Ah. Our little fox in the back was also getting bitten more and more. Han Sen spoke irritably. Little Yining can't hold on much longer either. Han Sen ran while racking his brain, thinking, what should we do if this continues? Zhou Yume will definitely die here. Suddenly, the surrounding smoke and dust inexplicably spread out. A wisp of green smoke from that bottle in the little angel's hand continuously emerged. Inside there was a little sprite. Its tiny body was controlling the release of cold air outwards to eliminate that swarm of mosquitoes. Han Sen was stunned, a little surprised. So it was waiting for the mosquitoes to be completely eliminated. He gently helped Zhou Yume sit down and rest. In his heart he was still thinking about the little sprite. He didn't expect the little sprite to be so intelligent. It even knew to help us at a crucial moment. Is it trying to sacrifice its life for a chance at survival? Lean on this golden-furred hoe and rest for a bit. I'll put some medicine on you. She trembled, begging for help to save the little sprite. It's truly pitiful. Let it go, it saved us. Han Sen replied coldly. You need to understand. It saved you, not us. He stared intently at the pearl shell in the little angel's hand, thinking to himself. He finally managed to catch a second-generation super god creature. He was about to extract its gene life essence. Maybe he could even get a soul beast. Should he just let it go like this? He asked softly. If I let you go, will you take revenge on me? Seeing it shake its head, Han Sen finally let out a sigh of relief. Alright then, come out. Let's just drop what happened before. But if there's a next time, I will absolutely not spare you. His mind was still struggling. His thoughts wouldn't allow it. He couldn't be deceived by its appearance. This is just a vengeful little devil. It absolutely cannot be allowed to live. He must kill it. Yet he softly said, will you listen to me from now on? Little sprite. The tiny creature unhesitatingly clasped his finger. Han Sen was instantly swayed, grabbing it and threatening. In that case, I'll trust you this once. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise I will absolutely not spare you. Meanwhile, in the Angel headquarters office, Zhao Lian was reporting the situation with his head bowed. Han Sen's mother is Luo Haitang's only granddaughter, Luo Lan now. The Ji family has already gained Luo Haitang's support. According to the news relayed by Elder Ji, the Ji family's demigod has already gone to the Shinsha Guild. Zhao Qi angrily slammed the table. The Ji family is truly lucky, but as for us? The Zhao family supported Ji Rushen's ascent to power. Now the Ji family has connected with Luo Haitang again. They want to get rid of us. He gestured dismissively, while showing a disdainful expression. Those old geezers. It'll make them realize. All those old things must be eliminated. Science is the only thing that can drive human evolution. Accelerate the angel gene phase for experiment. It will soon be of great use. Zhao Lian said cautiously. Angel gene. Phase 4 requires a large amount of Azura royal blood. But they want our star bronze pills. Zhao Qi said flatly, give it to them. Angel gene is our foundation. What's the big deal about one star bronze pill? Yes. Half a month later, amidst the scorching heat of the Black Desert, two figures were still diligently riding their spirit beasts, traveling through the harsh weather. A patch of forest seemingly out of nowhere appeared in the desert. This made Han Sen feel a sense of doubt. How can there be a forest here? They went deep into the coconut grove. They stopped to rest by a clear lake. Zhou Yume put her hand into the water and asked, is this water drinkable? Han Sen brought it to his mouth and immediately spat it out, because the salty and astringent taste on his tongue was seawater. She still tried to take a sip. Then she couldn't stand it and spat it out. That's disgusting, he frowned, noticing a stout white coconut tree growing in the center of the pond. This coconut tree looked so strange. Just then, the giant white rhino suddenly emerged from the water. The one they had encountered that night. Zhou Yume screamed in fright and quickly backed away. Han Sen watched it calmly as it slowly walked towards the coconut tree. Isn't that the white rhino? we encountered that night. The rhino didn't do anything strange. It just opened its mouth and ate the black coconuts that had fallen at the base of the tree. The fragrance of the coconuts spread wafting to the shore, making Han Sen exclaim in admiration. It smells so good. The little imp was so tempted that it broke free from his hand and quickly dashed towards the coconut tree. Han Sen was startled and yelled hey, but it was already too late. He saw it dive headfirst into a coconut, but the coconut remained completely unharmed. He asked in surprise. It didn't react. Immediately after, Xiao Yinin and Xiao Guozi also happily rushed over. Han Sen could only stand there helplessly and curse. What a bunch of gluttons. They rushed to the other side of the lake, scrambling to pick the big round coconuts. He stood alone, quietly observing. Adult spirit beasts could tear them open, but even super god-grade offspring couldn't bite through them. These coconuts were indeed extraordinary. The rhino suddenly charged over and snatched the coconut Xiao Guozi was about to take. With the coconut in its mouth, it hopped over to Xiao Guozi with thumping steps, surprising everyone. What's it trying to do? Xiao Guozi run. However, unexpectedly, the rhino merely cracked the coconut open and placed it in front of Xiao Guozi. Then left Han Sen and Zhou Yumei were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Wait, it's helping Xiao Guozi open the coconut, he exclaimed in surprise. That's incredible. Are there really such gentle creatures in the other world? Seeing Xiao Guozi happily eating the coconut, the rhino walked towards Xiao Yinin. It seemed to want to continue helping it. Han Sen suddenly put on a serious face and quickly rushed to the other side, startling Zhou Yumei. Where are you going? He said unwillingly as he ran. No way. I can't let these gluttons take all the shares. Arriving at the edge of the lake island, Han Sen disregarded his dignity and dove headfirst into Xiao Guozi's coconut, letting it push him away with one foot. Zhou Yumei chased after him. At first she still tried to maintain some sense of propriety, but when she saw him eating with gusto, her expression immediately changed. How can you fight with these animals for food? That's so embarrassing. Leave some for me. She grabbed his hair, determined to fight for the food. A while later, full and satisfied, Han Sen rested his arm leaning against the top of the coconut tree, holding his round belly, and let out a comfortable sigh. He puffed out his chest, enjoying the cool air blowing from below, feeling incredibly refreshed. It feels great in this damn weather. It's like a cool spring. The spirit beasts with full bellies happily climbed and played mischievously on the giant sleeping rhino. Zhou Yumei watched it with sparkling eyes. This rhino is so cute. Han Sen also nodded in agreement. Such a powerful yet gentle creature is truly rare. He placed his hand on his forehead and used the abilities of the Dongxian Sutra. A small light appeared on his forehead, slowly flying forward. A clear blue halo like lake water coolly emerged on the rhino's head. Its aura was as powerful as the ocean. What level of sacred creature is this exactly? A moment later, the awakened rhino carrying its massive body walked away. Han Sen followed closely behind it without hesitation. Hours later, the sky had already darkened. On the rhino's horn, it began to emit a multicolored glow. It looked just like a rainbow. Zhou Yumei exclaimed excitedly, "It's so beautiful." Han Sen sat on the back of the large lion, not saying a word, silently observing. The strong sacred aura emanating from this white rhino's body seemed to create those strange, glowing dandelions blooming in the desert. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Looking at its direction, it truly aligns with our own. Encountering a sacred creature so powerful and docile, why not hitch a ride? No sooner said than done. The two climbed onto its back. Until dawn, the rhino was moving normally, when it suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why did it suddenly stop? What appeared before Han Sen and Zhou Yumei's eyes at that moment was an unknown tree. Its entire body was pitch black and covered in thorns, so tall that standing beneath it, you couldn't see its top. She looked up, a hint of confusion on her face. What is this? An unknown cry came from somewhere. Han Sen jumped in surprise, anxiously looking around. What kind of bird call is that? At the top of the tree, a bird pitch black all over was swaying unsteadily. Han Sen observed carefully. He began to have a bad feeling in his heart. This aura is terrifying. In the sky above the black desert, a giant black flame looked quite fierce, was circling in the air. Han Sen and Yumei hid behind the massive white rhino and behind a giant old cactus. He observed the movements of the black flame. It seems to be very afraid of this white rhino, so it doesn't dare to attack. It only dares to intimidate us. She didn't respond to his words. Yumei suddenly smelled a strange fragrance nearby. As she perceived it, she asked him, "Do you smell anything? It smells so good." Hearing her suddenly mention it, he only then noticed there truly was a fragrance. So fragrant, the scent is so pure. Could this cactus be like that peach tree as well? A peculiar species from the shelter. After the black flame flew away, the two then emerged from where they had been hiding. The sky was covered in dark clouds, signaling that a heavy rain was imminent. "It's cloudy. Is it going to rain?" You may observe the phenomenon of the dark clouds. She sharply noticed that the cloud layer looked strange. Is there something scary? The black flame that had flown away earlier had now returned, but it still didn't dare to approach the two of them. Seeing this, Han Sen speculated, "It seems everyone is afraid of this white rhino. How convenient. It lets us absorb the fragrance here and improve our qigong technique. When the fruit is almost ripe, it'll take her away. That way we can focus on competing for the fruit." A few days later, under the scorching sun of the barren desert, he stood before her and to Little White, Orange and Little Silver he instructed, "Wait here." Seeing that he was about to leave, she immediately had a question. "The fruit on that cactus must be something good. Aren't we going to take it?" Han Sen heard the question and replied helplessly, "Even if the white rhino doesn't trample people, that giant bird would burn you to ashes." Just as he turned to leave, she spoke up again and asked, "Are you planning to go back?" He looked up, turned back and replied, "I'm just going to take a look. I'm not sure if I can survive against those few abnormal creatures." Before long, he walked a good distance away from the cactus. But from there, he could still observe the situation around the cactus. Looking at the top of the cactus, he couldn't help but think the fruit was almost ripe. If I ate something so good, I might fully unlock the first gene lock and reach the realm of externalizing power. Why is this fruit so ugly? It doesn't glow with vibrant colors, like a celestial peach at all. Night fell. As he lay down to rest, a mysterious purple light suddenly emanated from the direction of the cactus. Han Sen half opened his eyes and let out a questioning. The entire old cactus was enveloped in an enchanting purple glow. It seemed Black Flame and Shinyo Bai were both waiting for this moment. They quickly ran towards the cactus, vying for the fruit at the top. Han Sen, observing from a distance, felt a secret thrill. Fight, the more they fight the better for me to take advantage. Shinyo Bai and Black Flame were evenly matched in speed, but Black Flame, somewhat afraid of Shinyo Bai, missed its opportunity. Shinyo Bai snatched all the cactus fruits in one bite. Han Sen continued to observe excitedly from afar. "Don't back down. What are you doing?" It swallowed the fruit. "Why aren't you charging in?" After biting off the fruits from the cactus, the rhinoceros suddenly lost its footing, then fell directly from a height to the ground. A loud thud echoed, and dust and smoke billowed out as its massive body hit the ground. Han Sen, observing from afar, said in confusion, "How did it fall? Could it be that it over-replenished? And its body couldn't withstand the powerful medicinal effect, causing it to collapse." Shinyo Bai lay motionless on the ground, its body emitting a dazzling light. Black Flame was still unwilling to leave circling around it. After the fall just now, the rhinoceros body looked very miserable. Seeing Black Flame still circling there, Han Sen became very anxious, gritting his teeth and thinking, these two guys refused to leave. Could they be so desperate to eat its flesh? Why haven't those two creatures made a move yet? In the night sky, beams of light from unknown sources illuminated the figures of Black Flame and a wolf, clearly visible. They seemed to be patiently waiting for something. A few seconds later, a large army of monsters suddenly surged from a distance. They flew in swarms, their numbers astonishing. Seeing this situation, Han Sen couldn't help but anxiously think, damn it. The light emitted by the army illuminated the entire dark space. He quickly put on his battle armor and summoned his little angel. Then he said, "Little angel, protect me, right? Don't you care about us?" A fierce bombardment unfolded over the black desert. Black Flame and the wolf, for some reason, engaged in a fierce battle with the newly arrived monster army. These two creatures aren't going to fight for Shinyo Bai's flesh themselves. So why are they stopping these strange creatures? Above the rhinoceros' head, a dazzling light suddenly radiated, attracting everyone's attention. Han Sen said in a daze, "What is that light?" After that, the rhinoceros' entire body suddenly inexplicably burst into flames. The flames burned brighter and brighter, and then a strange phenomenon occurred with the rhinoceros body. It was gradually shrinking, making him exclaim in surprise, "It's shrinking!" Immediately after, before his astonished gaze, Shinyo Bai's body transformed into a completely different state from before. Immense power radiated around it, accompanied by a hard carapace. It looked as if it had just emerged from a cocoon, transforming into a more perfect version. Oh my god, it's regenerating. This dandelion entered the body, as if flushing out all impurities from within, bringing a cool and comfortable sensation. Something shot from the ground to the sky. Boom. A loud bang echoed, carrying immense destructive power. Han Sen struggled to resist the impact of the explosion. Oh my god, what is that door? The pressure is too terrifying, I can't even stand. He lay weakly on the ground, motionless. Besides the terrible pressure, there's also an extremely powerful life force. What in the world is that place? He looked up in that direction again. He observed with wide eyes. Then he suddenly saw something. People, there are people inside. As the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, a spatial gate appeared in the sky. Parts of mysterious footprints began to appear. Soon the door was also opened. Dark shadows from within the door also gradually revealed themselves completely. Han Sen trembled, supporting himself to sit up. It's out. He cast his gaze towards the white rhinoceros, then opened his mouth and asked, "Are you willing to follow me on the path of evolution?" No, as he spoke he suddenly stopped, because he felt a gaze boldly staring at him. He let out a cold from his throat, then turned his gaze towards the audacious person noticed by him. Han Sen secretly gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'm doomed." Those super creatures all lowered their heads, not daring to look. Why did I have to invite trouble by looking at it? His sword pointed directly at him, shooting out terrifying black lightning. Feeling the danger, he frantically raised his head. Then a beam of light directly hit his glabella. "It's over, what's going on? I can't move at all, I'm fine. I'm still alive," he kept asking himself. He looked at him coldly, then said, "You are mine now." Then he turned and went back inside the door, mysteriously leaving with the rhinoceros. The door disappeared, leaving a mess on the ground. A large crater appeared, caused by the previous explosion, accompanied by the rhinoceros' flesh and remains, left behind after it shed its cocoon. Finding himself still intact, Han Sen couldn't help but feel panicked. He fumbled at his head. He said with an incredulous expression, "I'm fine, my head is still here, I'm really not dead." He ordered the angel he had just summoned. "Charge, little angel. Little imp again is a prophet. Charge, charge, everyone charge." The little angel swept away every creature in front of it, successfully paving the way for him. He ran to the pile of flesh and blood left by the rhinoceros, quickly bent down and greedily sucked it up. Ha ha ha, the sacred rhino's blood. But when the aftertaste filled his entire mouth, he suddenly spat it out. The burning sensation on his tongue and in his stomach made him exclaim, "So hot, so hot. Drinking this blood is like drinking sulfuric acid. It almost burned through my insides." Those monsters tirelessly gnawed at the rhinoceros corpse. Seeing this, Han Sen felt very confused. What's going on? Can only otherworldly creatures eat this meat? From that pile of chaos, he saw something emitting a faint glow. Something round and hard, what is that? He fumbled it out of the sticky mess. A heavy blue gem, shimmering with beautiful light. That's the sacred rhino's tear. Having obtained this precious item, he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "What a treasure! This tear must be a treasure." After absorbing so much of the sacred rhino's flesh and blood, this gourd was entirely red, looking as if it had eaten its fill. What will this gourd eventually turn into? The bell too. After absorbing the sacred rhino's flesh and blood, many blood-colored patterns had already congealed on its surface. What do these patterns mean? The next morning, while Wu Mei and the two little monsters were still drowsily asleep, footsteps suddenly approached, growing louder. The little fox heard the commotion first. It woke up with a start, staring blankly at the person walking over. Han Sen excitedly ran over to them. He called out to Little Silver. He wanted to run over and hug it, but the little fox seemed to smell something. It jumped up and snatched the large bag he was carrying on his shoulder. Han Sen stared at it in a daze. Wu Mei and Xiao Guo were also awakened by their commotion shortly after. Everyone uniformly turned their gaze towards the bag he had brought back. Han Sen opened the bag and took out its contents. The white rhino was already dead. "I snatched this flesh and blood back." Wu Mei looked at him with adoring eyes. She fawned, "Big brother, can you share some flesh and blood with me? I want to eat some too." Hearing this, he didn't refuse but instead took out a piece of paper. On it were written two large characters, "IOU. You can eat meat. Just sign this first and you can eat as much as you want." Wu Mei unhappily took the paper. She sighed helplessly, mutters to herself, "What a stingy guy, afraid head here." After signing the paper, Han Sen was very generous. He handed her a large piece of meat. Wu Mei drooled staring at it. What a bargain, what a bargain. To get meat just by paying a little. This is truly a steal. But when she took her first bite, she immediately spat it out. The taste was simply indescribable. What kind of meat is this? Why is it so awful? Are you trying to trick me? Her reaction did not exceed his expectations. Calmly and indifferently he pointed to Xiaoguo, who was enjoying it with gusto. Then he spoke. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoguozi. If it wasn't white rhino meat, would it be so greedy for it? Hearing his words, she was furious. Xiaoguozi bite him. Xiaoguo was munching on the meat with relish. Hearing her call, it turned its head. But it didn't obey her command. Instead, it walked over and licked Han Sen's face. He picked it up and teased. It's better to choose a good place to live, isn't it? Wu Mei's face turned red with anger at this sight. Ah, traitor Xiaoguozi. You are truly a traitor. I'm a girl, I don't fight with boys. Especially older ones. And one who puts a dot of powder on their forehead like you, I can't stand it. Wu Mei couldn't care less about being angry with you. He touched his forehead and replied gloomily, how boring. Who cares about putting powder on their forehead? Han Sen took out a mirror and looked at his face. The bright red lipstick mark in the middle of his forehead shocked him. He clutched his head helplessly and shouted. What the hell is this? He wiped it with his hands, sweating profusely in a panic. His face turned crimson, about to explode with anger, roaring madly. Why won't it come off? Wu Mei stood behind him, grinning broadly and mockingly gloated. A dignified man actually has a red dot on his forehead. Han Sen suddenly remembered that sentence. You are already mine, he mused and guessed. That person's wings weren't a soul beast, but human-shaped wings. If I'm not mistaken, that should be an alien god from the third god sanctuary. And the sacred rhino has also reached the third god sanctuary. Han Sen clutched his head deep and thought. But why did he have to leave a mark on me? The third god's sanctuary of the god realm. What kind of place is it? He returned to his tent to rest, holding the Dongxian Sutra with a worried expression. It seems the Dongxian Sutra also can't absorb it. Just then he suddenly had an epiphany, and came up with an idea. What if I use the circulating spirit energy of the sacred rhino? What would happen then? As soon as Han Sen started, he saw a reaction. Blue light suddenly burst from his back. Out of control. Watching the Dongxian Sutra operate with surging power. Seeing the spiritual energy in his hand, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's working. His body changed so fast it was too dangerous. It made Han Sen unable to believe his eyes. Questioning his life, was this still him? Relax his whole body. Comfortably enjoying the spiritual energy permeating his body. A satisfied smile played on his lips. His body felt as if it had been reborn, achieving a new life. This truly is a rare treasure. Suddenly an even more powerful surge of spiritual energy struck, rushing directly into Han Sen's back. He wasn't prepared for it. Not understanding what was happening. Puzzled. As it gradually entered his body. Only then did he feel surprise and joy. Grinning from ear to ear. The first gene lock of the Dongxian Sutra had already opened. This was truly an unexpected gain. Even if he had eaten that fruit, he might not have achieved this result. Half a month later, after a long journey across the Black Desert, they finally saw the sanctuary. Seeing signs of life in this godforsaken place, Yu Mei's eyes lit up like car headlights. She happily shouted, Sanctuary, there are people here. Finally there are people. I've finally escaped the Black Desert too. In a certain night sanctuary. Yu Mei, as if emboldened, became audacious. Neener Han Sen, you scoundrel. You can't threaten me anymore. He ignored her little antics. He held a stack of papers, shook them, his tone half joking, half serious. When you go out, remember to bring the money back. All your IOUs are right here. Don't even think about welshing on them. Han Sen didn't say much more. He turned around, picked up his luggage and set off. I should return to the Alliance too. To investigate information about the God's Sanctuary third shelter. At the Alliance base, Yen Ran brought a pile of gifts and personally handed them to Han Sen. These were all sent by the counselors. They said it was to thank Mr. Han Sen for helping the Ji family rescue Yu Mei from the Great Desert. As he continuously accepted the gifts, he couldn't help but mock. Isn't this just to help the Ji family save face? Han Sen suddenly gripped her hand seriously. Getting straight to the point. Yen Ran, I have a few questions I want to ask you about the God's Sanctuary third shelter. I've already searched online, but there's no accurate information. What exactly is it like in there? She didn't hide anything, and selflessly revealed someone knows more about this than I do. Yen Ran wholeheartedly brought Han Sen to the Black Desert. They met Annie, who had detailed information about the third shelter. She eagerly urged Annie. Quickly tell Han Sen about the situation in the third shelter. At Yen Ran's urging, she reluctantly explained. The true masters of the third shelter are the spirits. It's a battlefield where spirits contend for supremacy. Humans are merely at the bottom rung of existence in the third shelter. Han Sen, puzzled, immediately asked. Could it be? Don't humans have approximately 1 million super creatures? Why are they in such a dire state? Annie patiently continued. The 1 million super creatures have already been dispersed. There might not even be one human in 10 shelters. When humans enter the Holy Realm world, they are all teleported to different shelters. Everyone knows without being told where most humans are sent. Only then did he suddenly realize. His thoughts connected and he kept muttering to himself. Spirit shelters. This is practically going to their deaths. For humanity to survive with 1 million super creatures is indeed an extraordinary feat. Thinking of this, Annie immediately became furious. She corrected, gritting her teeth. More accurately, that is humanity's shame. For humans to survive in the third shelter, there are only 3 possibilities. First, being teleported to the lowest level spirit shelters, where there are only ordinary creatures and spirits. If they are lucky enough to escape, they can survive. Second, being teleported to a human shelter. But human shelters are extremely rare. The chances of getting there are practically no different from winning the lottery. Han Sen was stunned. The God Sanctuary also has a third possibility. Her face was stern and her voice was a little hesitant. A third possibility for survival. This situation wasn't much better. Those unable to resist could only bow their heads and sign a contract with the spirits, accepting their rule. However, not everyone has the ability and aptitude to be chosen by the spirits. Usually they only become slaves. After he finished listening, he suddenly felt a headache and lowered his head in thought. Perhaps that spirit had already seen my potential, and so left a mark, waiting for me to reach the third sanctuary. And Ran had been sitting quietly, but suddenly spoke up with her opinion. But signing a contract with a spirit isn't without its benefits. Han Sen immediately asked what benefits, before she could answer. And she replied concisely, spirit genes. With her extensive knowledge, she explained patiently. A spirit leader in the third sanctuary will reward spirit genes to humans and creatures that perform well, to those who achieve good results. Every 100 spirit genes can unlock 1 gene lock. This useful information made him fall into deep thought. He wondered what level that spirit was, to be able to come to the second sanctuary and guide the sacred barrier. It certainly wasn't an ordinary being. Just then the phone suddenly rang, breaking everyone's train of thought. And Ran answered the phone without hesitation. Han Sen's grandfather and aunt wanted to see him, and Ran replied understood. Han Sen was bewildered. He had never heard that he had an aunt. She continued, leaving him no room to refuse. They're already in the reception room. He left with a hint of panic and confusion. And she stood watching, arms crossed, evaluating the situation. According to regulations, family visits are not allowed at the base. Anyone who could come here to find someone certainly wasn't an ordinary person. Han Sen walked into the Alliance base and saw a figure with their back to him. Luo Li knew he had arrived, and coolly took off her sunglasses. Then turned around with an air of nonchalance to confirm. So you're Xiao Sen? Aren't you in the reception room? He politely spoke. I am Han Sen. Who are you? Luo Li emphasized helplessly. I'm your aunt. Han Sen doubted his life, blurting out blankly, which aunt? His mind raced, assessing the situation. Mom wouldn't even let me practice the Luo family's martial arts. There must be a reason. I'd best not associate with anyone from the Luo family. His cold attitude hurt Luo Li's fragile heart. She clutched her chest, appearing on the verge of tears. Did Sister Lan never tell you that she had a younger sister? Even though Auntie was just an orphan adopted by Grandpa, Auntie always treated her like a real sister. It's truly heartbreaking. He couldn't bear to watch any longer, stood up and left directly. If you have nothing else, I'm leaving. While Han Sen wasn't paying attention, Luo Li seized the opportunity and suddenly lunged forward to ambush him. Her extreme speed sent shivers down Han Sen's spine, raising his guard. What terrifying power! He nimbly dodged the attack. But unfortunately he was still hit. He looked displeased, showing clear disdain for the other party. Han Sen didn't miss this golden opportunity, and immediately threw a punch in retaliation. But Luo Li appeared completely unharmed. She remained calm, casually knocking Han Sen back a few steps, giving him no time to react, leaving him frozen in place. Luo Li crossed her arms and asked thoughtfully, have you never cultivated the Flying Heaven Sutra? If you had cultivated the Flying Heaven Sutra, You definitely wouldn't have reacted like that. Han Sen clutched his bleeding hand tightly and frowned, asking, "The Flying Heaven Sutra is that the unknown superhuman gene secret art you sent me? Genes with an unknown origin. Was that from you?" Upon hearing that, she immediately felt a headache and explained with displeasure. "The Flying Heaven Sutra is something your maternal grandfather left behind. Aunt, I came this time to check on your cultivation progress. I didn't expect you not to cultivate it. I hope you start practicing it soon," Han Sen declared directly and without hesitation. "My mother no longer wants any connection with the Luo family. Since it's something from the Luo family, I'm even less likely to cultivate it." His resolute attitude did not discourage her. She continued to prattle on, muttering, "Do you know what you're missing out on? In this world, those superhuman gene secret arts that can unlock 10 gene locks are no more than 5. The Fatian Sutra is one of them. If you don't cultivate the Fatian Sutra, then you won't be considered a member of the Luo family. Nor will you be qualified to inherit the Killing God Sanctuary." Han Sen had nothing to say to this crazy aunt and simply refused. He said bluntly, "I'm sorry. My surname is Han. The Killing God Sanctuary has no relation to me whatsoever. And I will not inherit anything. Furthermore, I don't believe the Fatian Sutra is worth any attention." Luo Li's patience finally ran out. She was so enraged. Her mood changed faster than flipping a book. She aggressively charged forward and said arrogantly, "It seems Auntie needs to teach you a good lesson." Despite being in an unfamiliar place, Luo Li feared no one. She confidently unleashed her moves, each one directly aimed at her beloved nephew. Han Sen was furious. Consumed by rage, his whole body seemed to be on fire. He glared at her fiercely as if he wanted to devour her alive. He couldn't swallow this insult. Han Sen swung his arm in retaliation, loudly warning, "What do you think this place is?" His punch easily shattered her attack. This time Han Sen completely defeated her. Defeating an opponent was as simple as eating candy. Luo Li's pride was wounded. Her mouth hung open, unable to close, even using just one finger, without exerting full strength. This kid actually managed to break through the Fatian power. Humiliated and enraged, she burst into fury, preparing to unleash a new move. "No, impossible. The only one who can defeat me is Luo Lan." Her competitive spirit boiled over. She charged forward with all her might. "I cannot lose to Luo Lan's son, and even less to someone who has never cultivated the Fatian Sutra." Han Sen also focused his energy, determined to fight to the death here. "Many people can defeat me, but definitely not you." He gritted his teeth and charged forward, throwing a punch with all his live strength. Han Sen delivered a fatal blow. Powerful spiritual energy merged into a massive and dangerous orb of light. It flew straight towards Luo Li, giving her no time to react. She could only stand frozen, enduring a heavy blow directly to her chest. She couldn't resist and was sent flying directly backward. Luo Li shrieked in pain. Her body violently crashed against the wall, cracking a large section of it. Covered in blood, disheveled and miserable, she collapsed to her knees. "No, impossible. How could I possibly lose?" Han Sen took off his jacket and threw it to Luo Li coldly, pouring another bucket of cold water on her. "Is this all your power amounts to?" These hurtful words reminded her of what Su Lan had said. Back then Luo Li trembled with rage. "Sister, is this all your power amounts to?" The cruel reality left Luo Li disheartened, and she muttered incessantly to herself, "Impossible. Impossible. He hasn't cultivated the Fatian Sutra, so how can he have such power?" After handling the situation, Han Sen quickly left. "My mother no longer wants any connection with the Luo family, and neither do I." Luo Li's body trembled and her tears flowed like a river. Everything seemed to have fallen apart, making her wail and cry hysterically. In the Alliance Base dormitory, Han Sen had just heard a shocking piece of news. He said, surprised and flustered, "Was that person really my aunt?" Su Lan didn't want to hide anything from her son. "Yes." After witnessing Luo Li use the Fatian Sutra, "Are you tempted?" He laughed as if he'd found gold, bragging proudly, "There's nothing to be tempted by. Auntie has already cultivated the Fatian Sutra. But I still defeated her with one punch." She felt a little more relieved, but she still cautioned him carefully. "It seems you've gone further than Mom imagined. However, never underestimate the Fatian Sutra. Although Xiaoli worked very hard, but her body doesn't possess the Luo family bloodline, so she can't truly master the Fatian Sutra." After listening, Han Sen's face immediately lit up with excitement. His curiosity was successfully piqued. Then the true Fatian Sutra. Would it be even stronger? Actually, Auntie is already one of the strongest evolvers I've ever met. Have you ever encountered anyone stronger than her? Addressing his anticipation, Sulan merely explained softly. Like heaven but not heaven, that is an Azura. She cautioned him worriedly a few times, making sure he remembered. If you encounter someone who has truly mastered the Fatian Sutra, you absolutely must not defend. The only thing you can do is kill him. The faster the better. Inside the fortifications, Han Sen walked and pondered. Like heaven but not heaven, that is an Azura. What exactly was Mom trying to say? Just then an explosive piece of news arrived, leaving everyone stunned. Oh no! The archspirits are attacking our fortifications. This news successfully interrupted Han Sen's thoughts. He was a bit surprised. Archspirits attacking fortifications? It's been a long time since something like this happened. Suddenly a loud shout came, making him freeze in surprise. Han Sen looked around in confusion, still unclear who the target was. A familiar figure gradually appeared, making him unable to resist a playful remark. Beifeng, you've come to the second god sanctuary fortifications too. Wait, you don't have to be so excited, do you? Beifeng, a little embarrassed, could only clear his throat and explain, brother, I am excited here. Even with money you can't buy anything good. I've been so troubled. I finally managed to run into you, my brother. My money finally has a place to be spent. Quick, get me 2 godblood beast souls lest. Han Sen folded his arms, a look of disdain on his face. Do you think godblood beast souls are like cabbage at the market? You think you can just get 2 whenever you want? Beifeng's brother had been watching the fun. At this moment he interjected nosily. Beifeng, stop pretending, this kid. What godblood beast souls does he have? My beast soul is that price. Whether you buy it or not is up to you. Hearing this, Beifeng immediately became furious and roared loudly. His spittle almost sprayed onto the other person's face. Your beast soul is trash. I'm not buying it. What doesn't my brother have? Would he even care for your lousy beast soul? He no longer wasted words. Putting his arm around Han Sen's shoulder, he went somewhere else and complained in a low voice. Brother, you don't know. Recently I've been scammed quite a bit. There are already few high-grade beast souls here, and those people know I have money, so they keep ganging up to trick me. Although a little dejected, Beifeng didn't take it too much to heart. He still asked enthusiastically, where should we go to get beast souls? At the city gate an intense bombardment was underway, causing archspirits to fall one after another. Beifeng was busy slaying archspirits. He was heroic and full of momentum. Take this, taste my sword, go to hell. He slashed and hacked with all his might, making all his brothers exclaim in admiration. Who is that? Isn't that Beifeng? When did he get so strong? He's holding a godblood beast soul sword. Who did he buy it from? After an attack that was not successful, the archspirits had no choice but to turn around and retreat, fleeing as if chased by ghosts. The crowd cheered excitedly while also flattering Beifeng. The archspirits are retreating. We won, brother. Beifeng is amazing. After returning triumphantly, he joyfully ran straight towards Han Sen, thanking him profusely. Thanks, brother, for lending me the beast soul. I can finally vent my anger. But why aren't you fighting now? Han Sen waved his hand indifferently. It's just a noble spirit. Too ugly, I'm not interested. The two walked and talked. He can fight it. I haven't wanted to stay here for a long time. There's a royal shelter nearby. But everyone here just wants to squeeze money out of me. No one is willing to help me get there. And I don't dare go alone. Han Sen asked doubtfully, a royal shelter? It seems we have the same goal. Beifeng's eyes lit up, full of hope. Really? I can finally leave this godforsaken place. After they finished talking, they started moving. They immediately set off, entering the forest, heading straight for the royal shelter. In the corner, Manga's subordinate was secretly monitoring Han Sen and his companion with a telescope. His eyes almost popped out and he quickly reported the situation. Mangu Hongu. This is the kid who sold the divine blood beast soul to Beifeng. Now he even wants to take this fat cut away, blocking our source of income. Manga pondered, confirming again. You want me to deal with them? The man hastily replied. It's them. For some reason, Manga was suddenly enraged. Blood rushed to his head and he waved his hand, causing the man to be unfairly implicated, sent flying in all directions. Lu Jia looked bewildered. Manga, what do you mean? Full of murderous intent, he declared sternly. This blind man only do favors for people I don't risk my life for you. If you want me to risk my life, then I can only take yours. His words made Lu Jia's face change dramatically. This old man is really asking for a beating, always stirring up trouble. The reason Mangu is called Mangu is because he only cares about money, not people. As long as there's money, he dares to kill anyone and take on any job. This kid can actually make Manga's eyes No longer blind, what's his background? Mango feared no one and acted with force. As for that person, this blind man must protect him with my life. If you want to kill him, I won't spare any of you. He easily dealt with those two named. Lu Beifong looked at their bloody corpses lying at his feet. Speechless, it's Lu Hong and Lu Jie. They were the bullies of the shelter. How could this be? Han Sen cleverly spoke to the elder. Today when we left the shelter, a group of people were waiting on the only path, forcing us to go with them. I'm afraid this was no accident. Thank you for your help, brother. No need to be polite, let me introduce myself, just call me Blindy. Beifong asked, puzzled. Your eyes are still bright. Why are you called Blindy? He pulled out from his sleeve a bag and tossed it over. He warned with concern. Han Sen, practice more when you have time. It might help you. He quickly reached out and caught it. Somewhat confused. Do we know each other? Mangu turned and left. That's not important. What's important is that you should know one thing. Don't join the Luo family. He stood dumbfounded, asking suspiciously. Is that a warning or advice? Han Sen opened the bag. Looking bewildered, stunned. It wasn't super nuclear techniques. Nor was it chi cultivation methods. It was all psychological safety guides and case studies. Teaching people how to prevent scams. Who exactly is Mangu? What's the use of giving me this? After a long journey, the royal shelter appeared before the two of them. Beifong was ecstatic as if he saw the dawn of hope. We're finally here, the royal shelter. He tightly hugged Han Sen, embracing and patting him, expressing all sorts of emotions. Thank you, brother. I no longer have to endure the people at the shelter, or the knight's constant harassment. He was utterly helpless, quickly pulling him back. Don't get too excited too soon. What if there are others behind Lu Hong? Beifong was immediately scared and asked somewhat timidly. Then what should we do? Han Sen could only comfort him. Don't worry so much. I'll help you contact the local security task force and have them protect you for a while. But you'll have to pay for it yourself. He pondered, his head aching, and asked in return, what about you? Han Sen answered straightforwardly. I need to inquire about some things here, so I might stay a few more days. Beifong then got an idea and grinned. Perfect. In a few days I'll give you something good. Firstly as thanks, and secondly as payment for the beast soul. The beast soul you sold me. A few days later on a hill. Han Sen held the map intently, deep in thought, calculating his plan. He gazed into the distance, looking slightly worried. There were some incredibly terrifying insect creatures here. They were extremely terrifying. No one could delve deep into the flower sea. The natural scenery was beautiful, with grass, trees, bees and butterflies everywhere ahead. But danger was always close at hand. Insects reproduced very quickly. If there really was a god-grade transcendent creature, it might be like the underground demon ant king, laying countless eggs. Han Sen decisively stepped onto the hill. He observed everything around him with curiosity. It seems these butterflies are not high-grade. They were scared away by Xiaoyin's aura. Suddenly a figure flashed past, startling him. It was him, brandishing a long sword as if possessed, making him wonder. Jiwu, Han Sen thought to himself. The most formidable opponent in the archery competition. The monster from Central Military Academy. Jiwu brandished his sword and, full of bravado, spoke first, saying, I didn't expect to meet you here. He also responded politely, indeed I didn't either. Jiwu suddenly kindly reminded him, there's a dirt hill 100 li to the west, with many golden-winged bees inside. There might be a god-grade transcendent creature. Han Sen hadn't considered this step yet. He was surprised but outwardly remained calm. Thank you, waiting for him to leave. Far away at this moment, Jiwu clenched his fists and kept muttering, go, the faster the better. That way I'll have the motivation to catch up. That way this world will be more interesting. Ahead a gigantic dirt hill suddenly appeared. It had thousands of ugly black holes. Slow bees slowly crawled out of them, ignoring everything. Xiaoyin suddenly rushed over to scare them, but it was no use. They remained unperturbed. Han Sen stood outside, observing, calmly assessing. Unexpectedly, they weren't scared away by Xiaoyin's aura. They are indeed not ordinary bees. He also noticed a flower growing on the hive. But those golden-winged bees weren't collecting its nectar. There must be something strange about it. Han Sen focused his mind, using his ultimate move, aura of moving mystery. Is this a flower that nurtures an exotic creature? Or a treasure that can enhance one's physique? Flames burned all around. This flower contained immense power, capable of incinerating everything. What terrifying life force! If it truly is an exotic treasure, when it matures, a terrifying life form is sure to appear. The flower blazed on the dirt hill, exuding its aura. A few hours later it showed signs of blooming, its fragrance filling the entire space. Han Sen smiled with delight, tilting his head back and inhaling deeply, a sweet scent filling his nostrils. All the bees wriggled out of their nests. He shouted happily. The beehive is stirring. At the critical moment the queen bee slowly crawled out. It flew directly to the flower to suck nectar. Han Sen racked his brain thinking, is this a god-grade transcendent creature? Its gene essence, its life cannot absorb at all. He waited for a long time, losing patience, and complained. Why is this? Queen bee eating for so long and still no other god-grade transcendent creatures have appeared. Seizing the moment, the queen bee flew back to its hive. Han Sen immediately rushed over excitedly. It's back. So what are we waiting for? Now's our chance. He was eagerly running over. But he had to slam on the brakes. How is it out again? The queen bee slowly crawled out. God knows what it was up to. Han Sen hid behind a tree, observing quietly from afar. This queen bee went back and forth many times like this. Could it be that it's not eating nectar, but storing it instead? He boldly guessed. Leaving such good stuff uneaten inside the hive. There must be a second-generation super god bee inside. After an intense internal struggle, Han Sen came to a conclusion: something's wrong. These are a group of alien creatures, like Xiaoyin and Xiao Yaojing. They can't be trusted. Just relying on Xiao Tianqi's words might not be enough. It's best to observe a bit longer. Just as he turned to leave, a strange shriek suddenly came from behind him. Han Sen, startled, he asked, what was that sound? A swarm of huge insects emerged from nowhere, flying straight towards them. He screamed in terror, oh my god. That's disgusting dirt bees. The swarm of bees and the swarm of flies each occupied a side. They glared at each other, ready to pounce. Immediately after, they charged forward and clashed in a chaotic battle. Han Sen secretly hid in a corner, observing the situation. He frowned, his expression tense as he spoke. Are these greenhead flies desperately trying to snatch the bee pupae? Suddenly, amidst the chaotic battle between the two sides, a gigantic bee appeared, sending the flies into a panic. Even he himself exclaimed in surprise. Even the queen bee has appeared. But the flies stubbornly pressed forward, flying erratically, disrupting the bee swarm. Han Sen commented while observing. These flies are practically no different from locusts. No flies are even more annoying than locusts. He suddenly glanced in one direction, asking himself, what is that? The flies were desperately trying to steal the bee pupae from the hive. Han Sen asked in surprise, bee pupae? These greenhead flies aren't here to steal honey. They're here to steal bee pupae. Seeing this situation, the queen bee instantly became furious. It fiercely stomped its four legs on the ground, causing the flies to drop the bee pupae they were holding. Many swayed precariously in the air, then tumbled headfirst to the ground. But a large number still. The greenhead flies successfully stole the bee pupae and flew away. Han Sen decided, I want to see what they're stealing the bee pupae for. Amidst the sea of flowers, Han Sen looked up at the sky, posing a question. Where do they intend to take these bee pupae? The greenhead flies carried the bee pupae and threw them to a green spider. His voice, filled with shock, rang out. A spider, these flies? Why are they obeying the spider's command? The spider roared as it took the bee pupae. Han Sen closed his eyes, using his power to see through the giant spider's interior. He then affirmed, it's also a super god class being. Row after row, the greenhead flies continuously delivered bee pupae for the spider to absorb. He speculated, this spider is eating so diligently. Could it also be nurturing its offspring? At this thought, Han Sen couldn't help but be startled. When he saw a second, slightly smaller spider, he almost certainly blurted out, a second generation. It must be the offspring of this spider. It's a second-generation super god. Han Sen immediately drew his weapon, summoning Xiao Tianshi, ordering Xiao Tianshi to eliminate the giant spider. Xiao Tianshi immediately gripped her sword, charging forward to attack the giant spider. But before she could even touch the spider's body, she was hit by the webs they sprayed, becoming completely entangled in white webbing. Bound. It restrained her attack and limited her mobility. Xiao Tianshi gritted her teeth in anger, struggling to break free. The two spiders continued to spray out large amounts of white silk. Han Sen activated his power and a blue circle lit up on his forehead. Observing them intently, he was carefully calculating. First, I'll note down its aura circulation technique. Only then will I make my move. Han Sen leapt to a high spot. He shot several arrows at the two large spiders consecutively. The law of life is the survival of the fittest. You eat the bee larvae. Then I'll kill this little spider and eat it. Each arrow precisely struck the small spider's body. The arrow pierced through its body, tearing its flesh directly. He chuckled proudly. Success. System prompt hunt successful. Super god creature hunted. Ghost eye spider larva obtained. Ghost eye spider beast soul. Meat and blood are edible. You can harvest 10 portions of life gene essence upon use. You will randomly gain 110 super god genes. Han Sen burst into joyful laughter. Ha ha ha. Super god second generation beast soul ghost eye spider. The large spider became agitated because the small spider was killed. It prepared to pounce and attack him. But he excitedly shouted, "Come here." Han Sen clenched his fists. Waves of deep purple aura appeared around his body. His eyes shimmered with golden light. His presence evidently grew much stronger. He said, "I've encountered many super god creatures before. Far stronger than you. Taste my grand thunder demon fist." Suddenly Han Sen's heart tensed and his face became solemn. His body trembled slightly. He stared wide-eyed at the large spider. It was emitting a dark aura. He cried out inwardly. The aura within his body was out of control. Han Sen gritted his teeth and roared. He tried to restore the aura within his body. Just then, the spider seized the opportunity and leapt to attack him, but fortunately, Han Sen dodged aside just in time. He was not hit by the spider's attack. The spider didn't stop attacking continuously, forcing him to awkwardly evade. Han Sen confirmed in his mind. This ghost eye spider can use its eyes to control human brains. Little Angel also arrived in time. She blocked the spider's fierce attacks with her sword. Han Sen thought as he dodged. Luckily my mental strength mutated. After passing through the star race ruins last time, otherwise I would have certainly been killed by it. He closed his eyes, adjusting his aura. He muttered to himself, "Don't look into its eyes. As long as I don't look into the ghost eye spider's eyes, I won't be controlled by it." Afterward Han Sen raised his crossbow and aimed at the spider. He fired 3 arrows in one breath. He used the Dongxian aura field technique. The 3 arrows whizzed towards the large spider, cooperating with Little Angel above, who swung her sword and split the spider's body, officially sending it to its maker. The system notification screen appeared. Record hunt successful. Super god creature hunted. Ghost eye spider no beast soul obtained. Obtain 10 portions of life gene essence upon use. You will randomly gain 10 super god genes. Han Sen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He sighed. Ha, that was truly dangerous. I almost got done in. Too bad I didn't get another beast soul this time. He picked up a green crystal from the spider's corpse. He consoled himself. At least I got a life essence. A gray dog quietly came up behind him. System prompt. Absorbed ghost eye spider life gene essence. Super god gene 1. Just then, the gray dog pounced and snatched the essence. Then it let out a loud bark. Han Sen exclaimed in shock, "Oh no. I was going to use it to feed my beast souls." After eating, the gray dog happily turned aside and licked its fur. Han Sen picked up another essence from the spider's corpse. He analyzed this ghost eye giant spider is actually the same species as the small ghost eye spider. I will try to use the aura circulation technique. This little spider's life. I wonder if I can absorb this life gene essence. He tightly gripped the cyan crystal. Then he used the circulation technique, making the crystal glow. The green light gradually merged into Han Sen's body. He joyfully exclaimed, "Amazing. It actually works." System notification. Absorb the life gene essence of the ghost-eyed spider. Super god gene 1. He suddenly understood and said, "No wonder it's called the ghost-eyed spider. So its enhancement ability is in its eyes. Ah, if I can eliminate those 9 snow turtles. I wonder how many more super god genes I'll gain." Afterwards Han Sen wondered, how strange. I absorbed an entire piece of life gene essence, but only gained 2 super god genes. Even if the life gene essence has resistance, the difference shouldn't be this huge, right? Just then, the little fairy flew out of the seashell held by the little angel. Han Sen glanced at her, his face grim. He complained inwardly, "This little thing only knows how to eat, drink and rely on others every day. It does nothing but act cute. It really doesn't respect me at all." Then he showed a knowing smile, thinking, "Too bad I can't beat it. Aha, I have a plan." Han Sen put on a friendly expression, extended his hand for the little fairy to land on and said, "Little darling, look at this quickly." But in his heart he was secretly plotting. He, let's see how I'll deal with you." He immediately opened his eyes wide, using the ghost-eyed spider's skill, releasing poisonous gas. Then he pondered to himself, the ghost-eyed spider has the ability to control others. If I imitate its chief low art, can't I control the little fairy? The poisonous gas seemed to affect the little fairy, making her instantly dazed. Han Sen hadn't even done anything more when he excitedly exclaimed, "It really works. But don't celebrate too soon. The little fairy quickly regained her senses and angrily sprayed snow at his face. Half of Han Sen's face was frozen. He sneezed snot and saliva splattering everywhere. Immediately after, the little fairy quickly hid in the seashell, sticking her tongue out at him. Han Sen was furious, yelling, "You little fairy, how dare you make fun of me!" He angrily glared at the little fairy in the seashell, thinking, "It seems this trick doesn't work on the little fairy. I wonder if the ghost-eyed spider's beast soul would have any effect." He put on his glasses and muttered to himself, "That's right. Let's see what its beast soul is." Mask-shaped beast soul. This mask looks like it has no defensive capabilities at all. What exactly is it for just changing colors? Han Sen suddenly turned to look at the gray dog, Xiao Yining, through the glasses. Its body had an extra layer of red light. He exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, why did Xiao Yining turn red? Could this mask be like a biological heat scanner, displaying red when it scans a living creature?" He changed his target, looking up at the swarms of flies in the sky, and said, "Sure enough, those flies also turned red." He generally understood the function of the ghost spider mask. He got it. This thing can clearly see the strength of life aura. Han Sen recalled the flies' abdomens and legs, guessing that the ghost-eyed spider's beast soul and chi flow art might have a resonance effect. Then he looked at the seashell and commanded, "Come out." The little fairy poked her head out as he instructed. Han Sen asked himself in surprise, does it really work? A few seconds later, the little fairy suddenly woke up. She immediately closed her eyes and shook her head frantically. He gloated and teased, "That little fairy doesn't even dare to look at me now." To be able to make a super god creature like the little fairy be bewildered in an instant, it's still a pretty good effect. The dirt wasp nest at night. Han Sen and Xiao Yining sat on the grass. Han Sen unhappily said, "I haven't eliminated the queen yet. I can't just leave like this." He looked at the distant dirt wasp nest. He muttered, "I want to see what that queen is doing." He watched the queen crawl on the dirt wasp nest. Han Sen guessed it's out. What is it holding in its crystal clear claws? What is it doing putting honey there? Han Sen hid in the bushes. He turned his head, thinking to himself. It seemed like something was approaching. Countless questions welled up in his mind. Why had all 7 golden-winged bees returned to their nest? Suddenly a silkworm crawled next to the flower with honey. Han Sen had more questions about this silkworm. Could the golden-winged bees be afraid of this silkworm? The silkworm crawled forward and bit the stamen. He was sure even the queen bee was this terrified of it. It must be quite a big deal. Han Sen clutched the spider mask, secretly feeling sorry for the bees. These golden-winged bees really have it tough. First they were threatened by the magic eye spider. Now they have to offer tribute to an insect like this. He thought to himself, should I test its vital energy? The skill was activated. The silkworm's entire body glowed deep red. Han Sen thought, is this guy really that strong? It lived a carefree life here. While the queen bee and the golden-winged bee swarm didn't dare to leave their nest. The silkworm suddenly sprang up and the queen bee immediately flew to its side. Han Sen exclaimed, "Oh my god! Those 2 insects were actually still talking." Afterwards the queen bee brought a few more pieces of honey. This action made Han Sen unable to help but exclaim. They brought a few more pieces. The little silkworm lay down contentedly. Cradling the honey, it began to eat. This made him question things. The life aura of this insect was not much stronger than the queen bee's. So why was the queen bee so afraid of it? Did it have powerful parents behind it? Han Sen thought seriously. If this guy had kin, it would be best to eliminate the small ones first, and then deal with the big ones, using the same airflow technique. I can absorb all the essence, the life genes of this insect family. It seemed the moon was already high in the sky. The insect faced the sky and spun white silk threads, watching its actions. Han Sen guessed, could this guy actually be a larva, about to evolve into an adult? As soon as it spun enough silk threads, the insect began to wrap its body with the silk. Han Sen quickly made a decision. It already made the queen bee so wary now. If it evolved into an adult, who knows how terrifying it would be. I must eliminate it now. But he was too late. The insect had already succeeded in wrapping itself into a cocoon. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, its aura has changed. I can't kill it now. If the airflow technique, the one recorded just now, no longer works, the loss would be immense. A few hours later Han Sen began to act. He conjured a green halo. While using the spider mask, he asked himself. 2 types of airflow techniques were completely different and appeared simultaneously on a divine-grade super creature. The insect was gradually breaking out of its cocoon. Little Angel was summoned. Han Sen also entered battle readiness. He thought the chance is here if I don't kill it now. It will be more troublesome when it reappears later. His arrow shot directly at the butterfly's nose, which had just poked its head out of the cocoon. Meanwhile, little Angel had already approached it unknowingly and swung her sword, striking it, making the butterfly tremble violently. The arrows and sword glints imbued with golden light. Golden prisons rapidly attacked from all directions, blocking the butterfly's escape route. However, the butterfly was still not dead, forcing Han Sen to shout, "This silver butterfly has tenacious vitality. How terrifying." It was struck 3 times consecutively in the same spot and it's still not dead. Han Sen roared in quickly, rushed forward, clenching his fists. His fists glowed with blue airflow. He forcefully punched the butterfly's cocoon. Combined with Han Sen's attack, little Angel swung her sword and sliced off half of the butterfly's head. However, despite being attacked simultaneously by both of them, the butterfly seemed unaffected. It even broke out of its cocoon and turned into a giant butterfly. Han Sen cursed in horror. Damn it. Not dead yet, half its head is gone and it's still alive. He remained calm. His eyes began to emit interwoven blue and yellow light. He decided it was time to use his new soul beast. A jade green light emanated from Han Sen's eyes, causing the giant butterfly that was rushing to attack to suddenly stop. At that very moment, Han Sen commanded loudly, "Little Angel, act now." As he spoke, little Angel flew over, and with a single sword slash severed the giant butterfly's head. Han Sen threw an iron bell shouting, "Death bell, don't waste its blood." System notification. Hunt successful. Super god creature sacred immortal butterfly silverwing killed. No beast soul obtained. Flesh edible obtained 10 gene essence. Life absorbs this essence. May randomly gain a small amount of genes. Super sacred. The death bell directly clamped onto the butterfly's head, which had just fallen off, and was tightly attached to its body. Han Sen commented, "It seems the death bell is about to evolve. The symbols on the bell are becoming clearer." He made a cut on the butterfly's body, took out a white pearl, then said, "The most important gene essence has also been found. Put away the corpse. Although humans can't eat it directly, and there are no pets to feed it to right now, you'll just take it back for now." Just then the queen bee flew out of the hive. Han Sen was startled and looked back. The queen bee and its swarm had already one after another flown behind him. Han Sen cursed angrily, "Damn it. That tiny insect actually scared you all into hiding like cowards. Am I going to lose to it? Is that why you dare bully me?" But to his surprise, the queen bee brought several pieces of honey and placed them in front of him. Han Sen wondered, what's it doing? After putting down the honey, the queen bee immediately flew up with the swarm and circled him, doing nothing else. Han Sen guessed, is this a tribute? Or is it paying me protection money? He smiled and said to the swarm, "Good thing you're sensible. I was originally going to take out your hive too, but seeing how well behaved you are, I'll spare you. Besides, it's only a first-generation super god creature. Killing it wouldn't yield much." He picked up the honey and turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind the queen bee, "Next time I come, remember to offer honey essence on time." Got it at the Royal Works. Baifeng walked over holding a box and called out, "Han Sen, you're finally back." Han Sen asked, "What do you need me for?" "What's in this box?" Baifeng opened the box. Inside was a long rectangular piece of steel and he showed it off. "Look, this is good stuff." Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "Cold iron ore." He thought, such a large piece of cold iron ore. It must be a treasure among treasures. Much more valuable than the royal cold iron arrows. Baifeng praised, "Good eye. Just keep it, consider it repaying your favor and the money for the beast soul. But remember not to say I gave it to you." Han Sen refused. "This item is too valuable. My beast soul isn't worth this much, take it back." Baifeng waved his hand, refusing to take it, and said, "The origin of this item is a bit problematic. I dare not use it, so you take it." Han Sen wondered, what's the problem? Baifeng looked around, then beckoned Han Sen to come closer. He slung an arm around Han Sen's shoulder and whispered furtively, "This is something I secretly excavated." Han Sen exclaimed, "Ha." Baifeng reminded him, "Find someone trustworthy to shape it. If you use it yourself, it'll be fine. Don't ask anymore. I won't say anything either." Han Sen understood, raising an okay gesture in response. "All right." Baifeng stroked his chin, a smug expression on his face, teasing him, "If you feel embarrassed about giving it, then how about giving me 2 blood god soul beasts? Preferably soul beasts that can transform into humans. Plus an additional powerful possessed soul beast." Han Sen immediately flipped him off in response. "Stop dreaming. If I had such great soul beasts I'd want to keep them for myself. Then he added, I'll try my best to help you find them. Han Sen pondered while holding the box. If this steel scorpion ore were polished into a short knife or dagger, it wouldn't be inferior to a super god weapon at all. These things cannot be polished with ordinary techniques. It seems I can only contact the royal family. In the alliance base in the captain's room, Han Sen held Yanya's hand and said, Darling, I just learned a new superpower, want to try it out? Yenyu asked, What superpower? Han Sen tempted her, look into my eyes. When Yenyu looked directly into his eyes, he immediately used the ghost eye spider skill, making her fall under its influence. Her eyes glazed over. Han Sen secretly rejoiced it worked. Music played. He made Yenyu dance a sexy dance, just like the girl on the system screen. The dance in the video synchronized with reality. Han Sen smiled smugly, his face slightly red. So happy his drool almost dripped, praising. He. The ghost eye spider's ability really works. In the alliance base's command room, Han Sen's eyes turned into hearts drooling, watching the sexy Yenyu slowly taking off her clothes. Just as he was engrossed, Yenyu woke up in time. She flew into a rage, punching Han Sen's perverted face, and cursed, Pervert. Han Sen was stunned by the punch, screaming in pain. Yenyu. Yenyu pinched the flesh on his face hard, and growled through clenched teeth. I knew you had ill intentions. You wanted to hypnotize me, didn't you? Han Sen silently cried with grievance complaining in his heart. What good is this ghost eye spider's ability? It's not even as good as to appease Yanya's anger. He quickly grabbed her hand, pouted and kissed her lips. Yenyu was caught off guard with no time to resist. Her face flushed crimson and she cried, Let go of me, pervert. A while later, after their intimacy was complete, the two lay naked embracing on the bed. Yenyu praised profusely. Your hypnosis is quite powerful. Even people from the Huangfu family aren't much stronger than you. It's just that I've undergone anti-hypnosis training, and I've also used StarClan crystals to strengthen my brain, so it doesn't have much effect on me. Han Sen asked, puzzled, which Huangfu family? Yenyu replied, which other Huangfu family could there be? Of course it's the Huangfu family of the God of War Martial Arts Academy. He recalled the scene at the God of War Martial Arts Academy and then asked, Is the Huangfu family good at hypnosis? Don't they specialize in the Etienne art? Yenyu explained. Their family has extensive research on suggestion, psychology and other related fields. They can be said to be at a first-class level. However, the Etienne art is different. It wasn't originally from the Huangfu family. Only 2 people cultivate the Etienne art, and it has little to do with the Huangfu family. Han Sen suddenly suggested. If there's a chance I could exchange experiences with Huangfu Pingjing. As soon as Han Sen said this, Yenyu was already furious, squeezing his hand hard and scolding loudly. You're not allowed to see Huangfu Pingjing again. Han Sen winced in pain, his face twitching, body trembling, shouting loudly, I want see her. I want see her again, okay. The next day at the second god's workshop, 3 small silver galaxy beasts lay on Han Sen's shoulders, asking, There are lakes everywhere. Which one is Bishui Lake? He slowly put his hands in his pockets, then said, Find Bishui Lake. Only then can we find that terrifying xenogenic creature, the legendary dinosaur. Han Sen suddenly stopped, wondering. What's that commotion? Why is it so noisy up ahead? A group of envy angels were surrounding a person. One of the envy angels roared. How dare you resist us, envy angels? I'll skin you alive. Han Sen recalled the past scene, when he first encountered the angel Jean. He suspected the angel Jean had reappeared. He was certain. Although that person might not be good, the angel Jean definitely wasn't anything good. He immediately transformed, donning his purple armor. He carefully considered his options. In his current identity, he couldn't confront the Angel Gene members directly. But gold coin had nothing to do with the Angel Gene. Then Han Sen put on his mask. With a roar he charged at the group. The Angel Gene subordinates saw him and yelled angrily. Who's there? The Angel Gene is conducting business here. Get lost. Han Sen said nothing. He unleashed a grand wheel elephant fist. He punched the guy, sending blood gushing from his nose. The man flew far back and fell to the ground. His comrades immediately erupted in rage. They roared their questions. Gold coin, it's gold coin. Gold coin, we Angel Gene have no feud with you. No grievances. Why are you hostile towards us? He disdained to answer. Instead he nimbly slipped past them. Han Sen rushed over to support the injured man and asked. Hey, are you alright? The Angel Gene members excitedly chased after him. He loudly threatened. You can't take him. How dare you offend our Angel Gene? There will be consequences. Han Sen ignored them and comforted, I'll get you out of here. He helped the injured man into the forest. Then he said, it's safe here. The man couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Han Sen called out, "Hey buddy." A moment later by a campfire. He had already bandaged the man's wounds. The man opened his eyes and asked repeatedly, "Are you really Gold Coin, you saved me?" Han Sen replied something like that. The man sat up holding his shoulder and asked him, "Who do you want to kill?" Han Sen frowned and countered, "What do you mean?" The man replied, "I owe you my life. But I only kill people, nothing else." "Who do you want killed?" "You'll kill them for you, a life for a life." "Of course killing xenogenics works too." Han Sen asked, "What's your name? And why were you fighting the Angel Gene members?" The man briefly replied, "Luoyin, because I hate trouble." Han Sen heard this and teased him. "You hate trouble, yet you're being chased by the Angel Gene members. Hunted. It seems you're not very good at planning." Luoyin also felt helpless. "I admit I'm not a smart person to begin with. Nor am I good at strategizing." Han Sen thought to himself, "All these questions I asked, I didn't get any information at all. This Luoyin is interesting. And not simple." As he was about to leave, he saw Luoyin struggling to get up. Injured, he followed Han Sen, who then asked, "Are you planning to follow me?" Luoyin said firmly, "I told you I owe you my life. After I repay this life, only then can I do other things with peace of mind." Han Sen arrogantly declared, "In this second project, no one has been able to threaten my life yet. So for now you might not be able to repay this debt." Luoyin suddenly asked, "You're very arrogant, aren't you?" Then he pressed two fingers together and shot them towards Han Sen like lightning. He lunged at Han Sen with two fingers, using his heaven-flying power. Han Sen didn't back down either. He clenched his fist, activating his dragon elephant technique. He directly confronted Luoyin. Immediately Han Sen threw a punch, but it carried no force. He thought in surprise, strange, did the energy disappear? At the same time, Luoyin's power was still surging towards him. Han Sen immediately pulled back his hand. Luoyin's power directly struck the center of his armor, making it tremble for a moment. But it remained intact. Luoyin thought in surprise, "I clearly mastered the trajectory of the heaven-flying power. But I didn't hit him." He sincerely praised you. "You truly have the right to be proud." Luoyin stepped back, assumed a defensive stance and then said, "I can't kill you, nor can I take your life." Han Sen's face behind the gold coin armor showed a serious expression. He frowned and said, "Come on, let me try one more slash." Luoyin lowered his hands and explained, "Since you've heard of flying power, you must know my power is unstoppable. This slash won't miss. No matter how many times I strike, it's the same. It's a shame I can't break your armor. Even if it hits, it's useless." Han Sen immediately denied it. "I've never heard of such a thing, nor do I believe it." Luoyin said nothing. He coldly raised his hand and unleashed another flying power strike at him. Han Sen became vigilant, assessing in his mind, "This person's flying power seems different from Lali's." When Luoyin pointed at him, Han Sen had quickly turned his body, dodging aside, but the flying power attack still struck his armor directly, which greatly surprised him. He mused to himself, "But why couldn't I dodge that slash?" Luoyin didn't stop. He even used both hands and flying power, continuously slashed at Han Sen's armor from multiple directions. Han Sen could only raise his hands to block, barely holding on. Although his armor was undamaged, he couldn't counterattack either. After a while, Luoyin was so exhausted he knelt on the ground, having to use his hands to support his body, gasping for breath. Han Sen's armor also had many more scratches. He looked at his armor in horror, thinking that if it weren't for this king demon armor, he would have been torn to shreds by those 13 slashes. Luoyin finally gave up. He said, gasping for breath, "I can't kill you. Go and come find me if you ever need my life as repayment." Han Sen was still lost in his thoughts. Unexpectedly, his mother had said, "If you encounter someone who has truly mastered the Flying Sutra, you must never defend. You must only kill the opponent." Then he turned and left. Luoyin looked at his retreating figure and sighed. Indeed, this matter is really troublesome. In the dormitory of the Alliance base, Han Sen typed on his computer, pondering the Flying Sutra. What kind of power is it exactly? Then he thought again. Never mind, I'll open the file my aunt sent me and take a look. Although I don't plan to cultivate it, I might find a way to counter it. Han Sen murmured to himself, flying is not the Tao of heaven. It's the karmic retribution of Azura. This passage says flying power, which is Azura's power, is essentially a karmic power. It's the evil force of karmic retribution. He recalled the scene of his fight with Luoyin, pondering. Karmic retribution is inescapable. Once a move is made, the outcome is already set. This is exactly what Luoyin meant by a strike. That's sure to hit. The more he analyzed, the clearer it became. Han Sen seemed to confirm this point. However, the Flying Sutra is cultivated by humans, so its karma is also constrained by human power. It's not without a solution. He stood up and continued. As long as one can sense destiny and foresee karma, the rest simply depends on whose Tao is superior. Han Sen walked out, analyzing as he went. The ice muscle jade bone technique. Upon activating, the first gene lock will reach its 8th form. That is precisely the bane of the Flying Sutra. In the 3D holographic training machine, Qin Xian was training under the codename Xiangfei. She commented, the strength is decent but the reaction is too slow. She defeated her opponent with just one slash. Qin Xian complained glumly. These opponents aren't worth fighting. When will I ever encounter that person again? As if her thoughts manifested, she had just mentioned it, and her shipmate Xiaobing came online. Qin Xian happily exclaimed, he's online. Finally I'm back. Han Sen has already entered the 3D training machine. His system notified him of a message from Xiangfei. Coach, do you have time now? Let's choose to accept the challenge together. After accepting the invitation, virtual Han Sen's virtual avatar immediately appeared before Qin Xian, who was the person with the account name Xiangfei. He stated bluntly, use all your strength to fight me. Qin Xian replied, all right, prepare to face me. She wielded her long sword, attacking Han Sen relentlessly, but all her attacks were easily blocked by him. This greatly surprised Qin Xian. She thought to herself, he seems to be able to predict all my attacks. He precisely blocked them every single time. Han Sen, eyes closed, blocked Qin Xian's sword with his bare hands. He praised inwardly. My senses are becoming sharper and sharper. But to reach the 8th form there's still a long way to go. Qin Xian gritted her teeth and secretly calculated. If this keeps going, I won't be able to break through his defenses. Then he'll abandon defense and go all out on offense. No sooner said than done. Qin Xian immediately changed her attack style. Her saber art was fierce and skilled, continuously striking at Han Sen. Even Han Sen couldn't help but praise excellent saber art. While dodging, he mused inwardly. This is exactly the strong opponent I need. But Han Sen simply touched Qin Xian's wrist and she stopped. He immediately asked, confused, what's wrong? Qin Xian then replied, Coach, this saber art only attacks and doesn't defend. Although it makes me invincible, it's really too dangerous. I don't know if I should continue practicing it. Han Sen only asked, what is the name of this saber art? Qin Xian replied, Emperor Heart Overlord Blade. After hearing this, he explained to her. The art of Emperor Heart is to conquer through non-battle. And the way of the Overlord is to make all under heaven submit. Only when you practice this blade art to the realm of non-battle will you achieve true mastery. If you don't fight, what is there to worry about? After hearing his words, Qin Xian immediately said happily, I understand, please guide me, coach. In the arena, Xiangfei gripped her sword tightly. With an expression of deep bewilderment, she asked again, no fighting? Han Sen nodded. He sincerely advised. That's right. Non-battle is the greatest manifestation of absolute authority. You must think carefully. If you have a sword in your heart, then please continue practicing. But if you still have concerns in your heart, then please give up now. If you don't practice it, the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade will only lead to your death. Xiangfei, still filled with doubt, returned to the comprehensive training machine. A single sentence kept circling in her mind. Is non-battle the greatest authority? Back at the Qin family mansion, it truly lived up to its reputation as a prestigious family. Majesty and nobility radiated everywhere. Every tree in the mansion was meticulously pruned. Tai Xian was leisurely sipping tea. The fragrance of tea lingered. He wondered, is non-battle the greatest authority? I really want to know who was the person who said these words to Xian'er. Tai Xian took a sip of tea. He really wanted to meet that person. Just a few words were enough to make Xian'er determined to practice the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade. If in the future, because of these words, my Xiaoxian encounters danger, I will settle the score with him. Xiangfei frowned and retorted, great-grandfather. This has nothing to do with coach. However, Tai Xian clearly saw Han Sen's influence on Xiangfei was far from small. How could it have nothing to do with him? If it weren't for his words, you wouldn't understand the way of Emperor Heart. And naturally you wouldn't decide to practice the Overlord Blade. The next time you schedule a battle in the virtual training camp, remember to call me. Sometime later, Xiangfei saw Han Sen again in the arena. She quickly stepped forward and gave her answer. Coach, I have decided to practice the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade. As soon as Han Sen arrived, he cheerfully encouraged her. Excellent. He was surprised to find there weren't just two people there. There was also an honored guest observing them from a private box. From a private box. Han Sen asked in surprise, is that Xiang Fei? She must have been instructed by her great-grandfather beforehand. She awkwardly tried to find an excuse. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was extremely suspicious. That. He's my friend's coach. My friend's coach wants to fight you. Han Sen didn't mind at all right. Inside the comprehensive training machine, he was surprised to see on the blue screen a rather long name appeared. Master of 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 concubines. Han Sen genuinely tried hard not to judge. Yet this naming taste was truly difficult to understand. He frowned in confusion, then let out a chuckle. This nickname, after a while having received permission. Master of 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 concubines. Entered the arena. Inside he looked much younger than outside. The old man greeted him warmly. Please enlighten me. Meanwhile, Xiang Fei's system suddenly malfunctioned. She was completely unaware that she was being forcibly teleported. What's going on? Xiang Fei was kicked back to the 3D training device. She tried with all her might to re-enter the arena. Her great-grandfather's move was completely unexpected by his granddaughter. Xiang Fei anxiously tapped the screen repeatedly. Open match viewing. Why can't I open match viewing? What on earth was great-grandfather up to? He actually kicked her out of the room. On the other two's side, the match had already begun. 72 concubines had already launched a fierce offensive. Han Sen gritted his teeth, his expression tense. Cold sweat gradually seeped out. This aura is too dangerous. It feels like I'm not facing a person, but a terrifying beast from the primordial era. He trembled but still had no choice but to advance. Han Sen thought to himself. He should feel fortunate. Because he met this person in the Skynet virtual world. Not as a real enemy. Otherwise, with such a gap in power, the consequences would be unimaginable. He made a preliminary assessment of his opponent's current strength. This power made his body react in such a way. If he encountered this in the real world or in a mission, he would certainly have no chance to escape. 72 concubines frowned, clearly displeased. He began to question this young man who had changed his granddaughter's mind. Why did you advise Qin Xian to practice the Overlord Blade? Han Sen's answer was too simple and perfunctory. It would probably be hard to accept. Because I think she's suited for DXIN Ba Dao. 72 concubines emitted an unimaginably powerful aura. Blue flames blazed fiercely, exceptionally intense. The air seemed to be scorched. Then let me see if you are as suited as you think you are. He charged forward without hesitation, heading straight for his target. Yet Han Sen couldn't move. He realized the current situation. How difficult and helpless it was. Unable to move, unable to dodge. Am I just destined to be crushed? But one thing was certain. Han Sen wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Although he was trembling violently, he still tried to fight back. A green aura emerged like soft grass, attempting to counteract the astonishing pressure. Han Sen understood the crux of the problem. It wasn't because the opponent's strength was too great, making him unable to resist. It was because his aura and realm were too high, compared to his own, which made him feel this way. Therefore, he decided to use the Dong Xian Jing to resist. This way Han Sen was able to move. He dodged those razor-thin fierce attacks. He analyzed the situation. If he retreated, his spirit would collapse. But if he advanced, it would merely be blind courage. Under immense pressure, his left arm suddenly turned dark black. Its movement speed seemed inconsistent with Han Sen. The system emitted a cold prompt tone. HP. Your power was instantly deducted by a full 95 points. From a soft green, it turned into a glaring red warning. Han Sen's face immediately darkened. A few drops of cold sweat clung to his face. He trembled, gritting his teeth, trying to stay calm. Couldn't help but exclaim, so strong. Qin Taishan retracted his attack. He also secretly praised Han Sen in his heart. To think a young man could possess such resolve. Facing my single move, he could still make the most advantageous resistance for himself. He was painfully forced to his knees. The previous attack landed, causing Han Sen to lose an arm. It was almost just a little bit more. This is definitely the strongest person I've ever encountered. Just then Qin Taishan frowned and demanded very seriously. Because you incited Xiao Xianxian to cultivate the Emperor Heart Overlord Saber, then you must take full responsibility. Han Sen looked up in surprise and retorted, "Ha? Responsible for what?" He clearly didn't understand what he had done to Xiang Fei. Qin Taishan stepped forward, his aura formidable. His reasoning was clear. If an Overlord Saber has no sheath, it will only harm others and itself. Since you made this girl cultivate the Overlord Saber, the sheath for this blade must be you. Han Sen said in surprise, "If I can help Captain Qin, I will definitely do my best. What should I do? Qin Taixian reined in his aura. With the battle decided, he proposed something that sounded like a very simple request. Spend time training with this girl, then defeat her. He was stunned. Xiang Fei was someone the old man highly valued. Something felt off. What, defeat her? Qin Taixian didn't want to repeat himself. He demanded indifferently. Although the power had been released, the pressure brought by Qin Taixian didn't seem to have changed. Kid, state your name. He still didn't understand the situation, but he obediently complied. Otherwise the outcome will truly be unpredictable. My name is Han Sen. I previously served under Captain Qin. Now I'm the captain of the Special Operations Team, the goddess of the Second Sanctuary. Please, what is your esteemed name? Qin Taixian revealed his identity. Anyway, there was no point hiding it from him. Might as well give him a fair bit of pressure. I am Qin Taixian. Han Sen's mouth dropped open in surprise. He clearly knew of the Qin family's demigod, Qin Taixian. A short while later, at the Qin family residence, Xiang Fei was very worried after being kicked out of the room. She couldn't even watch the match. She rushed to question old Master Taixian. What exactly did you do to little coach? He still maintained his relaxed, elegant and calm demeanor. He took a sip of tea before answering her. Did nothing. Just wanted to see if he was qualified to guide my adorable Xiao Xianxian. Looks like he's not bad. Han Sen's strength was not weak enough to make Taixian frown and be wary. He thought, I hope he doesn't join the Luo family. Otherwise, it's truly hard to say if this is a blessing or a curse for the alliance. In the holographic device of God's hand, the blocks were constantly being captured at an astonishing speed, as if more than one person was playing. It was Han Sen undertaking the challenge. His whole body moved like a machine, perfectly synchronized and incredibly coordinated, causing all light blocks to be completely cleared. Just as the 100 completion notification appeared, the system immediately awarded him a huge achievement. Congratulations, you have completed 100 of God's Hands Super Mode. Han Sen tiredly pulled off the VR device. He panted, thinking with satisfaction, in the past 2 months. In the past 2 months, my spiritual perception under the Dongxian aura has grown stronger and stronger. It has reached the level of the 8th layer of ice skin jade bone. News of his successful achievement spread rapidly. System notification. Player Win Girlfriend Evolver became the first player to complete Super Mode. Obtained the title God's Hand. People on the community page immediately grew excited. Is this real? Really, he's been single for 55 years. Now he has to fight to get a girlfriend. Han Sen felt confused over there, trying to process everything. Several small screens kept popping up. It was as if the system had malfunctioned. He was very worried. Oh my. These friend requests would definitely crash the server. Suddenly a special message appeared alone in one corner. It wasn't a regular friend invitation at all. Han Sen turned around thinking, who is this person? It seemed to be a challenge invitation. Indeed it was. The glittering notification was provocative. God's third hand has sent you a challenge invitation. Do you accept? He knew some information about this person. An evolution level player. A professional Hand of God player. Has won 4 consecutive evolution level league championships. In the past 5 years. An extraordinary guy had set his sights on him. It must be because of the information that was just released. Truly thought-provoking. Han Sen chuckled. His eyes were filled with interest and anticipation. He had already completed the highest level AI mode. There was no point in continuing to play against the AI. Might as well try the feeling of battling a real person. Challenge accepted. The system quickly arranged it. The rules were very simple. Battle mode. The first to touch 100 light points wins. You can click on light points near you, or snatch light points from your opponent. Whoever reaches 100 points first wins. The number of spectators kept increasing. Spectator iron-blooded tenderness asserted. In all these years no one has ever fully completed Super Mode. Not even anyone who could touch half the light points has ever been seen. This person must have cheated. The first light point appeared. Han Sen was a step faster and got the first point. War Dragon exclaimed in shock. God's third hand was clearly faster. How did Win Girlfriend snatch his point? Quantum Mind gasped. Win Girlfriend actually snatched a point from God's third hand. The current score is 1-0. But for Win Girlfriend, this result is definitely contrary to the predictions of many players. The score gap is widening to 2-0. Ironclad Warrior commented. A professional player, a legendary figure, actually got 0 points. Time Traveler exclaimed, impossible. It's already 3-0. Fantasy Net stated. This isn't cheating. Even AI only has faster speed and reactions. It's impossible to completely prevent the opponent from getting like points. Han Sen was still completely dominating his opponent. The score was already 47-0. God's third hand was in extreme panic. He was frozen. The match ended in an absolute victory. The score was 100-0 with Win Girlfriend winning. Soul Link sighed. It's as if he can control fate. This is the true hand of God. This match even made it onto TV afterward. At the Alliance base. In the cafeteria, Han Sen stood casually listening to the news about himself. This match brought Hand of God into a new era. It was no longer just about speed and grabbing points, but transformed into a level of prediction and psychological warfare research on how to snatch points from an opponent. Not only that, he also received an invitation from a team. Win Girlfriend, if you are watching this program, our team is willing to offer you a reward far beyond your imagination. Han Sen seemed uninterested and continued his meal. As he ate, he secretly thought, battling real people is too boring. It's far less interesting than battling the highest level AI. Unless he can challenge something beyond that level. Otherwise, battling people is simply a waste of time. It seems that Han Sen was quite disappointed with the recent match. At World Fortress, Han Sen had already prepared a residence deep in the mountains. The spacious building was very sturdy. It definitely had high gates and deep walls. As soon as he arrived, Enin rushed out to greet him, licking him incessantly. This is Enin. Han Sen smiled and hugged it. Ha ha ha, alright. It's also because I haven't been back to World Works in a long time. You missed me, didn't you? Han Sen picked up Enin and examined it carefully. It looked very happy. Vitality. The vitality within little Yin Yin's body was growing stronger and stronger. It had almost caught up to the little fairy. But its body hadn't changed much. It didn't seem to have entered its mature phase yet. As he spoke, he took out a roasted spirit beast and carefully fed it. Little Enin, I take care of you even better than my own child. I give you all the best things to eat. If you dare to be ungrateful in the future, I won't spare you. As if in response to Han Sen, tiny Enin immediately jumped up and rubbed its head against his face. It let out a very cute cry. And then it finally started eating the roasted spirit beast. Enin wagged its tail continuously, showing it was enjoying its meal. Han Sen thought to himself, I wonder what changes little Enin will undergo after eating the immortal butterfly. And what will the silverwing immortal butterfly turn into? Suddenly Enin started to tremble uncontrollably. He asked little Enin worriedly, what's wrong? It didn't answer, just stood there, its tiny tail drooping. Immediately after, an aura suddenly burst forth. A blue-green light emanated from the small fox's body. Yin Yin's fur stood on end. Gradually it curled itself up, forming a blue-green sphere that enveloped its entire body. Enin slowly shrank like this. Han Sen leaned closer. He observed carefully. Is little Enin finally going to grow up? The metamorphosis was complete. The little fox had completely transformed into a large egg. It continuously emitted tiny electrical currents. Han Sen carefully put it into his bag, anxiously anticipating. I wonder how much longer little Enin will need before it can break out of its cocoon on the shore of Azure Water Lake. Quite a few people were gathered camping and roasting fish. The strange thing was, everyone seemed to be fully armed. They said to each other, there's someone over there. See, I told you he has terrible luck. Old Wang lost this time 3 skewers of roasted meat. Ha ha ha. The person they were talking about was clearly Han Sen. He was using his Dongxian aura to investigate the depths of the water. Han Sen frowned in confusion. I haven't found any life signs of a super creature. Where are the 2 rumored dinosaurs, one big and one small? Anyway, so they walked over to him and started chatting in a friendly manner. Are you also here at Azure Water Lake to see the dinosaurs? Han Sen turned his head to look at him. The man first introduced himself, I am Lu Yuni. After that, the 4 of them pulled Han Sen to join their team. Soon 5 people were sitting around the campfire. You're also from the military, what a coincidence. We're all comrades from the same unit. It's rare to be teleported to the same area, so we formed a small team. Han Sen, which unit do you belong to? He answered mysteriously. My unit is a bit special. It's inconvenient to say. Lu Yuni sliced the roasted meat and chuckled, oh. A special forces unit, hot, anything interesting happening? Suddenly water splashed on the surface. A huge roar broke the peaceful camping atmosphere by the lakeside. They were startled and quickly turned their heads to see what could have made such a loud sound. What was that sound? A long-necked creature surfaced, struggling violently, causing the lake's surface to become turbulent. Lu Yunyi's team members were stunned. Dinosaurs, Captain, those are really dinosaurs. He signaled for everyone to evacuate the lakeshore safely. Captain, the lake water is rising. Should we intervene? Two dinosaurs, one big and one small, quickly charged towards the shore. They charged ferociously, wanting to attack these puny humans. Lu Yunyi decided to retreat to avoid engagement. Such enormous monsters. Even stabbing them with our weapons would be useless. If it just flicks its tail, it could kill an entire company of us. They all ran without looking back. Only Han Sen was left. He strengthened his body. Then he charged straight towards the two dinosaurs. He shouted loudly, Han Sen, don't go. Han Sen ran alone on the surface of Bisui Lake, charging directly towards two astonishingly large dinosaurs. He immediately summoned the angel battle god. Powerful and beautiful. Participating in the battle alone. Han Sen. It was clearly difficult to deal with these two monsters at the same time. Yunyi's team was astonished, exclaiming, "My God, where did this expert come from to be so powerful? Is that angel-like woman a beast soul?" His companion, beast soul. No way, she's too magnificent. He's too powerful. He used the Dongxian Jing. He quickly probed the opponent's overall situation. Their life aura is truly strong. Indeed, one is a first-generation super god beast, and the other is a second-generation super god beast. Han Sen noticed the huge difference between these two creatures. The huge creature's body was filled with chaos, while the smaller one had a stream of life, flowing in a peculiar way. Angel battle god, you go deal with the big one. He had already decided on his tactics. He took out the Chongpa Balong. Shi Yan, a powerful flame enveloped this sharp weapon. Han Sen thought to himself, my current physique is no weaker than that of a god beast. Cub. Coupled with the Chongpa Balong Chi Yan skill, killing this small beast shouldn't be a big problem. He was already close to the small dinosaur. It let out a roar filled with power. Its eyes glowed powerfully and fiercely. It exuded considerable pressure. Han Sen thrust his flaming spear forward, but it caused not the slightest damage. He gritted his teeth, frowning in surprise. Blocked such powerful strength. I never expected the start to be so difficult. Han Sen turned in midair. To create distance, he secretly concluded this is a super god beast, specifically evolved for physical strength. The difference in size between these two monsters was truly immense. The one the angel was fighting was 10 times larger than the one Han Sen was fighting. She powerfully swung her sword, striking the dinosaur's head directly. It paused slightly, but otherwise showed no particular reaction, because the attack only caused a negligible scratch, which was insignificant compared to its hard body. Han Sen's side seemed even more difficult. The dinosaur was roaring furiously and giving chase. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, this beast is truly crazy. What kind of beast just chases people to bite them? But precisely because of this fierce temperament, Han Sen thought of another way to deal with it. Since you're relentlessly chasing me, I'll use that to my advantage, lure it away far from its mother. In an instant he had lured it to the arena. It should be far enough from its mother now. The dinosaur hadn't realized it had fallen into a trap. Han Sen glanced at the foolish prey behind him, thinking, your end has come. In a flash, he turned, gathered strength, and once again fiercely thrust out an attack. This time it had its mouth open, so its hard scales were completely ineffective. Powerful flames blazed. Han Sen roared, I must take down this prey. The spear had already destroyed its mouth. The dinosaur's throat was pierced straight through to its back neck. Protruding from its hard carapace, the monster trembled in pain. Han Sen knew that this alone wouldn't be enough to finish it. He didn't stop trying to thrust deeper, the scorching flames burning even more intensely. Suddenly it pulled back. Han Sen's spear hung suspended in the air. The monster broke free with incredible ease. He blurted out, ha! Feeling utterly bewildered. Han Sen was greatly surprised. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it! After such serious injuries, how can it still display the power of Chongpa Baolong Chien? Returning to Bisui Lake, the angel was still fighting the giant dinosaur. But it suddenly looked towards the shore. It seemed to have realized its cub had been missing for a long time. The dinosaur immediately ran off to look for its cub. The angel still chased after it relentlessly, and wounded it again. In the forest, the cub was trying to escape towards the lake. It knocked down all the dead trees in its path, making loud noises. Han Sen still pursued it relentlessly. The spear violently pierced its body again. Blood flowed out and he yelled, don't even think about escaping. The dinosaur fell. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, its lower body was being burned by flames. Clearly he hadn't left his prey for a moment. Han Sen was about to rush forward. to deliver a fatal blow to its head. The monster was too weak to resist. It collapsed helplessly. However, he was obstructed midway. A huge dark shadow rushed over, accompanied by a huge and violent sound. The mother dinosaur arrived just in time. A foot stomped down violently, sending gravel flying. Fortunately, Han Sen reacted in time and dodged it. Almost. It hurriedly bent down to look at its cub, who was struggling to get up. Its gaze was still wary yet filled with worry. The angel had caught up and continued to attack. This mother dinosaur clearly had more combat experience. It easily dodged all attacks. At the same time, it continuously attacked Han Sen on the ground. He successfully escaped. While looking for an opportunity to get close to the cub now, Han Sen was extremely nervous, afraid of missing the timing, and quickly made his move. That little beast is about to give out. I must find a chance to finish it off. Another strange creature rushed over to intervene in the battle. It looked like a lion, but it had wings. He exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" This monster secretly snatched the dying cub from behind its mother. While the giant dinosaur was busy blocking all attacks from the front, it completely neglected its rear. Han Sen gnashed his teeth in anger, growing more anxious. Damn it. Is someone else really trying to take advantage of me? The mother dinosaur realized her child was gone, so now all three attacked that monster together. He immediately chased after it desperately. I'm always the one taking advantage of others. How dare this beast take advantage of me? This is intolerable. The beast carried the small dinosaur deeper into the woods. It whined, struggling to escape but lacking the strength. Its mother was going berserk, desperately chasing to find her child. Withered trees along the way were leveled. Dry cracking sounds continuously echoed. Han Sen was also extremely anxious. The prey was right in front of me, yet it was stolen. He clearly followed the thief nervously, running so fast it disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this rate, he'll definitely lose track of it. A sudden idea struck him. Han Sen found an urgent solution. That's it. I can use the light of Godson's aura flow technique. He sped up. I'll fight stubbornly to the end, even if I run myself to death. I will catch up. How dare that black tiger winged beast steal my stuff? In the blink of an eye, it had flown to the Purple Mountain Range, a rugged and desolate place. Mist filled the mountain peaks. Han Sen braked abruptly. The rocks were taller than an adult. The sight before him shocked him. What is this? Most surprisingly, in this complex geographical environment, someone had actually built such a complex architectural complex. There was an immortal's palace on the mountaintop. Han Sen realized that what they were about to face was extraordinary. He quickly recalled his beast soul. Stop chasing, little angel. She obeyed, flying behind him to await new instructions. Han Sen affirmed. An alien spirit stronghold that has a black tiger winged beast. Such a strange creature absolutely cannot be just a royal stronghold. The mother dinosaur had already climbed the steep mountain wall. Her eyes never left her cub for a moment. Han Sen waited curiously. I wonder if this mother beast can catch up. The black tiger had dragged the cub to the Purple Star Palace. It lowered its altitude, preparing to enter. The dinosaur was still struggling to escape, but it was useless. Just as the mother beasts had emerged, the young beast had already been pulled inside. It roared wildly and loudly. It was too late, the door had already closed. The mother beast continuously slammed against it, hoping to break open the gate. However, this building was too hard. It couldn't do anything, and instead suffered greatly from its injuries. Dizzy, lightheaded, bleeding heavily, it looked truly pitiful. Han Sen had witnessed all of this from the very beginning. If you think about it carefully, such a powerful body, already far surpassing most super god creatures, still couldn't break through the fortress gate. The mother beast still hadn't given up. It continued to ram the gate with its bloody head, filled with determination, never stopping. Yet the gate remained completely unharmed. However, thick blood already covered the gate. The mother beast was facing considerable difficulty. Han Sen decided to fly up to see what kind of terrifying creatures were inside the fortress. He spread his wings and flew upwards. However, when he flew halfway up, he was greatly surprised. How can this be? Han Sen was stunned. With my eyesight and perception, I actually can't see through this mist. There's definitely something strange about this mist. He continued to fly upwards, deeper into this area. The mist grew thicker and thicker, greatly obstructing his vision. Given the situation, Han Sen cautiously took out an item. At this point, I can only use the ghost eye mask. Some specks of light clearly appeared in the dense cloud layer. He counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were at least 5 terrifying super god creatures. Perhaps there were still some other terrifying creatures I hadn't seen yet. Han Sen gritted his teeth and thought to himself. It was so hard to catch a super god creature. A second generation one, and now it's been snatched away. Should I just give up? He made up his mind and flew back to the mother dinosaur's side. No. I must charge in. Even if I can't get the prey back, I'll turn this place upside down. This time it didn't immediately attack Hansen. Hansen stood beside it and declared, we are on the same side now. He took out his weapon and thought to himself. Once inside this giant beast, can at least help tie down one or two super god creatures. A temporary alliance was formed. The blazing spear tip fiercely stabbed the sturdy gate. He tried his best to pry it open. He shouted with determination, open up for me. After that attack, the fiery flames burned even more fiercely. The gate remained unmoving, not opening in the slightest. It only received minor insignificant scratches. Hansen gritted his teeth in anger. He frowned, searching for a solution. It's too hard. Good heavens, I can't even pry off a single shard. The big dinosaur continued to ram the gate. Blood splattered. At this rate it would die before rescuing its child. This wasn't what Hansen wanted. This wouldn't do. Even if it could eventually break in, it would only have half a life left. Wouldn't it just be slaughtered by others then? He found other solutions and immediately flew into the air. He thought it's better to just charge in directly, then open the gate from the inside. Wearing his powerful super god battle armor, Hansen charged forward again. But it seemed something unexpected would happen. Why do I have a bad feeling? The mask helped him see a super god beast hiding in the mist, approaching them. He had to react immediately. Hansen didn't slow down. With just a single word, go, the angel automatically understood his intent and rushed out to block it. He had already found the entrance to a strange black hole. This must be what they were looking for. He shouted excitedly, this is it. The angel was still blocking several super god beasts hidden in the clouds. Hansen quickly gave instructions. I must enter the fortress, cover me. She then followed closely behind him, always ready to repel any obstacles in their path. He charged forward with his spear. The further Han Sen advanced, the more he felt something was off. The fortress wall was only about 100 meters. Yet we've already charged in for at least several hundred meters, and still couldn't see the ground below. Han Sen was lost in the dense fog. He nervously looked around. Damn it. This fog covers such a vast area. No matter which way I charge, I can't get out. It seems something is approaching its little angel. She once again blocked an attack from a super creature hiding in the mist. Han Sen seemed not to notice how close the danger already was. He gritted his teeth and continued to investigate. It seems there's only one super god creature in the mist. If other super god creatures don't show up, there should be a way to eliminate it. Sure enough, only one red light spot was approaching them. This super god creature was trying to move to avoid detection. Han Sen already had a plan. Little angel clearly couldn't see well. I'll have to figure out a way myself. He took out an item, the peacock repeating crossbow. Han Sen shouted loudly, signaling the angel on the left. She successfully blocked the attack. He had already planned to use the female dinosaur outside, so he was even more anxious. Gotta be quick. If that monster crashed into the gate and died, then he would lose a powerful assistant, Han Sen thought. It's observing us planning a sneak attack, so we must pretend not to see it. He covertly investigated. When outside, he could still sense auras, the life auras of the other four super god creatures. But now they couldn't be seen in the mist. Han Sen already sensed it circling behind them. Both couldn't help but laugh. Haha, it still wants to sneak attack me. The super god creature suddenly accelerated, preparing to attack. But unfortunately it had been seen through from the start. He frowned and said, it's coming. The super god creature was easily blocked. Han Sen excitedly shouted, didn't expect that, did you? He then used the peacock repeating crossbow, firing countless arrows in attack. He declared, now it's my turn to attack you. But he couldn't control the super god creature for long either. It shook off Han Sen and escaped. Startled by the sudden turn of events, he shouted in annoyance, ah. The nearby angel immediately gave chase, successfully delivering a deeply painful slash to the super god creature. Han Sen quickly gave the next command. Still close on its heels. It's injured, chase it. The super god creature tried to shake them both off but failed. He was already very close to a chase. The angel even accelerated close enough to get a chance for a powerful slash. Han Sen praised, good job, keep it tied up. He took out the peacock repeating crossbow and fired a final volley. There are still a few primitive stone-forged steel arrows. I'll leave them all for you. Han Sen was overjoyed to hear it took 4 more arrows. Ha ha ha, it can't last much longer. Little angel, it's all up to you. She charged forward and unleashed a magnificent crescent-shaped finishing blow. He immediately praised, "Well done, little angel." The system then displayed a hunting success notification. Hunt. Super God creature missed beast, no beast soul obtained. Can obtain 10 gene essences. Life. Consuming its flesh can randomly grant 10 gene points. The super god mist once again heavily obscured everything. Only 2 vague figures could be seen within the mist. After the super god creature died, the mist gradually dispersed. Han Sen understood. It seems this strange mist was your doing. Through this he saw the landing spot. Right below him. So this was the purple immortal palace. The super god creature they just hunted was also there. Han Sen landed next to it. Its body was gradually dissipating, revealing a huge milky white crystal. That's gene essence. The mist beast's life gene. After collecting all 10 gene essences, he then heard a rumbling crash from behind him. I almost forgot about opening the gate. So Han Sen walked over. Pushing with all his might, he sent his temporary companion inside. Ready to open. Coincidentally, just as the door opened, it charged in again. Then the mount stumbled inside. The sight here left it dazzled and mesmerized. Many doors shrouded in mist. Han Sen looked around feeling puzzled. Such magnificent and luxurious fortifications. Yet he saw no strange creatures or spirits. The dinosaur didn't think much of it, and continued to randomly choose another door. Charging right in, he exclaimed in annoyance, "Is this mount crazy?" Han Sen was about to step forward to help, when the powerful crash still echoed throughout the enormous fortifications. Suddenly the dinosaur backed away. It was wary, as if it sensed danger. And not because of its injuries. A strange object walked out, shocking him. A strange creature? No. It wasn't a strange creature wearing armor, but an empty suit of armor. It wielded a sword. Han Sen was still hesitant, wondering if this was a strange creature or a spirit. The dinosaur was wounded by the first strike. He realized the problem: the mount was too clumsy. Not only did it fail to step on the armored monster, but its foot was also struck by the monster's greatsword, causing an injury. If this dragged on, they would surely lose. Han Sen rushed over. "No. I can't let it die like this, I must help it. Without my help, it's impossible to deal with these super creatures." Suddenly, the black tiger that had snatched the child earlier appeared, blocking his path. Han Sen tried to evade it, he gritted his teeth, fuming. Finally it appeared. However, another large python and a huge gorilla appeared. So were they blocked on all sides, surrounded. The black tiger let out a fierce roar. Han Sen commanded, "Little angel, go." She accelerated, carrying her sword, heading straight for the target, slashing at her opponent. This time it was the black tiger. The huge gorilla lunged fiercely at Han Sen. He was startled by the speed that didn't match its size. Han Sen dodged just in time. The jump shattered the hard ground, forming a huge crater with debris scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, the python also joined the fray, its long body coiling and writhing, chasing after him. But Han Sen said, "Excellent." Then he seized the opportunity to attack the gorilla. He was startled, so tough. The scarlet flame dragon slash struck the great ape's arm, but only caused a minor injury. Then both super creatures pursued him relentlessly. He immediately retreated. Unknown was already difficult. Now he had to deal with 2 of them. The gorilla swung a heavy punch. Han Sen turned to block. A huge crashing sound rang out. He was sent flying by a punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood, violently hitting the hard wall behind him, causing the wall to crack. The gorilla and python seized the chance to charge forward together, intending to finish Han Sen. He struggled to get to his feet, then jumped up again, still clutching his spear. He was full of resolve. "If I can't defeat you, I have other methods." Han Sen landed behind the dinosaur, simultaneously luring the 2 super creatures to pursue him closely. Suddenly filled with killing intent, he charged at it. "I'll kill you." Flames blazed fiercely on the spear. Han Sen accelerated, rushing straight at the suit of armor and stabbing it. "Look over here." The gorilla behind him tried to attack him. It charged fiercely but was immediately blocked by the dinosaur. The battle situation slightly changed. The heavyweights became evenly matched. The 2 enormous super creatures tore at each other. One used its strong hands. The other attacked with sharp teeth. Han Sen's calculation was correct. Although this monster had difficulties fighting the steel-armored monster when facing the great ape, it also possessed great strength. Not being at a disadvantage at all, the armor struck a blow. "This size definitely looks better," he thought. "This is easier than dealing with that powerful gray ape." It was clearly the correct exchange, but the existence of a super beast had been forgotten as it charged over. Han Sen cursed angrily. "Damn it. There's another one. It's a python." He dodged aside, annoyed. Damn that thing. You're truly as persistent as a leech. There's no other way. Han Sen had no choice but to bring out another capable assistant. It was placed inside a giant shell. Little fairy, I've raised you for so long. Now it's time for you to work. He threw it directly at the super beast. The shell rolled a few times. Then a spirit appeared. From its appearance, one could tell the chill it was about to bring. In an instant the spirit flew around the python, freezing it. Its smooth skin was already covered by hard ice. Han Sen was secretly pleased. This guy didn't disappoint me, it's great. He looked directly at the armor in front of him. Now, I can fully focus on you. Han Sen once again blocked the sword with the gun handle. But unlike the gorilla's punch, this weapon was enough to destroy the spear. Unexpectedly, a crack was split by the sword's light. It seems I can't directly confront the sword's light. He used its cumbersome body and stealthily attacked from behind. Who knew this armor is too hard? It couldn't cause any damage. The gap was too small again. The crimson flame exploding dragon slash couldn't penetrate it. The angel and the black tiger were occupying the entire sky from high above. The battle was very intense. The dinosaur and the gorilla. The gorilla was also gradually gaining ground. However, it seems our side is more heavily wounded. After all, it had already expended too much energy trying to open the door. Oh no, once it falls, the balance of power will completely tip. It'll never have another chance. Han Sen tried his best to salvage the situation. I must find a way to heal it. All the wounds on the dinosaur's body healed. He felt temporarily relieved. Finally, the situation was temporarily stabilized. The battle, Han Sen dodged the armor's attacks. Just by time until the little fairy is free. She was still suppressing the python. The tightly clinging ice layer rendered it immobile. Now is the time for a fatal blow. The python couldn't even spit out blood. What it spat out was a massive chunk of ice. Seeing this, he secretly praised the little fairy as amazing. The first victory marked the team's counterattack. Han Sen used the Dongxian aura field. Carefully examine all opponents. This monster in front of him. This steel armor is actually a second-generation super god beast. His vitality flow art. Perhaps it is the green method that drives the sword. Light. As soon as he enhanced his perception, Han Sen discovered another issue. On that peak, an extremely dangerous red aura was lurking. It was motionless without any special movement. However, its power level was extremely alarming. Enough to destroy all his previous efforts. Oh no, there are other transcendental beings. In this shelter, a super beast with an extremely terrifying red aura is descending towards the battle zone. Its posture was majestic like an emperor. Han Sen nervously tried to find a solution. Once this monster joins the battle, we will have almost no hope of victory. Must we retreat now? Suddenly the sound of ice shattering echoed. The python was on the verge of death. He looked forward to the little fairy finishing up over there. Han Sen regained hope. As long as we delay, long enough for the little fairy to eliminate that four-legged lizard, we still have a chance to fight. He temporarily retreated, waiting for the right moment. The blue armor pursued relentlessly, attacking and defending. The two ran along the massive fortification together. Han Sen noticed something unusual from above. He quickly looked up. He stopped at the steep stairs, utterly surprised. He observed carefully. Is anyone up there? A woman in red appeared. She was the spirit carrying an aura. A disturbing, overwhelming aura. Han Sen recognized her. He looked at her hands with sharp nails. Empty-handed, does that mean the spirit of this project isn't the armored monster, but this woman? Where is her weapon? Or is she so powerful she doesn't need one? He bit his teeth nervously, looking at the fight with the python. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. And the little demon will be free to fight. He was cornered from both front and back. Han Sen risked charging at the spirit. The one behind rushed forward. The armored suit was still hot on his heels. The spirit showed no particular reaction, seemingly testing this strange opponent. He was suspicious, not daring to let his guard down even for a moment. Did she stop? The armored suit behind him charged forward and swung violently. The mist strike shattered the ground below. Han Sen guessed. The armored monster's attacks became fiercer. Could it be that my attack on the spirit enraged it? What? She raised her hand. The atmospheric pressure also grew tenser. He knew she was about to attack. The spirit clenched her fist and threw a punch. Its speed was too fast for the naked eye to see. Indeed, she is the strongest. He was shocked when he was hit in the abdomen. It felt like an explosion, even though he clearly sensed it. He had no time to dodge. Han Sen was stunned. Everything was beyond his imagination. completely unable to discern this strike. Han Sen was sent flying from the steep stairs. Unable to resist, he slammed against the wall. The sturdy wall was shattered again by his impact. Debris scattered everywhere. A huge crack appeared in his abdomen. Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her speed was fast enough. But her power was still limited. Otherwise, this armor would have been destroyed by her long ago. But obviously, he still suffered significant damage. Blood gushed out. If he only reacted after she attacked, it would be too late. Han Sen thought. I must rely on sensing her aura to react before she makes her move. Suddenly, he was startled and looked up. The armored suit rushed up to attack again. Suddenly, Han Sen foolishly let out a ha. He got up and ran away in time. Fortunately, during this time, his spiritual perception had improved rapidly, helping him both dodge the armored monster's attacks and monitor the spirit's movements. She still stood quietly on the stairs, looking down with disdain from above. Han Sen calculated that to dodge her attack, he had to anticipate it before she made her move. This was also an opportunity to test the results. The fruits of his training during this period. The spirit continued to slowly raise her hand. Her powerful aura subtly fluctuated. He already knew she was going to attack again. The spirit shot out at an incredible speed, too fast to be seen. As if teleporting. Han Sen couldn't help but be greatly surprised. This time she appeared before him again. Yet he stared wide-eyed, ready to counter. But this time he had barely managed to see it. Han Sen successfully dodged the punch. He looked at the spirit's fist and shouted with extreme excitement, I dodged it. The spirit was utterly astonished. When Han Sen countered her attack, she froze. Her pupilless crimson eyes widened, filled with confusion. The spirit immediately retracted her hand. Just then, Han Sen, seeking revenge, aimed an attack at her abdomen. He laughed with excited triumph, thinking, it's time for revenge. But things weren't that simple. The spirit vanished instantly. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, disappeared. He looked around in confusion. Clenching his trembling hands, a punch full of regret was within reach. He didn't hit it even like that. Just then the armor attacked from behind again. Han Sen was startled, he almost forgot about it. Fortunately, this armor was easier to deal with. He immediately moved behind it, ready to counterattack. Good. Right after the spirit appeared, Han Sen continued to be surrounded again. Fortunately, a move cannot be used twice. On him. The powerful punch was easily dodged. Han Sen cursed under his breath. It seems I'm being ganged up on by two legendary powerhouses. No. I am being ganged up on by two legendary powerhouses. He muttered to himself with the Dongxian aura. I can really see the trajectories. The trajectories of their movements. Every attack is clearly visible. With this, Han Sen charged straight forward, without suffering any substantial harm. He frowned in annoyance. Even if I can predict their actions, these two creatures are still too terrifying. Just one small mistake, and I'll be doomed forever. Immediately after the armor slashed Han Sen, he frowned in pain. Han Sen struggled to fend off the countless incoming attacks, thinking, little fairy, hurry, I can't hold on much longer. The spirit attacked again. This time he had no time to react, whether he saw through it or not. The punch hit Han Sen's left shoulder. He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. She moved again and continued her attack. Han Sen said helplessly, too fast. Impossible to dodge. The spirit unleashed an uppercut. His body was sent flying into the air in great pain. Unbelievably, a lot of blood had already spilled. Han Sen gritted his teeth. I can't wait any longer. I can't count on little fairy's support anymore. He was sent flying, about to crash directly onto the hard ground below. Will this be Han Sen's final end? Clearly not at the last moment. He saw something new. This feeling of sudden enlightenment is. Everything has become even clearer than before. So this is the aura spirit sense of the Dongxian when activated to its fullest. It can rival the eighth sense. His golden eyes widened again, filled with hope. Han Sen continued fighting. It's too clear. All your movements are already within my control. The spirit teleported again. He felt her movements were so slow. I saw through it. Han Sen dodged her and charged straight towards the armor in front, delivering a heavy blow. He couldn't help but laugh, thinking, even if I can't see the spirit's high-speed attacks, I can still dodge them easily. How wonderful. The plan was back to the beginning. As long as I keep these two guys occupied, little fairy will come to reinforce after killing that lizard, and the situation will immediately change. However, the spirit paused, slightly frowning in thought. Seemingly having seen through Han Sen's intentions, the spirit gave an order to the armor beside her. She gestured and it nodded. He cautiously said, "What is this spirit trying to do?" Then the armor suddenly turned around and ran off. While the spirit engaged Han Sen in combat, he was clearly held back, worried about where that armored monster was going. Could it be that they've already discovered my plan? Han Sen blocked a powerful punch, then retreated slightly towards the stairs, and then ran away. He deliberately provoked her. "Come and catch me." Her speed is truly terrifying. The spirit suddenly appeared in front of Han Sen, even though he had clearly been running ahead. Han Sen confidently shouted, "You can't stop me," secretly urging her, "Quickly call your subordinate back to stop me." The spirit and Han Sen chased each other up the steep stairs, running upwards. She chased closely but couldn't catch him. Han Sen cursed impatiently under his breath. Damn it. Why isn't she calling back that armored monster? He continued to run higher, but the spirit stopped. Han Sen wondered why it stopped chasing. Strange symbols suddenly appeared in its red eyes, making hearts pound. The pressure constantly increased as if about to explode. The red aura gradually turned black. Everything became increasingly unpredictable. He frowned, realizing the situation was bad, dangerous. This xenogeniac has other tricks. Worse still, Han Sen was already in a dilemma. Now I've been targeted by it. If I move even slightly, I'll suffer a terrifying attack. An unimaginably dreadful attack. The xenogeniac slowly approached like the Grim Reaper, he thought. Even if I can predict its moves. But if its speed is faster than my reaction, then prediction is useless. Han Sen clenched his fists, deciding to fight to block this xenogeniac's blow. As long as I can withstand one blow, I'll still have a chance. She leaped onto the broken steps. He vaguely saw a figure and trembled. It moved. Han Sen's eyes widened as he watched carefully. He was surprised to find it left no trail. He had no time to worry about it anymore. Forget it, I must seize the initiative. He then unleashed the Great Thunder Mystic Poem. Han Sen was like a wildly discharging pillar, emitting incredibly powerful blue-purple lightning. The xenogeniac easily passed through all the attacks. In her originally scarlet eyes, they had completely turned black. In the blink of an eye, the xenogeniac was already before Han Sen. He was startled too fast. She threw a powerful punch. Han Sen coughed up blood, the pain unbearable. He was sent flying a great distance by the punch. This punch was completely different from before. It brought much greater pressure. Fragments gradually fell, shattering along with the dust behind him. Han Sen thought, this armor can't hold up much longer. There was no choice, he had to disengage the armor. Then spit out a large mouthful of blood. Han Sen concluded, I'm finished. He only had this one set of super god armor. He still stood firm, his gaze resolute, unwilling to give up. His physique hadn't reached the level to contend with super god creatures. Without armor protection, the situation became even worse. While the xenogeniac wasn't looking, Han Sen began to flee. This battle can't continue. He quickly ran down the stairs. Such a terrifying attack. She definitely couldn't perform a second time. The only way was to use Skyflight Burst to burst his inner power and escape from here at maximum speed. Ding! The xenogeniac was simultaneously fighting the giant python and the armor. She was indeed very resilient and powerful, but the tide of battle was already irreversible. Han Sen shouted, little imp, run! If he lost her too, the loss would be too great. The xenogeniac frowned, clearly displeased. She glared, pursuing her fleeing prey. He shivered, not daring to look back. Damn it, keep running at maximum speed. That dreadful feeling returned. The black aura intensified again. She was preparing to attack again. It was an attack capable of shattering super god armor. Han Sen felt extreme terror. If he took another hit, even if he didn't die, he'd be half dead. She charged again. Still that terrifying pressure and power. He was blocked again. He was startled, cursing weakly, damn it. Suddenly, the bag Han Sen carried containing Enin moved. He felt something at his waist. What was that? A sliver of hope sparked within him. Could little Enin be evolving? The xenogeniac was startled, her eyes widening. She was stunned, and seemed to have noticed it too. From that bag, a blue attack leaped out, charging straight towards the xenogeniac. She hurriedly retreated. Countless kilovolts of lightning shot out, illuminating the entire area. The xenogeniac couldn't dodge in time and was violently electrocuted. She let out a pained shriek. The adult Enin glared at the alien. All its fur stood on end, filled with murderous intent. Han Sen was overjoyed. Little Enin, you've finally grown up. Kill her. It continued to attack even more fiercely. She trembled, utterly subdued. Enin charged forward, baring its fangs and claws. He praised it ceaselessly. Little Enin is amazing. The black armor was torn apart. Han Sen felt the thrill of revenge and said with satisfaction, "Well done. She deserves to experience having her armor ripped apart too." The pursuit was not over yet. Enin charged forward again. It roared continuously, unleashing lightning. Its small and agile body pierced through the alien. She was being suppressed. The alien struggled in pain. Han Sen was shocked. Little Yin Yin's complete form is too strong. It can actually beat an alien like this. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Trembling and unable to stand steady, already completely defeated. Han Sen was overjoyed, praising it ceaselessly. Little Enin fought brilliantly. It looked back at him from midair as if waiting. Han Sen continued to give orders. Go kill it in one blow. It was like a lightning storm. Enin charged straight ahead to bite its target. The alien had no strength left to resist. It used its sharp claws to unleash a powerful cleave she could no longer resist. Thus she endured all the damage. The alien used its remaining strength to escape. Her aura gradually dissipated. Her body was no longer whole. He looked around. After confirming the alien had vanished, Han Sen let out a sigh of relief. We won. The enormous Enin suddenly transformed back into its adorable cub form. It let out an affectionate cry and jumped back into his arms. Han Sen said, "Good thing you can still shrink. If you were still this big, my shoulder couldn't take it." He caressed it, making a promise to Enin. "You performed exceptionally well today. I'll give you a good reward when we get home." It chirped happily. Han Sen continued. "All right, let's go to the alien spirit temple." He hurried up. It takes some time for a soul stone to regenerate within them. I used this time to seize that soul stone soon after Han Sen arrived at his destination. The design of the alien spirit temple is truly unique. He gasped, "Oh, it's so tall. It's truly captivating." Han Sen walked along looking around and couldn't help but exclaim, "The temple is beautiful." He gradually walked further inside. He stopped when he saw his objective. Here we are. Han Sen wondered, is there a soul stone on the forehead of this statue? He frowned and thought, such a strange stone statue, I wonder what kind of god it is. But in any case, this soul stone is still very important. This statue was indeed massive. Han Sen took Enin and ascended. Little Enin, hold on tight. He had reached his destination. The small stone emitted a red glow and exuded considerable pressure. Han Sen excitedly reached out his hand. After overcoming countless difficulties, he smiled with satisfaction. Hee, I got the soul stone. Suddenly it emitted a strange black and red light. This color was familiar, just like the alien from before. Han Sen was horrified. Did the alien revive? The airflow became increasingly dense. They converged in front. It grew enormous and began to burn fiercely. The alien from before appeared. Again kneeling on the ground, clearly expressing its submission to Chanan D. Ready to offer its ultimate loyalty at any time, and to follow its master. Until eternity. A powerful crimson force surged towards him. Enin on his shoulder was slightly startled. Han Sen burst into satisfied laughter. Ha ha ha, Chanan D, I have a super alien now. Suddenly, the four super divine beasts all stopped as if fearing something. They continuously let out mournful cries. Then they all retreated simultaneously, scattering and fleeing. The dinosaurs were bewildered. It let out a loud cry, and then charged straight for the door in front of it to find its child. Han Sen stroked Enin on his shoulder as the sea dragon looked down. They felt it at that moment. Does the Empress already belong to me? Great, everyone ran away. Now no super god creature can stop our path. The spirit stood before him confused. She trembled stiffly, seemingly trying to express something. The spirit kept gesticulating wildly. Han Sen understood what she meant. All right. I know you've worked hard, but don't try to take credit here. He took out a large pill and handed it to her. The spirit giggled happily. Han Sen said, "Here, this is a creation gene pill. A reward for your good performance. If I get anything good in the future, I definitely won't forget you." The dinosaur mom successfully charged in. He watched it in surprise. It rampaged through the palace, searching everywhere. Finally it found its child. Its injuries were too severe and it had lost a lot of blood. The little beast was still alive but very weak. It struggled to cry out to its mother. Han Sen judged that its injuries were too severe, and it hadn't received treatment for a long time. Almost all its blood had drained. This little beast's body was truly very tough. If it were any other weaker creature, even a second-generation super god, it would probably have died long ago. Suddenly the dinosaur mom let out a painful roar. It was as fierce as if it had gone mad. He was startled. It seemed to sense danger approaching it. Oh no, the dinosaur charged at Han Sen. Their temporary alliance was over. After a difficult battle, his strength was exhausted, so he quickly took out his beast soul. Don't tell me it wants revenge on me. Little angel. Quick, quick, protect me. But before he could do anything, it knelt down again. Han Sen was extremely confused. How it knelt down, he was utterly bewildered. Scratching his head in confusion. Is it begging me? The dinosaur paid no mind? Despite its injuries, it remained prostrate on the floor. The little beast grew weaker day by day. Its whimpers were barely audible anymore. Han Sen understood. You want me to save it? He thought to himself. Now, I am fully capable of killing these two super god creatures, big and small. This way I could gain a good number of super god genes. But I can also choose another path. Han Sen asked, if I save it, are you willing to obey my commands? The dinosaur mom cried, looking heartbroken. It weakly nodded, slightly letting out a very faint whimper. It seemed this was its way of showing agreement. He stepped forward and replied. We are comrades in arms in a way. We once fought side by side. Since you are willing to obey my command, I have no reason not to save it. The dinosaur closed its eyes tightly and let out a sound of affirmation. Han Sen approached, stating his conditions. From now on you will stay here, guarding this sacred place for me. He extended his hand and used his ability to heal the little beast. All the wounds quickly healed. Claw marks were deeply embedded in its flesh. It was enveloped in golden flames. In the blink of an eye they vanished. Its flesh was as good as new. After the matter was settled, Han Sen decided, I should give you names. Let's call you Dahei and Shiohei. The little beast happily hummed in agreement. Back in the god spirit temple, he was swaggering, sitting in the highest position, reserved for the most powerful. The powerful spirit frowned deeply, clearly showing his defiance. Even if I have submitted to you, you and I are both emperor spirits. If you push me too far, I would rather self-destruct and die. Han Sen was completely taken by surprise. He asked in surprise how were both emperor spirits. Han Sen recalled that after successfully evolving, he had gained the rank of evolver. He gained an additional 100 years of life possessing a divine body emperor spirit. He had once received a meaningful message. An emperor rules the world. All spirits submit. Han Sen finally understood. So this is the meaning of an emperor spirit. It seems the super god body I possess is an emperor-grade physique among spirits. He thought to himself, accepting her conditions isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'll stabilize her first, and then slowly develop our relationship later. Han Sen chuckled as he looked at the newly subdued spirit falling into thought. Her eyes were so resolute. He racked his brain for a solution. The main thing was that it was incredibly difficult to subdue a super spirit, so he certainly couldn't let her self-destruct. Otherwise, among the spirits in the Holy Land, the Empress instantly exuded a serious aura and said, I can obey your commands and be loyal to you. But you must also help me complete my evolution, giving me a chance to return to the third god sanctuary. Hearing this, Han Sen immediately counter-questioned. Do you mean that you were once in the third god sanctuary? The Empress didn't hide anything and said, I was once promoted to the third god sanctuary. But I was demoted because I committed a grave sin. He asked directly without hesitation, what grave sin? Hearing him ask that, her hand unconsciously clenched, trembling, expressing all her anger and resentment. The Empress gritted her teeth and answered word by word. Killed the great emperor's son. Han Sen's expression didn't change as he replied, Great Emperor? What is a great emperor? Sounds very powerful. She immediately replied, among the spirits in the third god sanctuary vying for supremacy, whoever can defeat other spirits and rule a territory will be honored as the great emperor. Han Sen fell into thought after hearing this. He turned to look at her, then said, So you dared to kill the great emperor's son? That truly takes some guts. If that's the case, when you return to the third god sanctuary, won't the great emperor hunt you down? The Empress looked directly into Han Sen's eyes and answered frankly, If you are afraid you can grant me freedom, I certainly won't implicate you. Han Sen didn't rush to answer. Instead, he took a few steps, walked to a tall chair and turned to the Empress saying, Well, consider those matters later. Tell me, how can you be promoted to the third god sanctuary again? The divine beast behind him also let out a roar, seemingly very interested in this matter as well. He sat down on the chair, exuding an air of superiority. Han Sen thought to himself, if my super god emperor spirit body is really like an emperor spirit, then I can also, like an emperor spirit, be promoted to the third god sanctuary, without needing to pass through the evolution pond. The Empress stood below and answered, If a spirit wants to upgrade, it can only do so by enhancing its own emperor spirit genes. When the emperor spirit genes reach 100 points, it can be promoted to the third god sanctuary. Han Sen recalled the scene of the Empress slaying a monster with a single sword. He thought to himself. The method for emperor spirits to enhance their genes is no different from that of humans or xenogeneic creatures. They absorb the life gene essence of xenogeneic creatures, or absorb plants from the sanctuary. Suddenly, he discovered something and exclaimed. But unlike highly adaptable humans, emperor spirits are limited by their own attributes and talents. They can only absorb life gene essence that has the same attribute and talent. Thinking of this, he fell into deep thought. Although I have an emperor spirit physique, I haven't reached the celestial rank yet, and my emperor spirit talent hasn't awakened. So I can still absorb various genes. What will happen then when my emperor spirit talent awakens? I only have an emperor spirit physique, not a true emperor spirit. Will I also be restricted like them? With this thought, he opened his mouth and asked, "What talent system do you belong to?" The empress immediately and very concisely replied, "Space." Hearing this, a happy expression appeared on Han Sen's face, and he said, "Good, from now on, all space attribute life gene essence will be yours. But in exchange you must strictly obey my commands. Next we should go hunting for prey." The empress bowed respectfully. Han Sen responded, "Good. I hope you'll keep our promise. Wishing you a pleasant collaboration." The scene shifts to Dangshan. A giant cyan bird beast was circling at an extremely fast speed on the central peak. Han Sen's voice rang out not far away. "This is the creature you're looking for, a lightning element super god beast." The bird beast flew past quickly, with a current of electricity emanating from its body. Han Sen and the empress stood watching from a distance for a few seconds. He shouted, "Azure Thunder Eagle." He looked at the little fox beside him, smiling gently and saying meaningfully, "Xiao Inin, your snack has arrived." The beast pet immediately let out an excited cry full of anticipation and joy. Then it also rushed out at an extremely fast speed towards the great eagle. Watching it rush out, Han Sen said, so impatient. He then summoned the angel and sent the little angel to help. The two beast pets soon met. To prove their respective strengths, both beast pets cried out loudly, seemingly ready to attack immediately. The little fox had already rapidly approached it and bit the bird beast's neck, causing the bird beast immense pain. Seeing this scene, Han Sen asked, "It's so close to your companion. Why didn't you subdue it sooner?" The empress explained, "I've only been here for a little over 10 years, and haven't subdued many super god beasts. Flying ones are even rarer. I haven't been able to take it down yet." As she spoke, her voice dropped, with a touch of gentleness on her face, yet also full of meaning. "But the enemy we are about to face is not like this." Standing on the towering mountain range, she pointed in a direction. That direction was towards a giant tree reaching high into the clouds. The empress said, "To the north of this mountain range, there's an azure sky vine that has already borne fruit, and it's almost ripe." Giant vines were intertwined like knitted yarn, densely climbing upwards, like massive pythons. She continued, "Ghost Blood Emperor will bring his pack of super god beasts to seize the azure sky fruit." In the distant valley, clashing sounds could be heard echoing through the layered peaks. Upon closer inspection, two swords were clashing. The owners of those two swords were the steel-armored monster, which was battling a black skeleton. Both sides appeared evenly matched. Coincidentally, this sound attracted the attention of Han Sen and the empress. They instantly flew over, and he spoke. "Huh, someone's fighting." Seeing the familiar appearance of the monster below, Han Sen said to the person next to him, "Look, isn't that monster one of your companions? How did it end up here?" The empress looked down at the two monsters fighting below, and confirmed, "It is indeed. Ever since you subdued me, I lost the ability to control other super god beasts, and also lost control over their actions. So there's nothing strange about it appearing here." The steel-armored monster seemed to be at a disadvantage, trembling as it resisted. Just then it looked back and noticed the two people behind it. Seemingly seeing an opportunity, it knew it couldn't defeat its current opponent, and immediately turned and ran towards Han Sen, fleeing without looking back, catching the black skeleton off guard. By the time it reacted, Han Sen had already gradually flown down, landed on his toes and walked towards the black skeleton's location. The monster was enraged by its opponent's escape, and vented its anger on the creatures nearby. Its green eye sockets glowed, and with a piercing roar it raised its long sword and charged. Han Sen was not afraid in the slightest, and calmly commanded the Holy War Angel, "If you dare attack me, little angel, teach it a lesson." Upon receiving the command, the Holy War Angel entered battle mode, blocking the black skeleton's attack with a single sword. But to its surprise, its attack was quite powerful, even enough to push the Holy War Angel back a distance. surprising Han Sen, who secretly thought, "This guy is strong. Its power even surpasses the little angel." Not disheartened, the Holy War Angel continued to grip. Its long sword enveloped in a layer of golden power. Golden light swung towards the black skeleton. Han Sen quickly recognized its identity. Turns out it was a rather boring super god descendant. Those harmonizing techniques. The auras of super god descendants are all similar. Learning too many isn't very useful. He placed his hand on his forehead, unleashing the move aura movement. A sphere radiating green airflow appeared. After he finished, Han Sen put his hands in his pockets. He looked at the person behind him. He thought those assistants belonging to the third god are truly terrifying. What a pity, even if I could imitate the Empress aura harmonizing technique. In an instant my body still couldn't completely bear it. After thinking, he commanded, "Empress, help little angel finish it quickly." She quickly charged forward, her eyes bloodshot. "As you command." Empress Shana instantly drew two blood-red blades from her hands. She rapidly charged forward. The black skeleton was busy fighting the Holy War Angel. It quickly sensed her terrifying aura as well. Soon it knew it was no match. So it used its body and began to escape underground. It kicked up a cloud of dust obstructing their view. How could the Holy War Angel let it go? It intended to fight to the very end. Little angel raised her sword. She continuously smashed it into the ground, as if trying to dig out the black skeleton. But this method seemed ineffective. Looking at the pit dug several feet deep, Han Sen stood by, muttering to himself. He thought to himself, "I wonder if little angel can pull him out." Finally he waved his hand, looked to the other side and gestured. "Alright, stop wasting time. Let's go check out the conking ahead first." From a distance it looked like a stick, standing straight up. There was no sight of lush branches or leaves at all, but as they approached the conking, they were shocked by its size. Is this a plant? It's enormous. Upon closer inspection, they noticed something on the trunk. Han Sen shouted. "That's..." He put his hands on his hips. He looked up, scoffing, "Oh, we've met our old friend again." Zooming in, they saw two black monstrous figures right next to the black skeleton climbing the tree. He thought, "So you came here. You ran really fast." Han Sen walked closer to the tree. Looking at his hands, he asked himself, "So many flowers. I wonder how much fruit they'll bear. No need to fight over them. Think of all the effort saved." Empress Shana, who was behind him, then enlightened him. "They want bear fruit. This is just the root of the conking." Han Sen could only scratch his head upon hearing this. Can roots also grow leaves and yellow flowers? She ignored him. She walked straight to the tree, urging, "This is indeed the root of the conking. Its fruit should be ripening soon now. Let's hurry up there." Han Sen didn't say much more. He summoned his lion and rode on its back. He extended his hand and said, "Climbing up like this is too tiring, come on up." Shana didn't mind and agreed. He helped her onto the back. Han Sen asked, "I wonder if Blood Emperor has arrived yet." Shana replied, "He's probably already there." Above the clouds a piece of land began to reveal itself, supported by the conking. Shana sat in the back, her mind beginning to scheme. "I'm afraid he has already secured an advantageous position on Empty City Island." Scene change at this moment in the sky above the conking. A blazing phoenix soared in the sky. In the night it roared, its cries echoing across the entire sky. The cry attracted Han Sen's attention. He looked up, watching its figure gradually fly closer. A hint of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Isn't that the black fire phoenix? The one from the Black Desert? Even it has come this far. It seems the number of super god creatures gathered this time has exceeded expectations." Suddenly a laugh rang out. Han Sen immediately turned his head to look behind him, and asked Shana suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" She frowned and replied unhappily. I didn't laugh. Seeing her reaction, Han Sen felt a little worried. "Oh, don't be angry." Han Sen then widened his eyes, looked around, making ha-ha sounds. His face still held a blank expression, but he muttered, "I just heard a woman's laugh." Shana sat behind him playing dumb. "What woman's laugh?" Han Sen got angry. He picked up the fox by the scruff of its neck with one hand and shouted, "Zayayinian! Stop sleeping, didn't you hear anything?" It looked at Han Sen blankly and let out a soft cry. Its eyes were full of confusion. Han Sen still looked around, frowning, grinding his teeth in irritation. Strange, am I hallucinating? Afterwards he put everything out of his mind, holding Zayayinian, and continued forward with everyone. Han Sen gently said to it, "Never mind. Let's keep going, Zayayinian. You can keep sleeping in my arms." A little later on Kongqing Island, at the top of the conking, it pierced through layers of clouds. Phoenixes danced there. forming a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment Han Sen looked around and said in surprise, "My goodness, this island is truly massive." As soon as he finished speaking, Shauna hastily stopped him. "Wait." Han Sen turned back to her blankly and asked, "What's wrong, Shauna?" Shauna replied softly, "You should let me return to your spirit sea first, to avoid causing a disturbance and attracting the attention of Manhwa Emperor." Shauna didn't forget to remind him, "Also remember, when you encounter other people, don't cause trouble and don't let Manhwa Emperor notice us." Han Sen didn't understand Shauna's caution, so he curiously asked, "So cautious? Why is Manhwa Emperor really that strong?" Shauna didn't explain further. As she entered Han Sen's spirit sea, she continued to instruct, "Remember what I said. Only by reserving your strength will you have a chance to deceive him." Han Sen softly replied, "Okay." Afterwards he walked with Xia Yinian. Han Sen observed his surroundings, thinking, "This Konkingding should be growing in the center of the island. Let's go that way." Suddenly a cry for help came from afar. Help! Hearing the commotion, Han Sen stopped, unconsciously looked over and said, "Someone's there." He definitely didn't mishear this time. The fox also looked over. From afar a figure rushed forward, shouting in fear, "Buddha Jade Emperor! Virgin Mary! Someone save me!" Han Sen raised his hand to cover his ears, simultaneously turning to look in the direction the sound came from, trying to hear more clearly. Why does that sound a little familiar? In the distance in front of Han Sen, a figure was rushing rapidly, shouting, "Help me!" as they ran. Han Sen couldn't help but wonder, who is it? Taking a closer look, he widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "It's Wang Yuhang." Han Sen's mind was roaring non-stop at this moment. In this place full of extraordinary creatures, I definitely don't want to be with that jinx. He turned and ran, letting Wang Yuhang shout for help behind him. "You're the captain. Captain, save me, Han Sen." Han Sen ran, shouting to drive him away, "Don't come near me." After running for a while, Han Sen stopped, panting exhaustedly. He was still complaining inwardly. "He could see me from so far away. That guy's eyes are too sharp." He really couldn't run anymore. Wang Yuhang relentlessly pursued him from behind, waving for help. As soon as he ran over, he put his hand on Han Sen's shoulder, crying with gratitude, "Captain, I really didn't expect you to be so loyal, coming all this way to save me." I'm so touched. Han Sen felt awkward, both exhausted and stammering, unsure how to reply. In a reasonable way, "Heavens, you've misunderstood." Just as the two were talking, something came running from a distance, with strong duck feet and a huge beak, full of sharp teeth. It was a giant white swan, a divine blood creature. It looked very angry, crying and running. It thumped its way over to Han Sen and Wu Hong. Seeing it was chasing them, the two of them had no choice but to stick out their butts and run for their lives, constantly shouting, "Holy shit! Run!" By this time the white swan was already close. It pecked Wu Hang's butt. The pain made his face change drastically and he yelled while clutching his butt, "Captain, save me." Han Sen took out his Qian Baolong too and looked behind him. He quietly assessed, "This white swan's vitality is quite weak. It's just a divine blood creature. It's nothing special." Then he turned around and counterattacked, hitting it directly on its back. It cried out in pain and fell to the ground. At this moment the notification panel popped up. Successful hunt. Obtained divine blood creature. White swan obtained. White swan soul beast. Consuming its flesh grants divine blood gene points. Wu Hong ran over and hugged him. He was so excited that tears and snot flowed down his face. "Captain, you are too good to me. I never thought you'd travel thousands of miles just to save me." Han Sen explained with a bitter smile, "I was just passing by." "First tell me, how did you end up here?" He recounted, choked with emotion and tears. "I was captured by others. Captain, you absolutely have to help me." About 10 minutes later, everyone sat around the roasted swan. After Wu Hong finished recounting the events, he asked, "Captain, don't you think they went too far?" Han Sen nodded repeatedly, "Absolutely. This place is too dangerous. Finish eating and then get out of here." While enjoying the delicious roast meat, a somewhat familiar figure appeared behind them. It was the beak of another white swan, still in midair. That white swan's eyes were blood-red, filled with murderous intent. It let out an angry cry. Wu Hong looked back and gave a bitter smile. He trembled all over, holding up the roast meat and saying, "Big brother, I haven't even eaten this roasted swan yet. How about I give it back to you?" But the white swan didn't care at all. It opened its mouth and charged at him, letting out an angry shriek. Wu Hong turned his head and ran, dodging. As the white swan pecked at him, he pleaded repeatedly, "Don't be angry, I already said I'd give it back to you. Captain, help me." Han Sen immediately flew high into the sky, thinking to himself, "I should quickly kill this white swan. If it attracts other mutant creatures again, that would be troublesome. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was still running for his life. Seeing Han Sen fly away, he pleaded, "Captain, don't leave, save me." Han Sen from above immediately spoke out to guide Wu Hong. "Weren't you kidnapped and brought here? Run towards them." Hearing this, Wu Hong immediately ran in that direction and asked, "Is this good enough, big brother?" Han Sen immediately encouraged him. "It's fine. Just go for it." Wu Hong, being chased by the white swan, quickly ran in that direction, shouting, "All right. But if I really get into trouble, you absolutely must save me." Han Sen, looking down from above, replied, "Absolutely." But a question also arose in his mind. Just who kidnapped Huang Fu Hong and dared to come here? The scene shifts to the human camp. Tents were neatly arranged among the hills. People were working. When they saw the white swan's figure charging over, they immediately cried out in alarm. What is that thing? They and the tents were continuously attacked and sent flying into the air by it. Everyone screamed in terror, "What is that?" Hearing the noise, a person lifted the curtain from inside a tent and walked out, asking in confusion, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" Immediately after, this person was also sent flying by the white swan's flapping wings. Manager Chu stood on the platform, looking at the people holding weapons in front of him. He ordered, "Don't engage it, heed and lure it to an open area." Han Sen. At this moment, Han Sen hid to the side, observing and wondering to himself, who exactly are these people? They seem well trained. Even in such a chaotic situation, they quickly calmed down. But if that's truly the case, why are they unable to deal with the super god creature? Meanwhile, a subordinate brought a suitcase full of items and reported, "Manager Chu, the items are here." Seeing that the items had arrived, he quickly demanded, "Open it." As soon as the suitcase was opened, each of those people immediately picked up a syringe. Seeing this, he wondered to himself, what are those things? What are they doing? At the same time, they quickly injected the mysterious syringe into their upper arms. As soon as the syringe fell to the ground, that guy entered the blood-awakened azure state. His entire body exuded murderous intent, with bulging veins making him look horrifying. These people's bodies began to change. His fingernails grew longer and 2 horns sprouted from his head. His face gradually became incredibly ferocious. Han Sen was greatly surprised after seeing this, blurting out, "It's a blood-awakened azura." But the aura from just now didn't scare the big goose. Instead, it made it furiously flap its wings and attack. Meanwhile, they all shouted in unison, "Beast! Charge, kill it!" One of them rushed to the very front, charging forward directly and throwing a punch. Han Sen was stunned at this moment, thinking, impossible. Only by reaching the celestial human level can one use special powers to attack outwards. This person's power is still far from that. So how is this possible? After enduring that attack, the white goose turned around, preparing to flee. Everyone hastily shouted, stopping the others. "If it wants to leave, let it go, don't chase it." Just then, Wan Yuhang had already been captured and thrown into a cage. But he still cursed loudly. "Wait, big brother. Definitely won't let you off." But he stood there smiling mockingly. "I've got you again, brat. Stay put, Han Sen." Han Sen secretly observed from a distance, evaluating to himself. "It seems they need Wang Yuhang for something. First, I must find out the origin of these people." He quietly approached a tent. A voice came from inside. "This Wang Yuhang is truly unlucky, causing us so much trouble as soon as he arrived. If this continues, I'm afraid before that thing even appears, we'll already be falling apart." Scene change inside the tent. Han Sen vigilantly observed his surroundings. He thought to himself, this must be their leader's dwelling. He quietly hid behind a cargo box, listening to Manager Chu talk to the person opposite him. "Only by using Wang Yuhang to attract that exotic beast can we get what we want?" This person was Sun Changdong. He replied thoughtfully, "That thing will mature in 2 days, but the members who used the Azura fluid will need at least a week to recover their physical strength. It seems they won't be able to participate in this mission." Hearing this, Han Sen frowned deep in thought. It seems that thing has significant side effects. The thing they are talking about is probably the Kongqing fruit, but relying on just this small number of people to try and seize the Kongqing fruit is simply a pipe dream. Scene changed 2 days later, still in the tent area. At this moment, Wang Yuhang was locked in a vehicle, being transported to a certain location. He complained from inside the car, "Hey, where are you taking me? Let me go. Please, can you at least acknowledge me?" Nearby, Han Sen looked out in surprise, asking himself, have they already deployed? He closed his eyes tightly, using his aura to perceive. He thought to himself, now the entire Kongqing Island is filled with a terrifying atmosphere. These people want to enter the central area to get the conching fruit. They're practically walking into a trap. A moment later, beneath the conching vines, many fierce beasts were gathering. Wu Hong clutched the iron fence tightly, a hint of panic in his eyes, secretly praying in his heart for the captain's blessing. "No, captain, come save me." After a long journey, Shu Han stood there and ordered, "Stop, we're here." Several subordinates stood there looking up, with a hint of surprise in their eyes, and asked, "Is this the conching at the back?" The group stood under the tree looking up, and exclaimed, "It's so big. Where is the conching?" Pink orbs of light emanated from the tree. Spiritual energy of the same color flowed down, looking extremely strange. This aura enveloped the entire vast area. Han Sen hid far away observing, and could also feel all of this. He closed his eyes and felt for a moment, secretly sighing in his heart. What a fragrant scent this is, the smell of the fruit about to ripen. Unconsciously a giant owl flew over, emitting an earth-shattering cry. The people below cried out in terror. "Manager Chu, look!" Chu Han waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to release the person. At the same time he ordered, "Wang Wuhong, quickly go lure that monster away." Hearing this, he struggled and shouted in fear, "No, don't let go of me, I don't want to die." Two subordinates released him, and roughly pushed him to the ground, then threw a bow and arrow set to Wu Hong. Shu Han stood with his arms crossed, ordering seriously, "You go up." He was so scared he couldn't believe his ears, turning back to ask in confusion, "Just me, all right?" Han Sen hid behind a nearby rock, secretly observing, thinking, "Just a few soul beast arrows, and you think you can scare away a super divine beast? What a pipe dream." Wu Hong was laboriously climbing up the mountain, but unconsciously noticed movement behind him. A pair of soul beast wings appeared behind him. The owl was now rapidly swooping down to attack. Wu Hong turned, drew his bow and shot at it, shouting, "The first to strike wins." His actions enraged it. The owl accelerated its charge. As it drew near, the system also displayed the specific information about this creature. Creature info: Super Divine Beast Owl. Detailed information unknown. After Wu Hong finished reading, he could imagine his own fate. He mumbled to himself, "I'm finished." He then fearfully threw away the bow and arrow, turned and ran, shouting at the people below, "Shoot arrows, quick, shoot arrows." Only then did Shu Han open his mouth to order, "It's safe now. Everyone go up. Whoever picks a conking will first will receive a generous reward." The subordinates immediately rushed forward, shouting, "And Yun is in charge." Those subordinates, hearing about the reward, joyfully rushed up the mountaintop. "Hurry, let's go pick the fruits." Han Sen also made a move. As he walked, he secretly thought, "I must quickly go save Wang Wuhong. I hope by the time I return, you haven't all died. Otherwise, who will give me information about the Shildewa liquid?" Wu Hong trembled in fear, watching those feet with sharp claws swooping down towards him. He yelled, "Captain, help!" He closed his eyes tightly, his whole body trembling. He raised his hands with a sense of resignation. "Am I going to die?" Just as Wu Hong was on the verge of despair, Angel Saint War appeared, blocking the fierce beast's killing move. He looked over and cried out in surprise, "Is that Captain?" Han Sen replied, "It's me." Wu Hong cried, "Captain, you don't know what I've been through." He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Don't come closer. Keep attracting the owl's attention. I'll take care of it." Wu Hong immediately clenched his fists and firmly agreed, "All right." He drew his bow and shot at it, assisting Angel Saint War against the fierce beast. Wu Hong shouted, "Hey, come over here. Young Master Wang is standing right here. Come and eat me." Meanwhile, Han Sen suddenly looked down, a little confused. "What's down there?" A group of rats appeared and rushed to attack, biting Wu Hong's rear, making him cry out in pain. Han Sen looked at the group of rats, radiating killing intent, secretly sensing no signs of life. These rats aren't variant creatures. Could they be the owl's summoned beasts? He used Blazing Dragon Assault and shouted, "How interesting, let me pit my blazing flame against yours." Still on the island, Cheng Wuhan was attacked all over by the rat swarm. He screamed in panic, "My hand, it bit me. Captain, I can't hold on much longer." Meanwhile, the sword in his hand, Angel's holy war, shone with dazzling light, ready to cleave directly towards the fierce owl beast. Hansen said reassuringly, "Just hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon." No sooner had he finished speaking, he coordinated with the angel, unleashing intertwining blade lights, hitting the owl all over, rendering it almost immobile. Seeing signs that it was about to flee, Hansen stood there raising his hand, a blue aura surging forth. He smiled mockingly. "Don't even think about escaping. You won't get away." After subduing it, he used his energy to slam its head directly into the ground. Then he shouted, "Die." At this moment a system prompt appeared. Hunt successful. Hunted God-grade transcendent creature cat spirit eagle. Obtained soul beast spirit black cat. Meat cannot be eaten. Chance to gain 10 super gene points. The owl lay there, its head covered in blood. Its soul had left its body. At the same time, the rats also evaporated. Qing Wuheng sat there feeling a mix of fear and confusion. They vanished. He stood up looking at Han Sen and exclaimed, "Captain, you're getting stronger and stronger. You defeated a god-grade creature in just a few minutes." Super god-grade. He clapped his hands and replied, "That was still too slow." Looking in the direction of the conching vine, there was a mysterious cyan aura. He thought to himself, are they already fighting? Han Sen turned back to Qing Wuheng and said, "Uncle, leave this place immediately. This place is very dangerous. I still need to go over there and check the situation." He was somewhat puzzled. "Are there other god-grade transcendent creatures over there?" He replied coldly. "No, not only are there some, there are many." Hearing this, Qing Wuheng turned and fled in a hurry, waving his hand loudly in farewell. "Captain, be careful, I'll wait for you to come back with good news." Han Sen was secretly delighted. The biggest trouble was gone. A moment later, still on the island, Kongqing. He had also started climbing the Kongqing vine. Han Sen noticed a few figures approaching him from behind. It was Chu Han and his subordinates. Seeing him, he asked with some surprise Han Sen. He smiled and replied, "I didn't expect you to recognize me. But I don't know who you are. Isn't that a little unfair?" He glanced behind him and said in a low voice, "Today you've dug your own grave. Attack. Let him see our strength." The subordinates immediately transformed. Chu Han confidently declared, "Han Sen, summon your super god-grade beast soul. Today we'll let you know that super god-grade beast souls aren't all that impressive. Kill him." He stood there, took out blazing flame, and his whole body ignited with flames. He replied with a smile, "To deal with you all. Do I even need a super god-grade beast soul?" Hearing this, he remained very confident. What arrogance! Then let's see, Han Sen, just what kind of strength you possess. He remained calmly standing there and said, "Is this all your strength is? Looks like you want to finish this quickly." The mutated subordinates charged forward, shouting, "Tear him apart." Han Sen raised blazing flame and thrust it forward fiercely. Its power was immense. He cut a crescent arc sweeping past all his enemies. He thought to himself, "This is the cyan sword light. It mimics that monster's steel armor. But my aura and physique aren't as strong as its, so the blade's glow is a bit weaker." At this moment, Chu Han raised his sword and brought it down. The sound of weapons clashing crackled. He looked at the broken sword in his hand, exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. We must use Sholua liquid to forcibly unleash our elemental power." "How could you possibly do that?" Han Sen counterattacked and replied, unleashing his power. "It's no big deal." At this moment, his subordinates could only resist with all their might. That subordinate was stabbed in the abdomen by the red flame. He cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chu Han immediately ordered them, "Quickly disperse and escape. Go back and report to the boss. Han Sen has already absorbed the gene essence of life and broken through to the heavenly human realm." But before they knew it, Han Sen had already appeared before him. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Chu Han changed his attitude, immediately knelt down and said, "All right. If that's the case, as long as they could escape, they could bring the news to their boss." Behind him, Shana Nudi, Shana, and Xingjian Tianzhi appeared one after another, exuding immense pressure. Han Sen directly ordered them, "I only need 2 alive, kill the rest." Upon receiving the order, the 2 immediately charged into the crowd. Chu Han's subordinates. He was greatly startled and shouted through gritted teeth, "They're all super god beasts. You actually possess 2 super god beasts." Han Sen tilted his head and continued, "You're mistaken. I only have 1 super god beast, the other is an emperor spirit." Just hearing the words emperor spirit was enough to make Chu Han's face turn pale. On Kongqing Island, Han Sen held red flame, pointing it at Chu Han. He spoke coldly, "I have a few questions for you. Answer them and I'll let you go." He gnashed his teeth and trembling declared, "Don't waste your breath. You won't get any information from me." Suddenly his face began to swell. His limbs shook and trembled. He let out a low painful growl. In an instant, Chu Han's body exploded, spraying out a mass of disgusting black liquid. He ran over to observe, thinking in astonishment, it rotted so quickly they must have had something done to them. Han Sen saw the 2 emperor spirits flying towards him, and quickly spoke, "It seems you 2 also failed." Shana Nudi and Xingjian Tianzhi pursed their lips, giving no reply. From Chu Han's decaying body, several purple vials rolled out. He knelt down, picked up the vials and coldly ordered, "Take these back to the examiner. See what this Sholua liquid actually is." Beneath the conching vine, the fire spirit red bird flew high into the sky, evading the ice mist elephant's cold water jets which tried to extinguish the raging flames around the fire spirit red bird. It let out a painful growl. The fire spirit red bird, dragging its smoke-covered body, staggered and flew away. Han Sen hid behind the tree roots, observing secretly, his mind constantly calculating. Gue Shuedi has 8 super god creatures under his command, and he still wants to snatch the conching fruit. There are also 9 other god creatures. It's best if they fight each other to the death first. Gue Shuedi stood below, intently watching the conching fruit. He calmly mused. This way, Gue Shuedi's power will be greatly diminished, and it will be easier to deal with him. Han Sen looked up at Shana and eagerly asked, how much longer until this fruit ripens? Both turned their gaze to the branches of the conching vine. Shana Nudi commented thoughtfully, those conching fruits don't look quite right. She furrowed her brow, calmly pondering. Logically, there should only be one conching fruit. The last time I saw it was over 100 years ago. In such a short amount of time, this tree couldn't possibly have grown enough to produce 3 more fruits. He looked up in confusion and asked, you mean 3 of the conching fruits are fakes? Suddenly a strange laugh echoed. Han Sen frowned, his eyes tense, a hint of wariness flashing through them. That laugh again. He raised his head, searching around for the source of the laughter. Has someone been watching me this whole time? But I didn't notice anything at all. If that's true, this person's power is truly terrifying. Empress Chana pointed at a branch and spoke. Those 4 fruits look almost ripe like conching fruits, but also a little different. Yet they're also a little different. The 4 fruits grew on the conching vine, emitting a mysterious glow, drawing in onlookers. Han Sen pondered carefully. Although the life energy within those 4 fruits was powerful, it was too pure and fierce. Not like the clear spiritual kind I've seen before. Not like the clear spiritual kind I've seen before. Ghost Blood Emperor smiled with interest. He held a conching vine fruit in his hand. He hid behind the huge tree, secretly observing. Are the fruits ripe, or should I wait a little longer? Let's see what happens first. He reached out and forcefully plucked a conching fruit from the branch. The stem was purplish black. After being torn off, faint wisps of gloomy energy seeped from around the fruit. Ghost Blood Emperor lowered his head. He opened his mouth and took a deep bite of the conching fruit. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Han Sen was both shocked and delighted. He ate it. He suddenly stood up, a purple bloomy aura emanating from his entire body. His lips curved into a dangerous smile. He found it unbelievable. Didn't they say there was something wrong with the conching fruits? Why did he eat it and show no abnormalities? Ghost Blood Emperor reached out with interest to take the conching vine fruit. Then Han Sen thought angrily, damn it. If I don't act, he'll eat them all. Just as he was about to run out from behind the tree, a mysterious voice sounded. Don't go. Han Sen angrily turned his head, searching around. Who is it? Who are you? Empress Chana asked, puzzled. Who are you talking to? Just then, he had already started tasting the second conching vine fruit. She quickly said, look. Ghost Blood Emperor's body suddenly trembled. His breathing became shallow and he felt dizzy. Just a few seconds later he collapsed. His face hit the ground directly. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He collapsed suddenly. A black wolf flew in from somewhere and snatched the conching, the fruit, into its mouth. Its body also gradually became wobbly. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on? Will it collapse too? Han Sen was dumbfounded, astonished to discover those conching fruits indeed had a problem. On the conching vine, as soon as the black wolf collapsed, a vulture flew in from a distance. It fiercely bit the black wolf's neck. Han Sen couldn't help but be surprised. Another one. The vulture held onto its neck tightly. They fell from the tree. He widened his eyes and said in horror, this tiger. The black creature was heavily injured and couldn't stand up. It seemed to be dead. But in just an instant the black wolf suddenly stood up and let out a threatening growl at the vulture. Han Sen's heart tightened. No, there's a change. On its pitch-black body, mysterious purple vines appeared. He immediately put on his ghost eye mask to investigate. What's on its body? Through specialized equipment. On the wolf's body was covered in purple vines. Han Sen calmly deduced those are purple vines. Its fury erupted. Its body emitted immense energy. He exclaimed, what terrifying life energy. It became much stronger, far more powerful than before. Even other super creatures didn't dare to approach it anymore. The black wolf pounced aggressively with its claws, delivering a fatal blow to the vulture. Han Sen couldn't help but make a surprised judgment. Could this be the effect of the conching fruit? He looked at Ghost Blood Emperor in a panic. His face was filled with doubt. However, he still lay motionless on the ground. His hands were clenched into fists. Han Sen slowly speculated. Ghost Blood Emperor seemed to be resisting something. On Ghost Blood Emperor's face, vines also appeared. Everything became complicated. He wondered to himself, puzzled. If the conching fruit was really a good thing, then why would the Ghost Blood Emperor still resist? The high black-winged demon in the sky flew from afar, circling once. Han Sen gritted his teeth and spoke with worry. The battle for it began between the three super creatures. Then it flew closer to the conching vine, and quickly snatched the last fruit into its mouth, and flew away, he thought with regret. The last conching fruit was also taken by that creature in the flames, consumed beside another tree trunk. Yigu also quickly snatched a conching fruit. Han Sen couldn't help but wait curiously. It was that black skeleton. It also got a fruit. Will they become stronger? Immediately after, they also fell from the tree trunk. He couldn't help but exclaim. They've all fallen down. Suddenly the Ghost Blood Emperor slowly sat up. He unconsciously stood up. His arm emitted a suspicious power. Han Sen's eyes widened as he exclaimed in surprise. It stood up. Empress Shauna solemnly warned, be careful. Just a few seconds later, the Ghost Blood Emperor actually used its own hand to violently scratch its chest. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. What is it doing? It wants to dig out its own heart. Disbelief flickered in her eyes. Is it mad? After torturing itself for a bit, a fiery red object immediately appeared. Its body also gradually decayed. Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Its body is starting to disintegrate. Inside its torn chest cavity, the fruit the Ghost Blood Emperor ate was still intact. He couldn't help but wonder, the conching fruit. Did it not absorb it? Empress Shauna lowered her gaze, calmly assessing. It seems it has ended itself, returning to the Soul Stone to await rebirth. From its already disintegrated body, a small sapling suddenly grew. Han Sen spoke with immense surprise. That fruit actually germinated inside it. Good thing I didn't rush up just now, or I would have been in trouble. And Azure Qilin curiously walked towards the germinating sapling. Suddenly the sapling grew enormous, extending its branches and coiling around its leg. He quickly turned around and suggested, let's go, we need to leave, this place is too eerie. The mysterious voice sounded again. You can leave, but you must leave it here. Han Sen frowned and said loudly, coldly, who exactly are you? What exactly do you want? He opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking towards where the sound came from. Han Sen quickly lifted his foot and left. How lucky! He dodged the conching fruit's germinating attack that would have coiled around his leg. Han Sen gritted his teeth and attacked quickly. Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus Charge. He couldn't help but feel a chill of fear in his heart. How eerie! On Kongqing Island, many tree roots suddenly emerged from the ground more and more. Han Sen gritted his teeth, using his weapon to cut and burn those things he urgently calculated in his mind. Everything below is blocked. I can only escape to the sky. The tree roots kept growing upwards, coiling around his leg. Han Sen gritted his teeth and cursed how strange. He raised his fiery spear and shouted in response, taste this move. The spear tip blazed with fire, striking towards the tree roots, but there was no new progress. Han Sen couldn't help but panic. Can't cut it, is this still a plant? Why is it so hard? He gritted his teeth, trying to turn the situation around. Damn it. Can't get out at all. The mysterious voice sounded again. Leave it behind. Han Sen frowned unhappily and said loudly. What exactly do you want me to leave behind? Come out. Explain yourself clearly. Why resort to violence? Suddenly the tree roots stopped attacking, gradually retracting and burrowing underground. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Did they really retreat? Han Sen looked around, searching. I didn't expect it to be so reasonable. What is the origin of this woman? Where is it hidden? He landed on the ground and calmly asked Han Sen. Are you all right? Shauna Nudie calmly replied, I'm fine. It didn't attack me at all, it remained dormant. Those roots. The roots lifted up the creatures that had just eaten the booching fruit. Han Sen quickly put on the ghost eye mask. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What are those super creatures doing? Something is definitely not right. He observed them closely. They were directly nailed to the mountaintop by the vines. Their life force continuously flowed into the vines. Could it be that? Is this booching vine using this method to propagate its offspring through specialized equipment? It was easy to see. The exchange process conducted by the booching vine. Han Sen thought, greatly surprised. Turning these super creatures into parasitic hosts, living like plants, just to continuously provide nutrients for those booching saplings. He pursed his lips, pondering unhappily. For booching fruits already had parasitic hosts. Why did this booching vine keep me here? What exactly does it want? Why did you keep me here? Suddenly at the top of the buching vine, a different green fruit appeared. Han Sen looked up wondering what it was. His eyes widened in terror. Sure enough, Shana Nudi's words were correct. Those 4 fruits were not buching fruit. This fruit was the real one. Inside it, a newborn baby seemed to be gestating within the buching fruit. The umbilical cord was the vine attacking those super creatures. A branch brought the buching fruit closer to Han Sen. It commanded coldly, "Leave it here. And you may leave." He stepped forward, his eyes wide with surprise as he thought. That thing looks like a child. And it hasn't even opened its eyes. So why do I feel like it's looking at me? Han Sen spoke calmly. "Are you the one talking to me?" Buling Nuyo coldly replied from within the buching fruit. "If not me, then who else?" he asked, puzzled. "Are you a super creature of this buching vine?" She smiled faintly and whispered. "Alas, I am who I am. 10 million years ago, I devoured the buching sacred seed to break through my restraints and enter the third god's sanctuary. But now I wonder if I am still myself." Han Sen asked curiously. "Are you also like those super creatures? 10 million years ago, what were you?" The buching fruit suddenly became full of power. She replied impatiently. 10 million years ago I was Buling Nuyo. Now I am still Buling Nuyo. I have answered your question. May I have it now? He frowned, wary of this. Han Sen calmly negotiated. "You'd better explain clearly what you want." He secretly composed himself. It's best not to cause trouble. The shape of what Buling Nuyo was looking for then swelled in his chest. She replied calmly. "I want the Holy Spirit grass on you. For some reason this Holy Spirit grass has not yet fully matured. I want to help it truly grow and be born." Han Sen picked up the Holy Spirit grass and asked curiously. "You set all this up just to cultivate it? What is its origin?" Buling Nuyo rolled over and crawled closer, watching it mesmerized, and replied, "I'm not sure. I only feel that it is a Holy Spirit grass. Exceptionally pure, and its origin far surpasses mine." He widened his eyes, panicked. "If that's the case, why are you bothering with it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the vine slammed heavily onto the ground. Her gaze sharpened. Power surged upwards. Han Sen's mouth fell open, his heart fearful. "It's angry. This power makes my face sting." He carefully held out the Holy Spirit grass, gently reassuring her, "If you're worried about it, you see, I've been taking very good care of it. Treated it as her own, ensuring it lacked nothing. She even let it drink a lot of the precious blood of super creatures." The spirit enchantress immediately retracted her terrifying posture and solemnly agreed. "Fine, I am about to enter the third god sanctuary. I won't be able to look after it then. So you shall handle its birth. But its innate foundation is flawed. Even if it absorbs a lot of super creature blood, it will be difficult for it to truly be born. You wait a moment. When I am born, I will bestow upon it a drop of my spirit essence blood to make up for its missing foundation." Han Sen couldn't help but sigh in relief. "Ah, is she gone? Finally, that ancestor is gone." The vine slowly lifted the spirit fruit higher. Han Sen hurriedly said, "Wait, hold on." The spirit enchantress had already been sent to the top of the sanctuary tree. He hesitated a little. He fell into deep thought. She's about to enter the third sanctuary. Then what about the outer flesh of the spirit fruit? Won't it be left behind? Maybe it's like the sacred rhino's flesh and blood. Extremely nourishing. 2 days later the sun slowly appeared behind the clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Han Sen lay under the tree frowning, covering his eyes with his hand. The sun appeared after a long time. It felt really comfortable. He slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly the spirit enchantress appeared before him, in the form of a beautiful woman. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "Who is that?" The spirit enchantress coldly commanded, "Bring out the Holy Spirit." His eyes widened and he thought in surprise, "So it's her." Han Sen took out the gourd to check it. He couldn't help but wonder. But what does she want to do? She's not trying to go back on her word, is she? The spirit enchantress flew over. He pursed his lips and thought, if she dares to snatch it, then it will have to be a duel. She quickly cast a spell, pouring water onto the gourd. A pool of water slowly gathered on the gourd's body. A strange light suddenly appeared. Han Sen's eyes widened, feeling both surprised and regretful. He had initially worried about the spirit enchantress tricks, but now it seems she really wants to help this gourd. The light grew stronger and the gourd seemed to have gained new life. He exclaimed happily, "It's reacting as if it had come alive." Han Sen couldn't help but be confused. The spirit enchantress was before him. What was she waiting for? She definitely has some purpose needing this gourd. What exactly is the spirit enchantress hiding? Suddenly something appeared ahead. A strange portal ripped through the clouds, slowly revealing itself. The portal slowly opened. A strange power emanated from within, creating a mysterious glow. He leaned on his hand, collapsing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to hold on. This feeling again, the pressure is so strong. The spirit enchantress urgently prompted. Quickly put away the holy spirit. Han Sen quickly tucked the gourd into his embrace and replied okay. He couldn't help but be surprised. This gourd is the holy spirit. A mysterious figure appeared from the portal. She quickly flew over. He looked up, trembling all over, and thought, is this the creature that came out of the gate? Wu Lingxian reached out and received the spirit enchantress. Then she calmly spoke. Are you willing to follow me on the path of evolution? She knelt, one hand on her chest, and respectfully replied. I agree, she said with satisfaction. Good, then come with me. Suddenly Wu Lingxian seemed to detect something unusual. She said in surprise, what is this aura? The spirit enchantress trembled in fear. She turned and looked down, slowly speaking. Saint Fan the Great once descended here, how interesting. But once I encounter him, he naturally won't have a choice. At this moment Han Sen was trying to sit up. But he couldn't do it, his body trembled uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, I can't move. Wu Lingxian coldly extended her hand. She cast a spell towards him. A powerful beam of light pierced through all obstacles and went straight for its target. Han Sen's mouth gaped in horror, feeling the power pierce through his forehead. What? The spirit maiden sat in her palm. She sighed helplessly. Suddenly his hand stirred. He couldn't help but feel surprised. I think I can move. That terrifying pressure has vanished. Wu Ling Xuanji tilted her head coldly and announced. From now on you belong only to me. After speaking, she walked through the gate and left. The gate gradually closed. The powerful oppressive energy retracted. Han Sen hastily stood up. He clenched his fists in disgust, cursing angrily, damn it. These bastards. Could it be that, besides liking to mark others arbitrarily, they have no other hobbies? One day, I will cover all of you with my aura. You are in the Concheng vine. The Concheng vine tree gradually lost its vitality. The branches withered. Han Sen hastily flew up to check. The Concheng vine is withering, this is bad. The Concheng fruit. The protective layer also gradually decayed. Small pebbles gradually fell to the ground. A small Concheng fruit appeared inside. He exclaimed with joy, found it. Although there is no longer a core, the flesh part is still intact. The effect might still be there. Han Sen hastily pulled open the tree trunk. I must harvest it as soon as possible. This island won't last much longer. He successfully retrieved the Concheng fruit. He kept exclaiming in surprise. Too dangerous. I was almost buried inside. Just a few seconds later, the Concheng vine tree withered and collapsed. Soil and rocks from above fell, creating chaos. Han Sen was inevitably surprised high in the air. He didn't expect that when the fruit matured, the entire Concheng island would collapse. On the island, for creatures that had eaten the Concheng fruit, were still being lifted into the protective layer high above. He guessed with doubt. Are those 4 super god creatures supporting this mountain? No, the tree roots gradually lifted upward. Trembling constantly, Han Sen exclaimed in great surprise. Their roots are moving, deeply embedded in the mountain. They've come alive. The sprouts on their heads turned green. Are they absorbing nutrients from the mountain to replenish themselves? Then in a few years, will 4 more Concheng fruits grow here? Outside, little Enin widened its eyes curiously, looking at the Concheng fruit in front of it. It rushed over with wide eyes. Han Sen hastily reached out to stop it. He picked it up and lectured it coldly. Don't make trouble, you'll get your share later. The Concheng fruit was cut into several pieces of varying sizes. Different sections. Little Enin held a piece and ate it with relish. Han Sen held a small piece in his hand, wondering curiously. Let me taste what this Concheng fruit actually tastes like. After taking a bite, he quickly spat it all out, complaining repeatedly. It's terrible, it's probably like the sacred rhino meat. Harmful rather than beneficial for humans to eat. Han Sen held 2 Concheng fruits and said to Empress Shana with a smile. By the way, I couldn't have done it without your help this time. Here, this is for you. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, 2 portions. He answered happily with a beaming smile. As long as you serve me wholeheartedly, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Afterward, Han Sen rode on. Qin Xian's beast god form, heading to Shana's fortifications. A sudden commotion came from inside the purple rainbow palace. A burst of noisy sounds. He stopped and asked in surprise, what's that sound? Is someone fighting inside? Her eyes gleamed and she rushed in. Han Sen couldn't help but wonder. Who dares to disturb my territory? In the palace square, the iron-armored knight took the opportunity to attack the monster with his sword. He gritted his teeth and furiously charged in. Engulfed in flames roaring. This guy thought I died on Conching Island. That's why he dared to come and snatch the shelter. He couldn't help but turn back in surprise. The Steel Knight hastily threw away the sword in his hand and quickly climbed the rock to escape. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said angrily, trying to show off then run away. He commanded Empress Shana and Heavenly Master Holy War. As if it would be that easy. Attack him. The two Emperor spirits swiftly flew over. With a single strike each they severed his head. The system immediately prompted hunt successful. Hunted a super god creature. Steel Knight obtained a king-grade soul pet. Copper Steel Knight. Flesh and blood cannot be consumed, but 10 points of life gene essence can be collected. Fully absorbing it grants 10 super god gene points. Han Sen's eyes widened and he said in surprise, can't eat it. This Steel Knight King might be a second-generation super god creature, but why can't his flesh and blood be consumed? He slowly walked forward pondering continuously. If it were a first-generation super god creature, its body would directly decompose and disappear. But its body didn't decompose. Han Sen smiled slightly. Picked up the Steel Knight's sword to examine it. He couldn't help but feel happy. This greatsword is extraordinary. It can even be considered a specialized treasure. What a good find. The scene switches to Shana's stronghold. System prompt absorption successful. Collected 10 points of Steel Knight King Life Gene Essence. Super God Gene 1. At this moment Han Sen was sitting imposingly, absorbing the light green spiritual energy from within the Steel Knight King. After it was complete, Han Sen's body also began to change. His muscles swelled abnormally. He closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding energy and exclaimed, I didn't expect that absorbing the Steel Knight King's Life Gene Essence would actually make my muscles even stronger. Han Sen suddenly stood up. His body was infused with power. And he murmured, initially I felt regret, because I didn't get any Super God Gene points on this trip, but who knew? The Steel Knight King would deliver himself right to my doorstep. Now I have 63 Super God Gene points, one step closer to completion. What a thrill. He gradually walked towards the teleportation array. Han Sen formulated a plan for himself. The most urgent matter, for now, is to quickly investigate the matter of the Bloodhorn. Shura. The scene switches to the Alliance base. Yen Ran looked at the potion in her hand, puzzled. This potion can significantly improve human physique, and can even help evolvers to project their power outwards. Han Sen sat on the sofa, casually crossing his legs, and confirmed that's right. He saw it with his own eyes. If those guys could still be called humans. She tightly clutched the potion eagerly, saying, this is incredibly significant for humanity. I need to tell Dad about this right away. But just as Yen Ran was about to leave, he spoke up to remind her. It's better to research it first. She stopped, turned back and pleaded. Oh right, I have something I'd like your help with. In a few days the Shura delegation will visit the Alliance. I hope you can attend their reception banquet. Han Sen was momentarily stunned and asked doubtfully, a Shura delegation? What are the Shura doing here? She walked to her desk, sat down, put the potion in a drawer and replied. It's probably to discuss peace talks. He quickly ran over, slammed his hand on the table and questioned, peace talks? The Shura and humans have been fighting for so many years. Why would they suddenly want peace talks now? Yen Ran's face lit up as she explained. Humans have developed too quickly now. The experts among humans are no longer inferior to the Shura. It can be said that humans have surpassed the Shura in all aspects. What's more, the Shura Emperor just died, and the various royal families are vying for the throne, so they hardly have any intention of going to war with us humans. After listening, Han Sen also felt a little relieved. He smirked and asked with a smile, peace talks are a big deal. What right do I have to interfere? What good would it do for me to go? She stood up and gently pinched both sides of her cheeks. Han Sen urged him not to feel any pressure. It's just attending a few banquets with the Shura. He held her soft hands and teased. So it's just about eating and drinking, huh? He's very good at that. Yen Ran interrupted him a little shyly. I'm talking about something serious. Be serious. Suddenly Han Sen wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer. His voice was low. You tell me. Yen Ran's cheeks grew even redder. Her bright eyes widened and she only had time to utter an ah. A second later she snapped back to reality. She rattled off a long string of words about the Shura delegation. This time they've brought young royal family members. They'll definitely look for opportunities to challenge us. But among the young human masters, those who can contend with the young royal members of the Shura are truly few. So he put on a serious face and demanded, are you finished talking? Yen Ran whispered back blankly yes and finished. Han Sen quickly lifted her onto the table. His voice was full of hidden meaning. Then let's get down to some serious business. Yen Ran leaned back slightly looking at him confused. Inside the banquet hall it was bright and clear. At the reception banquet for the Shura delegation, thousands of people were already present. They were currently casting their gaze towards the approaching crowd. Yen Ran's father spoke from among the crowd. This Shura delegation includes 2 royal family members. One of them is already a level 4 Shura warrior. And also the leader of the delegation. We need to be wary of someone named Yu Jialan. At this moment Jialan was striding forward with an imposing aura. Behind him followed 2 muscular subordinates. Her father's words echoed in her ears. He's only 22. From a famous branch of the Shura royal family. The Yu family. According to our intelligence, Yu Jialan's physique is around 260. This left Yen Ran speechless. She silently observed him from a distance. Han Sen frowned and spoke. Does he want to challenge Yen Ran? Her father turned around and explained. In the eyes of the Shura, the human leader is equivalent to the Shura emperor. And Yen Ran is the human princess. A Shura royal would naturally want to challenge the princess. So you need to be Yen Ran's fiancé. Fight him. Meanwhile Jialan revealed a sinister smile. His pupils gleamed with golden light. He walked into the crowd, his tone full of killing intent. I wonder among these people who is Gold Coin. Yen Ran's eyes widened and beads of sweat began to roll down. She didn't understand what was happening. He was also startled and mumbled to himself. He wants to find Gold Coin. He thought to himself. Challenging Gold Coin is just challenging me, isn't it? Everyone heard. And burst into laughter discussing what? He wants to challenge Gold Coin, how arrogant. Yeah, how dare he? Jialan still insisted on his idea and said. I heard he is a young master. The strongest among you humans. I want to fight him. Someone stepped forward, refuting his claim. I don't know where you heard that rumor. But it's clearly not accurate. Jialan asked back displeased, is that so? He turned around and extended his hand backward, introducing this Mr. Huang Xiao. Is the true, outstanding figure of our alliance's young generation. He scoffed and asked in confusion, how strange. I've only heard of that Gold Coin, who earned the title of one of the 10 divine sons in the second commune. But I've never heard the name Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao placed his hand on his chest and said firmly, Your Excellency is right. Gold Coin is indeed very strong. But to deal with Your Excellency I alone am enough. He was full of disdain. Then he'll defeat you first. And then fight Gold Coin, he retorted bluntly. I believe you won't think that way later. Over here Yen Ran was reaching out softly, calling Han Sen's name. Han Sen held her hand and comforted her. He didn't choose to challenge you. You can rest assured. Yen Ran put her hands on her chest and said worriedly. Challenge me. I'm not afraid, I'm just worried you'll take risks for me. He didn't answer. He just turned his head to Huang Xiao and asked this person. How good is Huang Xiao? Her father immediately explained. Huang Xiao is a transcender, although he just recently advanced to the 3rd shelter. But his physique already exceeds 300. He will surely easily overpower Yu Jialan. In the plaza in front of the palace, cheers rose and fell one after another. Huang Xiao and Yu Jialan, both of their physiques are around 300. A duel between masters, this will be a good show. Go Huang Xiao. Let those Shura brats know what pain is. Come on, foolish humans. Soon you will all know. The gap between humans and Shura in a duel is truly vast. The old Shura emperor propped his sword on the ground and guaranteed aloud. Please rest assured everyone. This is just a friendly sparring match. If anything unexpected happens, I will intervene. Only then did they sigh in relief and replied. Hearing you say that we feel much more at ease. In the arena Jialan nonchalantly challenged. You go first. If I strike first, I'm afraid you won't even have time to react. Huang Xiao lowered his head and replied with a cold tone. It's better to obey than be respectful. I hope you won't regret it. Han Sen and Yen Ran observed from the stands. He couldn't help but scoff upon hearing this. This Yu Jialan is truly impolite. Just then Lin Feng and Tang Jinliu walked over. Jinliu spoke. Han Sen want to make a bet. Making the two of them turn their heads to look. He also found it a bit interesting. So he asked, it's you two, what are we betting on? He slowly walked a few steps forward. Jinliu looked at the arena and revealed. Betting on who will win this match. Before Han Sen could choose, he put his arm around Han Sen's shoulder and made his own decision. I bet Huang Xiao wins. Han Sen complained, feeling dizzy. I haven't even chosen yet. Is this called a bet? It's more like coercion. The people outside the arena also started cheering. The match has begun. Go Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao's entire body erupted with dazzling golden yellow energy. Then charged forward. He scoffed. I hope you can still be so confident after taking this punch from me. Jialan remained standing still, his eyes fixed, watching the fist slowly closing in on him. He laughed arrogantly and praised, that's quite an aura, kid. Seeing Huang Xiao's strength, he couldn't help but exclaim, what profound power. Jinliu frowned and echoed, according to the Huang family's golden Buddha art, although not very famous, it's definitely no less impressive than the alloy steel body. At the same time, Jialan stomped his foot violently and raised his fist to meet the opponent's. Jinliu continued to explain, it not only makes the body strong, unparalleled, but also possesses terrifying destructive power. Furthermore, Huang Xiao is composed among newly advanced transceivers. Few can surpass him. The two sides thus haphazardly exchanged blows, but neither could injure the other, he said disdainfully. It seems your punches aren't that hard to block after all. Thumping sounds continuously echoed in the air. The match began to intensify. Jinliu felt something was wrong and blurted out, damn it seems our intelligence was flawed. Yu Jialan's physique is much stronger than expected. It must already exceed 300. At this moment Huang Xiao clenched his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth and attacked with all his might. Han Sen was a little puzzled. Huang Fu Xiao cultivated the golden Buddha technique, so his body was stronger than that of average transcendence. Meanwhile, Jialan swung his arm back, emitting his scorching purple energy. The two sides once again fiercely battled. He compared the two on a scale. This Jialan didn't seem to have cultivated any martial arts, specifically to strengthen his body. Yet his physical strength was on par with Huang Fu Xiao's. A big question mark appeared in Yanrun's mind. Can Huang Fu Xiao win? Jinliu stroked his chin and said hesitantly, theoretically speaking, Huang Fu Xiao's golden Buddha body possesses extremely strong defense and stamina. But Lin Feng stood beside him, gravely adding, this time Huang Fu Xiao might suffer a loss in the arena. Jialan shot a hand axe at Huang Fu Xiao. He scoffed, your physique is quite good. It's considered top tier among humans. But compared to our Azura race, it's still far from enough. Insulted, he immediately yelled, don't brag, I haven't seen yet how you're stronger than me. Jialan's entire body suddenly emitted a scorching energy. It was unleashed. This caused Huang Fu Xiao to tremble and retreat. He smiled sinisterly, his tone full of deep meaning. Is that so? Then let me show you how powerful the Azura race is. Everyone looked at Jialan's spirit power and couldn't help but cry out in terror. What this is? Han Sen and Yanrun's eyes widened, both so nervous they were breaking out in a cold sweat. Zenlius' face also turned pale, equally panicked. He immediately recognized the move Azura transformation. Han Sen felt perplexed. He turned his head and asked, what is Azura transformation? He recalled Xiaoling's past appearance, and then vaguely felt that Xiaoling's form could transform between human and Azura. Although they looked different, there seemed to be some similarities. Jinliu with a grim expression explained, Azura transformation is the Azura race's super gene technology. Using Azura transformation can greatly enhance their physique? He gritted his teeth, worried about his teammate below. I always thought Jialan had already used Azura transformation in battle, but now I realize that until now he was still fighting purely based on his physique. Huang Fu Xiao is in trouble in the arena. He stomped his sharp claws, pounding the ground to show his might. Huang Fu Xiao still tried hard to assume a defensive stance, ready to fight. Come on, let me see your true power. Jialan laughed, provoking. I will not disappoint you, sir. He swung a punch forward. Huang Fu Xiao put his hands together in a cross to block. Jialan's punch was incredibly powerful, shattering Huang Fu Xiao's shield. On the other side, the old Azura chieftain gave a wry smile, making excuses for his kin. This child hits a little hard, please don't mind it. The guard behind him exclaimed in panic. He lost, Huang Fu Xiao lost. Yanrun's father still soothed, sir. The battle isn't over yet. It's too early to talk about victory or defeat now. Below, Jialan still aggressively questioned. How about it now? Do you know where I'm stronger than you? Just one follow-up attack made Huang Fu Xiao stagger back a few steps. His feet gripped the ground tightly to maintain balance. Huang Fu Xiao continued to raise his hands, summoning his spirit power, and loudly retorted, you haven't defeated me yet. Seeing Huang Fu Xiao's new move, he didn't show any weakness. Jialan furiously charged forward. He swung his hand, aiming to strike Huang Fu Xiao, but was dodged. This made Jialan stop, puzzled. Immediately after, Huang Fu Shao punched him in the side of his abdomen, with abundant spirit power, causing Jialan's whole body to tremble instantly. Junliu in the audience seats exclaimed in admiration, truly living up to his reputation. Huang Shao condensed the golden radiance qi within him, his entire body relaxed, muscles fully extended. He truly is an elite of our alliance, combining strength and flexibility, adapting skillfully. What a talent! He continued to exert force, throwing a punch forward, but he was agile. He could simply lean back to avoid the attack. Han Sen witnessed this scene, pursing his lips and muttering, Huang Shao is indeed exceptional. Both his ability and temperament are top-notch. Not arrogant or impulsive, he understands how to assess the situation. He seizes opportunities and makes assessments. His judgment of both allies and enemies is very accurate. But meanwhile, Junliu had rushed forward and shouted, cheering for Huang Shao, well done. Yet you said something. Like a bucket of cold water splashed on his face. Huang Shao is going to lose. Junliu gritted his teeth and growled. How could he be losing? Jialan took a few steps back and sneered. Do you only know how to run? Huang Shao retorted without a care. That's strategy and skill. Suddenly he clenched his fists and arched his body. Then sharp claws burst out from Jialan's entire body. His purple eyes shone and he declared. Then let me tell you, in the face of absolute power, those petty tricks are worthless. They're just self-consolation for the weak. Seeing the terrifying power rushing towards him, he turned to run. But it wasn't long before he saw the source of that power right before his eyes. Fear was clearly etched in Huang Shao's eyes. When he saw Jialan's huge palm, he panicked, reaching out towards him, yet he remained frozen in place, thinking, how can he be so fast? My speed can't keep up at all. Huang Shao was pushed to the brink. He could only choose to face it, raising his fist. If it can't be avoided, then meet it head-on. At this moment, this punch, his counterattack, was rushing towards his opponent's sturdy chest. Han Sen exclaimed. It is Huang Shao indeed. This punch wasn't aimed at Yu Jialan's palm, but directly at his chest. He asked himself in confusion. Did he really choose to trade his life for a life? Does he want to fight Yu Jialan to the death? Assessing the situation in his mind, Huang Shao's speed and strength were already clear, unmatched against Yu Jialan. In his burst state, absolutely, if he chose to defend, he would undoubtedly lose, without even a chance to counterattack. However, his punch seemed insignificant, while Jialan only needed to grab Huang Shao's head and throw him. A second later he staggered backward, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground with a thud, continuously spitting blood, Jialan then stopped, mocking, my apologies. It seems I hit a bit too hard. Seeing this scene, everyone quickly rushed forward to protect and treat his injuries. You are truly formidable. We lost Huang Shao, how are you? Lin Feng also couldn't maintain his composure. Junliu said with hatred that Yu Jialan deserves to die. If I meet him on the battlefield next time, I'll definitely kill him. He glanced over and muttered. I've never seen you angry before. And now you're even contemplating murder. His whole demeanor, a raging fire, ignited within Junliu. With a harsh tone, that bastard cheated. Lin Feng commanded as he walked. Let's go. Let's go see how Huang Shao is. In the hospital corridor, Han Sen stood motionless, listening to Junliu's words. The Azura clan has a secret technique called blood infusion. By injecting the blood of high-ranking Azuras, they can temporarily strengthen their own power. We've seen this secret technique many times on the battlefield, and that Yu Jialan definitely used it. He was bewildered. The Azura clan. Junliu was behind him, worried, his words filled with hatred. I wonder how Huang Fuxio is doing now. Damn Shura clan. I swear the moment the door opens, I'll kill him. Han Sen shouted, he's out. The people behind immediately turned around. Junliu shouted, Dr. Chen. Lin Feng anxiously asked Dr. Chen, how is he? The doctor took off his mask and announced his skull is fractured, and his brain is severely damaged. Even if he gets through the critical period and survives, his future life will be greatly affected. At worst, he'll be completely paralyzed. At best, his mobility will be impaired. Junliu stared at him, concluding, even in the best-case scenario, his martial arts abilities are completely destroyed, making him almost worthless in the shelter area. Dr. Chen had no choice but to confirm this. Yes, that's correct. The scene switched to the plaza in front of the palace. Several dark figures were slowly approaching the Shura. Jialan, completely unaware that Han Sen and the others were already behind him, still talking to himself. Please keep your promise and summon Jinbi to fight me. Junliu gritted his teeth, cursing through clenched teeth, that bastard. If I become a transcender, I'll definitely beat him to death. Jialan however still grinned, provoking them. Let me see how strong the top expert of your human younger generation truly is. Seeing the opponent, the flames of hatred burned fiercely within him. Han Sen adjusted his collar. With only one obsession in his mind. You want to fight Jinbi, not if I can help it. Just as he was about to step forward, a delicate hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Yanran asked Han Sen worriedly, Han Sen, what are you trying to do? Jinlu also tried to stop him. Old Han calmed down. He gently stroked her cheek and comforted her. It's just a Shura. Royal, just stand here obediently and watch me take care of that bastard. Seeing her beloved so determined, Yanran could only place her hands on her chest and softly called Han Sen. Lin Feng heard and also advised, let him go. Since he's made up his mind, he must be ready. She was still uneasy, stammering. But he interrupted, trust him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Sen swiftly flew forward and said to Jialan, that's right, isn't it? You want to fight Jinbi, fine. But you have to defeat me first. He was a little surprised, paused and blurted out, huh? Jialan turned his head to look at him, his face full of disdain. And who are you? Humans. You always rely on numbers, fighting in turns. How can I defeat one, only for another to appear? How long will I have to fight? He pointed a finger provocatively. I am the one who was defeated by Jinbi, lasting only 1.5 moves against him. If you can defeat me, I'll immediately summon Jinbi. How about it? He turned around again, pointed at the others, and questioned, is what he says trustworthy? They stammered, unable to speak. This just then Yanran shouted loudly, of course it's trustworthy. He is my fiancé. What he says is what I want to say. Only then did Jialan feel satisfied and accepted the challenge. Since the epic leader's daughter says so, I'll trust you all one more time. Han Sen extended his palm arrogantly, accepting the challenge. A fight is only fun with give and take. Last time you let me make the first move. This time I'll let you make the first move. Before he could say anything, terrifying energy erupted from his body. Jialan strode forward aggressively and asked, you can withstand 1.5 moves from Jinbi? Then let's see if you can withstand 1 move from me. He yelled loudly, bring it on, let's see. With an imposing aura, he clenched his fists and roared 2 words in anger. Die. The two, one large and one small, simultaneously threw their fists. I wonder who will be the one to defeat the other. Yanran's father broke into a cold sweat, thinking worriedly. What level has this guy named Luo truly reached? Is he also like Luo Haitang from back then? Keeping the world in awe by himself. The old royal. The Azura beside him however sneered, belittling the power of his great thunder sound fist. I've seen it on the battlefield before. This punch is far inferior to Yu Jialan's, and much slower too. Before he could even hit Yu Jialan, his chest would probably have been shattered. In Yu Jialan's eyes, a purple glow had now filled them. He instantly froze. That was when Han Sen still had his fist raised, and his head was still in front of the opponent's fist. Yanran immediately clasped her hands in prayer, softly calling out. Han Sen Junliu recognized it. He couldn't move and asked doubtfully. Yu Jialan seems to have stopped moving. A flicker of light also passed through his pupils. Han Sen stood before that fist, looking at him seriously, thinking, did you recognize it? Too late, he quickly dodged to the side, then extended his strong arm towards Yu Jialan. Jialan then hastily shouted, stop. Saliva splattered everywhere. Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with amaze. Meant. Han Sen jumped up and punched him hard in the face. Jialan was in such pain that he screamed 7 times. The old Azura royal saw his man being beaten to pieces and couldn't help but fly into a rage. He roared, Yu Jialan. Hearing this, Han Sen cautiously glanced behind him. Han Sen quickly grabbed Yu Jialan's long sharp horn. While he was unconscious, the old royal couldn't help but charge forward, intending to attack Han Sen. But Han Sen immediately pulled the huge body in front of him as a human shield. The old royal was just about to strike, but saw his own man blocking the way. He cried out in panic, what? Han Sen remained calm in that posture, thinking, come on, I'll let you hit me once. Just as the fist was about to touch Jialan's chest, Jialan. He immediately adjusted his energy. His whole body trembled incessantly. The old royal, due to the immense pressure from himself and overwhelming rage, knelt down. Covering his mouth, he coughed up blood and yelled, what audacity! To actually use Yu Jialan as a meat shield. Yanran also worriedly covered her mouth with trembling hands, softly calling out, Han Sen. Junliu gasped in surprise after seeing it too. I can't believe he not only sent Yu Jialan flying, but is also so agile. Lin Feng folded his arms and admitted, that's right, using Yu Jialan as a meat shield. Makes that old man not dare to strike. He's so furious he's spitting blood. Truly brilliant. He unceremoniously threw Jelon down. He cursed useless. You trying to challenge the Golden Emperor? He put his hands on his hips mocking the Azura clan. So this is all you amount to? The old royal quickly ran to his side shouting Yuja. He bared his sharp teeth. And loudly declared he'll kill you. The old royal charged behind Han Sen like a madman. Suddenly 4 people rushed over to stop him. The old royal stopped roaring, I must kill you. They raised their hands towards him, advising, sir, please compose yourself. The old royal pointed forward. His tone filled with murderous intent. You dare to harm the royal representative of my Azura clan. I will never let this matter go. At this moment Yen Ran's father appeared from behind and said, Sir, don't forget. You yourselves came to the alliance seeking peace. The alliance. We never said we wouldn't fight. His thoughts were revealed. So he lowered his head and stammered this. Yanran's father stepped forward, patted his shoulder and invited. Han Sen, come back with me to continue the celebration banquet. A person stood with hands behind their back observing the large screen. Their images were reflected on it. He grinned and praised. This child really is even more formidable than Luo Haitang back then. Not cultivating the Luo family's Flying Heaven Sutra. Yet he only used one move, the Great Thunder Punch, to kill old Yu Lan Su. Dong Lai said with a smiling sigh. I'm just curious. What kind of expression Luo Haitang has right now? He must be following this match as well. To personally witness someone from the Luo family not cultivating the Flying Heaven Sutra. It's just too wonderful, truly too wonderful. Dong Lai turned his head and made his request. I want to meet this child. The subordinate asked doubtfully, do you want to bring Han Sen here? He glanced down and rejected no. Don't let him know my identity. I will go see him myself. The bodyguard retorted, is that wise? After all, he's also part of the Luo family. Dong Lai revealed a sly smile and continued. Wouldn't that make it even more interesting? Dong Lai taking someone from the Luo family as a disciple. Just thinking about it is captivating. Not long after, in Ji Ruoxan's study, Han Sen and he were quietly sitting on the sofa. Ji Ruoxan looked at him and began. The reason I could ascend to the position of supreme leader isn't solely due to the Ji family's own power. The pressure from all sides isn't something that a simple word from me can resolve. This battle has shown everyone that your true physique has definitely surpassed 200. An ordinary evolver cannot possibly reach this level unless they've absorbed life gene essence. Han Sen listened to the praises, merely sighed and uttered 2 words, all right. He suggested. All factions are now trying every possible way to dig out your secret. The one about absorbing life gene essence. Tell me what you can. He turned around and explained. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. As long as you find a god-class creature's egg or unhatched embryo and consume it directly, you can obtain super genes. Ji Ruoxan glanced at him. He affirmed this is an important discovery. It holds great significance for humanity's future. He reassured Han Sen. Rest assured the Ji family will handle this matter. The benefits from this discovery will absolutely not disappoint you. The scene shifts to the second shelter world. Their mountains stretched endlessly magnificent and grand. The clear blue sky was vast and boundless, casting warm sunlight upon the earth. Han Sen, with little silver on his shoulder, murmured to himself. Only 30-some super god gene points left. Just waiting for second-gen super creatures to fill them. He looked up, clicked his tongue and complained. The blazing sun, it's so hot. Where have all those second-gen super creatures hidden themselves? Why are they so hard to find? Suddenly Han Sen was stunned by the sight before him. He let out an He rested his hand on a rock, looking doubtfully at the lush forest. It's a fox. It jumped off Little Silver's shoulder and ran away. He was surprised and called out to Little Silver. Han Sen fumbled behind it, asking softly. What are you looking at? Just some primitive class creatures, the strongest only reaching mutant class. Are they not afraid of Little Silver? He thought, troubled, then suddenly shouted a deafening sound. Is it plants? Han Sen's gaze focused on the grazing sheep. Then he mumbled to himself. Typically foreign creatures rarely eat plants. Only those about to reproduce do this. But this phenomenon only occurs with super god creatures. That's it. After speaking, he glanced at the fox and hesitated. But what exactly did Little Silver find? 6 hours later, Han Sen just sat by the side, arms crossed and frowning as he watched Little Silver. The setting sun had already dipped below the horizon. He stretched, yawned and said to Little Silver. Stop looking. Let's go. Suddenly, a sheep in the flock loudly cried out, "Bah!" Hearing the commotion, The fox darted away, leaving Han Sen behind stunned. He frantically chased after it, not forgetting to yell, "Wait, Xiaoyinin, don't leave me behind." While the fox was still desperately giving chase, the sheep ran into a small path, surrounded by huge rocks. Soon after, in the valley, Xiaoyinin carefully moved each step, sniffing as it walked. The sheep were still continuously heading inside. He still understood nothing, so he just followed. Are they coming here too? Is there treasure in this valley? Never mind, let's keep going for now. So the man and the beast thus entered deep into the valley. The fox sniffed a few more times. Suddenly it frantically clawed open the turf on the ground. Han Sen said blankly, "What's going on?" As he saw blurry smoke rising from below, from the dirt and rocks it had just dug up. The fox wouldn't stop, but dug deeper and deeper. He wondered, is it planning to dig inside? Soon after, Xiaoyinin slipped inside. Han Sen mumbled, "It went in. I wonder if there's any danger inside. Should I go in and take a look?" He bent down and poked his face into the small hole. He comforted himself. Xiaoyinin went in, so it should be fine. And so, Han Sen continued his journey of exploration. He saw magnificent and spectacular scenery, and couldn't help but admire it. Han Sen slowly followed behind the fox, whispering, "I didn't expect it to be so spacious inside." Suddenly the two stopped in front of a pool. There was a somewhat strangely shaped fish in the pool. He thought thoughtfully. Xiaoyinin sat quietly observing everything. This is a first-generation super god creature. If you want to kill that small fish, can you just rush up to it? What is it still hesitating about? Hearing the fox turn back and growl a few times at Han Sen, he was startled. He raised his hands trembling and backed away, saying with a dry laugh, "All right, I won't make a move. If you don't move, I won't either." He looked back and saw another sheep approaching. Han Sen muttered to himself helplessly, "These guys really aren't afraid of people." It quietly walked to the water's edge, bent down and took a few sips of water to quench its thirst. After drinking, the sheep left. But what was noteworthy was that its flesh was sizzling and burning. He widened his eyes, sweat pouring down, and yelled, "What?" Its flesh gradually disappeared, revealing a massive skeleton. In just an instant the sheep collapsed, with only bones remaining. White smoke billowed out, as if the sheep had passed away. But it suddenly trembled strangely and stood up again. With a dried skeleton and a pair of blood-red eyes, it slowly walked forward. Han Sen witnessed the scene and mumbled in great surprise, "It's already rotten to just a skeleton. And it can still walk out alive." He glanced at the fish swimming in the pool, thinking, no wonder Xiaoyinin wouldn't let me get close. This water must have a big problem. But that small fish can actually live in this water. It's a miracle. Han Sen knelt on one knee, reminding the fox, "Xiaoyinin, if you just keep waiting like this, that little fish won't jump ashore by itself. How about we think of a way to get it out?" He raised a finger and proposed a method. "Can't you just electrocute it directly in the water, and then scoop it out?" Xiaoyinin suddenly became unhappy, and haughtily turned its head away. Han Sen asked discontentedly, "What kind of look is that?" In just an instant the fox's entire body erupted with a dazzling blue electric current. Xiaoyinin's lightning beam immediately shot towards the pool. He frowned, thinking in confusion, watching the lightning gradually dissipate on the water's surface. What the hell is this water? Xiaoyinin's lightning can't even penetrate it. Without further hesitation, Han Sen stood up and summoned the peacock crossbow. He roared and the lightning was completely absorbed. "But I don't believe it. It can even absorb something like this." Xiaoyinin's eyes lit up when it saw the peacock. It softly let out an "oh." He held the peacock in his hand. He strung the bow, preparing to shoot with force. He didn't forget to say arrogantly, "Xiaoyinin, look how amazing I am." In the blink of an eye, Han Sen's arrow shot straight towards the water. But ironically, the fish easily dodged it. He was dumbfounded, leaning back in surprise it missed. The lake water seemed to have a refractive angle, larger than normal water. This caused the actual location of that transparent little fish to be slightly off from where I judged it to be. Han Sen would never give up. He pulled himself together and aimed at the target again, his tone filled with determination. "I absolutely cannot miss this time. That's the protagonist's halo for you. What he says goes." That unlucky fish was eventually pierced by his arrow. A few seconds later it immediately turned belly up. Han Sen's eyes lit up as he thought, "It's dead." He held up the peacock crossbow with one hand. Clenching his other hand into a fist, he laughed and said disdainfully, "This fish died way too easily. Not even a struggle." Before he could enjoy his triumph for long, Han Sen suddenly stopped, thinking something's not right. If it were truly dead, there should have been a kill notification. He stood by the shore, watching it drift with the current, and then posed a hypothesis. Is it playing dead? With such a penetrating wound? If it could still play dead, then the vitality of this transparent fish was truly too strong. Han Sen quickly pulled out his second weapon, the Chien Baolong II. He showed no mercy, directly thrusting the spearhead into the water. But it was corroded by the water here, and a puff of white smoke rose. Han Sen quickly pulled it back, finding the spearhead had been worn down. He opened his mouth wide, complaining such a good beast soul weapon was almost ruined. The fish with the arrow still in it continued to float quietly nearby. He stroked his chin, pondering. The Chien Bao Long 2 can't be worse than his great primordial arrow. But why is it that this great primordial arrow had no problems, yet the Chien Baolong 2 melted as soon as it touched the water? Could this water have a special suppressive effect on beast souls? Han Sen suddenly had an idea. He immediately tied a rope to the arrow, thinking, now this is great. After hitting that fish, I can just pull the rope to retrieve it. Even if the rope breaks, I can still shake it until it falls out. Decisive action. He raised the peacock crossbow again, aiming directly at the prey. In an instant, Han Sen's arrow shot towards the water again. Due to some force, it inexplicably missed the fish again, just like the first time. He was startled, thinking in a panic, what the hell, it really is playing dead. Han Sen rushed to the water's edge, watching the fish swim towards him, shouting, it's swimming over. Sure enough, it suddenly leaped, shook off the arrow, then surfaced, and forcefully flicked its tail. He frowned, then turned his back as the splashing water reached above his head, and then cursed, damn it, that was dangerous. I don't believe I can't deal with you. As if to vent its previous anger, the fish happily swam around underwater again, as if provoking him. Han Sen thought, annoyed. Swimming so happily, is it trying to provoke me? Han Sen racked his brain, pondering. What method could possibly get it out of the water? Suddenly, something suddenly poked out from his jacket. It wiggled a few times as if signaling something. He quickly lowered his gaze and asked in confusion. Xiao Yaojing wants to come out. The little fairy didn't need Han Sen's permission, and came out on its own. He looked at it and asked, little fairy, do you have a way to deal with this fish? The little fairy didn't say a word, but just raised its hands to its mouth and blew out a breath. Instantly its ice spirit power surged into the water. Before long the entire area was frozen solid. The little fairy quickly flew down, and then directly smashed its fist onto the ice surface, causing it to start breaking into small pieces. In just a moment, it moved the ice block with the fish in it in front of him. Han Sen immediately took it. He praised, well done, my doting on you wasn't for nothing. Little Silver stood by, letting out a cry. Han Sen turned to look at it and asked, do you want this? He handed it to the fox without hesitation, his tone full of affection, open wide. After Little Silver swallowed it, its entire body emitted a dazzling light. Han Sen was stunned by this sight, wondering, it's just a small transparent fish, yet it caused such a big change in Little Silver. What's going on? He held the fox, looked into its eyes and pondered. Little Silver is a creature of another race. If it wants to enter the third god's sanctuary, it can only break through on its own. Can we then enter the same sanctuary? Han Sen gently held it in his arms, thinking, I hope by then we won't be too far apart. The scene switches to the second god's sanctuary. He and Little Silver slowly walked through the gate. Suddenly someone in the city blocked Han Sen and questioned him. Are you Han Sen? He pondered, recalling his previous battle with the person in front of him. Han Sen said suspiciously, Luo-in, he recognized me? Impossible. Last time I met him I was in the form of gold coin. He shouldn't be able to recognize me. That's right, Luo-in knows gold coin, but not Han Sen. Luo-in pondered for a moment before Han Sen spoke. I am. What do you want with me? Luo-in didn't wait any longer and shouted. I've been looking for you for a long time. With that he raised both fists and charged at Han Sen. Luo-in directly swung his fist forward while Han Sen leaned back slightly. His right arm gathered powerful energy. In an instant, Han Sen also raised his imposing fist to block his opponent. Luo-in saw his fist being blocked and was very surprised. Luo-in gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, and wondered. In using the authentic Flying Heaven Sutra, but the power of Flying Heaven was blocked so easily. He still wouldn't give up, shouting, impossible. I don't believe you can block all of them. He struck wildly with both hands. Han Sen didn't fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Han Sen quickly defused these attacks with extreme ease. Luo-in felt something was wrong. He took a few steps back shouting in disbelief. This is impossible. Luoyin frowned pondering in his heart. The power of flying heaven is reputed to be the strongest defensive move in the world. A guaranteed hit, but it couldn't even touch Han Sen's clothes. Han Sen, calm and composed, one hand in his pocket, asked the Luo family. Senju Luoyin sneered and admitted directly. The Luo family wants me to ask you something. You are a member of the Luo family. Why don't you cultivate the Flying Heaven Sutra? Han Sen, unfazed, walked past Luoyin directly, while denying go back. I'm not a Luo family member. The scene switches to the Luo family. Luoyin lowered his head frowning and reported, I have failed. Someone picked up a cup of hot tea and commanded. Describe your battle with him in detail. He stared at Luo Haitang's back and questioned, tell me, how did he block the power of flying heaven? Meanwhile, Han Sen was still walking alone on the street. Suddenly his phone rang, making him stop. He took out his phone. As soon as he answered, Beijing spoke, little brother. You're quite the renowned business hero now. It's really hard to get an audience with you. Han Sen wasn't joking about that. If I want to see you in the future, you'll probably have to make an appointment in advance. She suggested. Are you interested in a pet battle? He thought for a moment, then asked in confusion. What's a pet battle? Not long after, in his Alliance base dorm, Han Sen looked at the system panel, recalling Huang Quping's words. I won't harm you. Recently, Donglin Group held an internal pet battle competition. As for the prize, there's something I need help me win it back. You name your price. He folded his arms and analyzed. The beast transformation pill Sister Huang Quping wants is precisely the champion's prize. This prize is too tempting. So many drugs that are prohibited for sale or restricted in circulation are all produced by Donglin. Even with money you might not be able to buy them. Han Sen rubbed his chin, pondering. They clearly know I have Saint War Angel. Isn't this a benefit delivered right to my doorstep? Donglin Group. Is this Chi Ziyuan's new ploy? After his last failure, does he want to play with me again? The scene shifted to the Ji family. He anxiously asked Ji Yanran, tell me, could this competition be a trap? Ji Yanran sat on the sofa and said curiously, I don't know. But this competition is being held in the Central Star Domain, which isn't Donglin's territory. What tricks can the Qi family pull there? Ji Ruojian interjected from the side. Perhaps the Qi family wants to reconcile with you. Han Sen put his hands on his hips, glanced back in confusion and said, now the entire alliance knows my identity. Even if they don't consider the Donglin head son-in-law, they wouldn't dare oppose the Luo family, right? Is that so? She judged after hearing. Are you planning to go? He clenched his fists and admitted excitedly, of course I'll go. Such a great benefit delivered right to my doorstep. Why wouldn't I go? Anyway, the competition is held in the Central Star Domain. And it's not in Donglin's territory. What's there to be afraid of? Ji Ruojian suddenly suggested. Ji Qing wants to see you just in time. This is your first time in the Central Star Domain. Let her show you around. Han Sen was surprised and asked. Ji Qing, is that the Ji Qing who slayed a super god creature? The person sitting opposite reminded him. However, that girl is arrogant. If she offends you for my sake, just let it go. He gave a dry laugh. Father-in-law, you jest. How could I bother with a little girl? Not long after, their flight arrived at the second public account world. A long-legged beauty with her hair combed to one side walked over and greeted them. Han Sen and Ji Qing. Han Sen was slightly startled and asked in return, you're Ji Qing? Ji Qing's beautiful face instantly stiffened when she saw him. A second later, Han Sen got off the spaceship. She immediately walked up to him and urged, brother-in-law, let's go. Han Sen felt a bit uneasy and responded, all right. He glanced behind him, a cold sweat breaking out as he thought to himself, I just called her a little girl. Yet the two of us are together in this spaceship. Ji Qing asked while piloting the spaceship. Bro, where do you want to go? Han Sen fastened his seatbelt and said, this is my first time here. You make the arrangements. She turned her face and, taking matters into her own hands, decided, Uncle told me to treat you well, so he'll take you to a very interesting place. Seeing this, he pursed his lips and sighed softly. This sister-in-law doesn't seem easy to deal with at all. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye they arrived at the spaceship docking bay. It was then that Ji Qing woke Han Sen. We're here, wake up? He only woke up after hearing that yawning repeatedly. Afterwards the two of them left the spaceship together. Han Sen looked around and asked in confusion, where is this? She turned her face, scrutinizing him. So what do you think? This place looks pretty good, doesn't it? The sign that caught his eye was Wujian Hall. Ji Qing's voice was full of hidden meaning. I brought you here to play black-white boxing. The two of them walked into Wujian Hall together. Seeing this, everyone greeted Sister Ching. It's been a long time since you've been here. Has Ji Qing gotten a new boyfriend again? Ji Qing walked ahead giving a dry laugh. She subtly hinted for them to go play somewhere else. Han Sen quietly followed behind. He looked at the cheering crowd and thought, it's really lively here. She chose an empty table, sat down and quietly asked her brother-in-law. I know you're a great hero. Playing black-white boxing shouldn't be a problem, right? Han Sen did as he was told and replied, it's nothing. But I haven't played in a long time. Suddenly he glanced at the crowd and asked in confusion. Why is it so noisy over there? What happened? Ji Qing looked around, then suddenly stood up and walked towards the commotion. She shouted, it's Idong Mu. He remained seated in his chair deep in thought. That guy came here too. And he seems very popular. The crowd cheered endlessly looking at his back. Ji Qing was no exception. Her eyes were filled with adoration for that person. She joined the crowd shouting Idong Mu's name. Ji Qing was very excited. She even raised her hands high, cheering enthusiastically. Han Sen reluctantly walked behind her and whispered, Xiao Chun, what's so good to look at? Tu Bin stood by. He quickly answered for her. Idong Mu is the god of Wujian. In this hall he has defeated everyone in the central system. He's never had an opponent in our line of work. Idong God has never lost to anyone in black-white boxing. I'm afraid even great hero Han is no match for Idong. Ji Qing was a little unhappy. She crossed her arms and retorted to Tabin with a glare. I don't like hearing that. My brother-in-law can even defeat the Azura royal family. How could he not be able to beat Idong Mu? How could he show weakness? He gestured provocatively. All talk, no action. If you've got the guts, have a match with Idong God. She put her hands on her hips and scoffed disdainfully. He immediately accepted the challenge. A match is a match, who's afraid of whom? The two of them left together like that. They didn't even wait for him to decide. Seeing this, Han Sen quickly reached out and said two words. Wait. Tubin immediately grabbed the microphone and announced to the crowd. Just now our eldest Miss Ji Qing said that her brother-in-law, Han Sen, also known as Great Hero Han, has already defeated Yu Jialan of the Azura royal family, and is capable of defeating Idong God in black-white boxing. Upon hearing this, everyone was silent for a few seconds. They looked confused. He stood on the grandstand. With his arms crossed, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Great Hero Han, do you dare to have a match with our Idong God? Others also started to join in, egging him on. Do you dare, Great Hero Han, do you dare? Han Sen was not in a hurry to answer. He simply raised a hand to cover his mouth, chuckled and thought, these young people are really interesting. But Ji Qing found this gesture a little strange. She glanced at him and softly called brother-in-law. Tubin cleared his throat, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Idong Mu was here behind him. Idong Mu calmly walked over. Her hands were clasped together, her cheeks flushed, full of admiration. Does Idong Mu want to challenge brother-in-law? Oh my Idong Mu. Idong Mu rarely challenges others first. So Idong Mu stood on the grandstand. He stared intently at Han Sen. He bravely met his gaze. Idong Mu spoke coldly, do you have time? Han Sen narrowed his eyes and replied directly, yes. He stepped down. He brushed past him, then suggested, come to my place. I've been practicing a few things recently. Help me see if there are any problems. After listening, Han Sen turned to instruct Ji Qing. You just play here. I have something to do, so I have to go first. Her mind filled with question marks, she repeated his meaning. Idong Mu said he wanted to seek advice from brother-in-law. How could Ji Qing possibly stay here? She quickly ran over and shouted, brother-in-law, wait for me, I'll go with you. Not long after, the four of them were sitting in Idongma's private spaceship. Ji Qing sat in the back thinking, if I follow my brother-in-law, won't I be able to go to Idongma's house? Tubin, grinning, struck up a conversation with Han Sen. My apologies. I didn't know you were Idongma's friend too. Han Sen gave a dry laugh and replied nonchalantly, it's fine. Idongmu irritably pressed his head down to talk to his idol. Where are we going? Idongma's action made Tubin panic and cry out. Slow down. Idongmu glanced back and casually tossed out a sentence. To my private martial arts hall. At the private martial arts hall, Han Sen and Idongmu engaged in combat together. Ji Qing watched chin in hand thinking, Idongmu practices assassination techniques, and Han Sen can actually contend with him without being at a disadvantage. No disadvantage. You're still explaining on the field, now's your chance to attack. You must be faster. You must learn to predict. He clenched his fist, so that's how it is. When Tubin saw this scene, he couldn't help but be utterly astonished. He blurted out, Idongmu actually respects your brother-in-law more than his coach. And even him. Flattered by her fan, Ji Qing tidied her hair and replied, "Of course, don't you know whose brother-in-law this is?" But in her heart she was wondering, is my brother-in-law really that amazing? The scene switches to a teleportation array in the central star system. At this moment Ji Qing stood in front of Han Sen and firmly offered a suggestion. What else do we need to prepare? You have a super god pet in your hands. This pet battle, isn't it a guaranteed win? If you have time, why don't you give me some pointers? Han Sen brushed past her, and Ji Qing explained seriously as she walked. The Donglin Qishir family surely doesn't just want to butter you up. Something is definitely going to happen. I'd better prepare early. Ji Qing glanced at Han Sen's retreating back and let out a cold snort. The next morning in the second guild world, Han Sen rode his divine beast into the forest to scout. He thought to himself then, according to reports from Skynet witnesses, there should be a super god-level creature nearby. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his eyes lit up at something he saw. He shouted loudly over there. From a distance, a white deer was frolicking carefree in the forest. Instantly, Chana and Angel appeared behind Han Sen. He waved forward, giving the command, "Chana, stop it." Soon she charged in front of the white deer. The white deer saw her and stopped in a panic. Seizing this opportunity, Angel directly struck the white deer's back with a sword. Blood flowed freely and the white deer was completely defenseless. At this moment Han Sen walked over holding Chi Yin Baolong. Seeing it lying on the ground, barely alive from excessive blood loss, he asked smugly, "Where do you think you're going to run now?" His heart suddenly trembled. The white deer's watery eyes made him hesitate internally. That look, Han Sen held Chi Yin Baolong high, his eyes still fixed on the creature at his feet, and asked himself, why does it not resist at all? Is this really a super god-level creature? Unexpectedly he changed his mind and his weapon, sharp and menacingly, was forcefully plunged into the hard ground. Han Sen gritted his teeth, struggling intensely inside. Damn it. With those pleading eyes, I can't do it. In this awkward situation, he immediately looked at Chana seeking her opinion. "Chana, tell me, kill or not kill?" She slowly made her proposal. "If possible, I hope you can spare it. Let it stay in my sanctuary." Han Sen suddenly turned his head again, very curious about Chana's answer. "Why can't you bring yourself to do it either?" She leaned down, gently stroking the weak white deer, and explained, "If I'm not mistaken, this white deer possesses the power of Qiyun. It might not seem useful, but wherever it is, or if you get close to it, good luck will befall you." Hearing this, Han Sen immediately rushed over and hugged it tightly, an excited look on his face, saying, "Something this good exists. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Immediately he walked over to the white deer and channeled energy into it, healing its injuries, muttering, "You'll be healed in no time." He thought to himself, the pet battle is about to begin. I hope you can bring me good luck. The scene shifts to a morning view of the central galaxy, where the pet battle arena is located. Inside the venue, Shi Shouwen was already there, impeccably dressed in a suit. Waiting early, he spoke excitedly. "Welcome to the pet battle finals." Within the Chanha galaxy, Han Sen was waiting in a long line, and seeing Chi Ziyuan's face on the projection screen, he speculated seriously. The family actually let a youngster like Chi Shouwen host this. With his abilities, he can't threaten me at all. It seems the Chi family really wants to get close to me. Do they really need my help with something? Soon after, in the pet battle arena, Han Sen's angel battle pet had completely suppressed the other pets. At this moment she was diving down with a long sword, heading straight for her dying opponent. Just as the angel decisively raised her weapon, Han Sen's voice came from afar again, "Stop." Then he raised his arm high and shouted, "Come back." She quickly left the arena, returning to his palm. At this very moment, the audience in the stands all gaped. An uncle exclaimed in surprise, "That fast?" A second later the stands erupted. All the spectators shouted that name, "Holy War Angel." As Han Sen left the arena, a brother came over, giving him a thumbs up and praising. "You won, old Han. Your pet is amazing," he politely replied. "Just good luck." Immediately a large number of spectators surged from all directions surrounding Han Sen. They took turns asking, "Can I let my pet fight your Holy War Angel? How about it? Old Han, where did you find this pet?" And a young lady praised, "Holy War Angel is so cool." Seeing the excited crowd around him, he said somewhat helplessly, "Wait, one at a time." People immediately cheered. "I want to be Little Angel's next opponent. Him next." At this moment Han Sen thought, annoyed. Little Angel has become an idol now. Suddenly someone shouted, "Look! The devourer beast has appeared." Everyone under the stands turned their gaze towards the direction of the sound. Soon, the people who had been surrounding Han Sen all hurriedly left. "Let's go, go take a look." He breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead thinking, "Finally I can catch my breath." After it quieted down a bit, he cast his gaze above the arena, muttering, "The devourer beast." Right above, a four-legged creature was drooling, crawling greedily. Han Sen immediately judged such a powerful life aura. It's clearly not a god-blood berserk beast, but its life aura is stronger than most god-blood berserk beasts. Suddenly his expression became very worried, a possibility coming to his mind. Could it be a genetic evolution pill? Donglin Company originally started with genetic pharmaceuticals. Could it be that they have already developed this medicine, which can make soul beasts stronger and cultivate pets like this? The Chi family is truly far-sighted, so the purpose of hosting this competition was for this very thing. Scene switches to the Chi family study. At this moment Chi Xiuwen was sitting at the desk looking at documents. Just then his phone rang with a piercing sound. Someone was calling. He looked at the screen. The phone immediately recognized that the number belonged to Han Sen. After answering the call, Xiuwen quickly asked Dean Han, "What brings you to think of me today?" Han Sen disdainfully picked his ear on the other end, then said sarcastically, "Donglin is hosting a competition. Isn't it just to use my Saint War Angel to promote your new product? Your god-blood beasts cultivated with medicine. As long as they can withstand my super god pet for a period of time, as long as they don't lose too badly, then everyone will surely scramble to buy this pet elixir." Xiuwen burst out laughing upon hearing this. Still speaking arrogantly, "Dean Han, you really are so conceited to reveal the scheme. You're joking. Even if you help us promote, Donglin has already given a very generous reward. This is just a normal business transaction." These words infuriated Han Sen, who then sternly warned, "If Donglin wants to use my pet for promotion, you should at least ask how much my pet's advertising fee is worth, right? Now I'm giving you the chance to pay the advertising fee. If you don't pay now, don't blame me for being impolite later." With that he hung up the phone, not giving the other party any chance to speak. Xiuwen picked up his phone, propped his chin and with a smirk said, "As long as you participate in the competition, our promotional goal has already been achieved. This matter is no longer up to you." Scene switches to the center of the galaxy. At this moment, the image of the armored beast and the genetic evolution elixir, the gene in front of them, had already appeared on major screens. At this time Han Sen also stepped out. Inside the competition arena, the armored beast with a fierce momentum was powerfully suppressing its opponent. Next to it was the host's introduction. "Is your pet tired and sleepy, with no fighting power? Give it a Donglin pet elixir. 1 pill for alertness, 2 pills for never-ending energy, 3 pills for eternal youth. For your pet's health. Come to Donglin and buy today." Watching the content displayed on the screen, Han Sen couldn't help but laugh. Then said disdainfully, "Donglin pet elixir is truly a good thing." Scene switches back to the pet arena. In the audience, a young man commented, "I heard Donglin invited Han Sen to participate in the competition, just to promote this elixir, and even refused to pay advertising fees." The uncle next to him sighed. "This round of promotion is simply perfect. Everyone knows that Donglin has just developed a pet elixir that is extremely powerful. This is too unfair. If it were me, I would have withdrawn from the competition long ago." An older man below immediately retorted, "No way, I still want to see the actual effect. If it really works, then hunting super god creatures in the future will no longer be just a dream." On the field, Xiuwen was intently looking at the participant pet owner's position. An uncle couldn't help but be curious, asking the person next to him repeatedly, "Will Han Sen really withdraw from the competition? If so, wouldn't Donglin take a huge advantage?" Just then in the contestant area, Han Sen's figure still hadn't appeared. A man in the audience was very displeased, and immediately questioned the organizers in a deep voice. "Will Han Sen participate in today's finals? I already bought tickets." In a certain dimly lit corridor, Han Sen was walking, accompanied by the Iron Knight King. A thought solidified in his mind. If Donglin wants to use me as a stepping stone to advance, if he wants to step on my little angel to climb higher, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Angel had already appeared behind him. He was pondering. Beast Soul Iron Knight King. Only humanoid beast souls Can use this possession-type beast soul. At this moment, Angel stood opposite the Iron Knight King. She closed her eyes tightly. Her whole body began to absorb the Iron Knight King. At that time Han Sen whispered in his heart. After getting it, I let it absorb the black crystal, allowing it to evolve into a super god berserk beast soul. After complete absorption, her eyes widened. Energy beams from the night began to emanate from her eye sockets. Han Sen walked with Angel, who was surging with energy. He secretly affirmed. As expected, the white deer always brings good luck. It's also because the chief family is too unlucky. I just completed my evolution yesterday. With the power of the Iron Knight King, little Angel's attributes all skyrocketed. On the arena, the carapace beast was going wild. At the edge, suddenly turning its head sharply. From the opposite side, Han Sen and Angel walked forward majestically. The surrounding audience couldn't help but shout excitedly. Han Sen is here. He didn't withdraw from the Angel Holy War. She jumped onto the arena with an intense presence. Opposite was the roaring carapace beast. Chi-Wen immediately announced. The beast battle finals officially begin. Angel Holy War vs Carapace Beast. On the pet arena, Angel opened with a thunderous slash. The carapace beast began to open its mouth, drooling sticky saliva. Its claws were scratching on the arena. Looking at the scene before him, Chi-Wen thought with secret delight. Slash it down, the era of our chief family is about to begin. When the tip of Angel's sword was only a short distance from the carapace beast, it had already opened its mouth wide, as if to devour the attack. However, before it could do anything, the sword in her hand had already unleashed hundreds of slashes on its body. All in an instant. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the fierce carapace beast had already collapsed limply on the arena. Its whole body paralyzed. Spiritual power began to disperse from its body. Chi-Wen lost his composure at the situation. Trembling all over, he asked in horror, "What? How is that possible?" In the stands, the audience members all jumped up at once, shouting in disdain. Didn't they say the beast core was very strong? How could it be chopped down with one sword strike? Such a super divine beast. As expected of the one and only super divine beast. That's so cool. I initially still had some expectation for this carapace beast, but it seems I was greatly mistaken. Just as Chi-Wen was still in a dazed state, a guard had already walked up to him and whispered in his ear, "Young master, it's time for the award ceremony." Seeing Chi-Wen unsteady, the guard immediately supported him, calling out worriedly, "Young master." He stammeringly instructed him, "Fine, present the award as usual." On the arena, although Chi-Wen was furious, he still had to pick up the microphone to announce a piece of news. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Han Sen, congratulating him for winning this year's Pet Competition Championship. He raised the genetic evolution pill high, not forgetting to thank everyone. The scene switches to a private room in Queen's restaurant. At this moment, Senior Sister stared closely at the evolution pill in her hand, praising Junior Brother with satisfaction. "Well done." Then she laughed out loud. Couldn't help but say in a mocking tone, "I'm dying of laughter." Price. The transaction price of the Beast Soul Pill was far lower than expected. The Chief family truly brought this upon themselves this time. If they had just obediently asked you to promote it from the start, they wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Han Sen picked up his cup, answering with a mocking smile. "I'm usually a reasonable person, but they insisted on not consulting me. So what could I do?" The Senior Sister held the pill tightly in her palm. She seriously offered a suggestion. "The Beast Transformation Pill is mine. You can handle the other rewards and their appraisal." Scene switches to Shana Sanctuary. It was solidly constructed with stone walls, surrounded by mountains. Han Sen walked along the road with large strides. His eyes scanned around, observing, then he muttered to himself, "Why is it so quiet? There are no people or strange creatures around." After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a sound and stopped in his tracks. "What's over there?" Han Sen sprinted towards the direction of the sound. He couldn't help but feel curious. What are they gathering here for? Not far away, 4 people: Shoin, Angel, Princess Shana, and Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin was intently looking at something. It glowed on the snow. He walked forward and asked curiously, "What are you guys doing?" Shana abruptly turned her head and quickly replied, "A seedling has grown here." Her words made Han Sen even more puzzled. "It's just a seedling, what's so special about it? Is it worth you all gathering around like this?" But when he looked at the seedling, even he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" Above the cold layer of snow, a lush pointed green tree emerged. Among the leaves were glowing yellow small fruits. Han Sen's gaze never left the plant. He asked earnestly where did this tree grow from. After asking he slowly knelt before the seedling. Shauna looked at him and replied. We already saw it here when we came out this morning. We don't know when it grew. Suddenly remembering something, she pointed to the white deer in the distance and announced something. Oh right, when we discovered this seedling. Little White was right next to it. Han Sen immediately pounced over, planting loud kisses on the white deer's face. The white deer clearly showed a look of disgust on its face. Meanwhile his mouth was showering it with flattery. Little White, you're amazing. You truly are a lucky beast, Pat, I love you to death. Just as he was continuously kissing the white deer, Xiao Yinin suddenly jumped onto Han Sen's head, frantically pulling his hair. Han Sen cried out in confusion. Xiao Yinin, what are you doing? Don't be jealous. Han Sen tightly hugged the fox that had lost its composure. His gaze turned towards the plant in the distance. He secretly determined in his heart that this was a truly living plant. I can feel its vitality. He knelt on one knee before the seedling and began to perform his Dongxian aura skill to change the direction of the magnetic field's emission. The small fruits. Then he speculated. I wonder if these golden fruits are edible, or if they can be opened like treasure fruits. At this moment Shauna offered her speculation. If these golden fruits mature, they will definitely be heaven-defying treasures. Just like the conching vine, they will surely attract countless super god beasts. Powerful ones will come to covet them. But can we protect it? That's another big problem. Hearing this, Han Sen immediately hugged the precious tree tightly and eagerly declared. This tree grew in our sanctuary, so it belongs to the Han family. We absolutely cannot let anyone snatch it away. The next moment he suddenly stood up and solemnly declared, I have a plan to deal with this. Scene switches to inside Shanna's fortifications. At this time Han Sen was sitting upright on a chair, pondering for a considerable period. After some thought, he decisively proposed a countermeasure for the situation. I've made up my mind. We must protect this tree. Our greatest enemy is the Ghost Blood Emperor. If we only defend, we definitely won't be able to hold on. We'd better take the initiative and attack. First we must weaken the Ghost Blood Emperor's power. Let's seize the initiative. Shauna turned around to look, initially agreeing. That's a good idea. But after thinking of something she hesitated again. But how will you lure those super god creatures away from the Ghost Blood Fortress? The image of himself in a sorry state, fleeing from a group of super god creatures, had already appeared in Han Sen's mind. As soon as he thought of this, a smug smile appeared on his lips. It's not hard to lure them out. I just need to run a little faster, that's all. Not long after, in a certain fortress, Han Sen's soft call rang out. Wu Hong, leaning against a pillar, hummed in response. His gaze swept him from top to bottom. Then he asked, how did it become like this? Wu Hong's hand was still stroking his chin in thought. Hearing him say that, he curiously looked up and asked, is something wrong? Han Sen cleared his throat and took a breath. Then he got straight to the point. It's nothing major. I just came to ask, do you still want to hunt super god creatures? An unexpected surge of energy erupted from Wu Hong. After that question, he furiously raised his fist. His lips curled into a grin as he declared. What's so great about super god creatures? If one comes, ill kill one. If a pair comes, ill kill both. His actions made Han Sen pause for a moment. Unable to resist, he curiously asked, little uncle, when did you get so domineering? Wu Hong rubbed his wrist. His lips still curled in a smug grin, he replied. You'll know soon enough. Not long after, in a small shop, 2 bottles of angel gene fluid were now on the table. Han Sen and Wu Hong sat together at the table. He pointed to the 2 bottles of fluid and explained. Advanced angel gene fluid. It can directly help humans externalize their power. He immediately asked curiously, where did it come from? Wu Hong replied with conviction. Of course, I bought it just then. Han Sen's gaze sharpened. A serious expression was evident in every word he spoke. The Zhao family is actually selling this kind of thing now. Wu Hong began to explain the origin of this fluid to him. The Zhao family utilized the angel gene fluid to hunt down a super god creature. The Qi family was the most severely impacted. First, they suffered repeated setbacks in promotion. Then the angel gene fluid was launched. If there's a potion that can instantly increase power, who would still be willing to spend a lot of time and money to cultivate those pets? It seems useless. With just a few words, he pointed out the right direction. Angel gene fluid requires the blood of the Shura royal family. For its creation and production is extremely limited. In the short term, the Zhao family can't resolve its side effects either. Although the effects aren't visible yet, once people recognize its true value, the price will definitely skyrocket. Now is the best time to stock up. Seeing Han Sen still lost in thought, Wu Hong patted his shoulder with one hand, raised a thumb with the other and flashed a brilliant smile. Then he suggested, Han Sen, tell me where that place is. Let's go, little uncle will take you to hunt exotic creatures. The setting sun was gradually descending behind the moving clouds. The figures of the two walking down the street. Han Sen said happily. Then he'll leave everything to little uncle. Then he excitedly replied, okay. A moment later the two had already entered the Ghostblood Fortress. It was shrouded in thick black clouds. The surrounding air was also exceptionally cold. Without thinking too much, Wu Hong had already taken out the angel gene fluid, preparing to inject it into his arm. He also said arrogantly, I thought you were talking about some terrifying place. So it's just here. A piece of cake. Watch me, I alone am enough to raise this place to the ground. Han Sen suddenly grabbed his arm. He seriously made a suggestion again. Little uncle, wait. Let's observe for a bit first. Is it okay if we go in and kill them later? He didn't ask anything else. He just quickly put away the potion and rushed forward, saying, all right. For your sake, I'll let those small fries live for 2 more minutes. Sometime unbeknownst to them, an eagle appeared high in the sky. It instantly stopped flapping its wings, its eyes fixed on the ground below. Below that dark city, the Blood Demon Fortress was clearly visible. The shape of the eagle in the sky also cast its shadow upon it. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was hiding behind Han Sen, his face pale. His whole body was trembling with fear. Han Sen seized the opportunity to crack a joke. Uncle, the time is ripe. Don't you want to charge in and chop them all down? Wu Hong darted aside. His fear vanished, and a fierce expression emerged through his scolding. Damn it, so many terrifying alien creatures. Are you trying to drag me to my death? Han Sen calmly retorted. Don't you have the advanced angel gene fluid? What are you afraid of? Wu Hong crossed his arms and explained arrogantly. That was bought by spending all my family's fortune. To kill super god creatures. Not to throw my life away. At this, Han Sen stepped forward and placed his hands on Wu Hong's shoulders. A sly smile on his face, and offered a suggestion. Uncle, how about this? You go lure out those super god creatures. If we kill them and get life essence, you take 60%. I'll take 40%. If a beast soul drops, you get it first. Wu Hong was somewhat tempted. Han Sen looked directly into his eyes and said firmly, have I ever lied to you? Wu Hong held up 3 fingers and cautiously amended the agreement. I'll take the life essence, 70%, and I'll still get the beast soul first. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He grabbed his hand tightly and replied decisively, deal. Immediately after, a thought flashed through his mind. Anyway, they're all first-generation super gods. Letting him take all of the first-generation life essence is fine too. After the agreement was finalized, Han Sen thoughtfully reminded Wu Hong a few things. Uncle, you just need to shoot an arrow from a distance and then run. Don't actually charge in. Han Sen stood in front, hiding behind a withered tree to observe the situation. Behind him, Wu Hong's strong arms were drawing a bow. He drew the arrow back, fully his eyes on the target, and said confidently, don't worry. I'm much more experienced in this than you. No sooner had he spoken than the arrow shot out, grazing Han Sen's shoulder as it flew past. He and little Enin were both startled. When they looked back, Wu Hong had already swiftly made his escape. Han Sen thought dejectedly. He ran, then his face changed as he realized something. Wait, that's not right. Han Sen, scratching his head in confusion, loudly called Wu Hong back. Uncle, stop running. You haven't hit anything yet. Why are you running? In the blood demon's hiding place, the arrow Wu Hong shot was whistling through the air, heading straight for the guarding centaur. The half-man half-horse centaur was furious, raising its spear high in its hand and letting out terrifying roars. Suddenly, in front of where it stood, a giant rock fell from the sky. The giant rock slowly stood up, revealing the rough body of a stone giant. Its eyes glowed red and a sinister smile played on its lips. At this moment, the centaur and the stone giant chased Wu Hong towards where he was desperately fleeing. Help! The eagle from before also swooped down closely, following behind the 2 super creatures. In a nearby corner, Han Sen and little Enin had pale faces. Han Sen simply couldn't believe it, and exclaimed in astonishment. Incredible, that arrow, even if it went off course to the South Pole, could still make 3 god-grade super creatures chase it, he thought to himself again. Is this talent? At this moment, the eagle soared into the sky and began to unleash explosive energy. Wu Hong desperately ran while miserably begging the squad leader to save him quickly. He kept running. The stone giant was hot on his heels, while the eagle continuously unleashed attacks, making his escape even more difficult. Not only that, The centaur behind them was also furious. It tightly gripped its spear with both hands, swinging blazing fire forward. Sparks flew everywhere. The situation became increasingly grim. Wu Han alone became the prey chased by 3 super creatures. In the distance, Han Sen was nervously observing the situation before him. "No, if we act now, we will immediately alert the god-grade creatures in hiding. By then all our efforts will have been in vain." Meanwhile Wu Han was in tears. The rolling fire shot by the centaur had already burned his clothes. He desperately shouted, "Squad leader, if you don't save me you'll really be torn to shreds." The situation was at a critical juncture. Han Sen immediately shouted, "It's come to this, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry and use the angel gene fluid." He covered his gaping wound, and angrily retorted, "Damn it, Han Sen, are you trying to kill me?" Suddenly Wu Hang's pupils turned blood red. Energy streams also began to cover the whites of his eyes. A moment later Wu Hang's eyes turned blood red and his entire body exuded a fierce aura of destruction. He charged out with renewed strength and roared, "Now I can only rely on you. Angel gene fluid." At this moment a red triangular horn also grew on his forehead. With the activation of the angel gene fluid, Wu Hang had already put some distance between himself and the 3 super creatures. Han Sen observed the situation from the path. He thought to himself, "If I had known this, wouldn't using it earlier have saved him some suffering?" But I have to say, the effect of the angel gene fluid is indeed excellent. It immediately created distance. Soon after, the chase entered the depths of the mountain forest. Wu Hang's distance from the 3 super creatures had already shrunk. The situation hadn't improved much. He frantically shouted, "Han Sen, if you don't come out soon." His words suddenly stopped. A flicker of light passed through his eyes. The whites of his eyes gradually regained their color. The horn on his forehead also shrank. Wu Hang was still running desperately, painfully shouting, "I really am going to be killed." The centaur close behind remained aggressive. It suddenly stood on its hind legs, raising its spear high with both hands, then leaped forward. The spear pointed directly at the man. Fireballs were launched. At this moment Han Sen with the crimson flame tyrannosaur rushed forward to block the centaur's spear. Wu Hang cried out in a mix of surprise and anger, "Han Sen, you bastard." He replied, "The bastard is here, I've come to save you." Meanwhile Empress Satina also quickly confronted the stone giant Hedon. She leaped around it, leaving a blow with each move. The angel Saint War once again leaped into the sky. Her long sword pointed directly at the heavens. Towards the fleeing eagle she brought it down fiercely. With the terrifying destructive power of her longsword, the angel quickly pierced the eagle's body. Its feathers fell one after another. Despite putting all his strength into blocking the centaur's spear, Han Sen was still aware of everything around him, when he suddenly realized something was wrong. This eagle seems to be sending a distress signal to the fortification. Blood Ghost. Immediately he pointed at the crimson flame tyrannosaur, and blazing flames burst towards the centaur. As he shouted, "We must finish this quickly." Suddenly, the fox on Han Sen's shoulder leaped forward, emitting lightning. He called out worriedly, "Xiao Yinin." Xiao Yinin leaped into the sky. Its mouth opened wide and pointed downwards. Then it shot out an extremely powerful lightning orb. Instantly the lightning spread throughout the centaur's body. It couldn't maintain its balance. Its whole body kept twitching uncontrollably. Seizing this rare opportunity, Han Sen thrust out his crimson flame tyrant sword and then shouted, "Die!" At this moment, 3 white souls had gradually flown high into the sky. Han Sen had just delivered the final blow to the centaur. He looked at Wu Hang and loudly announced, "Uncle, you go first, we'll meet at Black Ridge Mountain." Hearing this, he took off running, giving a concise one-word answer. "All right," Han Sen thought to himself. "This guy runs really fast." Just then, the eagle had been split open by the god's envoy's sword. 2 prompt messages appeared on the screen. Hunting successful. Hunted a god-level super creature. The Wind Ridge Eagle, no beast soul obtained. Its meat is inedible. 10 gene essences can be collected. Life absorption. Can randomly increase X to Y points of super god genes. The centaur's head had just been severed from its neck. Another prompt message appeared. Hunting successful. Hunted a god-level super creature, the flame centaur. No beast soul obtained. Its meat is inedible. 10 gene essences can be collected. Life absorption. Can randomly increase X to Y points of super god genes. Just then, from the Blood Demon Fortress base, 4 super creatures had leaped into the forest. They instantly arrived at the location where the signal was sent. The situation was becoming increasingly urgent. Han Sen abruptly turned his head and looked at them. He said, "No, we have to leave here immediately." If they didn't leave now it would probably be too late. As he sprinted he loudly ordered Shatina who was confronting the stone giant. Empress retreat. In just an instant, a surging super creature had already appeared beside the eagle's corpse. There was also another variant nearby. Furious about the centaur's death, they glanced at each other and simultaneously opened their mouths, letting out earth-shattering roars. Han Sen and Wu Hang had already run far away, fleeing into Black Ridge Mountain to hide behind a small tree. As soon as he saw Han Sen rush over, he nervously asked, "How did it go? Did you get the beast soul?" Han Sen walked forward holding up 2 shimmering gene essences. Then said, "Only 2 life gene essences. They're all yours." Wu Hang's hands trembled as he took the gene essences. Seeing his dejected expression, Han Sen immediately comforted him. "Don't be sad, uncle, once you're better. Well, go hunting again. Well, definitely get a beast soul next time." Wu Hang's face showed a dejected expression and he tried to remain calm as he replied, "After the angel potion's effect wears off, I can't even stand steadily. The next time, it'll be at least 5 or 6 days before I can continue." When he saw Wu Hang painfully clutching his arm, Han Sen immediately created a healing force, gently suggesting, "You're injured, let me help you." No sooner had he spoken than Little Silver, perched on Han Sen's shoulder, suddenly opened its mouth wide. Then it shot a bolt of electricity at Wu Hang. Wu Hang was startled by the sudden attack. His whole body was paralyzed and twitching, and he let out a miserable cry. The electric current was slowly healing Wu Hang's wound. Han Sen didn't notice at first, because Wu Hang kept twitching incessantly. "But Little Silver, what are you doing? Let him go. Let go of him." A few seconds later Han Sen suddenly realized something was wrong. Little Silver wasn't attacking him at all. Wu Hang was still letting out miserable cries. His body twitched as if struck by lightning, twitching more and more violently. At this point Han Sen asserted confidently, "Your wound is healing." After that, Han Sen recalled the small fish he had once fed Little Silver. He seriously speculated on a possibility. That transparent, vibrant little fish seemed to possess healing abilities. Little Silver inherently possessed healing abilities. Before, I always survived by letting it lick my wounds. Did eating that fish make Little Silver enhance its recovery abilities? After convulsing for a while, Wu Hong trembled and collapsed spread-eagled. Han Sen watched him worriedly, sighing inwardly. "But this healing method is too terrifying, isn't it?" After regaining his strength, Wu Hong jumped next to Little Silver, his entire body radiating furious anger. His presence intimidating, his eyes bloodshot, and venomous words came out of his mouth. "You little beast, I'll fight you to the death." Han Sen stammered, "Wait. It's not to be trifled with." And it let out an angry roar. Then it released an even stronger current. Wu Hong was hit again. His body convulsed tragically in spasms. In an instant Wu Hong was burnt to a crisp like charcoal. He slumped to the ground, tears streaming down his face, his trembling hand reaching forward. This time Little Silver again sent a current to him to heal his injuries. Seeing the miserable sight, Han Sen quickly reminded Little Silver, "Go easy." Soon after, his electrocuted charred skin gradually cracked open. Smoke billowed from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back. Everything was too terrifying. Wu Hong fell to his knees before Little Silver with a thud, devoutly pleading with it, "Little fox, I was wrong. Please spare me." Han Sen noticed this detail and voiced his observation, "Uncle, you look very energetic." He reached out to touch his disheveled face and recalled it with some surprise. "That's right, after it shocked me, I feel full of vitality, my whole body brimming with strength. I can continue fighting tomorrow." The next day the uncle and nephew again cautiously approached the Ghost Blood fortification, hiding behind a bush. Wu Hong took out a bottle of angel fluid and said, "I only have 1 dose of angel gene fluid left. After completing this mission, I won't be able to use this method anymore." Han Sen put on his ghost eye mask, intently using his ability to observe the situation. Meanwhile he began to formulate a plan. "This time we must be more careful. We need to lure out 1 or 2 high-level god-class creatures, and then eliminate them." Through his ghost eye mask, he easily observed a creature waiting, situated high up on a cliff. He looked solemnly in that direction and asked, "Uncle, is there any way to lure it out?" Wu Hong hesitated at his words. "Why choose that one? Isn't the stone giant outside enough?" From high up on the cliff, the ape-like xenogeniac sat waiting. Its whole body was rippling with muscles and its abdomen had 10 perfectly aligned abs. At this moment Han Sen voiced his guess. "I feel like that one is more likely to drop a beast soul." Wu Hong followed his gaze. and asked curiously, "You can tell too?" After confirming the target, Han Sen patted Wu Hong's shoulder carefully, reminding him, "It's up to you, uncle." He decisively raised his fist and replied confidently, "Don't worry." Han Sen quickly retreated to a distance from the ghost blood fortification and hid behind a large rock to observe the situation. In front, Wu Hong unhesitatingly raised his middle finger and ferociously shouted, "You damned monkey, look over here. Hey, your grandpa Wang is here to take you out." Hearing the sound, the large gorilla suddenly turned its head to look. However, it didn't make any move. This made Wu Hong worried, and he quickly reported to Han Sen behind him. No reaction. Han Sen heard this and couldn't believe it. No way. As soon as their brief conversation ended, the large gorilla suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Its reaction startled Wu Hong. His eyes widened in shock. Oh god, this has gotten out of hand. 1 second later, the stone giant, the gorilla, the centaur and the eagle all chased after Wu Hong simultaneously. He ran desperately, shouting help. Seeing this scene, he was being chased by those super creatures. Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim a few words. Damn it! How are there so many and they're still so stable? At this moment, Wu Hong quickly opened the lid of the angel gene fluid, then injected it into himself. He tried to remain calm to soothe himself. Calm down, the captain must be thinking of a way right now. Shouting will only distract him. In the blink of an eye, the chase led deeper into the mountains and forests. Han Sen continued along the path. He walked uneasily, not to mention killing enemies. Even escaping was a big problem. He was chasing with hurried steps. He suddenly stopped abruptly, remembering something. Wait, with so many super god creatures appearing, wouldn't their hideout, the Blood Devil's lair, be at its emptiest right now? Han Sen immediately summoned Empress Shana and quickly instructed her. You follow uncle. Just let him lead those monsters away. If he encounters danger, lend a hand. She asked back in surprise. You want to go to the Blood Devil's fortress? He sharply turned around, walked towards the Blood Devil's fortress and replied to Shana. With such a good opportunity, how can I not take a risk? If I can get the Blood Emperor's soul stone, uncle's crisis can be resolved. Seeing him so decisive, she could only caution him a few times. There are at least 5 super god creatures inside. A moment later, as soon as Han Sen leaped into the Blood Devil's fortress stronghold, a fiery red braid immediately struck towards his foot. Its speed was so fast that he was startled for a few seconds. But fortunately, Han Sen quickly moved his foot, dodging the attack of that braid. He escaped danger instantly. Before he was safe for long, 2 more braids violently struck down from behind. Behind Han Sen, a lion with brown skin and long winding red mane was hot on his heels. It roared in pursuit while using its mane to unleash techniques. Every one of its attacks was extremely agile and fierce, forcing him to use the art of flying, constantly dodging its moves. He felt confused at this moment. Are these braids the mane of this lion? He ran desperately, but unexpectedly ran into a dead end, a stone wall. However, one of his hands had already begun to spew fire, and he roared, "Don't even think about stopping me." Han Sen jumped with all his might, using his ultimate skill, Scarlet Flame Burst Dragon Charge, to smash the tall stone wall in front of him. After running just a few more steps, beads of sweat were already rolling down Han Sen's face, only to face another dead end. He shouted in exasperation, "Damn it! Another wall!" At this moment, the lion's mane had already covered an area on the rock. Han Sen once again used the Scarlet Flame Burst Dragon Charge, rushing through the stone wall. After the sturdy obstacle, he didn't feel the slightest bit relieved. Instead, he felt uneasy after seeing what was in front of him. Not good now. Han Sen was placing both his feet inside the throat of a giant stone golem. It opened its huge drooling mouth, ready to enjoy a good meal. Han Sen calmly pushed his Scarlet Flame Burst Dragon, blazing fiercely with its firepower, directly onto its tongue. He leisurely said, "Come on, Herace, a treat for you." The stone golem closed its mouth, but its jaws were blocked by Han Sen's Scarlet Flame Burst Dragon. He seized the opportunity and leaped out. Just as he finished dealing with it, a red man lion suddenly leaped over. Han Sen was instantly surprised, still dared to charge forward. Immediately, he withdrew his Scarlet Flame Burst Dragon and leaped into the air. The stone golem abruptly clamped its jaws shut, but he landed next to the charging red man lion. A stream of shamanic power descended from the sky suddenly, attacking Han Sen. He tightly gripped the weapon, holding it high with one hand. At this moment, 2 gigantic claws carrying immense power grabbed the red flame Tyrannosaurus. He couldn't hold on to it for a moment either. Just above, That bat was using its two sharp claws to firmly grip the weapon. It glared fiercely at Han Sen. At this moment he exclaimed, "This bat is huge." Meanwhile in the mountains and forest, Wu Hong was still running desperately, as prey for numerous super creatures. Just behind him, a signal had already come from the spot on his shoulder where Head injected the medicine. A feeling of unease immediately rose in his heart. The effect of the angel potion was about to completely vanish. Panting, he stammered, "It's over. Am I really going to be killed by that kid Han Sen?" At this critical moment, he desperately closed his eyes and shouted, "Oh heavens, just let me die quickly." A cold gust of wind suddenly brushed across Wu Hong's face, sweeping away all the sweat beads on his cheeks. This made him feel confused. How can I still feel this cold sensation after dying? Just then a slender hand suddenly grabbed his collar from behind him. That person was Shauna. Upon seeing her he excitedly demanded, "Damn beauty, who are you? Am I saved?" She didn't answer his previous questions, but slowly asked him to continue luring them. Immediately Wu Hong, full of bravado, turned around and began shouting at the super creatures behind him, "You little turtles, come here if you dare. This old man has been waiting for you." Meanwhile at Ghost Blood Base, Han Sen was still struggling while fighting the giant bat. It suddenly let go of his feet, causing his entire body along with the red flame Tyrannosaurus to plunge straight down into the gaping maw of the stone golem below. Han Sen agonizingly thought to himself, "Damn it." Just as he was about to approach the drooling gaping maw, he agilely spun 180 degrees, proudly asking himself, "You want to swallow me? Not so easy." After landing on the stone golem's tongue, Han Sen quickly leaped up, making it bite nothing but air again. The large bat immediately gave chase. Han Sen leaped around like a bird to evade attacks. He muttered to himself, "I can't get bogged down in battle. I must go to the temple first and get the soul stone." Under the relentless pursuit of the red man lion and the giant bat, he still refused to stop, and soon arrived at the temple. The opportunity was drawing closer. Nearby, high in the sky, a figure suddenly appeared. Above, the person with bat demon wings and a calm demeanor was none other than the cruel banshee. She held two sharp scythes in her hands. She crossed her arms, spun the scythes and hurled them downwards. The scythes flew towards Han Sen like lightning. He quickly put on the Hades demon armor. He exclaimed in his mind so fast. When the sharp weapon was already before his eyes, he looked at it in surprise and whispered, "How dangerous." Han Sen instantly dodged to the side. The scythe grazed his waist. He held the red flame Tyrannosaurus high. A feeling of unease rose in Han Sen's heart. Since when did its speed become so fast that even the Hades demon armor couldn't block it? Then he leaped high. Unbeknownst to him, many gazes had already appeared behind him, fixed on him. Han Sen slowly glanced back and mentally contacted Shauna the Empress. "How are things on your end?" In the mountains and forest, Shauna and Wu Hong were running back and forth, throwing stones at the giant. The giant was lifting its foot to leave. After finishing a round of throwing, he belligerently raised his fist and shouted loudly, "Come back, you cowards! Are you scared of your grandpa? I told you to come back, didn't you hear me?" From behind her she contacted Han Sen and quickly replied, "I can't stall them anymore. They've received a forced recall order from the Ghost Blood Emperor and are on their way back to the base." The scene switched back to Ghost Blood Base. With one hand clutching his bleeding wound, he forcefully stated the plan, "I understand. In an hour I must break into the spirit temple before they return." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Sen didn't hesitate for a second. He instantly sped forward, thinking, "I can still control the situation now, relying on the Dongshin Chi field. Every attack, every movement, even every time they lift a foot or frown, everything is within my grasp." He didn't slow down at all. His small figure darted past, as powerful super creatures blocked his path one after another. Beside Han Sen, streams of green energy began to appear. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the first time I've poured my full power into unleashing the Dongshin Chi field. After mastering it combined with the sky-flying technique, this feeling, it's like I can toy with their fates." Just as he was charging, two cruel banshees and a red man lion pounced from both sides. Unexpectedly, the cruel banshee was tightly entangled by the red man lion's thread-like mane. At this moment a giant bat landed on a colossal rock giant. These super creatures confronted each other, creating an opportunity for him to escape the fierce pursuit. At this moment Little Angel and Inin had already appeared behind Han Sen. Intense lightning bolts emanated from each side. He continued to speed forward, shouting, "Now!" They were getting closer and closer to the soul blood administration. Enine had already started to make her move. A lightning ball condensed in the air from it. The lightning ball then shot directly at the cruel banshee. She immediately convulsed from the electric shock. At this moment Angel also stepped forward. Her teeth were clenched, gnashing. The cruel banshee had lost power in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Han Sen loudly commanded, "Go, little angel. It's all up to you." When the sword tip was fiercely thrust at her by Angel, unexpectedly a shield appeared, nullifying the attack. Beads of sweat appeared on Han Sen's face. He speculated with worry. Is there still a hidden trump card from that dark stone cave? Nearby a gleaming golden beetle creature was slowly crawling out. It walked to the entrance of the cave and began to create a dazzling light shield in front of it. As soon as he saw the beetle, Han Sen became suspicious. "You're behind this, aren't you?" In the air, Enine was still emitting fierce electric currents. However, it had no effect on the super creatures. The sight worried him. Another light shield. He gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated by the current predicament. What bad luck! How can there be such a god-grade super emperor creature? The situation was too urgent. Han Sen decided to focus his strength and charge towards their base, comforting himself, if I can't kill them, so be it. Obtaining the soul stone is what matters most. He had only run a short distance when suddenly something spun and charged towards Han Sen. He quickly stopped. At this moment, Han Sen's neck was grazed by another slash. He raised a hand to touch the wound on his neck, a clear look of fear on his face. If I hadn't reacted in time just now, my head would probably be separated from my body. At this moment the guy who had just attacked landed on the ground, facing Han Sen, who was in great pain. This person was none other than Ghost Blood Emperor. He looked at him with blood-red eyes and roared, "How dare you break into my administration? You've got some nerve." Han Sen ignored him and charged directly towards the temple, shouting, "I've always had a lot of nerve." Ghost Blood Emperor of course wouldn't let him go, and instantly teleported behind him, asking arrogantly, "Do you think you can escape?" Han Sen continued to charge forward recklessly. However, that guy transformed his body into streams of demonic power, chasing relentlessly. In an instant, the demonic energy from his body struck directly at the ground, right beneath Han Sen's feet. He leaped up. Long asked in doubt, how is that possible? A slash cut through the hard armor on his back. He looked at Long in confusion. Full of worry, the armor has been cut through. Han Sen's entire body began to glow with green energy. He began to think seriously. How did he get close to me? Why, within the profound dynamic aura, was there no trace of movement at all? It was as if he, in the blink of an eye, teleported behind me. That green energy started to emanate around Han Sen. From all directions again, deadly demonic energy surged forth. He tightly gripped the Qian Baolong in his hand, cautiously watching the demon. Shuedi was smiling sinisterly before his eyes. He reassured himself, impossible. Even someone as powerful as Chan Nan Di cannot use teleportation freely. This Gue Shuedi absolutely cannot be stronger than Chan Nan Di. Han Sen suddenly knelt on the ground. His whole body trembled and his strength gradually withered. He reached out to touch the wound on his back. He stammered, "My body is going numb." As he stretched out his trembling hand, he saw the panic within him intensify. Blood stained his palm red. At this moment, Gue Shuedi extended his sharp claws. He arrogantly explained, "You've been poisoned by my ghost blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the blood in your body will solidify into stone. That will be your death. But if you are willing to bring those sacred creatures and submit to me, I can spare your life." Han Sen struggled to his feet with his weakened body. Fixing his eyes on him, Han Sen quietly asked, "Can I live just by submitting to you?" Demonic energy emanated from Gue Shuedi's entire body. Soaring upwards, he raised his weapon and replied briefly, "Of course." He immediately knelt before him miserably, pleading, "I am willing to submit to you. Quickly help me remove the ghost blood poison." The gem on the tip of Gue Shuedi's weapon was already closer, along with the words of the contract. "As long as you accept my soul imprint, I will immediately cure your poison." Without hesitation, he quickly responded, "Good, I accept the soul imprint. Quickly cure my poison." Just as the gem approached him, Han Sen's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared intently at it. Seizing the moment when the opponent was unprepared, he extended his left arm. His strength also quietly surged. The situation was entirely different from a few minutes ago. Han Sen was determined to fight back. He delivered a powerful palm strike to Gue Shuedi. However, luck was not on his side. Gue Shuedi blocked the punch with just one hand. The opponent also spoke arrogantly. Overestimating yourself. Stop playing tricks. He transformed his hand into demonic energy and continued to threaten inside your body. You've already been poisoned by my ghost blood. With your blood circulating, how can you escape my control? Trying to assassinate me. You're truly courting death. Although sweat was pouring down his face, Han Sen still calmly replied. Is that so? It's too early to say? Just as Gue Shuedi used his sharp claws to tightly grasp his armor, the little fairy with 2 balls of ice power had already attacked. She quickly flew in front of the man, shooting a burst of ice-cold energy at his hair, allowing it to spread throughout his body. He roared in anger. How dare you! The angel carrying the holy sword charged up from behind, filled with strength. Beside him was Han Sen's urging voice. Little angel, hurry. In the blink of an eye, her sword severed the neck of the frozen ghost blood emperor. His head then separated from his body. Watching his body gradually lose balance, spirit power began to gush from his neck. Han Sen sighed in relief. It's over. Everything was over. He placed his hand on his chest, clearly feeling the changes happening inside him. With the ghost blood emperor dead, the ghost blood power within him dissipated. He could heal simply by using sacred light. Just as the energy in his body was gradually recovering, the female demon from the sky ignorantly charged down. Han Sen slowly put on the ghost eye mask. Tick. From his pupils streams of power began to surge and swirl. It was overwhelming, realizing the danger was imminent. The female demon noticeably slowed down carefully, calculating her next move. At this moment Han Sen, with his ultimate skill Heavenly Thunder Sound Fist, smashed into the solid shield that had just been erected in front of her. He roared charge. At this point the shield was completely useless. In the face of his ferocious punch, a huge crack gradually appeared in the very center. Han Sen's lightning fist shattered the shield. Penetrating half of the female demon's body, he charged forward like the wind. A sky-shaking roar rang out. Die. At this moment she tragically fell through the air. But things did not stop there. In the distance the familiar figure of the angel faintly reappeared. A holy sword that shook heaven and earth was swung again, splitting the female demon's entire body completely in half. Blood gushed like a volcano, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. A notification about a successful hunt popped up. Cruel female demon hunted. No god blood beast soul obtained. 10 gene essence can be obtained. Absorb life. There will be a chance to randomly obtain super god gene points. Genes after dealing with all the obstacles. Han Sen confidently walked into their stronghold. His tone became relaxed. Finally I can go in. He calmly strode forward. Behind him everyone was battling. Those super creatures. After walking for a while, Han Sen stopped in front of the spirit god temple. He carefully observed the statue. He secretly wondered to himself. Is this statue a Shura? That soul stone doesn't look quite right. He'll take it down and check. Thinking this, he quickly jumped onto the statue's head, grabbing the soul stone in the center of the crown. With just one glance, Han Sen crushed the soul stone and made his judgment. Sure enough, it's not. It truly isn't. Looking at the fragments of the stone in his hand, he could only make wild guesses. There's no life at all in the soul stone, nor is any soul forming. It seems to be just a lifeless object. With this thought, Han Sen hastily turned and walked out. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized his mistake. Damn it, this isn't the real spirit god temple. He started walking, moving around the fortifications. Ghost blood footwork, each step carefully placed. His gaze constantly scanned his surroundings, secretly deducing. Those super god creatures will probably be back soon. I have at most another quarter of an hour. Outside, Little Silver was still continuously unleashing lightning, suppressing the red man lion. On the other side the angel was swinging her sword repeatedly, concentrating all her strength to fight the giant bat. Beside them Little Fairy was focused on freezing the gigantic stone man. Those sights led Han Sen to a conclusion. Little Angel and the others haven't won yet. It seems to be because that holy light beetle is constantly providing a light shield for the super god creatures. He looked at the battling areas around him, then had an idea. The Ghost Blood Emperor's design is so ingenious. He must have hidden the spirit god temple very stealthily. It won't be easy for me to find. Instead of wasting a little time, ultimately it's better to seize the opportunity to kill a few more super god creatures. Having decided, he summoned the death puppet Xiaozhong. A plan formed in his mind. First let Xiaozhong absorb the blood of that succubus. Then he'll deal with that Holy light beetle this way. Killing the other super god creatures will be much easier. Meanwhile at the demon blood fortification, Han Sen was chasing the holy light beetle with his fiery red spear. Holy light beetle. Seeing someone attack, the holy light beetle was so scared it immediately jumped up and fled. It ran and he chased after it growling, running away are we? He mused inwardly. This holy light beetle keeps creating light shields for other super god creatures, yet it never participates in battle itself. Could its true strength be very weak? Looking at the holy light beetle's extremely fast movement speed, Han Sen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly a super god creature. Even if it's not good at fighting, its speed is truly astonishing. Meanwhile the holy light beetle was fleeing, then suddenly turned its head and looked at him with an extremely mocking expression. Seeing this, Han Sen became furious and exclaimed, "Damn it!" He charged out angrily, shouting as he ran, "You dare to mock me? Don't run if you're so capable, don't run." With that, Han Sen accelerated, chasing after the damn beetle. The holy light beetle turned its head and saw him catching up, scared out of its wits. Cold sweat broke out. The light in its eyes surged. Han Sen roared, "Let me teach you what it means to." He stopped there, kicked off the ground and leaped onto the holy light beetle's head. Spiritual power surged throughout his body, ready to attack. He lunged down, punched it and shattered it to pieces. 7 defeats of the arrogant soldier. Great thunder sound fist. The holy light beetle took the hit. Its entire body ripped to shreds. After it was over, Han Sen took off his hat and sighed, looking at his sticky hands. No beast soul again, what a terrible day. Suddenly he remembered. Could it be he suddenly recalled earlier when Wu Hong had announced, "I'll take 70 of the life gene essence. If a beast soul drops, I'll take it first." Han Sen held his head and shook it helplessly. "My little brother, it's not that I'm untrustworthy. But looking at your bad luck, it would be a miracle if a beast soul dropped." Suddenly the surrounding ground began to shake, as if an earthquake was imminent. The surrounding rocks were gradually collapsing. He quickly fled, realizing the danger. He mumbled, "Oh no." Han Sen walked towards the scythe demoness life gene essence. He picked up a magic stone, pondering, the aura of ghost blood is getting stronger. We can't delay any longer. Thinking this, he suddenly turned his head and ordered his companions, "Little Silver, Little Angel, Little Fairy, retreat quickly." The two immediately chased after Han Sen, helping the troops withdraw from here. In the forest on this side, Wu Hong was heavily wounded, sitting under a tree to rest. Across from him, Shana was observing the situation. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes and struggled to get up. He looked up and saw him already standing in front of him. Wu Hong weakly greeted Han Sen. "You're back." He bit his teeth in pain, struggling to get out the words. "How many super god creatures did you kill? Did you get any beast souls?" Han Sen crossed his arms, looked down and replied, "Killed 2, didn't get any." Upon hearing this, he lowered his head and said, "Looks like there's no chance again. I also don't have money to buy gene fluid anymore. I can't afford high-grade angel gene fluid either." He bent down facing Wu Hong and took out 2 shining gene essences. He said, "How about this? I'll use 1 high-grade angel gene fluid to exchange for your share. As for these 2 life gene essences, I'll take them all. Uncle, these 2 life gene essences. One of them is yours." Wu Hong was immediately touched and picked up his hand, wiping away tears, and hastily said, "Really? No problem, you're the best to me, your uncle. I'm so touched." Han Sen then gave an order to Inin. "Since we've settled it, little Inin, do it." Immediately it pounced on Wu Hang. Heavy recovery power. Wu Hang's body trembled violently as if had been electrocuted. He gritted his teeth and said, "It hurts, it hurts." A while later, that recovery power still hadn't dissipated. Han Sen's face here turned purple, thinking, after a while, "I swear I'll never get hurt again. And let little Inin heal it." Suddenly Wu Hong over here cried out, "I'm gonna die, I'm really gonna die." Finally that power dissipated. His body had completely recovered. Muscles taut, full of vitality. Wu Hong raised his hands to the sky and full of vigor loudly proclaimed, "Captain, I'm ready. Full health restored, let's go." Seeing this, he reluctantly replied, "Okay." He secretly muttered to himself. Could he have been shocked silly? At the hunting fortifications, Wu Hong asked curiously, "Why aren't we continuing to attack the Ghostblood's fortifications?" Han Sen and little Inin walked ahead, pondering for a moment. A moment later he glanced at Wu Hang and replied, "Now we have a more important task. We must protect the base." The two stopped in front of a dwarf tree whose leaves shimmered with light, with several fruits on it. Wu Hong stretched out his hand, pointed at it and asked, "Do you think the Ghostblood Emperor will come to snatch this?" Han Sen replied. You've also seen the situation. At the Kongqing vine side. This Bu golden tree is in no way inferior to it. Seeing those shiny golden fruits, he drooled. He said these three-branched trees are indeed extraordinary. I really want to know. What will grow inside these golden fruits? Han Sen looked down and explained. It'll take about 2 more months to mature. By then we'll know. Wu Hong sat down frowning slightly and said. That's the problem. Who knows how many super god creatures it will attract to this place. Just those guys the Ghost Blood Emperor and his ilk are already hard enough to deal with. Hearing this, Han Sen nodded and said that's right. It really is like an entangled dead knot. Meanwhile on Zixian Mountain, amidst the majestic mountain range, a huge castle appeared on the mountain peak. The two arrived at the mountain beside the raging crimson waterfalls. Looking at them, Han Sen exclaimed with a serious expression, the smell of blood is too strong. Wu Hong next to him scratched his head and said, Captain, blood is gushing down. This isn't a good sign. Without saying more, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to observe everything. He quickly grasped that there were a total of 7 blood springs, all on the blood springs and mountain walls. There were no signs of life. The blood still poured down like a waterfall. The surroundings were also enveloped in a thin mist. The two arrived at the mountain peak. Standing on the ironclad fortification castle, looking at the mountain range that had been violently struck by lightning, Wu Hong frowned slightly and asked, Captain, don't you think these lightning strikes are strange? That mountain range, struck by lightning, had scorched the surrounding trees, and the land had become barren, with only a few burning trees remaining. Han Sen replied with a serious expression. That's right, lightning strikes everywhere, burning the air into a scorched smell. But only this purple mountain peak is completely unaffected by the lightning. Suddenly a drop of red water landed on his cheek. Han Sen was startled and asked himself, is it raining? The two looked up, and crimson rain was pouring down. Thunder rumbled echoing across the sky. Wu Hong held out his hand staring in shock and exclaimed, what the heck? Is the sky raining blood? Shauna walked over from behind and spoke, catching both of their attention. The blood spring stopped flowing yesterday. Wu Hong dragged out his words. Yesterday, so in total that's. As he said this he held out his fingers and mumbled as he counted 1, 2, 3. 7 days, Shauna concluded. The 7 springs flowed for a full 7 days. After hearing this, Han Sen stroked his chin and asked curiously, how can it be such a coincidence? Wu Hong standing beside him bent slightly and said worriedly, unusual celestial phenomena always indicate something strange. Could it be related to that 6-jade golden tree? Is some strange creature growing inside that fruit? And that crimson blood rain caused the trees bearing golden fruits to glow and grow wildly. In no time it grew to 10 times its original size. The light it emitted also became more intense. Even more intense than before. The massive fruit seemed almost fully ripe. Han Sen looked at the tree and exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect that this blood rain could help the 6-jade golden tree grow so quickly. After speaking he turned to Shauna and asked, Shauna, what's wrong with this 6-jade golden tree? She replied, this thing landing here was not my choice. No matter how strange this mountain is, it's not something I can fully comprehend. Are you suspecting I know something but haven't told you? Han Sen was silent for a moment, lost in thought. She doesn't seem to be lying. But such a bizarre spiritual item. I'm afraid it couldn't just grow here randomly. And she has no reason to hide anything from me. Thinking this he said, no. How could I suspect you? I just thought you might know more. Suddenly, Wu Hong quickly grabbed Han Sen's arm. Han Sen turned to him in confusion and called out, Uncle. Wu Hong was trembling all over fearfully, asking him, did you hear that? Han Sen listened silently to the strange sound. It accompanied the foul-smelling blood rain and the incessant thunder. Wu Hong huddled behind Han Sen. Wu Hong trembled and said, it's a ghost. Seeing this, Han Sen patted his shoulder and gently comforted him. A lot of strange things have been happening lately. Maybe you're too stressed, Uncle. How about you go back to the Alliance and rest for a while? When you come back, maybe these strange things will be gone. Wu Hong gritted his teeth, stammering in fear. A ghost, all right, I'll head back first. Inside Shanna's base, Wu Hong stood on the teleportation gate, turned and said goodbye. Goodbye, I'm leaving now. Be careful, leader. Han Sen waved goodbye to him and replied, it's fine, don't worry. After Wu Hong left, Shauna rushed over and announced something else has happened. A pair of glowing crimson antlers appeared. This made Han Sen panic and shout, ha! It's Shauna. She ran over and together with the little white deer beside her said, Little White, a spirit beast bearing a noble destiny, has actually shown such an anomaly. This is definitely not a good sign. The scene switches to the four-color immortal palace. The foul-smelling blood rain continued to pour down relentlessly. Lightning flashed and thunder roared overhead ceaselessly. Han Sen looked into the distance thinking. Those strange creatures that originally lived here have all vanished without a trace. Within a radius of several hundred li, there's no sign of any living beings left. He leaned against a rock and continued. This situation is truly too strange. It's best to leave here first, then make a plan. Behind him were several huge spirit beasts. Suddenly the small gourd in Han Sen's hand began to shake slightly, startling him. He let out an "oh." In just an instant, the gourd expanded to the size of Han Sen's two palms. He looked at it curiously and muttered to himself. Is something about to emerge from the little gourd? After speaking, Han Sen put the gourd into his pocket thinking. Right when these strange phenomena are happening, the gourd actually reacted. It's truly hard to tell if this is a blessing or a curse. Having thought this, he turned around, informed the spirit beasts behind us. Let's go, let's head back first. About half a month later, the blood rain finally stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing dazzling sunlight pouring down. Han Sen shielded his head, looking into the distance, bathing in the sunlight. The long unseen sunlight made him sigh in admiration. Shauna walked to his side and asked softly. Looking at this phenomenon, it seems the fruit is almost ripe. Should we go back and check? He turned to her, staring at her as if he had something to say, but then hesitated. Suddenly a loud bang startled both of them. They looked up and saw a spirit beast flying over. It was aiming for the shining object below. Seeing this, Han Sen gritted his teeth and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, these opportunistic bastards came so quickly. As he hurriedly ran towards the tree on the high ground, he answered Shanna's previous question. Of course we should go. If there's nothing valuable, well, retreat. But if there's any treasure, how can we let those scoundrels snatch it away? A moment later they arrived at the purple immortal mountain. A rich aroma wafted down from the heights. He wondered aloud, puzzled, what is this scent? So fragrant, Han Sen said cautiously, looking around. I wonder this time, how many super creatures have come? A terrifying aura permeated from all directions. Shauna walked behind, explaining. No one dares to be the first to climb the purple mountain. Everyone is observing. After she finished speaking, both of them noticed those blue, red and purple lights dancing in the high sky. Han Sen immediately recognized them as the Ghost Blood Emperor. The members of the Ghost Blood tribe were all menacing, rushing forward, aiming at the shining target before them. Suddenly the Ghost Blood Emperor stopped at the foot of the mountain. He raised his hand, ordering his subordinates behind him. He snorted coldly, commanding them to stop. Han Sen here immediately used the Dongxian Sutra. His aura immediately detected around him over 20 enemies already present. Perhaps more were on their way. Suddenly a melodious tune began to play, startling Shauna. She muttered to herself. Is this music calling me? Even he was captivated by the music, saying, it's so beautiful, this sound is so beautiful. Thus both of them were enchanted by the melodious music, losing their minds, mechanically climbing towards the mountain peak. Han Sen walked ahead, still muttering, it's calling me. It's waving to me. The music came from above. It also enchanted the surrounding spirit beasts. They all walked towards the mountain peak, dazed. At this critical moment, Han Sen was pulled back by some force, making him suddenly wake up and shout. Wait, he realized something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and shouted loudly. Shauna stopped now, but she continued to walk straight ahead, muttering, it's calling me. There was no other way. Han Sen had no choice but to use the return soul seed to retrieve Shauna in his glowing red hand. On this side, the Ghost Blood Emperor also broke free from the enchantment. Covering his face, he furiously shouted, what in the hell is this thing? Even I was controlled. Then he roared loudly, awakening all his companions, making them return. Without my command. Do not go. Do not approach. Is that clear? Suddenly the light from above burst forth violently, startling the Ghost Blood Emperor, who turned to look and discovered it was in front of them. The mountaintop erupted with intense dazzling light, signaling the imminent arrival of something. Han Sen on this side had a solemn expression and said cautiously, the fruit is ripe. Inside the purple immortal palace, this wild ox was provoked by the trees on the high ground becoming aggressive. Its nostrils flared with smoke, ready to charge. It accelerated and charged straight up the high mountain, swiftly chasing that beam of light. Shauna and Han Sen on this side followed it. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What vibrant life force! So full of vitality. Truly like a rare treasure. As if just born from heaven and earth. He continued gravely. Let's go take a look too. At those golden treasure chests on the tree. The Jade 6 golden tree soared into the sky. A dazzling beam of light attracted all creatures in the world to come and claim it. The two of them finally reached the mountaintop. Han Sen looked up at the dazzling golden chest high above. He observed for a moment, secretly thinking. The previous 6 golden chests were all identical. But the shape and size of each golden chest were not quite the same. Just then, high in the sky, a crane had already arrived, swiftly ready to snatch the treasure. It landed next to a small golden chest, preparing to take it. Seeing it, he immediately recognized that crane. Just as that crane flew high into the sky carrying the small golden chest in its beak, countless other monsters rushed over to fight for it, leaving Han Sen below greatly surprised. He wondered, have other super god-class beings made a move again? Soon after, at the top of the Jade 6 golden tree, countless rays of light had already emanated. The lights from the monsters' struggle were exceptionally fierce. Smoke and dust filled the air, making Shauna anxiously ask if they should rush out and grab a golden chest. He stood by, quickly reaching out to stop her. Wait. Han Sen quietly observed the people of Ghost Blood Emperor climbing the tree. He already had 2 golden chests hanging from his waist. Ghost Blood Emperor continued to reach for the golden chest, the glowing one high above. Han Sen below gritted his teeth and pondered. Ghost Blood Emperor already has 2 golden chests. The last time I fought him, I still didn't know what abilities he truly possessed. This is a good opportunity to observe him carefully. Immediately after getting the golden chest, he instantly vanished from the Jade 6 golden tree. Only then did he realize the opponent had teleported. Then he joyfully blurted out, "So that's how it is." Back to the silver blood tree. The mutant monkey rushed ahead, with Ghost Blood Emperor chasing alongside it. He passed through the space gate, moving through various parts of the tree, as well as the golden chests at his waist. Han Sen quickly understood. Ghost Blood Emperor didn't have the ability to teleport at all. Instead, he could travel through darkness. As long as he stood in the shadows, he could freely merge into them, moving between different shadows, unable to be attacked and difficult to detect. Thinking this, he placed his hand on his chin, continuing to observe the movements of Ghost Blood Emperor and his group. Han Sen's gaze was fixed on the mutant monkey, which was following behind Ghost Blood Emperor. He thought with certainty, kill it first. Ghost Blood Emperor will lose a capable assistant. No sooner said than done. Han Sen immediately ordered loudly, "Little Angel, kill that silver monkey." Little Angel obeyed. Immediately appeared from another dimensional space. She rushed over with her divine sword, launching a surprise attack. But the mutant monkey blocked it with its hand in time. Little Angel was repelled by it. She and the mutant monkey faced each other. Every time Little Angel swung her sword, the mutant monkey would raise its hands to cover its ears. Han Sen observed from the side and immediately understood. That silver monkey always covered its ears. This must be its fatal weakness. Suddenly, a newly appeared figure made the mutant monkey's ears tremble slightly. Han Sen ordered loudly, "Aim for its ears." One hit, one kill. Shauna immediately teleported. Then, using the power of Shauna the Empress, she punched the mutant monkey's ear, making it let out an earth-shattering roar of pain. Hit in its weak point, the mutant monkey tightly closed its eyes before it could react to what had happened. Seizing this opportunity, Han Sen rushed over with his blazing long spear, shouting, "Die!" He leaped up, straight towards the mutant monkey's other ear, then stabbed into it, killing it instantly on the spot. Just then, the system panel displayed a hunting announcement. Successful hunt. Super God creature Silverblood Leopard. Obtains Silverblood Fat Leopard Beast Soul. Meat is edible. Life Gene Essence can be extracted. Gained 10 points completed. Increased Super God Gene by 10 points. Lost main arm. The Blood Emperor roared furiously. He ordered his remaining subordinates to charge and attack. Kill him, kill. Kill them all. Soon the monsters obscured the light, surrounding Han Sen, who was floating high in the sky. He gritted his teeth, immediately realizing he was shrouded in darkness. Then the Blood Emperor and that sharp arm rushed from behind to attack Han Sen. But he noticed in time and turned his head. He quickly teleported behind him, raising the burning war spear in his hand, ready to strike down, and shouted, "This old trick. Do you think it still works on me?" The Blood Emperor sharply turned towards Han Sen, releasing dark power, and rushed forward with his palm to attack, shouting, "Die, thief!" He also swung his spear to attack him, but didn't notice something rushing over. A strange dragon rushed over, cutting them off. It charged directly at the Blood Emperor, making him retreat in confusion. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Two strange dragons surrounded him. The Blood Emperor clutched the 3 golden sun treasures in his hand. He scoffed, "You mere beasts. How dare you try to snatch my young treasures?" Taking this opportunity, he didn't notice Han Sen getting rid of the shadows, thinking, "I must stay away from all darkness, so he doesn't get an advantage." The Blood Emperor suddenly remembered him, turned his head and yelled Han Sen's name. Seeing they couldn't win, the strange dragons immediately fled. The Blood Emperor also turned back. The darkness along with the golden sun treasures in his hand. He gradually disappeared into space. A smug smile played on his lips. Sensing the Blood Emperor's intention, Han Sen injected his spiritual power into his palm, while thinking to himself, "Since I know the Ghost Blood Emperor uses darkness to conceal himself, then, using the Dongxian aura to predict and sense where he will appear won't be difficult." Thinking this, he raised both hands. A dazzling orb of light appeared, releasing thousands of furious lightning bolts. The light emitted by the lightning dispersed the Blood Emperor's darkness, forcing him to escape outside. The Blood Emperor, while fleeing, cursed in confusion. "What, he can actually force me out of the darkness?" While he wasn't paying attention, Shana appeared, throwing a punch at the Blood Emperor, a heavy blow that slammed him violently to the ground, creating a huge explosion. She succeeded, and snatched the 3 golden suns from his hand. Immediately, the surrounding monsters' targets shifted again towards Shana. They all charged at her simultaneously. Seeing this, Han Sen hurriedly reminded Shana, "Let's go. Don't mind those super god creatures." But not only did she not listen to him, instead her lips curled slightly upwards and she let out a smug scoff. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling surged in Han Sen's heart. He exclaimed in surprise, "Shana." Meanwhile, she directly threw the golden suns onto the ground, causing them to fully open. The contents within the golden suns shot out pillars of light straight into the sky. This surprised Han Sen even more. He widened his eyes, wondering, during the previous chaotic battle, the golden yangs were impossible for any creature to open. How were they opened so easily? It was then that he understood everything. Empress Shana must know the origin of the golden 6 treasures jade tree, but deliberately kept it a secret. She always acts too well, making me let down my guard. 3 divine artifacts emerged from the golden suns. Shana used her power to subdue them all, and took them into her own hands. Just then a menacing wild ox rushed over to attack her. Sana immediately picked up a hammer-shaped artifact. She swung down the artifact, which glowed with a powerful light, easily repelling the ferocious wild ox. The spot where the artifact struck immediately bled, making the wild ox tremble in pain, then roar loudly. Its entire body immediately gushed blood, as if it had thousands of wounds. The wild ox quickly retreated, then died on the spot from excessive blood loss. Witnessing this scene, the other creatures began to fear Sana, retreating one after another. Shuedi, lying on the ground, had just witnessed the sight. He couldn't help but shout in surprise. "What?" Han Sen was equally shocked. He thought that was a super god creature, and a descendant of a super god too. It was actually killed on the spot with one hammer blow. Sana, with her blood-red eyes wide open, continued to wield the artifact in her hand, attacking the group of creatures obstructing her path. She flew into the sky, mercilessly crushing the centipede monster in the air violently. Seeing this, Han Sen shouted in great panic, "Sana, I am your master. I order you to come back." Sana used her divine shield to protect herself from the corpses, the filth of the monster corpses. She turned her head and said to him disdainfully, "Master, you say?" Cold sweat streamed down his face as he looked ahead and spoke. "The power of the contract seems to be blocked by that little shield. I can no longer control her. What in the world is going on?" Realizing he couldn't win, Han Sen sped up and fled the scene, continuously muttering to himself, "The spirit has already submitted. How can it still resist the power of the contract?" Suddenly Shuedi rushed forward and continued, "I've never heard of such a thing. It has never happened before. Not even in a demigod's sanctuary has it ever occurred." Hearing this, he was startled and asked, "Isn't that Shuedi? Why are you running away too?" He retorted, "Nonsense, if I don't run, wouldn't I be hacked to death like those super god creatures?" Running into the mountain forest, both unfurled their wings and flew away at incredible speed. Before long, Han Sen had left the bloody battle. He looked back and thought to himself, "The sounds from the forest are the screams of those super god creatures? Good thing I ran fast." After a while, the surrounding space fell silent, making Han Sen feel puzzled. He muttered to himself, "Is it quiet now?" He stopped and asked, confused, "Has she finished killing? Is she not chasing anymore?" "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Suddenly Sana appeared before him, startling Han Sen into a shout. What the hell? She crossed her arms looking at him with cold eyes. A sly smile played on her lips as she said, "You ran pretty fast." Han Sen immediately bowed and cupped his hands respectfully, saying to Sana, in a fawning tone, "Your Majesty Empress, congratulations on obtaining 6 treasures, truly a cause for celebration." After speaking he nervously opened one eye to observe, thinking, "She's so close, yet I can't feel her presence at all." Sana, seeing Han Sen's sensible behavior, was very pleased. She taunted, "Lately, you must have been feeling quite comfortable, haven't you?" Hearing this he could only scratch his head and reply with an awkward smile, "How could that be? Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best." Han Sen immediately turned and fled, before Sana could settle the score. But she was one step ahead. She immediately reached out, grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Sana looked at Han Sen, frowned and snapped, "Stop running." Pulled back, he felt afraid. He cowered, secretly lamenting, "Too fast." Left with no choice, Han Sen had to summon other reinforcements. Xiao Yinin heard the command. It immediately surged out of him and attacked Sadina. Little Silver roared furiously, attacking all around. Lightning flashed everywhere. Seeing this, Sadina said with disgust, "This damn fox." She directly grabbed its fluffy tail. Trapped Little Silver struggled hard to escape, but it failed. Seeing this, Han Sen thought, it's over. Not even Little Silver's lightning could penetrate that purple immortal chi. So he decided to go all out. Han Sen gritted his teeth and directly struck Sadina's chest with his hand. Seeing its master counterattack, Little Silver also released electricity to assist, but neither of them could penetrate that barrier. Her purple barrier. Sadina's lips curled into a smile and she warned, "Do you have any tricks I don't know about? Don't waste your time in front of me. That will only make you die faster. I haven't decided to kill you this early. Don't test my patience either." A moment later both of them were roughly thrown against a tree trunk, very violently. Seeing his pet beast so angry that it was roaring and preparing to attack, Han Sen quickly pulled it back and soothed it. "Calm down, Little Silver." He leaned close to Little Silver's ear and whispered, "Don't provoke her. Right now, we are no match for her at all. As long as she doesn't make a move, we still have a slim chance of survival." Hearing this, it immediately calmed down. But when he saw Sadina's composed manner, Han Sen couldn't help but feel strange and asked himself, why did she suddenly stop moving? As he thought, she suddenly turned her head, which startled him into a scream. Sadina rested her hand and reminded, "You don't need to be afraid." She approached Han Sen, pinching his cheek to comfort him. "I won't kill you immediately. How could I let you die so easily? After you dared to force this empress into a contract." Han Sen suddenly turned around and asked cautiously, "Don't get so agitated. Now that you have those treasures, the contract should be useless, right?" My eyes have truly been opened. Within the 6 treasures golden tree, such a powerful divine object could actually be born. "Empress, where did you find it?" Sadina frowned and explained, "What an idiot. This isn't some divine object. It's a gene seed that I brought back from the 3rd god sanctuary." Hearing this, he strangely asked himself, "Gene seed?" She shrugged and continued, "Did you really think such a powerful creature would exist in the 2nd god sanctuary?" They remained silent for a long time. A tense atmosphere filled the surroundings. Suddenly the rocks nearby. Han Sen jumped due to the ground shaking. He had to brace himself with one hand on the ground and asked himself in confusion, "What's happening? An earthquake?" Sadina's lips curved upwards and she began to explain, "This isn't an earthquake. The life force of the 6-wheel true treasure tree has exceeded the 2nd god sanctuary's limits. Although it was able to grow and bear fruit under the protection of the luck beast, this tremor is a sign that it is about to break through space and enter the 3rd god sanctuary." On this side the mountain had been split in two, with smoke and dust billowing into the sky. Cracks covered the 6 golden tree, revealing a fantastical space. Sadina quickly stepped forward, looking up and observing the increasingly expanding rift in the sky. A smile curled on her lips and she said with immense joy, "This day has finally come. Those bastards just wait. I, Sadina, am back on this side." Han Sen, bracing himself with one hand, struggled to stand up from the shaking ground, thinking, "I haven't ascended to a transcender yet. Even if she doesn't kill me, if I with this body enter the 3rd god sanctuary, won't I surely die?" Suddenly the small gourd in his pocket trembled slightly. Han Sen touched his chest and asked himself, "What's going on? This gourd looks very excited. Uncover your clothes and see, is it about to be born?" It's truly unfortunate for it to be born at this time. Black mist. The space within the chest cavity seemed to be twisted. Seeing Han Sen's nonchalance, Chana looked back warily and asked, "What are you doing?" He immediately gave a dry laugh and replied nothing at all. He secretly pondered to himself. If a treasure really appeared, wouldn't Empress Chana just snatch it away? But the little gourd. The gourd in his clothes pocket started acting restless. It burst forth with an intense light. Those light beams were immediately sucked in by the little gourd and the black mist. Seeing this, Chana was startled and said, "The aura of the six-wheel true treasure tree. The six-wheel true treasure tree's life force is draining away." Sensing danger, she immediately drew her divine sword. She rushed forward to attack, yelling, "You're looking for death." Han Sen immediately pointed the mouth of the little gourd at Chana. He shouted loudly, "Little gourd is watching you." The divine sword in Chana's hand suddenly flew out of her grasp, leaving her utterly surprised. She blurted out, "What?" It was immediately pulled by the black mist's suction, rushing straight into the gourd. Chana was incredibly shocked, asking in disbelief, "What is that thing? It can actually absorb one of the six-wheel true treasures." It was time to counterattack. Han Sen suddenly stood up. He aimed the gourd's mouth at her and loudly commanded, "My precious gourd, suck her in." A black mist immediately surged towards Chana, leaving her no time to react. The black mist tightly bound Chana's entire body. She struggled with difficulty but to no avail, saying, "My body can't move." The little gourd seized this opportunity to suck away Chana's remaining two treasures. Han Sen laughed triumphantly. He had thought this situation would be unpredictably dangerous. Who knew there would be such an unexpected turn of events? With the little gourd's powerful suction, the wings on Chana's shoulders were broken and then flew away. All her equipment was also sucked away cleanly. Chana slumped to the ground, saying blankly, "How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying thing in the second shelter?" Han Sen walked over triumphantly, grinning as he asked, "Little Chana, what did you just say?" She asked warily, "What are you planning to do?" He showed no mercy. He tightly gripped Chana's neck, pinning her head to the ground. Han Sen raised his hand high and slapped Chana's ample buttocks. He loudly and excitedly said, "That's for tricking me, and for bullying Xiao Yinin." Having suffered such humiliation, she cried out in anger. She gritted her teeth and roared ill, "I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Hearing this, Han Sen slapped Chana's butt forcefully. She writhed and screamed in pain. He casually grabbed Chana's fiery red hair. Han Sen pulled her close to him. He said triumphantly, "Want to self-destruct? Now you've lost the six-wheel true treasure. You can't resist the power of the contract. I won't let you die. You don't even have the right to die." Hearing this, Chana cried in anger and snorted coldly. Suddenly the surrounding ground began to shake violently again. The little gourd in Han Sen's hand continued to emit wisps of black mist, enveloping the tree trunk. Only then did he suddenly realize, thinking to himself, "The sixth treasure jade tree has already withered. Purple Mountain and the shelter are falling." No sooner had he spoken, a massive explosion erupted on the towering mountaintop, emitting an earth-shattering sound. In an instant, dirt and rocks splattered everywhere. At this moment the black mist in the gourd had gradually thinned. Han Sen discovered with surprise, muttering to himself, "That terrifying suction force is gone. Is the little gourd returning to normal?" He planted a passionate kiss on the gourd and spoke sweetly, "My precious little gourd, you really saved my life. Just now you swallowed the six-wheel true treasure. Spit it out so I can play with it." But the small gourd in Han Sen's hand remained completely still. Its form returned to its original state. He asked in frustration, "Why is there no reaction at all?" He then turned to look at Chana, who was sitting beside him, confused. "Xiao Nana, do you know the origin of this gourd?" She didn't answer. Her whole body trembled with indignation. She gritted her teeth, unwilling. Seeing her like this, Han Sen's eyes filled with killing intent, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems the lesson just now wasn't harsh enough." He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Come here." A red energy flew from his hand, enveloping Shana's trembling body. It controlled her, forcing her to open her mouth and answer. "This item is definitely not something from the second shelter." Han Sen looked at the item in his hand and asked again, "Then what is it?" Shana obediently replied, "I've never seen it before. I also find it hard to identify. It might be a high-grade gene seed." He raised the small gourd in his hand to his face and said, "She might be right. If she knew the gourd's origin, she wouldn't have been so miserable." After speaking, Han Sen, with Xiao Yinin on his shoulder, walked towards the sun. He kept muttering, "It seems only after reaching the third shelter will I be able to successfully cultivate this gourd?" The scene shifts to a modern city. Ji Yanran and Han Sen walk side by side. She reached out her hand. and asked the information the Alliance provided you about gene seeds. Was it useful? He immediately shook his head and replied, "No, it's not very useful for now." Ji Yanran stared at him talking about gene seeds. Currently humanity has very little information. Han Sen reassured her firmly. It's okay once we reach the third shelter. I will personally unravel this mystery. She suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right. There's something very important. The Alliance has already organized Jingzhou cultural training courses, including us. All members of the Yongtan Nushan Hao must attend." Meanwhile at the Mo Xing training base, in the modern base's main hall, people came and went bustling like ants. Han Sen, dressed in a handsome uniform, stood solemnly in the crowd thinking to himself, so many people. It seems we're not the only ones ordered to attend the training. Suddenly a surprised voice rang out, asking, "You're Han Sen, right?" He immediately turned his head, smiling handsomely as he replied, "That's right, it's me. Want an autograph?" The crowd in front of him heard this and became incredibly excited, swarming towards him, startling him. They cheered in unison. "It really is you. We finally get to see you in person today. Your fiancée is Ji Yanran, the first princess in the league. Right, we all really like her." At this moment a petite girl held up a notebook and extended it towards Han Sen. She said calmly, "Would you mind giving me an autograph? Can you sign Ji Yanran's fiancé?" He reluctantly signed it for her, annoyed, thinking to himself, "Good heavens, how low must your emotional intelligence be to ask for this kind of autograph? This is clearly just causing trouble." After getting the notebook, she yelled happily, "I have Ji Yanran's fiancé's signature." Suddenly another voice called out, "Hey!" Han Sen was startled and looked back. It was Wang Meng Meng. She chuckled behind her hand, walked over and teased, "Brother, as the fiancé of the first princess of the league, do you feel a lot of pressure?" Seeing her, he immediately said happily, "Meng Meng. Before today I thought I was more famous than her." The two walked side by side, chatting as they went. Han Sen spoke first, asking, "I remember you were from the Royal Armor team. Why are you also here for the Jingzhou cultural training?" Meng Meng smiled and replied, "The Royal Armor team. We have a department that accepts orders involved. I guess the Alliance is going to take action. It concerns the Jing race." The two chatted happily like this, delving deeper into the base together. In an office somewhere, a man watched the screen, monitoring their conversation. A well-dressed person walked over and asked, "Teacher, do we need to call Han Sen over?" The middle-aged man shook his head, refusing. "No, don't let him know my identity. I'll go meet him privately first." Meanwhile at the Luo training center, Bate, holding a notebook, scratched his head in confusion and said, "What page is this content on? Why don't I remember any of this?" Li Jin answered with a smile, "You must have dozed off during class again, didn't you?" Han Sen was in front. Soon, the three of them sat together around a dining table. Li Jin suddenly stood up and recounted, waving his hand triumphantly, "That monster charged straight at me, and at a critical moment, I unleashed a powerful uppercut." Bate sat opposite, exclaiming admiringly, "Squad leader, you're amazing." He sat down, happily putting an arm around Han Sen's shoulder, then tapping a bottle and asking, "Little Han, you have a lot of experience. Tell us a story." He eagerly replied, "All right. I'll start from when I met Miss Shauna." With that, Han Sen began to tell his story animatedly. By then, after Bate and Li Jin finished listening to the story, they immediately exclaimed, "That's incredible, truly dangerous." Li Jin slapped Han Sen's shoulder and loudly said, "Come on, let's drink." He happily continued, "Come on, drink up." Just then a stranger walked over and interrupted their conversation. "These days anyone dares to brag, huh? Moving mountains, break and stealing treasures. Do you think this is sanctuary number 3? Hearing this, Li Jin flew into a rage, abruptly stood up, and glared at the person who had just spoken, shouting, "Hey, we're just talking here. We haven't provoked you in any way, have we?" Bate quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Squad leader. They're from the Royal Armor Squad. I've seen them during my training before." After hearing this, he merely smiled and said dismissively, "If they were once comrades in training, then fine. Fine, but I hope you'll watch your words." This man was Li Changxian. He spoke with great pride. "Royal Armor Squad. We don't have comrades who specialize in bragging and spinning tall tales. It's fine if you're not convinced. Then why don't you, great hero Han, come and have a match with me? You can easily deal with creatures from other worlds, so you shouldn't be afraid of me. Someone who just advanced in sanctuary number 3, right?" At this, Li Jin could no longer remain calm. He slammed his hand on the table and loudly declared, "Shameless. Someone who has already transcended actually wants to fight someone who's only just evolved. Han Sen meanwhile rested his hand on his chin. His eyes filled with a murderous glint, thinking, he clearly knows me and is deliberately looking for trouble. With this thought he immediately walked towards Li Changxian and his companions. Li Changxian issued the challenge. Hand-to-hand combat or armor combat. The person sitting next to him scoffed dismissively. We are the Alliance's most elite squad. All of us are armor control experts. From various different legions. Li Changxian laughed loudly, turned around and asked. You want to engage in armor combat with members of the Royal Armor Squad? That kid. He continued. You're not even an armor soldier. That's way too arrogant. Han Sen, far from being angered by their words, instead mocked them. I've also heard of the Royal Armor Squad. There are many formidable armor masters there. But the really good ones are all female soldiers. The male soldiers I hear are just so-so. At this Li Changxian and his companions became furious. Their bodies ignited with rage and they growled. What did you say? He walked up to Han Sen and accepted the challenge. Alright, armor combat it is. Then he came to the virtual reality device. Han Sen sat into the machine. He casually pressed a button issuing a command. Everyone present in the restaurant immediately helped the two challengers. A man stood in the middle of the large screen, ordering a soldier to open the battle channel. Yes, this will do. He turned his head, looked triumphantly at Han Sen in the device and mocked. You brats. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. How others brag and then get exposed. As soon as Changxian logged into the machine, the system displayed the Royal Paladin's information. The crowd below looked at the big screen, discussing in surprise. Royal Paladin. Isn't that the expert who used to rank 7th in the mech combat zone? An evolver. That's Li Changxian from the Royal Mech team. He's already a transcendent now. So amazing, but who's the opponent? Soon, Han Sen appeared as Player X. Seeing this scene, the crowd below grew boisterous and exclaimed, Are you kidding? Who is that, a guest account? They felt annoyed and disdainful. A trial account. Against the Royal Paladin. That's unbelievable. Forget it, no need to watch, it's just another slaughter. Meanwhile, on the virtual combat platform, Han Sen was indecisive, facing countless choices. He muttered, there are too many mech models. I haven't touched these mechs in a long time. I'm really not used to it. Finally, he decided to choose the Dr. Silver Killer mech and said never mind. I'll just use the model I'm most familiar with. Seeing this scene, Changxian on the other side showed a scornful smile and said, the Dr. Silver Killer is just a civilian mech, not only outdated but also very weak. Its weapon system is also mediocre. What a mech noob. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the King's Battle Mech model to battle Han Sen's Dr. Silver Killer. The King's Battle Mech model immediately activated all its engines, and intense beams of light burst from its circular holes. It fired attacks forward, forming continuous beams of light with powerful destructive force. A passerby exclaimed in shock, that's too overbearing. Controlling 13 weapons simultaneously, the Royal Mech team truly lives up to its reputation. Another passing spectator offered his opinion. This opponent is definitely finished. The Dr. Silver Killer hasn't even gotten close yet and has already been blown to smithereens. Faced with such an attack, Han Sen not only showed no fear but instead contemptuously let out a cold snort. Inside the virtual combat arena, the Dr. Silver Killer's figure flashed out from where it appeared. Amidst explosions, bullets rained down, dirt and rocks scattered and dust flew everywhere. Changxian's and Han Sen's characters stood face to face. On the Royal Paladin, points of light from warheads continued to appear. He continued to attack, thinking to himself, he dodged it, but that was just luck. Let's see if you can dodge my next attack. Changxian shouted confidently and arrogantly, die. Immediately a rain of bullets poured out, and explosions echoed one after another. The scene switched back to the restaurant. The members stood there observing the fierce battle. Kucheng stood with his arms crossed, exclaiming, recoil wave. Great reversal. Oh my god. At this moment Tan stood there puzzled. Who is controlling the Doctor's Silver Killer? That control technique is incredible. Han Sen was controlling the Dr. Silver Killer to dodge artillery fire within the virtual combat arena. Amidst the hail of bullets, he appeared very confident, smiling and affirming, although the Dr. Silver Killer is an old model, it's not without its advantages. Inside the cockpit, the King's Battle pilot Changxian gnashed his teeth, appearing very bewildered. What, he dodged it again? Han Sen glanced over, thinking to himself, the King's Battle has powerful engines and ample weapons, but it's inevitably a bit clunky. The Dr. Silver Killer, however, is much lighter, more flexible, outside the Sanaa defenses. A member stroked his chin and commented, "This is a pre-arranged performance, isn't it?" Battle King's firepower wasn't obstructed at all. Yet it didn't hit Dr. Silverkill. Too old-fashioned. Someone stood there laughing loudly. What a terrible performance. Dr. Silverkill has already left that spot. But he's still shooting there. Another person praised. But I have to admit, Dr. Silverkill's operation is incredible. The hedge great shift technique. Such a difficult technique used continuously. With almost no pause. Not at all, someone else asked doubtfully. Who exactly is piloting Dr. Silverkill? An officer walked over observing intently and said to them, "What performance? This is real combat." That is. Chang Xian and Han Sen are settling the score with battle mechs. Kuching looked over in surprise and asked, "Really?" He immediately replied, "Why would I lie to you? Many people saw it just now." Li Jin turned around smiling and confirmed, "Our little Han is Dr. Silverkill's original pilot." Hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. So impressive, no wonder he operates it so well. Inside the virtual combat arena, Chang Xian's expression was a bit stiff. He frowned, thinking, unable to lock onto the target. No matter what tactic I try, he seems to anticipate it. Always reacting one step ahead. Han Sen's evil face suddenly seemed to appear before Chang Xian's eyes, making him even more terrified. It turned out Dr. Silverkill was already closing in and continuously attacking Battle King. Chang Xian realized he was completely suppressed, continuously under attack, unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, Han Sen was extremely happy. This is awesome, the sound of firearms. The clashing of metal. This is practically a symphony of destiny designed for men. Over at the cafeteria, everyone was discussing, full of doubts. Why does it still look a bit fake? Why isn't Battle King fighting back? Another person explained. It's not that Battle King doesn't want to fight back, but that it's unable to. A girl asked doubtfully, "What do you mean? Why is Battle King unable to fight back?" The teacher sat watching, sipping tea and pondering. This isn't a technique of the Luo family. He's never cultivated the Flying Heaven Sutra. A member of the Luo family who hasn't cultivated the Flying Heaven Sutra, yet has reached this level at such a young age. This is truly interesting. Back in the virtual combat arena, Chang Xian's Battle King continuously wailed after being attacked. Han Sen released an extremely powerful energy, striking the abdomen, causing Battle King to fall. He simultaneously shouted, "It's over!" watching the fragments of Battle King's body fall before Han Sen. Everyone commented and discussed. Dr. Silverkill won. Battle King was ultimately smashed to pieces. This was simply a cruel torment. The teacher stood up, pondering, for Mijua Donglai to take a Luo family member as a disciple. Wouldn't that be even more interesting? A moment later, he walked past Han Sen. As he was carrying his meal tray, Zhuo Donglai glanced at him, secretly evaluating. What a truly promising young talent. He felt the teacher's gaze and spiritual energy fluctuations pulsating towards him. So he looked over in confusion. From Zhuo Donglai's pupils, a mysterious light flashed, then shot directly towards Han Sen, forming an invisible connection. He felt a bit worried. A voice echoed in his mind. "Kid, accept my limitless heart realm trial. If you can pass, then you'll be worthy of becoming my Zhuo Donglai's disciple." I Zhuo Donglai in reality. Han Sen's face. Han Sen was somewhat dazed and sluggish at this moment. Donglai stepped forward, took his hand and chuckled to himself. "Suffer a little, kid. When you're done with your training, let's see if you still dare to not bow your head to this old man." Han Sen swallowed hard at that moment, then directly spat on the teacher in front of him. He had regained his senses, looking at the person in front of him in confusion, while raising his hand to wipe his mouth. Han Sen quickly bowed, apologizing repeatedly. Donglai also turned around quickly, thinking, did he break my boundless state of mind? Then he waved his hand and replied, "It's fine." In the public spacecraft area, the spacecraft pierced tightly into the light beams, soaring straight towards the blue sky, like arrows shot from a bow. Shirtian frowned, rubbing his forehead as he sighed. The training course is finally over. I miss my goddess of lamentation so much. Kuching calmly asked Han Sen, "Xiao Han, do you have any plans after returning?" Han Sen calmly replied, "Plans? I still have some unfinished business at the shelter. This return is quite timely." He sat by the window, his expression thoughtful, imagining Ghost Blood Emperor's face. Last time Ghost Blood Emperor suffered heavy losses. None of the super god creatures he brought probably survived. Coming back at this opportune moment, I can just press on with the advantage. After some time, at the Instant Fortress Plaza, Han Sen stood with his hands on his hips loudly summoning the Bell of Death. The system immediately displayed the Super God Pet Information Panel. Bell of Death Super God Beast. Detailed information. This mysterious bell can absorb super god creatures. The Bell of Death, hearing its master's summon, immediately appeared roaring and displaying its power. He smiled contentedly and said, "This form, this imposing aura. Ghost Blood Emperor will definitely crawl away in fear if he sees it." Another super god creature appeared before him. Han Sen shouted loudly, "Spirit Cat Hawk." A black cat appeared after a stream of energy. Its purple eyes glinting, its wings spread high emanating a chilling killing intent. Wu Hang asked the captain with great interest. "Just how many more surprises are there that I don't know about?" He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw him extend a finger. "There really are more." Han Sen walked calmly with his hands in his pockets, replying with a mysterious smile, "You'll see soon enough. Let's go to the Ghost Blood Fortress." At the Ghost Blood Fortress, the Spirit Cat Hawk led the charge, observing the terrain. Its eyes gleamed, summoning a swarm of rats to investigate the situation with it. Wu Hong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I never expected the Spirit Cat Hawk could summon such a massive horde of rats." Over 100,000 rats swarmed in majestically. Han Sen calmly said, "These rats all possess power close to the god blood level. Let them enter the shelter first and hide in advance to carry out the mission of finding enemies and investigating the terrain." The two stood on a distant giant rock observing. He kept praising NDT-0. He frowned in confusion, asking, "What does NDT-0 mean?" Han Sen, arms crossed and eyes lowered, replied with a mysterious smile, "Just as I expected. Currently inside the fortress, there are only 6 super god creatures left." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the momentum to leap high. Han Sen, with a fierce aura and a wide smile, declared, "Time to start the slaughter." He calmly entered the interior to investigate. As if detecting something unusual, Han Sen glanced sharply. A pitch-black super god creature with 2 crimson eyes was roaring and charged over. He quickly activated his fusion skill. In his fusion form, Han Sen, like a gigantic gorilla, holding a long spear, roared as he attacked the super god creature. After only a few seconds, he defeated the creature. Wu Hong walked over astonished and wide-eyed. "Captain actually fused with a silver blood ape soul beast. Is this your final trump card?" He returned to his normal appearance and spoke with a smile. "How is it not bad, right?" The system immediately displayed the exotic beast's information. Silver blood ape. Soul beast fusion transforming into a super divine beast. Detailed information: rare transforming soul beast. Can perfectly fuse with its master. Meanwhile, behind Han Sen, a mysterious creature was emerging from the ground. It lunged forward ferociously to attack. But luckily he quickly noticed it. He immediately clenched his fist, ready to strike. Trying to sneak attack, Han Sen turned and unleashed the great thunder sound fist, attacking Gue Shuedi. Gue Shuedi coldly declared, "You don't stand a chance." He copied the move, illuminating the entire sky. He arrogantly affirmed, "As long as there's no shadow, you will absolutely be unable to escape." His face contorted, he angrily cursed, "Bastard. You deserve to die." Han Sen gritted his teeth and scoffed. He swiftly threw a punch, striking Gue Shuedi hard in the face. He provoked, "Then let's see who dies first." He was sent flying by this powerful blow, slamming hard into the giant rock behind him. Han Sen's eyes burned with intensity, his body full of power, and he scoffed, "Looks like you're the one who died first." Yu Hong's eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "Freak. This is just too freakish. You said you wanted me to lure a god-grade creature, but in the end you're the one chasing and killing god-grade creatures." Gue Zuedi's soul fragments floated in midair. Han Sen pursed his lips and thought, Gue Shuedi has been eliminated. Now the top priority is to find his spirit god temple. He quickly ordered the Lingmang to follow Gue Zuedi's soul fragments and search for the spirit god temple. The Lingmang immediately roared, commanding the rat swarm to split into multiple directions and search the underground palace. Han Sen and Yu Hong slowly descended the steps. He walked to the soul stone and spoke with delight. "After all this effort, it's finally in my hands." Suddenly the soul stone glowed intensely. Han Sen frowned in confusion. "My heavens, what's it trying to do?" Just a few seconds later the stone shattered into countless pieces. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, it actually failed. Han Sen was shocked by what had just happened. "This is the first time I've failed to subdue a spirit." At the Blood Ghost Fortress, the two slowly walked out. He looked up and slowly spoke. "Although we've already occupied an Emperor-grade shelter, there's no one around. And there are many high-grade exotic creatures. making it unsuitable for ordinary humans to settle here. It's a complete waste of effort. Yu Hong quickly comforted him. Now with the angel gene fluid, human strength has truly soared. As long as we provide a little protection. With the location of this shelter and the surrounding exotic creature resources, it will definitely fetch a good price. Han Sen frowned and coldly refused. No. I can't stay here. I still need to go to the launching fortress to find my mom. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He happily snapped his fingers and realization dawned. That's right. Aren't there Daihei and Xiaohei? They're the best at guarding the house. Subsequently the scene shifted to the Alliance-based dormitory. On the Skynet forum. In the trending post Emperor-grade shelter for rent. This shelter is absolutely safeguarded by a god-grade creature. It constantly attracted everyone. User Wang commented, is that for real? Are humans we now able to capture shelters of Emperor grade? User Lin commented, I'm eager to go see it. What an eye-opener. User Chen added. That area has many high-grade exotic creatures, right? Then it's totally worth it. User Joe replied. How could it be captured? It's not a scam, is it? User Chang wondered. So what if they rented an Emperor-grade shelter? They might be ordinary people. Is it our turn to worry about them getting scammed? Han Sen sat in the chair smiling contentedly as he answered the phone. Haven't you already conducted an on-site inspection? I don't need money for the rent. I want Dongling Group's pet pills. And for all future annual rents, they must also be paid with pet pills. He held the phone away smiling mysteriously. Little Enin, I found enough pet pills for you to eat for a lifetime. You won't even finish them. Are you happy? His hand slowly touched the delete button on the screen. Han Sen said excitedly. Now I can delete the post. Sometime later in the second god's sanctuary, he and Ling Lan rode on a lion's back, slowly entering the forest. Han Sen slowly spoke. I heard the Shura have crowned a new empress. Empress Shura Yu. He frowned coldly responding. Gene fluid. Angels proved that human and Shura genes can merge. I heard that Empress Shura Yu is also researching methods to combine genes to help the Shura survive in the sanctuary. Absorb genes and use beast souls. The little girl yawned repeatedly, listening to Han Sen's chatter. If it really comes to that, it would be a huge problem. He tilted his head and asked with concern, are you sleepy? It's getting late, let's rest here for the night. The two stopped in the night ghost forest. Han Sen diligently set up the tent for resting. Ling Lan sat by the barbecue grill warming herself. He sat on a log smiling relaxed as he commanded. Moment, come give me a shoulder rub. Empress Moment appeared behind him, pursing her lips saying arrogantly, don't push your luck. Han Sen slyly reminded her. Don't forget you can't disobey my orders now. Ling Lan carefully fed him a skewer of meat, with a beauty to attend to him, and someone to feed him. Han Sen couldn't stop praising happily. Ah, this is truly comfortable. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming, what did you add? The fragrance is so unique. Wait a minute. Han Sen quickly stood up, looking up at the few flowers high above. He wondered, is that fragrance coming from these flowers? This is the fruit I saw during the day. Several fireflies flew onto the stamens. The little girl stood up looking up to admire the scenery. It's so beautiful, he praised with a wide smile. It is indeed beautiful. In the night ghost forest, a firefly flew onto little Yin Yin's nose. It growled angrily, standing on 2 feet. Its other 2 feet kept waving their claws to attack. Han Sen teased little Yin with a smile. These fireflies aren't even afraid of you. He frowned seriously, using his forehead to sense the Xian Qi fluctuations. He couldn't help but be surprised. These fireflies all have life auras. That means they are true exotic creatures, not summoned beings. Han Sen looked at Ling Lan, who was happily extending her hand waiting for fireflies to land on it, calmly guessing. But they don't seem aggressive. But they don't have much interest in playing with humans. A group of fireflies flew together in one direction. He looked up following them, and couldn't help but say doubtfully, where exactly are these fireflies flying from? We didn't see any insect nests all day long. Where exactly are they hiding? The little girl slowly judged, maybe they're hiding in the flowers. Han Sen walked over, patted Ling Lan's shoulder and denied with a smile. How is that possible? How could fireflies hide in flowers? Let's wait until morning and see where these fireflies actually go. The little girl looked up, observing with wide interested eyes. In the night ghost forest the sun was slowly rising, warming all living things. Ling Lan leaned against a tree trunk resting. Suddenly he shouted, Ling. The little girl jolted awake and quickly stood up to obey. Come here and look. Han Sen stood ahead, tilting his head and smiling as he continued. You guessed right. The two looked up at the branches. He couldn't help but say excitedly, "These fireflies really were hiding in those flowers." Suddenly a petal moved. Han Sen cried out in surprise. The petals began to shrink. A round black flower fell down. He reached out to catch it, then opened it to see what was inside. Han Sen decisively split it in half with his dagger. An unpleasant smell emanated from inside the flower. Ling Lan wrinkled her nose covering it and said in disgust, "It stinks." They observed it intently. There was only a strange liquid inside the flower. The young girl asked, puzzled, where did it go? After a while the two rode their lions and left. He pursed his lips deep and thought, could that strong-smelling liquid be those night fireflies? If they already grow inside the flowers, then why do they still go out to collect nectar at night? Suddenly Ling Lan looked up. Her eyes were wide and her face was full of surprise. Ahead was a row of tall trees, emitting a strange aura. Han Sen stammered in confusion, "Is that a mountain or?" The sight before his eyes gradually became clear. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Trees." The two slowly walked to the tree trunk to observe. The branches bore black fruits with thorns around them. Han Sen was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "Holy cow, those fruits are huge. If they fell they'd probably crush a few unlucky souls to death." He looked up, observing intently. This shouldn't count as a rare treasure of heaven and earth, right? What rare treasure could bear so much fruit? Han Sen, out of curiosity, took a step and walked over. Suddenly a strange voice rang out, "Don't come any closer." He tilted his head, looking at the unfamiliar woman, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Who is it?" Lu Fong waved her hand repeatedly, warning, "Don't come close, you'll die." Afterwards, Lu Fong stood in front and said coldly, "Follow me." They gradually walked towards the camp. That might be the gathering place for her and her teammates. Lu Fong led them in kindly. Said, "It's safe here. You can set up your camp here." Han Sen put his hands on his hips and asked, puzzled, "What exactly is going on?" He and Ling Lan walked to the dining area to meet the others in the team. She slowly explained from past to present. No one has ever left the Ghost Night Forest alive. Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise as he retorted, "Can't leave. But can't you escape even if you fly up? Even if the jungle is ever so confusing, it shouldn't stop people who can fly, right?" Jiangang lowered his eyes and said with a mysterious smile, "It seems you really don't know what this place is like. You two youngsters, to have mistakenly entered the Ghost Night Forest. It's truly a pity." Han Sen closed his eyes, then indifferently stood up and turned to leave. The men in the team couldn't help but be surprised, asking, "Where are you going?" He walked over to his lion and reached into the bag hanging on its back, fumbling around. He took out a pile of items. Han Sen, holding drinks and food in his arms, said with a beaming smile, "Come here, I have some food. Everyone gets a share." He took out a pack of cigarettes and honestly distributed them to everyone. "Not just food, there are cigarettes too." They shouted ecstatically, "Food! There's food, give me some." Han Sen sincerely stated, "I came from a very distant place, and I don't know what this place is. Could you please tell me about it?" After a while, Jiangang's smoking revealed, "Here. What's dangerous isn't those ghost night insects, but these ghost night trees themselves." Lu Fong sat on a folding chair and said with downcast eyes, "I study plants, and I suspect these trees are a type of mutated creature. As for those ghost night insects, they are merely a part of these trees. When we first arrived we didn't feel anything, but if you stay in the forest for a long time your body will gradually weaken, and in less than 3 months you'll age and die here." Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "Is that really true?" She sadly recalled painful past events, tears streaming down uncontrollably, and answered with difficulty, "My two good friends, just because they stayed under the ghost night trees for a little over an hour longer, they had already aged like 200-year-old people. And soon after they aged and died on the spot." He kindly patted her shoulder, comforting her, "Thank you for the warning. So can't we just fly out?" Jiangang crossed his arms and replied calmly, "You can't fly out. This ghost night forest is like it has no end. Whether walking in the forest or flying in the sky, there's no escaping, no way out." Han Sen hastily asked, "Has anyone ever tried to cut down these night ghost trees?" He answered with a worried frown, "If you cut them down, they release a strange poisonous gas that makes your body age rapidly. And even if you dig them up by the roots, they will grow back a few days later." He clutched his head and spoke in horror. "Everyone's been trapped here for so long, the longest for 15 years. Yet we still haven't found any clues. Is there really no way out?" Jiangang calmly stroked his chin and replied, "It's not entirely without a solution." Han Sen seized a glimmer of hope and quickly asked, "What is it?" He stood up, pointed forward and answered, "The night ghost insects. Take the collected nectar to the night ghost tree, king, to feed the monsters inside. Ahead." is exactly where you and Ling Lan once stayed. Gazing for a long time, Jian Gang continued calmly. We've observed for a long time, and it seems those monsters can control the night ghost trees and night ghost insects. Perhaps if we can kill them, we'll be able to leave this forest. Lu Fan looked up and said sadly, but we can't even get close to the night ghost tree king, let alone kill the monsters. So this method is useless. Han Sen crossed his arms and calmly declared, what kind of monsters are they? What do you all know? Tell me everything. I'll go see them myself. Sometime later night fell. Fireflies gradually flew towards the flowers. He and Ling Lan ventured deep into the forest, feeling a sense of doubt. How strange, I'd been careful to maintain my vital energy, yet I haven't felt any of the weakening or loss everyone talks about. Han Sen stared at his hands. Guessing with uncertainty. Can I go a little deeper? He turned around and solemnly instructed. Ahead is the 1,000-meter radius around the night ghost tree king. Ling Lan, you stay here. Han Sen watched the little girl still following him, and couldn't help but sigh worriedly, reminding her be careful. Relying on his sharp intuition, he quickly sensed something unusual was happening. Han Sen urgently grabbed Ling Lan's shoulder, informing her vital energy is draining. He grabbed the little girl's hand and ran with all his might. It's draining too fast. Run the night ghost forest at night. Han Sen ran for his life through the forest holding Ling Lan's hand. He placed his hand on a tree trunk, panting heavily with his head down. With my power, I can't even control my own life force. This night ghost tree king is truly too sinister. The little girl walked slowly. Han Sen turned his face in alarm, stopping her. Ling Lan, what are you doing? Don't go over there. He saw Ling Lan still calmly walking towards the night ghost tree king. He couldn't help but shout in horror, Ling Lan. Han Sen's face was pale, his eyes wide with shock. Ling Lan was actually unaffected. The little girl's body slowly absorbed the strange power. Powerful energy currents surrounded Ling Lan. Her eyes emitted sparkling flashes. He kept exclaiming in admiration. The vital energy on Ling Lan's body is burning like a flame, showing no signs of dissipating. The night ghost tree king was releasing a powerful force to prevent outsiders from approaching. Inside its fruit, a mysterious red liquid was being secreted. Han Sen gritted his teeth, thinking worriedly. According to Lu Feng, the night ghost tree king is different from ordinary night ghost trees. Its fruit doesn't produce night ghost insects, but a strange creature like a bat. As the fireflies gradually approached, inside the fruit, several sleeping bats suddenly appeared. He exclaimed in astonishment. There's a bat in every fruit. It seems that at night, they come out to eat the nectar brought by the night ghost insects. Suddenly those bats opened, their eyes wide, making terrifying noises. Han Sen cried out worriedly. Oh no, they found Ling. A large group of bats immediately left their roost, flying down to attack Ling Lan. He was terrified so fast, I can barely see its movement path. They flew directly towards the little girl. Han Sen's eyes widened and he anxiously called out for Ling. Ling Lan remained calm, standing still in place, waiting for the bat swarm's attack. The little girl's body was full of power, her eyes sparkling. She mercilessly grabbed the bat's wing. Ling Lan gnashed her teeth, consumed by rage, and tore the bat in half directly. He witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gape in surprise. Ling fighting with full power in Shura mode. It's truly terrifying. The little girl only took a few minutes to easily deal with the bats. Her body radiated a scorching aura. As she slowly walked towards the tree trunk, Ling Lan stood at the base of the tree opening, her arms and concentrating her power. The little girl's eyes gleamed with determination. Han Sen, hiding behind the bushes, frowned, wondering puzzledly, what is Ling trying to do? Ling Lan lifted one foot forward and fiercely punched the tree trunk. The little girl opened her mouth, growling, as her hands continuously attacked the tree trunk. After a moment, a hole immediately appeared in the tree trunk. He gnashed his teeth and stammered in shock, the tree trunk is hollow. Ling Lan immediately stepped into the newly formed hole. Han Sen anxiously ran to stop her. Ling, don't go in. Before he could get close, his body was restrained, trembling uncontrollably. No, I can't get close at all. My life force is violently gushing out. Han Sen gritted his teeth, looking at the opening of the profound energy field in front of him, and warned worriedly. Ling, you must come out safely. Suddenly a violent tremor occurred, and leaves continuously fell. Ji Gang ran over worriedly and asked Han Sen what was that sound. Lu Fang rushed up behind him. What happened? Both couldn't help but look up at the flowers in surprise. All the petals had fallen off. Deep in the forest, the dark night ghoul shrieked again. The shriek was ear-piercingly infuriating. All three were drawn by the sound, and uniformly turned their heads to check. Lu Fang spoke nervously as at the camp. Ji Gang stated his judgment. Something seems to have happened at the camp. Han Sen also wanted to know what happened, so he replied, "Let's go back and see." While quickly moving through the forest. From somewhere, two young men rushed towards them in panic, shouting "Ghost." The two seemed to have been scared out of their wits by something. Their faces pale and purplish. Ji Gang quickly supported one of them, calming him. "Calm down. What happened?" However, that person bolted forward, shouting in fear, "There's a ghost run." He didn't understand what happened, so he called out. Faced with this suspicious situation, the three grew more curious and ran all the way to the camp. A scene of chaos and dilapidation met their eyes. It seemed as if a fierce battle had just taken place here. A bizarre coffin lay conspicuously in the very center. Around it were many cold corpses, already fallen. Han Sen saw this infuriating sight, and was also scared into a cold sweat. Is this a coffin? This sight was beyond imagination, making Lu Fang tremble and exclaim, "Humans stopped using such things ages ago. And I've never heard of alien creatures or spirits using it." Ji Gang was also startled and said, "How unlucky. For all these years we've been sleeping on a coffin lid." His mind started racing. This area doesn't grow night ghoul trees. It must be related to this coffin. Did someone bury a coffin here? After some thought, Han Sen also made a decision. Never mind, let's check it first. Are there any clues on the bodies? All these bodies died in a very strange way. There isn't a single injury on their bodies. He carefully observed the bodies before him. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, as if their blood was drained from all 7 orifices, leading to death. Suddenly the coffin, which had been motionless, now began to shake violently. Ji Gang cautiously said, "There's something in the coffin." Fear enveloped Lu Fang. Her face turned ashen. "No, it's coming out." In this situation, Han Sen immediately took out his ghost eye mask and used it. The coffin lid shook more and more violently. Whatever was inside seemed to be doing everything it could to break free. Dirt and rocks splattered everywhere with the force from within. In an instant the coffin was pried open. A withered, bony hand with sharp claws reached out. Han Sen was shocked when he saw this. A hand in the coffin? Is it a person? Witnessing this, Lu Fang quickly ran towards Ji Gang. She turned and shouted, "It's outrun, brothers." The hand tightly gripped the edge of the coffin, releasing an aura of terrifying power. Han Sen's expression changed rapidly. He said in surprise, "There's a life aura. It's clearly a living creature. How can there be ghosts in this world?" No sooner had he spoken than whatever was in the coffin completely broke free. It was a very strange-looking man. He even had a blood-red tattoo on his back. This surprised him. "What is this?" Han Sen felt a pang of panic when he recognized it. The fatal blood cat. He recalled, then realized Ling also had an identical tattoo on her back. Han Sen stared at this strange being, contemplating, is this person related to Ling? The man from the coffin also looked at him, letting out a strange laugh. Han Sen immediately grew wary. That laugh was truly bone-chilling. The eerie man began to step out of the coffin. Each step he took exuded a terrifying chill and oppression. The blood flowing from the pile of corpses on the ground also followed his steps, flowing towards his feet. Han Sen watched the thick blood flow across the ground. His heart filled with horror. Is he sucking blood? The tendrils of blood absorbed by him gradually flowed upwards, then continued along his entire body, flowing through his meridians. He watched the man, enveloped by evil spiritual energy, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" He replied with an evil, charming smile, "I am not human, and you ask who I am." As he spoke, the strange creature, with sharp claws, lunged at Han Sen. "He's a follower of the Blood Fate cult. You don't even know the Son of Destiny. How ignorant." He retreated in shock. "You're from the Blood Fate cult." At this moment he was like a fierce evil spirit, charging at Han Sen with a bloodthirsty expression. "All right, seeing as your vital energy is quite strong, I shall sacrifice you to this holy sun." Under this fierce attack, eventually, the strange monster's claws successfully closed in on Han Sen. His agile movements flashed past in an instant, tearing through his blurry figure. He turned to look at Han Sen, his eyes cold, asking word by word, "Heaven-shifting technique." The creature's voice grew urgent. "Where did you learn the heaven-shifting technique?" He answered his question with another question. "I am not a follower of the Blood Fate cult, and have no connection to you. You are from the Blood Fate cult. Why were you in this coffin?" Hearing these words, the Blood Fate cultist seemed enraged and charged wildly forward. "You bear the scent of the Blood Fate cult. Born a member of the Blood Fate cult, Die a ghost of the Blood Fate cult. If you wish to betray the Blood Fate cult, you must pay the price of blood and life. Facing the furious opponent before him, Han Sen wasn't foolish enough to stand there and wait to die. He took out that item. Chien Baolantu was ready to fight to the death. A ball of fire ignited on the tip of the Chien spear. Han Sen gripped the item in his hand with effort, thinking, the power of this fated creature was no weaker than that of a super god creature. Seeing this scene, he clearly showed a cautious expression. So someone has already hunted super god creatures and obtained super god genes and beast souls. The next second he became incredibly excited. That's fine too. Your blood will be even more delicious. This blood life cultist seemed to have taken drugs, as a surge of mad killing intent erupted, and he charged forward without hesitation. The two thus clashed. Fighting for 800 rounds, he attacked and he blocked. He attacked and he blocked. Han Sen was already starting to feel tired, but his opponent was still full of energy. The life aura within this person was incredibly chaotic, with no fixed direction of flow at all. All of the life aura and power seemed to burst forth from his blood. The blood life cultist grew more excited as he fought. He can actually block my holy son's numerous attacks. It seems your blood must be incredibly delicious. Not only did his attacks not weaken, but they grew stronger day by day. Han Sen exerted all his might, yet still missed a move. And what was meant to happen did. He was stabbed in the neck by his opponent, thinking, even the Dongshan Chi field cannot simulate such a life aura. After sucking a trace of Han Sen's blood, he became even more excited than if he had taken drugs. The blood life cultist licked his fingers, saying happily, delicious, truly delicious. He grew more and more excited, charging even more fiercely. Give me more. Facing this sudden attack, Han Sen was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. But he quickly retreated, pointing his spear at his opponent. Why do you think him a member of the blood life cult? He chuckled, replying, you carry the scent of the blood life cult. A scent that cannot be washed away even for all eternity. With that, the madman charged forward. Precisely because of this, it is your honor to be sacrificed to my holy son. While currently at a disadvantage, Han Sen fumbled for something in his pocket. Then he pulled out a necklace and asked, is the scent you mentioned coming from this? He didn't know what it was, but the light it emitted made his opponent stop in astonishment. This is in less than a blink of an eye. He couldn't help but become excited. A holy relic, this truly is a holy relic. A trace of shock also flashed through Han Sen. The holy relic mentioned in the blood life scripture. The blood life scripture is actually that 9-life blood cat pendant that I've always worn. He seemed to fall into a mix of thoughts. Why would great-grandfather possess a holy relic of the blood life cult? The blood life cultist immediately roared, blood god bless your holy son. I actually found the holy relic. He excitedly extended his sharp claws and lunged at him. Return the holy relic to me. Han Sen quickly executed the Dongshan movement technique, dodging the attack. What is this holy relic for? And why are you here? That guy was like a chicken given a blood injection, becoming more and more frenzied. Holy relic, he swiped a claw at Han Sen. His opponent's speed was too fast, leaving him no time to dodge. He once again sucked Han Sen's blood. This blood life cultist began to fall into a vampiric frenzy. Just as he was in ecstasy, he suddenly roared, startling him sober. Answer my questions. That guy with extreme speed once again charged towards Han Sen. Your destiny is to be sacrificed to me. Aside from that, you don't need to know anything else. His answer successfully made Han Sen furious. I've been entangled with you until now, precisely to get what I want to know from you. Han Sen emitted a bolt of lightning spiritual power. It was startling. Streaks of lightning flashed through the air. Since you don't want to answer, there's no point in joking around. Han Sen tensed his body for a counterattack. Then there's no need to waste time. The great thunder sound fist skill was unleashed in an instant, just when he started getting excited. Now this guy from the blood fate cult was zapped even more vigorously. Han Sen looked at his opponent, thinking he had slowed down. He seized the opportunity of his opponent's weakness once again. At this moment he added another move, Beast King transformation. Han Sen's hand tightly clutched the blood fate cult guy's head. Relying on the gorilla's strength, he easily lifted his opponent into the air. Then Han Sen made him kiss Mother Earth a few times. Are you going to talk or not? Seeing that this method wasn't effective, he raised both hands, preparing to give him a harsh blow. Let's see whose mouth is harder, yours or my fist. What's coming will come eventually. The guy was flattened so much even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. But this wasn't enough. Han Sen picked him up by the neck like carrying a bunch of vegetables at the market. Then he casually threw his opponent far away. The guy from the Blood Fate cult received a free flight ticket, colliding with several large trees along the way. He finally stopped beside a giant rock. His broken body struggled to speak. This is impossible. A human from the second sanctuary. How could he possess such power? Han Sen withdrew his skill and slowly walked up to him. He asked, "Can you answer my questions properly now? The son of destiny in the cult?" "Yes." "Is there anyone named Han Jingji in your Blood Fate cult?" "No." The Blood Fate cult guy couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. Instead, he kept denying it. "Impossible, this is impossible." The Blood Fate cult guy's body trembled repeatedly, causing Han Sen to feel suspicious. He slightly turned his head to look behind him with a hint of worry. What is he looking at? A figure slowly appeared in the forest, carrying a wild aura. Han Sen cried out in surprise when he clearly saw the face in front of him. Ling Lan. She slowly approached holding a sharp knife in her hand. The guy from the Blood Fate cult let out a deafening roar unwillingly. "This is impossible." Seeing the guy was too noisy, he turned around and yelled, "Shut up." Before Han Sen could finish, a murderous gleam flashed before his eyes in an instant. In that very instant, through some unknown means, Ling Lan had already arrived beside the Blood Fate cult guy and stabbed him. With those few stabs, red liquid gradually flowed from his 7 orifices. He wailed in continuous pain. Han Sen witnessed the bloody scene before him. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why kill him? Facing his question, Ling Lan calmly replied, "He is dying." Seeing that she didn't understand his meaning, Han Sen quickly corrected him, asking, "You, why did you kill him?" But Ling Lan was silent, not saying another word, knowing he wouldn't get an answer. He changed his question. "Then where did this knife come from?" Only then did Ling Lan open her mouth to answer. Tree Hollow. Han Sen couldn't help but ponder. This knife is very strange. After the saint child was stabbed in the heart, he immediately turned into a mummy. He walked over to her side and continued to press. "How did you know there was a knife in that tree?" "This bone knife," Ling Lan replied briefly. "It called to me." Han Sen cautiously suggested, "So can I see it?" Surprisingly, she replied, "No. You cannot touch it." A sense of curiosity arose in his heart. "Why can't I touch it?" She also said bluntly, without hesitation, "You will die." Hearing this, Han Sen fell into deep thought. "Then forget it. Ling Lan shouldn't be lying to me now. I should go check on that mummy." He lifted the body of the Blood Fate cult guy, while saying, "Maybe I can still find some useful clues." Suddenly, Han Sen felt something was amiss. He was shocked to discover that the 9-life blood cat tattoo on his body had disappeared. Han Sen immediately turned and asked Ling Lan, "Do you know who he is?" She shook her head in response. He had no choice but to drop the matter. "Let's go back and see how they are." And just like that, a night passed. The sun gradually rose, revealing a soft, clear blue sky. At the camp in the Ghost Night Forest, Jian Gang saw a familiar figure approaching and shouted, "Han Sen." Ling Lan and Han Sen dismounted from the lion's back. Han Sen began to ask about everyone's situation. "Are you okay? You didn't run into any danger, did you?" Jian Gang and Lu Feng quickly replied, "We're fine, just a few superficial injuries." Hearing this, Han Sen and she jumped back onto the lion's back. "That's great, let's go get out of here." Hearing this, Jian Gang and Lu Feng exchanged a look of surprise. "Where are we going?" He answered firmly. "The life force here is no longer draining away. Everything seems to have returned to normal. Perhaps we can leave this place now. We'll part ways here." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but control her emotions. Her eyes started to water. She and everyone else couldn't help but rejoice. "That's wonderful. We finally escaped this hellhole. Goodbye and thank you for saving us." Han Sen also waved goodbye to them, wishing them a safe journey. He thought to himself, "The barrier has indeed disappeared. I can continue on to the Blue Star base." In a flash, the scene switched to a human base. Han Sen and Ling Lan were resting in a small restaurant, filling their stomachs. This place seemed to suit Ling Lan's taste perfectly. She kept bringing chicken legs to her mouth, eating with great relish. Han Sen began to ponder. Since the 9-life blood cat pendant is the sacred object of the blood life cult, doesn't that mean I can cultivate the bloodline? Life Sutra. He meticulously analyzed the situation. Now I only need 2 more points to perfectly complete my super god gene. Soon he'll reach the 3rd god grade sanctuary. With the assistance of the bloodline life sutra, by then he'll be able to dominate anywhere. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice pulled him back to reality. Mr. Han Huabin carefully walked in and said, I am the regional manager of Angel Gene. We would like to invite you to help us eliminate a super god-grade creature. As for the price, we can discuss it. He looked at the scene before him, cold sweat trickling down. He thought, did this little girl eat all these empty plates? Han Sen calmly drank his water and replied, your Zhao family sure has thick skin. First you hired people to kill me. And now you're asking me for help. What kind of super god-grade creature do you want to kill? And what price are you offering? Huobin pulled up a chair and quickly explained, Mr. Han. That was just a misunderstanding before. The super god-grade creature we want to kill is a Thunder Ox on Thunder Peak Mountain. Recently, he handed over a stack of documents and said regarding the price, it will definitely satisfy Mr. Han. He held up one finger and replied, the price is easy to discuss, is it? Then 100 tubes of advanced angel gene fluid. Huobin frowned slightly upon hearing this condition. Mr. Han, as you know, advanced angel gene fluid requires blood essence from the Azura royal family as raw material. Currently our relationship with the Azura race is very tense, and blood essence from the Azura royal family is extremely difficult to obtain. 100 tubes is simply too much. Blood essence from the Azura royal family is extremely difficult to obtain. 100 tubes is far too many. Seeing that the other party couldn't meet the demand, Han Sen simply stood up. If you can't afford it, then please find someone else. Hearing this, he quickly stepped forward to stop him. Please wait a moment. I'll return to the alliance and consult with my superiors immediately. That number is simply too big. I cannot decide. He whispered, then make it quick. In an hour I will leave this residence. Xu Abin was a bit flustered and at a loss for what to do. He promised he would return quickly, and asked Mr. Han to wait for a moment. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. An hour has already passed now. Only then did Han Sen inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. An hour has already passed. Just as I expected. The Zhao family has been scared off by my price. He placed the teacup in his hand on the table. Han Sen left with Ling Lan, not forgetting to plan his next trip to Jilei Mountain. A super lightning type creature. God ranked. Perfect for giving little Silver a good boost. Suddenly a voice called out. Mr. Han from behind. Xu Abin hastily said, Mr. Han, the company has agreed to your price. I've brought enough angel gene fluid. He prepared paper and pen for him. Do you think we can sign the contract now? Seeing that this deal was good, Han Sen replied yes. Xu Abin watched him sign the contract thinking, you'd better really be able to kill that thunderous ox. If you can't kill it and end up seriously injured instead, that would be even better. But on the surface he still said enthusiastically, take care, Mr. Han. Ling Lan saw the guy still gesticulating wildly, and said impatiently, so noisy. Han Sen also sensed his suspicious behavior. People from Angel Gene, do they really dare to trade with me honestly? If you dare to play any tricks, then I will have no psychological burden when I act. Night gradually fell and darkness enveloped the sky. Bursts of thunder continuously echoed. On Jilei Mountain a heavy rain poured down, signaling another restless night to come. Han Sen and Ling Lan rode their lions, leading the team forward. Xu Abin saw that there was nothing to do, so he asked, Mr. Han, we are going to hunt a god-ranked super creature. Are you really bringing this beautiful lady with you? He replied domineeringly. It's just killing a god-ranked super creature, that's all. It's no big deal. Ling Lan held the sleeping fox tightly. Suddenly it seemed to sense something and leaped up abruptly. It let out a loud roar. Before the team was a towering mountain peak, constantly being struck by lightning. He pointed into the distance and said, Mr. Han, that's Jilei Mountain ahead. The thunderous ox lives on that mountain. Hearing this, Han Sen unhesitatingly ordered to advance. Under the densely falling lightning, Xu Abin shouted, everyone be careful. We've already stepped onto Jilei Mountain. The thunderous ox could appear at any time. Don't let your guard down. Han Sen looked up surprised at the lightning before him. He rode on Qin Xian, dodging the striking lightning, and shouted in surprise, holy cow, I almost died. Han Sen looked back and asked Manager Zhao, we've been walking for so long, why haven't we seen that thunderous ox yet? Could it have left here? Xu Abin replied upon hearing this. Before, as soon as we got close to the foot of the mountain, it would charge down from the mountain. But today there's no movement at all. It's quite unusual. Suddenly a person behind was struck by lightning, crying out in pain. That person immediately let out a scream, then fell from their mount. The surrounding people immediately drew their weapons, looking at the fallen person, shouting Feng Lin. Han Sen looked at the fox in his hands and quietly asked, Little Silver, can you guide the lightning over to them? It narrowed its eyes and barked playfully in response. Immediately after, Lu Gue was also struck by lightning, falling painfully from his mount. Xue Bin raised his hand to shield himself, shouting in surprise, "Lu Gue!" Lightning continued to strike. The crowd scattered in a panic, shouting help. Lu Gue fell to the ground, pointing a finger and questioning Han Sen. "I knew something was off for a long time. Why is there no lightning around you at all?" Hearing this, Han Sen smiled and said, "What's wrong with me?" Han Sen answered calmly, "Perhaps it's because I've never done anything that goes against heaven's will and deserves to be struck by lightning." Those people angrily accused, "You must have pulled some trick. Do you have some kind of anti-lightning soul beast?" Schweben also raised his hand and pressed, "Mr. Hansen, if you have a way to counter the lightning, please tell us. That way we can also avoid being struck by lightning and complete the mission quickly. It would be good for both us and you." Hansen sat quietly on Qin Xian's back and shouted, "Is that so? Then watch closely." Immediately after, another bolt of lightning struck down from high above, violently striking towards him. A golden light immediately flashed in Hansen's eyes. He raised his hand and countered with the great thunder roar fist. A loud bang erupted, centered on Hansen. The lightning flashed incessantly. The people following were immediately thrown back, falling to the ground. They exclaimed in shock, "What terrifying power is this? Is he really human?" Hansen raised his fist, turned to look at them and retorted, "Do you want to know why lightning doesn't dare strike me?" Schweben looked at him and hesitantly replied this. Hansen's confident voice rang out, asking them back, "Does it dare strike me?" Lu Gue beside him watched in shock. How can the great thunder roar fist have such terrifying power? I'm afraid even newly promoted transcenders can't compare to him. Hearing this, Schweben continued Hansen's words, "To be able to defeat Yu Jelan of the Azura royal family, it was indeed no mere luck. This thunder roar fist is truly terrifyingly overbearing." Lu Gue urgently said, "This power, even if we use Angel Gene fluid, it's far inferior." He asked worriedly, "Should we still continue up the mountain?" Schweben gritted his teeth and helplessly gave up, saying, "How could we possess such divine might like him? Let's go down the mountain and wait." Afterwards, Hansen and Ling Lan went up the mountain. A blue beam of light struck the mountaintop. He looked up and muttered in confusion, "What's up there?" Above, a lightning flower was blooming. Two strange beasts were guarding the fox on the shoulder. Seeing this, Hansen was surprised to find that there were super god-grade creatures nearby. And not just one. He said excitedly, "This time I've really hit the jackpot. Not only are there two god-grade creatures, they're also second-generation lightning elemental. And there's a lightning spirit object." In the fox's eyes there was only that flower. It couldn't help but let out a cry, and then rushed forward. Hansen immediately jumped up, grabbed the fox's tail tightly with his hand and shouted, "Fool, if you just rush in like that, those two super god-grade creatures will only team up to attack you." He smiled as he picked it up and comforted it. "Don't rush. That lightning flower hasn't fully matured yet. Otherwise the Thunder Ox and Three-tailed Electric Tiger would have already started fighting. Let's observe a bit longer." On Jile Mountain, lightning continuously struck the lightning flower. Hansen looked at the yellow light within the flower, wondering what exactly is being nurtured within this fruit. He frowned and muttered to himself, "The Angel Gene fluid contract only requires me to deal with that Thunder Ox. They don't even know about the existence of the second super god beast, the Three-tailed Electric Fox." Hansen sat on the ground and summoned his soul beasts. He ordered loudly, "Charge. Let's take down that Thunder Ox together." Each soul beast simultaneously charged towards the Thunder Ox and pounced. Hansen raised his fist, gathering golden lightning, gritted his teeth and roared, "Die." As he threw his punch, the Holy War Angel also swung its sword and fiercely stabbed the Thunder Ox. It immediately roared in pain. Hansen used Crimson Flame Tyrannosaur Rush and charged forward, loudly praising, "Excellent little angel." A blue light fiercely struck the trembling Thunder Bull. The system screen appeared. Successfully hunted. Successfully hunted super god creature Thunder Bull. No god blood obtained. Beast soul flesh and blood are edible. Can obtain 10 points of life gene essence. Randomly grants 110 super god genes after absorption. All the while, that blue light enveloped the entire Thunder Bull. The Electric Fox let out a wary cry. Looking at Han Sen, the Holy War Angel raised its sword and charged at it. His voice rang out with a warning. "Little angel, don't rush to kill it. Drive it towards the crowd." The Gene Angel walked to the foot of Jile Mountain. Schweben looked up and said, "Indeed. The Thunder Bull is at the top of the mountain." The person next to him immediately chimed in, "It'd be best if Han Sen and the Thunderbolt both get badly injured. Then we can take the opportunity to kill him. Everyone was still unaware that the electric fox was charging down. They were still laughing and shouting, Han Sen still wants to fight us. He's too green. Schweben exclaimed in surprise. Something's coming, is it the Thunderbolt? This is bad. It's not the Thunderbolt, retreat quickly. He turned and ran, got hit by lightning and cried out in pain. It hurts so much, run. Those people were caught by the electric fox's tail, constantly wailing. Help, save me. Schweben felt its tail reaching out and screamed loudly. Stay back. He looked back and saw Han Sen blocking it with his gun and shouted in surprise. Mr. Han. He immediately knocked down the electric fox. Then he commanded Little Angel go. Heavily injured by Han Sen, it immediately turned and left wailing. Schweben immediately pleaded from behind, Mr. Han. Kill it. He turned to look at him and replied coldly. What you saw was the Thunderbolt. And the target you want to hunt is also the Thunderbolt. But I didn't see the Thunderbolt described in the contract on the mountain. As for this three-tailed electric fox, it's my prey. It has nothing to do with you. Han Sen turned and walked straight up the mountain, saying, Manager Zhao, aren't you going to abide by the contract? On top of Jilei Mountain a fox was sitting and licking its paws. The electric fox stopped in front of it, wailing in pain. Han Sen and the Holy War Angel chased after them. He cried out in alarm. Xiao Yinin, hurry up. He saw the fox sitting on the electric fox's head. He asked in surprise, what are you doing? Xiao Yinin. Blue light emanated from the fox, enveloping. It began to heal the electric fox's wounds. The electric fox recovered quickly. Han Sen, seeing this, angrily shouted, you little rascal. What exactly are you trying to do? Then the electric fox immediately knelt down. He thought in surprise, this is a posture of submission, you damn it. You ate all those Thunderbolts and didn't even leave me any gene essence. And now you want to take on a subordinate. Han Sen saw the fox rush over and lick his face and reluctantly agreed, all right. I was planning to resolve this matter on Jilei Mountain anyway. Han Sen rode the electric fox down. Seeing this, everyone grabbed Schweben's hand and started to leave. Manager, it's coming again. Run. He immediately raised his hand to stop them. Wait, don't run yet. Schweben saw him riding the electric fox down the mountain. He exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that Han Sen? How can he be with that super god creature? He quickly walked forward and loudly questioned Han Sen. What's going on here? Why are you with it? He replied calmly, you mean this one? This is my newly tamed god pet. Han Sen smiled and continued. I didn't see the Thunderbolt on the mountain, but I tamed a three-tailed electric fox. With the lightning protection of this three-tailed electric fox, I can take you up the mountain to see if there's really a Thunderbolt. Manager Zhao, do you want to go? Schweben coughed lightly and declined. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Han. Then at the top of Jilei Mountain, the crowd gathered around, looking at the lightning flower continuously emitting golden lightning. Han Sen looked around with a puzzled expression. He asked Manager Zhao, where is the lightning bowl you mentioned? Schweben saw the lightning flower and exclaimed in surprise. That flower is. He pushed Fenglin forward with his hand and said, Fenglin, go. Go. He turned back and asked me. Fenglin approached the lightning flower step by step. He cursed inwardly. This coward. That guy didn't dare to come himself, but he wants me to risk my life. What can I do? I'm taking the Zhao family's salary. He reached out his hand towards the flower. Then lightning immediately shot towards Fenglin. He cried out in pain, help me. Schweben was extremely surprised to see Fenglin burn to a crisp. He thought, what kind of power is this? He was turned to charcoal in an instant. He turned to Han Sen with a smile. He tentatively asked, Mr. Han, the three-tailed electric fox you tamed can control the power of lightning. I wonder if you could ask it to help us pick that lightning flower. He immediately raised his hand to refuse, saying, Manager Zhao, our agreed mission is to kill the lightning bull. I'm not responsible for anything else, little silvery. Let's go. Schweben saw Han Sen climb onto the electric fox's back and called out, Mr. Han. He had no choice but to lead the crowd away. Quick, let's go. Without that three-tailed electric fox, we'll be struck dead by lightning here. A few days later, Han Sen looked up at the top of Jilei Mountain. He watched in surprise as the fox rushed towards it. Han Sen immediately chased after it, shouting, little silvery, where are you going? In the sky, lightning began to gather and strike down. The fox silently watched the lightning strike the lightning flower. It approached the area step by step. Han Sen, seeing this from below, was panting. He shouted, little silvery, wait for me. The fox opened its mouth trying to swallow the golden lightning orb. Lightning immediately struck it. The fox cried out in pain. Han Sen raised his hand to stop it, saying, wait a minute. He ran over to the scorched fox. He said it's over, its whole body has been turned to charcoal. Han Sen used Chichon Dongshin. Sensing the aura on the fox, he said its life force hasn't weakened, instead it's become even stronger. Bright golden light flashed in its eyes. He watched as the fox's entire body emitted a golden light and encouraged it. Come on, little Silvery, try hard to get through this. At the top of Jilei Mountain, Han Sen silently stood guard. Suddenly he sharply looked to one side and exclaimed, "That's..." A thick black-yellow lightning bolt struck directly at the fox. Huge cracks appeared on its back. It groaned in pain. He watched as bolts of lightning, each a different color, struck down. He anxiously shouted, "Little Silvery." The fox's body rapidly disintegrated, crying out in pain. Han Sen reached out to shield his eyes from the dazzling light, exclaiming, "Little Silvery." Only the fox's skeleton remained. Emitting a bright golden light, it let out a mighty roar. The fragments on its body disappeared. Its body rapidly reassembled. Han Sen lowered his hand and cried out in surprise. Little Silvery is regenerating its flesh and blood. The three-tailed fox, he saw it push him and wondered, "Does it want to take me away?" The fox urged aloud, "Han Sen, quickly get on. Let's go first." Han Sen rode on its back and quickly descended the mountain. He looked back behind him and said, "The mountain is collapsing." Han Sen looked at Jilei Mountain from a distance. He saw a beam of light shooting straight down. He stroked the fox's head and said, "Little Silvery, you can do it." It let out a cry. It shot a bolt of lightning towards the sky. Han Sen saw this and thought. The sky was torn open by lightning. By Little Silvery's silver lightning creating a rift. He was pushed down by the pressure. He thought with discomfort, it's that familiar pressure again. Han Sen saw another world through the rift. He pondered, inside that rift is. That's the gate of the third god's sanctuary. The fox passed through the rift, flying towards the third god's sanctuary. It looked at Han Sen and let out a cry. He trembled all over. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth, unable to deny it. "You can't." But Xiao Yinin has been reborn. If it continues to stay in the second god's sanctuary, its body will surely be corrupted. And its end will be incredibly tragic. Han Sen looked up in that direction and shouted loudly, "Xiao Yinin, hurry and go, we'll come find you soon." The fox looked at him and let out a cry in response. Han Sen looked up and shouted, "Xiao Yinin." It looked at him, gave a cry, trying to stay put. Han Sen was startled, recognizing that Xiao Yinin was forcibly using its power. To stay, he shouted forcefully, "You'll be devoured by the void, hurry and go." A flash of lightning quickly streaked across, and the fox's figure also vanished from its spot. The lightning also quickly disappeared. Han Sen looked in that direction, murmuring tearfully, "Xiao Yinin." He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Han Sen fell to the ground thinking, "Xiao Yinin, since you were born, you've almost always been by my side. Now that you've suddenly left like this, in the vast and boundless third god's sanctuary, who knows when we'll meet again." He sat up unwillingly, slammed the ground with his hand and roared loudly, "Damn it, I'm going to go on a rampage in the third god's sanctuary. Even if Xiao Yinin is at the ends of the earth, I will definitely find you." Han Sen stood up and shouted forcefully, "Xiao Yinin, wait for me, I'll definitely raise you to the end." Blue Star Sanctuary. 3 months later he returned riding on Xinxian. Luo Lan stood at the door waving and shouting, "Overhear Han Sen." He immediately rushed over and hugged her, yelling, "Mom." Han Sen looked at Luo Lan and asked caringly, "Mom, why are you waiting for me here? Don't you need to go out and hunt creatures?" She smiled and replied, "Last time you said you'd be arriving soon, so I naturally had to wait in the sanctuary at Luo Feng's residence." Luo Lan looked at him and said, "You look a bit different from before." Han Sen heard this and replied with a smile, "Of course I'm different. My super god genes have already reached perfection and my mind feels more complete. Along the way, I never stopped cultivating the bloodline life scripture, and am not far from the first level." She looked at him intently and asked, "Does that mean you're about to advance to the third god's domain?" Han Sen heard this and said, "I came here not only to give you the beast souls, but also to invite you to my momentary sanctuary. There are a few obedient super god creatures there, and you can control them." Luo Lan held his hand and urged, "You underestimate your mother too much. Go ahead and focus on your own matters. I'll go hunt in the sanctuary myself. But since you've already advanced to the third god's domain, you absolutely must not let the spirits know that you are related to the Luo family." He was startled upon hearing this and pressed why. She calmly recounted everything. "Back then your grandfather was too brutal in his killings in the third god's domain, becoming a common enemy of the spirits. If you don't want to be besieged by the spirits, It's best not to let them know about your connection to the Luo family. Luo Lan picked up a water cup and added with a smile. But you haven't cultivated the Fei Tianjing. So you should be fine, right? Han Sen reached up, stroked his chin and replied with a smile, I understand. In his heart he began to ponder again. The chief family sees me as a thorn in their side. Once I enter the third god's domain, those people will definitely reveal my identity. The momentary sanctuary stood firmly in place. A group of people saw Han Sen arrive and excitedly gathered around him. Director. Long time no see, Brother Sen is getting more and more handsome. Big brother. When are you going to take us to hunt super god creatures? He looked at everyone and asked caringly. How has the hunting been recently? Don't worry, your share won't be less. You've all worked hard. In Han Sen's room he lay on the bed and sighed. Dealing with people is really exhausting. Han Sen picked up a gourd and pondered. It still showed no signs of flowering. Should I leave it in the second sanctuary? He looked at the little fairy biting him and mumbled with a smile. Three-tailed electric fox Dahei Xiaohei and Xiaobai are all very obedient. Even if I'm not here, they'll listen to my mom. What about you? He firmly grabbed its wings. Han Sen lifted it and whispered. Leaving you here will only cause trouble. How about I help you advance to the third god's sanctuary too? A submarine quickly approached from under the sea. The little fairy raised its fists and shouted. With his arms crossed he replied, got it. Han Sen sat inside the submarine. He picked up his weapon and went out. Looking at the giant octopus in front of him he ordered. Little fairy, freeze it. The little fairy immediately froze it with ice crystals. Han Sen couldn't help but praise, well done. In the Crystal Palace, after dealing with the octopus, he immediately returned to the submarine. Han Sen stroked his chin looking at the fairy lying down and rubbing its belly, saying, I fed you so many super god class aquatic creatures. It's about time you advanced, isn't it? He looked up at the dazzling light in front of him and said, Here it comes, that spirit must be here to pick you up. A spirit opened the door and waited silently. Han Sen saw the fairy. Immediately smiled, ready to rush over. And angrily shouted, Hey, I've raised you for so long, don't you have any attachment at all? It grinned and made a face mocking him. Han Sen's eyes blazed and he gritted his teeth, saying, still making faces. Once I reach the third god's sanctuary you'll give you a good beating. The scene switched to the seabed. From a strange crack in the seabed, a pained roar suddenly erupted. Han Sen stood stoically on the boat, enduring the cold inside. What an ungrateful creature. After speaking he plopped down onto the deck, sighed and murmured, just go to avoid causing more trouble by staying here. He seemed to sense something. Han Sen suddenly raised his head. A look of horror appeared on his face. Meanwhile in the Soul Sea, Shui Zhilong was imprisoned by countless iron chains, struggling in agony. It constantly let out pained roars. By the time Han Sen appeared, Shui Zhilong had completely vanished. Looking at the seabed where only a pile of chains remained, he couldn't help but wonder. Shui Zhilong actually ended up like this. He had 1,000 words he wanted to say. But in the end, Han Sen could only sigh helplessly. It's a relief in a way. Meanwhile at the Ning family, Ningyu stood frozen, trying to shield herself from the dazzling light in front of her. At the same time, Han Sen in the Soul Sea couldn't help but lament. Ningyu has suffered for Shui Zhilong all these years. Yet she didn't let me dig up any useful information. Such devotion is rare in this world. Footsteps echoed on the stone steps, light yet imposing. As soon as he stepped out, he was respectfully greeted by 2 rows of guards. Bowing their heads, they shouted loudly, welcome young master. This building hidden in the woods is the Alliance base. Under the solemn dome of the retirement ceremony, the commander stood before the formation, delivering a deep speech. Thank you all for 4 years of dedication. He continued to emphasize, your military career ends here, but your journey in life has just begun. The officers below, including Han Sen, all clapped in appreciation at the same time. After the retirement ceremony they are now raising their glasses to congratulate each other. I've already told my girlfriend. We'll get married after I'm discharged. After we get married we'll open a small restaurant together. Lao Zhan went home to inherit tens of billions in family assets. Han Sen, what about you? He clinked glasses with a hum and replied with a sincere smile. I want to go home and spend time taking care of Mom and my sister amidst the enthusiasm of his comrades. Han Sen lowered his head again, gazing at the wineglass in his hand. Thinking to myself, although Shingong Sanhao has high survivability, but if it's unlucky enough to be teleported to a place with high evil creatures, and they happen to dislike me, then it's just fate. There's nothing I can do. The scene shifts back to Sana Shingong. In the evolution pool only a dark underground area was visible. The pool was a swirling vortex like an ancient eye, emitting a strange blue light. Han Sen suddenly appeared with a strong physique. Around his neck, he was wearing a jade gourd necklace. Han Sen walked into the pool. He couldn't help but hesitate. Although I'm not sure if the evolution pool has any effect on the gourd. Thinking this, Han Sen quickly went deeper into the depths of the evolution pool until he reached the very bottom. He then raised his hand, tightly gripping the gourd, pondering. But there's no harm in trying. Moments later, Han Sen's figure had completely vanished into the deep blue pool. After a while he surfaced. A hurried voice exclaimed, "System notification." The system screen immediately appeared. Acquired 100 years of lifespan, Super God Body Evolution. Super Emperor Spirit. Evolution successful, reached Transcendent level. Han Sen Super God Body, Super Emperor Spirit. Transcendent level. Lifespan 400 years, 100 points needed for next evolution. Genes, current genes none. Han Sen sighed in relief, then wiped the water from his face. His gaze became sharper and clearer. Just then the gourd in his hand suddenly spewed out a strange black gas. Looking at the spiraling black gas, as if it was releasing a powerful and mysterious energy, Han Sen's hand trembled as he muttered, "Could it be that what's inside is about to be born?" Streaks of black gas surged out from the gourd, making him exclaim with some surprise. This evolution pool really did have an effect. No sooner had he spoken, the black gas suddenly shot straight into the sky, leaving Han Sen dumbfounded. Such strong pressure. Could it be he didn't even finish his sentence? The ground beneath his feet suddenly began to shake violently. Han Sen jumped in fright, terrified. He cried out when he saw the pitch-black circle sucking him into the air. By the time half his body had been pulled inside, he hastily yelled, "This is a spatial rift." Under the pressure of the vortex, Han Sen couldn't help but grimace and let out a groan. "My head hurt so much." No sooner had he spoken, space was suddenly torn apart, leaving Han Sen's eyes wide with terror and his mouth agape. He didn't have time to utter a single word. Then, under the pressure of the spatial rift, Han Sen's entire body seemed to be twisted by it, making him cry out in pain. Moments later, the spatial rift suddenly opened a gateway at the bottom of the sea. Han Sen's figure also fell through. Naked, his body covered with countless wounds, he cried out in alarm, realizing he was in freefall through the air. Moments later, Han Sen crashed heavily onto the ground. Intense pain shot straight to his head, making him gasp for air. The pain of being torn by space made Han Sen unable to stand. He clutched the pile of grass beneath him, groaning in agony. "Oh my God, my bones are shattered." Enduring the spreading pain throughout his body, Han Sen gritted his teeth and circulated the Dongxian Jing. Immediately a blue light appeared, enveloping his entire body. After a moment, Han Sen fell back. He gritted his teeth and murmured, "Shanx's holy light is completely uncallable. It's over, completely over. Am I, Han Sen, really going to die like this?" Han Sen struggled to lift his head, looked at the gourd and cursed with a trembling voice. "Gourd, oh gourd, you've really doomed me." After speaking, he collapsed to the ground. His body trembled incessantly from the pain. Even so, Han Sen couldn't help but ask himself, "It's strange, even though my body is bleeding in many places, the blood only gathers at the wounds. It hasn't flowed out, nor has it dried up." He gritted his teeth, trying to feel his internal organs. Although his meridians and blood vessels were blocked, the blood in his injured organs was still circulating. It seemed to not need a heart or vascular system. Before he could finish speaking, Han Sen suddenly remembered something important. He cried out softly in delight, "Shuemi Mingshan Jing." Han Sen was seen trying to circulate his spirit energy. A black aura quickly enveloped his body. It has to work. It must work. Then, with that perseverance, the Shuemi Mingshan Jing was slowly healing his body. From the cracks of his wounds, black mist suddenly surged out. Black mist. Seeing this, Han Sen chuckled with joy. It worked. He quickly exhaled, then tried to move his hand. Seeing his fingertips respond, he cried out in delight, "I can move." As expected of the Shueming Jiao's paramount divine art, it truly lives up to its reputation. Han Sen took a comfortable deep breath, marveling at how pure the air was. "I should have reached the third sanctuary right. Otherwise, with my transcendent body, the air in the second sanctuary should make me feel incredibly filthy. It couldn't be this pure." The scene shifts to the third sanctuary, where a giant tree canopy stood. On the faintly visible branches, several sharp glints of light shimmered. Han Sen suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, "What is this?" looking at the swords hanging above his head. He complained with annoyance, who's so bored to hang so many swords on a tree. Before he could finish speaking, Han Sen was surprised to realize. Doesn't this prove that someone is nearby? Wait, what if those are spirits? With that, he immediately looked up to observe carefully the sharp treasured swords hanging on that tree. Those swords didn't look right at all. Han Sen squinted his eyes cautiously when he saw that the sword hilts were tightly connected to the branches. These swords weren't hung there. They grew out of the tree. This is a tree grown from a gene seed. Seemingly sensing something unusual, he muttered nervously to himself. This is bad spirits, alien creatures. All humans can plant gene seeds. What if the owner of this gene tree is a fierce alien creature? Now I can't even move. It'll just become its food. Mai Wangjia, come out quickly. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding scenery immediately changed, startling Han Sen and putting him on high alert. How could this be? At this moment he had entered the Soul Sea. Han Sen looked on somewhat puzzled. The black hole before him was continuously absorbing energy. What the hell is this thing? It can actively absorb life energy. He looked around, observing the surrounding energy, then said thoughtfully, where is the life energy it's absorbing coming from? Relying solely on the energy in the air. There's no way it could be this much. Han Sen squinted, trying to trace its origin. When he saw the energy continuously surging from the sword, he exclaimed, this black crystal is absorbing the life energy of this very sword. When he learned the source of the energy, Han Sen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not interested in humans. What it wants to absorb are plants grown from gene seeds. They're genes. What if it just despises my life energy because it's too weak, and plans to fatten me up before absorbing me? No sooner had he spoken than a tender green leaf silently fell next to his head. Immediately after, the sword hanging on the tree suddenly sliced through the air and plummeted with a force that seemed capable of splitting the entire world. Luckily, the sword only grazed his head, but even that made Han Sen turn pale with fright. He screamed, little angel, quick, protect me. At this moment the scene shifted back to the Soul Sea. Upon seeing the sacred battle angel, he joyfully exclaimed, little angel is preparing to evolve. That's strange, I didn't feed it anything. How did it evolve on its own? Just then, the black hole reappeared behind Han Sen. It made him furrow his brow in confusion. That's Han Sen squinted, trying hard to observe the center. The black hole was constantly absorbing energy. He froze, muttering, the liquid suspended around this black crystal actually contains such rich life energy. Looking at the liquid mass containing countless energies, Han Sen's confusion reached its peak. Could this liquid be a treasure produced by the black crystal absorbing life energy? The scene shifted to the mountain. The formerly lush giant tree had now turned into a withered trunk. Withered leaves were falling one after another. Under a thick layer of fallen leaves, Han Sen looked around suspiciously, muttering, what? Oh no, someone's coming in the distance. Situ Ming walked and waved, saying, my ink jade sword tree has been growing for 3 years. It's finally about to mature. Lan Shi, am here. There are a total of 34 ink jade swords. They'll definitely fetch a good price. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi happily responded, we can trade them for the flesh and blood of primitive creatures. That should help us increase a lot of primitive genes. Meanwhile, in the Soul Sea, looking at the sacred battle angel wrapped up, he exclaimed, little angel is going to evolve. How strange, I didn't feed her anything. How could she evolve on her own? Back in reality, Han Sen lay motionless on the ground. He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, Amatba, I hope they aren't too angry when they see this sword. 2 people, Situ Ming and Lan Shi. When they saw the ink jade sword withered before their eyes, they were both dumbfounded, like wooden chickens. A moment later he widened his eyes and yelled, what the hell? How could this be? Situ Ming panicked, rushed to the base of the tree and dug frantically. During this he kept asking himself, how could this be? Just then Lan Shi suddenly saw Han Sen buried under a pile of fallen leaves. She cried out in alarm, there's someone here. Hearing this, Situ Ming stopped asking doubtfully, someone? He rushed forward, grabbed Han Sen, shook him vigorously and demanded, was it you who destroyed our ink jade sword tree? Was it you? No sooner had he spoken than Han Sen suddenly groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lan Shi quickly stepped forward to stop him. Are you crazy? Can't you see he's seriously injured? Are you trying to kill him? Situ Ming was pushed aside resentfully, pointing at Lan Shi. This person is of unknown origin, and he appeared in our orchard. The ink jade sword tree is also destroyed. This must be related to him. She helped Han Sen lie down. while urging don't be so anxious. Let's ask him clearly first. Lan Shi used spiritual energy to heal him. Then she turned her head and reminded him. He is human, one of our own kind. I don't think he intentionally meant us harm. At this Sita Ming's anger gradually subsided. But he still spoke unwillingly. But Lan Shi interrupted Sita Ming. No more buts. Let's save him first. Having said that, Lan Shi then summoned a giant turtle. The two said nothing and jointly lifted Han Sen onto the turtle's shell. A moment later in the wooden house, Lan Shi looked at him lying unconscious on the bed. Then she slowly spoke. He's too severely injured. We must find someone to treat him. Sima Ming standing nearby heard this and put his hands on his hips, opposing the treatment. This person might be the one who ruined our black jade swords. Are we really going to treat him? He indignantly stressed. All our money went into those black jade swords. We toiled for 3 years. We originally thought we could rely on them to gain some profit. Now it's all ruined. Where would we get the money to treat him? At this moment Han Sen also weakly woke up and said thank you. No need. He'll be fine after a few days' rest. Seeing this, Sima Ming immediately rushed to the bedside and roared. Aha, you finally opened your mouth, speak up. Did you destroy the black jade swords? What exactly are you plotting? Lan Shi hastily stopped him. Don't let him get hurt again. Han Sen didn't mind weakly fabricating a story. My name is San Mu. I was attacked by an alien creature and fled all the way here. The sword was also destroyed by an alien creature. It's all my fault. I'm willing to compensate you for your losses. Sima Ming asked back, puzzled. Compensate? As he spoke he started calculating. Alright, we won't pursue it further. At market price. 1 black jade sword for 1 primitive grade alien creature. There were 34 black jade swords in total. So you'll give us 34 primitive grade alien creatures. Han Sen closed his eyes and replied wearily, once my injuries heal, I will definitely compensate you as soon as possible. Then he slowly asked. Are there any stations recently that can warp back to the Alliance? If I could get treatment in the Alliance. Before he finished speaking Sima Ming scoffed and interrupted. Don't dream, how could the spirits let us warp out? Lan Shi was silent for a moment. Then turned her head and asked. San Mu, which station did you come from? Where did you encounter the alien creature? Sima Ming didn't wait for his reply and frowned, saying with certainty. Where else could it be? It must be the thorn forest. Han Sen was about to answer when he suddenly coughed violently, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He said weakly. I only just entered the third god sanctuary a short while ago, and am not familiar with this place yet. Seeing this, Sima Ming turned pale with fright. He frantically rushed over. You absolutely cannot die. Otherwise who will compensate us for our black jade swords? Mid-sentence Sima Ming suddenly paused and asked suspiciously. Hey wait, you just entered the third sanctuary not long ago. Where would you get primitive grade flesh to compensate us? Lan Shi couldn't take it anymore and pushed him out. Getting anxious won't help. Let's go out for now and let him rest properly. Sima Ming turned back reluctantly, angrily shouting, liar. She advised helplessly. Killing him now won't help. Once he recovers, well, just make him work slowly to pay off his debt. The scene shifted back to Seoul Sea. Lan Shi and Han Sen each carried a bucket of water, quickly walking towards the black jade sword tree. While pouring the water from her bucket onto the tree roots, she softly narrated. Those who just joined Sanctuary number 3 are even weaker than common alien creatures. Common creatures. They can only do rough work under the spirits. Sima Ming and I are the only 2 in the sanctuary assigned to cultivate gene seeds. Every year we must pay tribute to Qingming Night to avoid punishment. After hearing this, Han Sen regretfully lowered his head and whispered, I'm sorry. After watering the tree, the 2 returned to the wooden house. He asked in confusion, did you build this wooden house? Lan Shi, without hiding anything, replied, it was left by an old spirit. He used to manage this garden. It was only given to me after the old spirit died in battle. Han Sen sat on the giant tree roots, observing and secretly pondering. Although this tree was very weak, a trace of life still lingered within it. This vitality doesn't seem to originate from an item. He gently touched the tree trunk, a melancholic expression on his face, and asked softly, could this ancient tree also have been grown from a gene seed? Gene. Hearing this, Lan Shi looked up at the tree canopy, and then slowly replied, this is the dragon blood ancient tree. It is said to have grown from a mutated gene seed. The dragon blood ancient tree must be watered with snake blood, specifically the blood of a bloodscale snake. Unfortunately, Qingming Shelter doesn't have such a thing. The old spirit once desperately entered the thorn forest to hunt a bloodscale snake, and ultimately died there. And this dragon blood ancient tree also. In his mind, an image suddenly appeared of a snake cut into two pieces, and its thick red blood. That was exactly the nourishment it needed. Han Sen. After hearing everything, he pondered with a serious expression. Mutated gene tree. As if in the blink of an eye, he could see such a scene. Lan Shi was standing under the golden yellow canopy, with bright red dragon blood fruits hanging on the tree. She gave a sad smile and sighed. If successfully cultivated, it would bear dragon blood fruits. From these fruits, dragon blood snakes would hatch. Mutated grade spirit beasts. Any one of them could fetch a sky-high price. Han Sen didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh and offer comfort. That's such a pity. Lan Shi could only shrug and reply. What's there to feel sorry about? Even if someone sold bloodscale snake blood, we wouldn't have the money to buy it. It's simply impossible to keep it alive. Just then, a jade bead suddenly appeared in his soul sea, enveloped by countless auras. He wondered in surprise, what's going on with my soul sea? Looking at the green light suddenly emanating from above his head, Han Sen's eyes widened as he thought in astonishment, what is this? That beam of light fell directly beside the withered tree roots, making him narrow his eyes full of doubt. The vitality is slowly getting stronger. As soon as it touched the tree roots, it quickly emitted a halo brimming with aura, and in the blink of an eye, the entire giant tree trunk was covered by countless powerful auras. Seeing this scene, Han Sen's eyes widened, and he asked himself in astonishment, can those drops of water make a withered tree sprout? The next day, while he was still deeply asleep, a shout suddenly rang out from outside. Sister Lan Shi, the dragon blood tree has sprouted. Lan Shi, hearing her name called, quickly walked out and sternly scolded. What the hell is going on so early in the morning? Their conversation interrupted his sleep. Han Sen frowned and mumbled, how annoying. Outside the wooden house, the formerly withered dragon blood tree now actually had verdant green new sprouts. Shuming walked forward and softly called out, Sister Lan Shi, look. Seeing rows of new sprouts, she couldn't help but ask, really, the dragon blood tree really sprouted? At this moment, Han Sen rubbed his sleepy eyes. As he walked out of the house to look at the two of them, he walked forward, raised his hand to touch the dragon blood tree, and secretly assessed it in his mind. This vitality is still too weak. Sensing the tree's condition, Han Sen furrowed his brow and thought, the dragon blood ancient tree has indeed revived, but that drop of water has already been completely consumed within it, and is not enough to make it bear fruit. After her initial joy, Lan Shi again worriedly muttered to herself, even if we don't know why it revived, but if there's no fresh bloodscale snake blood to water it, it will wither again sooner or later. Hearing this, Chu Ming turned around and hesitantly replied, that old spirit was at least a night-grade spirit, yet he still died in the thorn forest. If we go there to hunt bloodscale snakes, that's simply courting death. After hearing this, Han Sen turned around and said, I know a few methods for nourishing trees, we can try them. As soon as he heard, he dismissively waved his hand and refused, forget it. A child just arrived at shelter number 3. Stop messing with me. Lan Shi did not show any signs of refusal. Instead, she seriously questioned him back. Han Sen, do you really have a way? Han Sen scratched his face awkwardly and asked, if I can really make that dragon blood ancient tree grow, then the debt for the black jade tree, can it be written off? She agreed without hesitation. If you can really make it grow, there's no need to mention the debt. When it sells for a good price, you'll get a share too. Chu Ming hastily tried to dissuade Lan Shi from the side. Sis, do you really believe him? He's clearly a swindler. After receiving approval, Han Sen immediately stood up and said, all right, I'll do my best to give it a try. I hope it can work. The scene switched back to the riverside. Han Sen pondered while observing the river course. Although I still have 2 water droplets, but completely insufficient to make the dragon blood ancient tree grow. Looking at this river stretching to the horizon, he put his hands on his hips, recalling what Lan Shi had once said. The Jade Kylan River flows out from the thicket of thorns. Occasionally some gene seeds are washed ashore by the water on the river bank and then take root on their own and sprout. Han Sen rode on Yan Yan's back. He kept pondering in his mind, if I can find those wild gene seeds and let the black crystal absorb their life essence, perhaps it can generate water droplets. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped, because there was a tree growing by the roadside. Han Sen nimbly jumped down to examine it. This is looking at its vibrant appearance. It must be an ordinary gene plant. So he tightly grasped the verdant plant. Then he closed his eyes and murmured a prayer. Black crystal, oh black crystal, show your divine power once again. Whether I can eat well and dress well this time. All depends on you. Immediately after Hansen immediately saw the soul sea of that tree. A green light immediately emanated. Then a verdant pearl flew into the sky. Looking at the withered branch in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim happily. It really worked. It really absorbed it. Then Hansen turned his head and called Yen Yen. Miyokun, let's go. We should head back. It happily jumped up in response. Just then, beneath the emerald green river water, several pitch-black branches suddenly emerged. The jumping Yen Yen seemed to sense something, immediately stopped and became alert. Seeing it stop, Hansen jumped down and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, Miyokun? We should go." No sooner had he spoken than Yen Yen, already on guard, suddenly bristled and bared its fangs, roaring. Seeing its unusual behavior, his face immediately fell. He turned his head to look at Yen Yen. It roared, crouching down, hissing vigilantly at those wooden vines that were floating on the water surface. Hansen narrowed his eyes and thought, Miyokun is warning me that there's something wrong with those wooden vines. Only then did he observe carefully. Those wooden vines exuded an intense aura. Hansen thought worriedly, what terrifying life aura. Then he raised his hand and activated the Dongxian aura. From Hansen's forehead, countless streams of energy suddenly gushed out. Using the Dongxian aura, he quickly saw that beneath those wooden vines, a toad was hidden. Hansen narrowed his eyes, calculating. Stronger than any god-level super creature I've seen in the shelter. After finally estimating its strength, he could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath, "This damn toad. Once I recover, it'll definitely come back and roast you." Hansen reluctantly commanded Miyokun, "Let's go. Let's head back first." After speaking, he jumped onto Yan Yan's back. It nimbly ran out of the jungle, back towards the wooden house. Hearing the commotion from a distance, Shuming immediately turned his head, suspicious. Is he back? Not far away, Hansen and Icat were carrying buckets, slowly walking back. Upon seeing him, Su-ming crossed his arms and asked, "I didn't expect you to have a beast soul pet. What level is it?" Hansen replied indifferently, "Divine blood from the first shelter." With that, he poured the entire bucket of water onto the roots of the dragon blood tree. Su-ming raised an eyebrow after hearing this. "A divine blood pet from the first shelter? What are you bringing it here for? Writing it is slower than running yourself." Hansen ignored the hidden meaning in his words. Hansen checked the tree while explaining, "I'm injured right now, so writing it is perfect," he secretly calculated in his mind. "I just need to drop the life water bead into the tree roots." According to his plan, the vitality aura beneath the tree roots gradually spread to the trunk. Seeing Hansen turn to leave, Su-ming quickly jumped up and asked, "That's it?" Hansen gave him an impatient glance, then slowly said, "What else?" "So Su-ming raised his hand to rub his forehead, then said sarcastically, "I really shouldn't have had any expectations for you. What good can a little water do?" Hansen detected the sarcasm in his words. He didn't retort, merely chuckled and said, "Perhaps. Maybe it will be useful." Angered by Hansen's dismissive attitude, Su-ming's face turned green. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "I'd be a fool to believe you." However, on the second day, after years of wilting, the dragon blood tree actually grew new leaves again. The surrounding area was also enveloped by a dense aura of vitality. Witnessing this scene, Su-ming's eyes instantly lit up, letting out a shout filled with surprise and joy. The next morning, outside the wooden house, the ancient blood dragon tree had grown vigorously, completely transformed from its initial withered state. Now full of life, its lush branches and leaves spread outwards, covering a large area. Su-ming, Lan Shi and Hansen were dumbfounded, unable to believe the miracle unfolding before their eyes. Lan Shi immediately asked Hansen, "What did you do? How did the ancient blood dragon tree grow so fast?" "I didn't do anything," Hansen calmly replied. "I just went to the river, got a bucket of water, and poured it on the ancient blood dragon tree, that's all." Upon hearing this, Su-ming eagerly picked up a wooden bucket and ran off. The other two, puzzled, looked back and he spoke. "Where are you going?" He excitedly replied, "I'm going to the river for water, to pour more on the ancient blood dragon tree, so it grows faster." Hansen stood with his arms crossed, sighing helplessly, then analyzed. Growing a tree isn't like putting out a fire. More water isn't necessarily better. If you pour too much, you might actually damage it. The ancient blood dragon tree. Su-ming suddenly stopped and said with a bewildered expression, "Brother, what do you suggest?" "I'll listen to you." After a moment, Hansen sat by the river and thought, holding a small flower in his hand. The flower emitted a dreamy purplish red glow, infused with spiritual power, seemingly containing miraculous vitality. However, in just an instant the light gradually faded. And the flower withered. Its petals curled and yellowed, leaving a desolate and melancholy sight. He thought the flower in the gene seed has withered. Immediately after, a drop of soul sea appeared in the void. With a dark hue, emitting a brilliant radiance, Han Sen silently assessed the tiny water drop. At that moment he had a sudden realization, his eyes bright with understanding. As if he had touched a hidden secret. It seems the water drops produced by the black crystal are related to the growth process of the origin, and their life essences are equally potent. Doesn't that mean I can use this ability of the black crystal? Han Sen speculated, watching the lion and cat play happily, chasing on the lawn, absorbing the life essence of ordinary plants, used to accelerate the process, the growth of certain types of genetically modified plants that take 5,000 years to grow. After returning to the wooden house, Han Sen gave Mao Jun a bucket of water. It immediately drank it with gusto. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Mao Jun's entire body. Surging forth, he seemed to foresee the outcome, watching silently, deep in thought. After drinking the liquid containing the water of life, Mao Jun's life aura also seemed to be strengthening. Not long after, the spiritual energy in its body gradually returned to normal. This made him feel puzzled. Am I seeing things? Afterwards, Mao Jun's life aura returned to normal again. Han Sen looked around, thinking, perhaps the amount used for the experiment was too small, so no obvious changes could be seen for a while. But no matter what, it's been my pet for so long, I can't joke with Mao Jun's life. Thinking this, he mustered his courage and dipped a finger into the bucket of water. Han Sen was instantly shocked, his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. His face turned pale. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared at his withered finger. Han Sen trembled, gritting his teeth, his brow furrowed. My finger withered and then aged. He stumbled and fell to the ground in a panic, scrambling backward, frantically shaking his hand and losing control, shouting, "Stay away from me." Scene changed. By the river, wood and stones emerged from the water, swaying gently and creating small ripples. Beneath the river's surface, a golden orb floated above the wood and stones, shimmering mysteriously in the dark space. A strange toad clung to the wood and stones, its emerald eyes gleaming like jade. Han Sen stood up straight, his hands clenched, his gaze fixed on the water. He thought resolutely, my body has almost fully recovered. It's time to send you on your way. He rotated his shoulder joints a few times, warming up, a look of annoyance on his face, thinking it's been too long since I've fought. My bones feel like they're rusting. Han Sen began to unleash the power of thunderous burst. Lightning bolts coiled around his body, and bursts of thunder and lightning roared. His momentum was incredibly mighty. From his fingertip, a bolt of electricity carrying terrifying pressure shot towards Yulin River. The water surface was stirred simultaneously. The toad slowly poked its head out, and in a blink the wood and stones shattered into 100 pieces, revealing two bright emerald pupils. Shimmering with terror, it immediately opened its mouth wide, and from deep within its throat, a strange object glowed. The next second, a copper coin shot out from its mouth, decisively charging forward. Immortal lightning suddenly burst from its cold eyes. Han Sen's expression turned serious, deep in thought. The thunderous copper coin crackled with lightning as it advanced. He punched straight forward, shouting, "Go to hell." The powerful fist smashed directly into the copper coin, shattering it into pieces that scattered by the river. After witnessing this scene, the toad was enraged. Gnashing its teeth, it let out several furious roars in succession. It immediately leaped out of the water. Han Sen was highly tense, a series of questions flashing through his mind. This creature actually dared to unlock the second-tier silver toad on its own. Its life aura has indeed strengthened. Its skin became silvery and gleaming like metal. At the same time, a silver coin shot out from the toad's mouth, heading straight for him. Han Sen's eyes widened as he watched the silver coin rush towards him like lightning. He thought, there's no other way. I can only meet force with force. Thinking this, he decisively leaped up, gathering thunder-attributed spiritual energy in his palm, and unleashed the skill Grand Thunderclap Fist. Han Sen roared fiercely, "Come on!" Then he decisively launched a fist of heavenly descent. The powerful force condensed into a blue lightning blow, colliding head-on with the silver coin. At the moment of impact, blood splattered. That silver coin directly shattered Han Sen's ultimate lightning. The overwhelming force knocked him to the ground. His legs were tense. Han Sen gritted his teeth, supporting himself, and thought in surprise, what? This silver coin actually shattered my lightning. It hit my fist directly. He clenched his fist in anger. Blood flowed freely and his hands trembled. Han Sen covered his wound with his left hand. He frowned, his gaze cold and incredulous. He thought I didn't expect. The first exotic creature I encountered in the sanctuary. The one numbered 3 has actually unlocked the second gene lock. He quickly calmed down and thought rationally. Although I haven't unlocked the second gene lock yet, my physique is stronger than most powerhouses who have unlocked the second gene lock. Killing this toad shouldn't be difficult. At that moment the toad had broken through to a new realm. When the gene lock was successfully unlocked, it suddenly leaped, its body transforming into a golden yellow. A dazzling light shone on Han Sen's face. He was both angry and displeased. He cursed continuously. It actually unlocked the gene locks. Third layer, how can I fight this? The shimmering light came from the toad's golden yellow skin. It charged forward bloodthirstily, initiating a frontal assault. Realizing the situation was critical, Han Sen immediately retreated. Jadewind immediately jumped onto Catlord's back to escape. Catlord retreat quickly. At the same time a wind-breaking coin whistled out of the golden toad's mouth. The golden coin carried an oppressive aura. In the blink of an eye the coin caught up to Han Sen. He glanced back. His body instantly emitted a blue aura. Han Sen was greatly startled, secretly exclaiming, "Holy crap, that fast!" He impatiently yelled, "If I can't confront it, can't I at least evade it?" He cleverly used the Dongxian movement technique. Dodging to the side, the coin immediately swerved around him, then plunged straight towards the ground ahead, creating a violent explosion. Smoke and dust billowed, blurring everything. The coin flew wildly in the air like a living spirit, circling in the air. This left Han Sen shaken. This power was completely beyond imagination. Holy crap, it can even turn. Smoke filled the air, obscuring his vision. The coin flew past menacingly, heading straight for Han Sen, intending to strike him down. His first reaction was to quickly swing his fist, blocking with his lightning-charged fist. He nervously watched the coin flying like a meteor. He blurted out, "No time to dodge. It seems I can only face this heathen." When only an inch separated them, he immediately channeled all his lightning power into his right hand, unleashing the great thunder sound fist. The next second Han Sen was again bewildered, watching the coin land in his hand, not understanding what had happened. He stood stunned, murmuring to himself in surprise it stopped. Before he could rejoice, a massive force erupted from the coin, filling Han Sen with terror. What is this? His body lost balance, falling into a scorching gale. The surrounding ground continuously collapsed, cracks spreading in all directions. He lay face down, completely pinned down by the vibrations, dust clouds rising in bursts. When everything gradually subsided, Han Sen was covered in wounds, trembling incessantly, trying to push himself up to sit but failing. He muttered to himself, "I can't get up." He gritted his teeth, his face filled with seriousness and tension. He murmured, "It's over. This toad's power is too bizarre." By the river, as the aftershocks had not fully dissipated, Han Sen struggled, dragging his numb body to stand up, exhausting his last ounce of strength. He finally stood up, wobbling. Then he weakly calculated, "My body is so heavy, even walking is difficult. At this speed I can't escape at all." Meanwhile the golden money toad here let out a roar. Its entire body ignited with roaring flames. Spiritual light soared into the sky as if to incinerate heaven and earth. His mouth was still agape. He watched the coin rush towards him again. Annoyance filled his heart, showing his displeasure. He muttered to himself, "Here we go again." However, Han Sen shivered as he made a chilling discovery. Oh no! He was completely unable to move. At this moment his heart was in utter panic. Danger was right before his eyes. Han Sen gritted his teeth and made up his mind, "Since that's the case, I won't dodge anymore." With that thought in mind, he immediately gathered his true chi in his palm. Iron Knight Han Sen was extremely decisive. With a wave of his hand a somber spiritual power erupted fiercely. But he was still no match for its attack. The Jinchan. He cursed under his breath, unwilling to accept it. "It actually broke through my blade energy." Han Sen suddenly startled, facing the rare situation before him. His whole body trembled and he unconsciously knelt on one knee. What the hell? The coin emitted a pressure as heavy as a meteorite, smashing directly towards his head as if it wanted to crush his soul. Han Sen gritted his teeth and endured. His facial muscles contorted from straining to resist the immense pressure. With strength beyond ordinary people, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's too heavy." The Jinchan let out a roar, a piercing scream, continuing to use its old trick. He steadied his body, watching the coin approach without blinking. An unconscious voice escaped his lips as if foretelling his fate. "It's over!" A thunderous roar resounded, the tremors spreading in all directions. The entire ground in Han Sen were pressed down by a terrifying force. Like divine power into the ground. It cracked into huge fissures, suppressed by fierce spiritual light from above, and crushed by earth and rocks from below. He painfully let out agonizing screams. His face was contorted by the intense pain. At that moment the Jinshan showed no mercy, continuously launching fierce attacks. The coin shot out as if reaching a new celestial level of speed. Countless coins flew directly towards Han Sen's body, attacking fiercely. Although the power was not great, the impact was incredibly terrifying, making him unable to resist. He muttered to himself, although these coins can't kill me now, if I get hit by a few more, this terrifying pressure will crush me. It grinned, revealing a triumphant smile, believing it had achieved glorious victory. At the brink of life and death, a huge column of spiritual light shot into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Dust billowed, instantly spreading in all directions. Han Sen's appearance suddenly changed, as if he had been reborn from nothingness. Long white hair fluttered in the wind and he wore majestic black armor. He was utterly bewildered, unconsciously asking himself, "What's going on?" Han Sen first noticed his changed hair. He glanced at it, then cried out in confusion, "Is this my hair?" Immediately after, Han Sen extended his hand from his mouth. His palm covered with a faint spiritual glow. He exuded a majestic aura that soared to the sky, standing in a dignified posture. His hands were tightly clenched with coins scattered around him, making crackling sounds. Han Sen let out a low growl, issuing a challenge. "Come on, let's have a good fight this time." The Jinshan was instantly terrified. Its fat body trembled with fear. Its bulging eyes quivered as it looked at his fury. It dared not think any further, and immediately took off running. Han Sen roared fiercely, trying to run away. His figure flickered in the air, each step seemingly tearing through the void, chasing at the speed of light. In just an instant, Han Sen easily suppressed his opponent and blocked its path. His entire body glowed with dazzling light. He roared wildly, "Run again, I dare you." He decisively threw a punch, concentrating all his power into it. Seeing this, the Jinshan tried to repeat its old trick, hastily spitting out a coin. Han Sen fiercely bellowed, "Die." In a brief moment the two sides had already collided. Spiritual power erupted in the void. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face filled with tension. He decisively poured all his strength into the attack. Han Sen let out a cold snort, immediately defeating his opponent. The Jinshan was flattened to the ground by his punch. Blood spurted out in gushes. The tide of battle turned. Han Sen's lips curled into a cold smirk. A prompt immediately sounded. "Hunt successful. A primitive creature has been hunted. Golden money toad. No beast soul obtained. Flesh and blood edible. Can randomly obtain 10 points of primitive genes." He burst out laughing, a victor's smile. By the river at this moment, Han Sen's strength was gradually draining away. He stared blankly as everything slowly disappeared. But he was powerless, unable to believe his own eyes. Han Sen hesitated, asking himself, "My power? Is my strength draining away?" Just then a sudden voice rang out. "System prompt: Super God body is overloaded. Unable to maintain Super Emperor spirit state." The voice kept repeating. Han Sen immediately became alert. He constantly looked around. "Who's speaking? Is this a warning?" As if confirming his thoughts. Only then did he relax, saying with a smile, "So that's it? This is the Super Emperor spirit state. It actually allowed me to destroy with one punch that golden toad that had unlocked 3 genetic locks. Genes are indeed very powerful." Thinking about it, he was just a 3-second king, which made him want to cry but have no tears. But it could only last for 3 seconds. That's too fast. Soon after, in the wooden cabin, Han Sen was cooking when Lan Shi and Xu Ming returned. As soon as they reached the door, they shouted, "We're back." Xu Ming took a breath, then exclaimed admiringly, "It smells so good. Sanmu, are you making dinner for us?" Han Sen immediately replied, "Yes. Today I hunted a xenogeneic creature and stewed a pot of soup." He then brought a full pot of soup to the table. Under the shimmering gazes of the two, he said, "Come, have a taste." Xu Ming looked at the contents of the pot and asked, puzzled, "What is this? Why does it look like a toad?" Before Han Sen could answer, he had already stood up. Pointing at a piece of antelope meat, he said, "Toad or no toad, Tada. Take a good look. This is genuine primitive grade creature meat. Blood antelope meat. We were lucky today we got this at a good price." Lan Shi also nodded in agreement. "That's right, Sanmu, come eat this." Han Sen quickly had a piece of meat shoved into his hand. He said hesitantly, "What about my soup?" Xu Ming immediately suggested, "Forget it, save it for tomorrow. We need to improve our meals today." Han Sen was speechless. But he finally agreed. All right. A while later a lavish spread of food was laid out on the table. Shu Ming said, Sanmu, your injuries are almost healed. Do you want to go to the beast rearing area and find something to do otherwise? When it's time to hand in the tribute and you have nothing, that would be troublesome. Hearing this, Lanzai's expression also became serious. She said, if our sword ink jade wasn't broken, we could still help you. But now this ancient dragon blood tree will probably take at least another 15 years to bear fruit. We can't rely on it now. Seeing the atmosphere become somewhat heavy, Han Sen immediately reassured them, don't worry. Tomorrow we'll go to the beast rearing area and take a look. He said this, but in his mind he was already planning. I need to understand the situation of Qingming Shelter and Thorn Shelter. I need to understand it as soon as possible. I also need to find a way to transfer back to the Alliance and report my safety to Mom. And Yen ran. Dinner ended. Han Sen was also so tired that he lay on the table to rest. However, his brain was not resting at all. He was calculating. Everyone continue to take care of the ancient dragon blood tree. In the future, if it bears fruit, they will definitely benefit. Suddenly, outside came several voices that didn't belong there. Han Sen quickly noticed someone speaking. Then he wondered who would come here. He hurried out quietly, pushing open the door to observe. Outside he saw Lan Shi and Chu Ming were bowing to a tall man and his guards, saying, yes, Lord Qingming. Qingming grimacedly warned the two of them. If you let the tree die, then surely he won't spare you. Period. Lan Shi and Chu Ming were trembling with fear at this moment. Sweat continuously streamed down their faces. Seeing this scene, Han Sen's gaze grew colder. He thought to himself, so he's the Qingming knight. Qingming eventually left. He didn't forget to leave a final warning. Anyway, do as I say. Otherwise neither of you will have a moment's peace. Let's go, everyone. The two immediately responded. Understood, Lord Qingming. Han Sen stood by observing and couldn't help but click his tongue. He's just an alien spirit grade knight, that's all. Chu Ming, however, started crying loudly at this moment. He said dejectedly, what bad luck. In the end it was still discovered by the Qingming knight about the dragon blood ancient tree. Now all our hard work will be for naught. What if something happens to the dragon blood ancient tree? We'll be implicated as well. Han Sen walked forward and gently comforted them. Anyway, the dragon blood ancient tree still has over 10 years before it bears fruit. You two don't worry anymore. I'll warm up the toad soup. You two have something to eat first. But Chu Ming had already walked away, only leaving behind the words, I'm too full from anger, I'm not eating. He went to the garden ahead. Lan Shi chased after him, turning her head back to say to Han Sen, you haven't been here long. You probably haven't obtained any genes yet, right? My basic genes are already maxed out. Take this and eat it. Absorbing some genes while working might make you feel a bit better. A while later in the garden, Han Sen stood there continuously observing the dragon blood ancient tree. He smiled slightly. He thought to himself, the dragon blood ancient tree's ripening time is completely in my hands. Don't even think about snatching it away. At the bottom of the murky river, one by one copper gold fruits emitted a mysterious golden light, suspended in the cold river water, like treasures waiting to be discovered. Han Sen gently reached his hand into the water, picking them up one by one. He picked one up and examined it carefully, a little surprised. He blurted out, it ripened so quickly. It wasn't for nothing that I nourished you with a drop of water. Then he began to study them, and it took him a long time to draw a conclusion. They're quite heavy too. They don't look like something edible. And I don't know what they're actually used for. After some thought, Han Sen decided. The fruits of a primal gene plant are definitely good things, I'll keep them for later. And slowly study them then. Not long after, at Qingming base. Inside the base, a bustling market appeared before his eyes. Various alien creatures gathered buyers and sellers came and went in an unending stream, forming a desirable trading scene. Han Sen observed this chaotic scene. With surprise in his eyes, he thought to himself, alien creatures at base number 3 actually also know how to trade. Just like humans. Suddenly a furry hand reached out from behind him. It tightly grabbed his sleeve. He was startled and turned around. His eyes were confused, not understanding what had happened. Han Sen frowned slightly, pulled his hand back, then asked in a deep voice, why are you pulling me? The ape monkey immediately pointed at the item in his pocket. Han Sen slowly pulled out a copper gold fruit from his clothes. Then he asked, do you want this? He wondered to himself, could this fellow know how to use these fruits? The ape monkey immediately cried out excitedly. It waved its hand, then pointed to its own gene seed stall. Han Sen asked doubtfully, you want to trade them with me? It immediately grinned and made a gaga sound to affirm. But he quickly snatched the copper gold fruit back. He coldly refused, no way. This isn't enough for a trade. Immediately after, the ape monkey immediately turned and ran towards the stall. A moment later it returned with a brilliant smile. With both hands outstretched it held a pile of colorful gene seeds. The shimmering light made Han Sen blurt out "huh." Then he offered a direct suggestion. Holding the golden luo fruit in its hand it said, "This one fruit. How about I trade it for a few of your gene seeds?" Upon hearing this it immediately let out a cry signaling a deal. Immediately after, the ape jumped up happily like a child who had just received candy. Seeing its reaction Han Sen felt a bit regretful again. He thought that happy. Looks like I traded too little. The next second it quickly swallowed the fruit. Han Sen was instantly startled, it just swallowed it whole. He stared blankly as it crunched on that precious thing like candy. Then sighed helplessly. It seems this is indeed how it's eaten. But immediately after, it spat out the entire fruit. Then it continued to tug at Han Sen's sleeve, pointing at his pockets seemingly wanting to trade more. Han Sen shook his head decisively. "Stop pulling me. I'm not trading anymore." The ape refused to give up, suddenly attacking Han Sen's pocket, which made Han Sen cry out, "What do you want? Is this a robbery?" In an instant Han Sen immediately gathered his spiritual power. Then quickly injected it into a gold coin. Before the ape could react, he had already pressed the gold coin onto its forehead. The creature looked bewildered, staring at the object on its head that emitted a faint glow, not understanding what it was. But immediately after, it was forced to its knees by an invisible force. The attack was so powerful that even the surrounding ground trembled. As expected, it collapsed to the ground the next second. Han Sen tidied his clothes and frowned, saying, "I already said I'm not trading anymore." A while later at the Qingming sanctuary, Han Sen walked along complaining about that damn monkey trying to force a trade, making me act. Suddenly a figure appeared before him. Han Sen was slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure, guessing it was a spirit. Could it be the monkey's master coming to cause trouble? Yu Yan spoke first. "How should I address you, sir?" He immediately replied, "My name is Han Sen. What can I do for you?" Seeing his attitude, Yu Yan quickly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, sir. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just saw the power you used to teach that red-furred monkey a lesson, and it seems to have the ability to suppress. I want to tame a gale beast, but that beast is too fierce and won't submit to me. Your power would be perfect to help me with this. I will repay you with spirit genes. What do you say?" Han Sen immediately showed his business instincts. He asked seriously, "What rank of spirit are you, sir? And how many spirit genes can you give?" Yu Yan quickly conjured a ball of flame in his hand, and then began to introduce himself. "My name is Yu Yan, and I am a knight with fire element spirit genes. I can give you 10 points of fire element genes." Seeing Yu Yan, Han Sen warned, "Let me be clear beforehand. If you can't tame it, that's not my concern. I'll still collect my payment." Yu Yan replied magnanimously, "Of course. I can give them to you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot 10 points of fire element genes towards Han Sen. Instantly, Han Sen's entire body was engulfed by a blazing inferno. At the same time a system prompt sounded. "Fire Knight Gene 1. After the matter was settled, the two went to the manor together. Looking at the scene before him, Han Sen immediately guessed. Owning such a large manor, it seems the spirit's identity is not simple. They soon arrived at the location. Yu Yan pointed at the huge green beast and said, "This is the Gale Beast." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast roared, its power and pressure not to be underestimated. Han Sen calmly released the gold coin. Just like that, the gold coin stuck to the beast's body. The Gale Beast immediately noticed something was off, frantically trying to find and shake off whatever was on it, to make that foreign object leave its body. It showed no hesitation. The Gale Beast fiercely roared at Han Sen. When he reached out to retrieve the gold coin, he thought to himself, "I didn't expect it wouldn't be suppressed." Han Sen's gaze became even more resolute. He muttered a single gold coin had no effect on it. Immediately after, he continuously placed 7 gold coins on the Gale Beast's body. The Gale Beast, this creature, instantly began to tremble. Although successful, Han Sen wasn't particularly happy. He thought to suppress such a primitive creature, "I didn't expect it would take 7 gold coins." Using the first layer of the Dongxian Sutra to simulate the power of gold coins, the effect is far inferior to real gold coins. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If it were that golden toad, maybe 2 would have been enough. At this point Yu Yan could no longer remain calm. Holding his fiery whip, he gritted his teeth and said to the creature, "Like this? And you still refuse to accept my mark? Then he began to curse, "You damned beast." What followed was a painful lashing from the fiery whip. The gale beast was whipped until it bled, but still maintained its ferocity. Yu Yan said with a livid face. As expected, it's an exotic creature that emerged from the thicket forest. This gale beast is truly too wild. I'm afraid there's no longer any chance of making it submit. Han Sen glanced at the creature and asked again. It's from the thicket forest. Yu Yan then began to explain. We found it on the edge of the thicket forest. It's rare for a primitive creature to be able to unlock 4 gene locks. I paid a great price to capture it alive and bring it back. But it's difficult to tame. Then he sighed. It seems I can only kill it for its flesh and blood, what a pity. However, Han Sen took out a bronze gold fruit and said, Are you selling this gale beast? How about this price? What do you think? Yu Yan immediately exclaimed in surprise, this is a bronze gold fruit. This thing grows deep within the thicket forest. It's hard to find outside. Where did you get it? Han Sen replied. I picked it from a wild vine by the Jade Scale River. Do you want to trade? He quickly took the bronze gold fruit. He was overjoyed as if he had found a great bargain, then said, This thing is much better than a bronze gold fruit. But since it can't be tamed, selling just its flesh and blood isn't even worth a bronze gold fruit. Take it. Looking at the gale beast before him, Han Sen mused. This guy came from the thicket forest. It must be very familiar with the place. As long as I can tame it, I can have it lead me in to hunt. Sometime later in the wooden house, Lan Shi and Shu Ming were eating. Shu Ming hastily drank a spoonful of hot soup, then couldn't help but say, Sister Lan Shi, this meat is a bit strange. Lan Shi, however, didn't find anything strange. She asked in surprise, what's wrong? Meanwhile, outside the wooden house, Han Sen and his exotic beasts were slowly approaching. Hearing the movement, Lan Shi and Shu Ming quickly walked out. Shu Ming shouted, San Mu. Lan Shi hurried over, showing off excitedly. San Mu, where did you get that money toad? After we ate it, we instantly gained 3 points of primitive genes. Shu Ming then focused on the huge creature, the green one on the lion's back, then exclaimed in surprise, Oh my god, it's a gale beast. Lan Shi only then noticed the creature. She then asked, San Mu, where did you get this gale beast? As Han Sen helped the gale beast down, he began to answer each question. Didn't I tell you last time? The money toad was something I hunted by the Jade Scale River. And this gale beast I traded for with a bronze gold fruit. From Night Yu Yan, the huge animal traded for a bronze gold fruit now lay on the ground. Then he continued, I encountered that injured money toad, and beside it there was a strange water vine. It also had 3 ripe fruits on it. I took them to the market to sell and only then realized they were bronze gold fruits. Shu Ming immediately exclaimed with emotion. My heavens, your luck is absolutely insane. Han Sen said frankly. I want to try and see if I can tame this wind beast. Shu Ming immediately said, how is that possible? Even the Jade Flame Knight couldn't tame it. Lan Shi on the other hand silently thought. Catching the toad, then casually picking golden fruits. The Dragon Blood Tree. That ancient tree also only revived after Han Sen arrived. Is all of this just luck? Ignoring the previous words, Han Sen had already reached out, preparing to touch the continuously roaring wind beast. Seeing this, Shu Ming asked again, Do you really want to tame this wind beast? Han Sen prepared his strength, saying, This beast comes from the Thornwood Forest. If we can tame it, we can follow it into the Thornwood Forest. Even trying to hunt once would be worth it. The next second, the power in his hand was gradually healing the wind beast. Just when they thought everything would be peaceful, this ferocious creature suddenly opened its eyes, glaring intently at Han Sen. Lan Shi and Shu Ming cried out in terror, Watch out. The wind beast immediately opened its mouth facing him, then swallowed the energy. Han Sen also retreated in time, avoiding the danger. But it didn't stop there. The wind beast suddenly roared, and from its mouth, a surge of powerful energy burst forth. Han Sen jumped up, his hand already gathering strength, and said with a serious expression, still daring to be arrogant, immediately after he shot a gold coin at it, saying, It seems the lesson from those gold coins last time wasn't enough, was it? The wind beast immediately let out a pained roar, and then collapsed. Lan Shi quickly ran over to ask what happened. You're not hurt, are you? Shu Ming said angrily. This beast really doesn't know gratitude. You healed it and it still tried to bite you. Unlike their anxiety, Han Sen calmly replied. It's fine. This sort of thing can't be rushed. A month later, the wind beast was still relentlessly attacking Han Sen. He easily dodged all of its moves, but eventually he couldn't hold back anymore. Han Sen shot gold coins at it again. He angrily rebuked. You really don't learn your lesson. Attacked consecutively by 4 gold coins, it couldn't dodge or retaliate. Soon the wind beast lay sprawled on the ground. Han Sen walked over to it and said, "This is really a stubborn fellow, neither gentle nor firm methods work. How am I supposed to tame it now?" While stroking its head, he suddenly had an idea and smirked slyly. "I've got away by the river." Han Sen was riding the wind beast, galloping across green fields, under the clear sky. Shu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Han Sen really tamed the wind beast. Lan Shi couldn't help but be stunned, replying he did. It suddenly stopped, turned its head to look at the two of them and let out a threatening roar. He quickly grabbed the wind beast's mouth, preventing it from harming anyone else. It angrily raised its head and growled. Despite Han Sen firmly holding its mouth corners, he frowned and warned loudly, "Be careful. This fellow's temper is really fierce." She asked curiously, "All right, well, be careful from now on." "But Han Sen, how exactly did you tame it?" He wiped his face and echoed, "Yeah, Han Sen." Han Sen scratched his head and cheerfully replied, "Just good luck." But inwardly he was filled with constant self-satisfaction. In this world, I'm probably the only one who can tame this wind beast, he pondered. Recalling when he first encountered the wind beast, he had used the Dongxian Sutra to mimic the life force flow of the wind beast, making his aura similar to its own. It thought he was one of its kind, which was why it let him approach. That night the group entered the thornwood forest together. Han Sen cautiously looked around, then calmly said, "This time." Lan Shi looked over puzzled and asked, "What's wrong, Han Sen?" He calmly suggested, "Let me scout ahead for the first time, to first determine the safe zones. Next time we can go together." Yan Jia interjected worriedly. "But no. Are we letting you go on an adventure alone? What right do we have to enjoy the benefits?" Shu Ming clasped his hands, agreeing with a smile. "Exactly. Well, go together." Lan Shi coldly turned her head and refused. "You stay home and take care of the orchard, that's our foundation. What if we gain nothing in the thicket? At least we'll still have a way to survive when we return. Otherwise, if we can't even offer the tribute, then we'll be in big trouble," he pouted and replied dejectedly, "All right." She stepped forward, confidently assuring, "Although I've only unlocked the first gene lock, I will absolutely not be a burden to you. My abilities will be useful to you." Han Sen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister Lan Shi, what kind of ability do you have?" Lan Shi calmly revealed its scent. "I can hide our scent, so even exotic creatures with keen senses won't discover us, and won't be able to track us down. She can sense the scent of every monster with her entire being, from rat spirits to mated monsters. She can discern them, and I can also see the residual scents in the air to distinguish if any creatures have appeared nearby." The two quickly climbed onto the gale beast's back and ventured deep into the thicket to search for tribute. Suddenly it stopped in front of a bush of thorns, its eyes gleaming and continuously emitting low growls. He leaned down, stroking the beast's face, and asked with a smile, "Xiaofeng, do you sense danger?" Lan 11 quickly used her silver eyes to observe, and quickly concluded, "There's a scent nearby. Not older than 8 hours. At least 2 different exotic creatures have appeared here." The gale beast grew increasingly ferocious. A series of strange sounds echoed. Han Sen urgently commanded, "An exotic creature is approaching. Quick, hide." A mysterious creature appeared ahead, its rustling cries echoing through the forest. An ancient hedgehog ferociously bit through the thorns and emerged. He couldn't help but think worriedly, "We just entered and already encountered a primordial creature. I wonder how many gene locks it has unlocked." The two hid behind a tree to observe. Lan Shi calmly suggested, "I'll use my scent hiding ability, so unless the exotic creature sees or hears us, it won't discover us." The hedgehog was frantically digging at the ground, searching for food. Han Sen touched his forehead, activating his Shin-level aura, and secretly speculated in his mind, "The life energy of this exotic creature is no weaker than Xiaofeng's." When the hedgehog suddenly let out a ferocious roar, looking at the several mushrooms in front of it, he quickly stood up and raised a hand to instruct, "Wait here. We're going to eliminate it." Her eyes widened and she surprisingly reminded, "Okay, be careful." The hedgehog remained oblivious, unaware that it was being observed by Han Sen and the gale beast. From behind, he pursed his lips and waved his hand, throwing a gold coin forward. The gold coin quickly landed on the hedgehog's nose. Its eyes immediately emitted a ferocious killing intent and it roared. The hedgehog ferociously turned around and shot a quill at its enemy. Han Sen's eyes widened as he watched the approaching quill, and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "It's too fast." In the thicket, Han Sen hastily activated his Shin-level movement technique. He gritted his teeth and dodged to the left. The hedgehog's quill was closing in. Body clone. Fortunately, it pierced into the tree trunk. Han Sen looked at the large hole pierced into the tree trunk and couldn't help but think in surprise. The toughness of the plants in the third god's sanctuary cannot be compared to the second god's sanctuary. It was easily pierced by a quill. That's incredible. The hedgehog still didn't give up and quickly pursued. He frowned, nimbly leaped over obstacles to escape, and cursed incessantly under his breath. Damn, it's still coming. It gritted its teeth and leaped hard, chasing after its prey. The hedgehog had just crossed a thorny barrier when it was immediately caught by a hidden trap. Underground. It turned out the whirlwind beast was ambushing from a distance. It unleashed its moves, causing excruciating pain. Lying on the ground as if this wasn't enough to satisfy it, the whirlwind beast opened its mouth, gathering power. The hedgehog quickly stood up to face its enemy. Its mouth wide open, it let out a roar. Han Sen's eyes widened as he muttered worriedly, "This isn't good." The spikes on its body gradually filled with flames. The hedgehog opened its mouth, letting out a roar, shooting out its spikes to attack the enemy. The whirlwind beast held its head high, gathering power, preparing to strike. Han Sen hurriedly ran over, holding 2 flame coins in his hand. He shouted, "Xiao Fengfeng, let me help you." He quickly threw all the coins at the hedgehog. Han Sen ordered loudly, "Xiao Fengfeng." Seizing this opportunity, the whirlwind beast grasped the moment. While the hedgehog was still roaring and looking at him, it immediately unleashed its moves on it. Caught off guard, the hedgehog was knocked to the ground. Han Sen quickly jumped up. He praised loudly, "Great job, Xiao Fengfeng." His whole body emitted dense lightning. He excitedly jumped to its location. Han Sen bent down and punched the hedgehog in the face, shouting loudly, "Die!" The system immediately displayed a notification. Hunt successful. Hunted primitive class creature. Flame porcupine beast obtained beast soul. Flame porcupine beast. Eating its flesh grants less than 10 gene points. Primitive. His eyes wide, a happy smile appeared as he looked at his results. Han Sen rubbed his arm. He mused, "Flame porcupine beast. The beast soul is a bow and arrow, excellent and good with a bow and arrow. I never thought the first beast soul ID encounter in the shelter in the third sanctuary would actually be a bow and arrow. Too bad I don't have a good bow yet." At this moment Lan Shi ran over from a distance. She asked worriedly, "Han Sanmu, are you alright?" Han Sen replied calmly, "I'm fine, Sister Lan Shi." "Sis, take a look at this." She quickly walked over to the hedgehog. With a beaming smile she suggested, "This is a primitive class creature. Should we take it back?" He sat down and made a cut on its body with a knife. He calmly explained, "It's too big and there's only one. If we take it back, everyone wouldn't gain much primitive genes. Just taking a little back to taste is enough." A moment later, the whirlwind beast came over and feasted on the hedgehog meat. Han Sen stood up, putting his hands in his pockets. He calmly said, "Let Xiao Fengfeng take care of it. Let's go further in." Lan Shi replied with a hint of regret, "All right." Behind them, the whirlwind beast couldn't help but feel satisfied. It rubbed its belly and he stroked its head, realizing something. He paused for a moment and blurted out, "Oh right." Han Sen raised an eyebrow and smiled. He suggested, "Sister Lan Shi, could you please eliminate the bloody smell here? To avoid attracting other mutant creatures." She turned her face away, sighed helplessly and replied, "San Mu, don't worry, it's already cleaned up." A moment later, the two of them rode their mounts back to Chuming's location. The whirlwind beast suddenly stopped. He frowned in confusion. He asked Xiao Fengfeng, "Why aren't you moving anymore? Is there danger ahead?" Its eyes lit up and it continuously roared from its mouth. Lan Shi quickly noticed and interjected, "Wait, the scent here is very chaotic.